Su Qing was transported to a world replete with numerous kingdoms, where martial arts masters soared through the skies and traversed the earth, and where the enchanting realms of the Jianghu flourished. In pursuit of the greater good for his homeland and society, to rise above the multitude, and to assert dominion over his destiny, Su Qing must persistently advance along the path of martial arts, scaling one peak after another. Not only must he instill fear across the land, but he must also attain a position of great authority. Yet, unbeknownst to others, what appears to be a treacherous and arduous journey is, for Su Qing, surprisingly straightforward. To grow stronger, one merely needs to solve cases. Is it not a task anyone can undertake? In the county office of Qingla, within the courtroom, Su Qing strode confidently from the rear hall and took his seat as the presiding judge. Lifting his gaze, he casually surveyed the two individuals kneeling before him. One was a beggar clad in tattered garments adorned with patches, their hair disheveled and skin darkened, rendering it difficult to discern their gender. The other was a robust woman, her face marred by several gruesome wounds, glaring angrily at the frail beggar beside her. With a deliberate motion, he raised the gavel and struck it down with a measured force. Bang! Court is now in session. Su Qing had been in this world for a month, having reincarnated into a wealthy young master who shared his name. The Su family was among the most esteemed clans in the Kingdom of Yu, one of the 7 prominent families of scholarly lineage. To put it succinctly, at least 1/7 of the literati in the Kingdom of Yu regarded the Su family as their mentors, with their former students and officials scattered throughout the realms of governance. Su Qing's intellect blossomed at the age of 3, and by 4, he had entered the family's private academy to begin his studies, enduring 15 years of rigorous academic pursuit, yet ultimately achieving nothing of note. This was not to say that Su Qing was wholly inept. Rather, to participate in the civil service examinations, the offspring of the Su family must first pass their family's stringent assessments. All who took part in this internal evaluation were prodigies raised in the literary circles, and the challenge of the test was formidable. It is said that Su Qing attempted the examination 7 or 8 times and never once crossed the threshold of success. With his literary endeavors fruitless, he turned to martial training. However, Su Qing was unfortunately frail and lacked the innate talent for martial arts. While others developed a sense of qi within 3 days, achieved first-class proficiency within 3 years, and made notable advancements after a decade bearing the esteemed title of both scholar and warrior, Su Qing struggled for 3 months without sensing any qi at all. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "I shall not pursue martial arts any longer." 3 months ago, through family machinations, he had secured the position of magistrate in Qingla County, Jinghai Prefecture. He had only been in office for a little over a month when Su Qing's soul took over. Today marked another routine day in his role as magistrate. Yet it was also a day of particular significance concerning his future. From the very first day of his appointment, rumors circulated among the populace that Su Qing was merely a figurehead, an inept magistrate who cared little for the welfare of the people and was incapable of adjudicating cases or managing affairs of state. As whispers intensified, they ultimately reached the ears of Prefect Lu Zhishu, prompting today's evaluation to ascertain whether Su Qing truly lived up to his reputation of incompetence. The actions of his predecessor, though deviating slightly from the gossip, were not as exaggerated as the tale suggested. Upon taking office, Su Qing immediately set to work on restoring his reputation, but it took him 3 days to process the memories and another 3 to acclimatize to his new identity, leaving him with less than 10 days to demonstrate his capabilities. Thus, the assessment of Su Qing's abilities continued as planned. In the realm of daily office affairs, Su Qing has become exceptionally adept, and judging by Zhang Tongpan's reaction, he appears quite satisfied with her performance. At that moment, a drumbeat signaled the arrival of a case, providing a timely opportunity to assess Su Qing's investigative and adjudicative skills. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she inquired, "Who stands before the court?" "I am the humble Sun Baiyong," replied a frail beggar, surprisingly revealed to be a woman, her true identity obscured by her appearance. "What is the cause of this quarrel? Please elaborate." "Your Honor, please render justice for me. I came to Qingla County with my child to seek refuge with relatives. Just after exiting the carriage, this beggar dashed out to snatch my child, claiming the child belongs to her, when in fact, this is my offspring. The robust woman interjected hastily. You speak falsely. Your Honor, the child is mine. I reside in Taiyan Prefecture, and my husband works in Jinghai Prefecture. My father-in-law is ill, and I have journeyed for half a month, enduring hardships with my child in search of my husband. Upon arriving in Qingla County, this woman approached me with false pretenses. I gradually let down my guard, but in the blink of an eye, she seized my child. I pursued her for 2 streets before catching up. Your Honor, she is a human trafficker. I implore you to see through her deceit. Having listened to both women's accounts, a sudden tremor coursed through Su Qing's mind, and the case compendium materialized within her thoughts, flipping open to the latest page. Evolutionary blue case detected. Would you like to record it? Evolutionary? It even initiates as a blue case. A surge of joy filled Su Qing. It must be recorded. As this thought arose, a line of text abruptly appeared on the latest page. Case file number 16. Who is the trafficker? Level blue. Case resolution points, 300. The case compendium, a golden finger she had brought with her upon her arrival, allows Su Qing to collect various cases. These cases are categorized by difficulty into 6 levels: white, blue, orange, red, purple, and gold. Solving cases of varying levels yields different point rewards, which can be exchanged for prizes within the compendium. The rewards are random, but never useless. Cases ranked orange or above come with additional special rewards upon resolution. However, Su Qing has yet to trigger an orange case, leaving her uncertain of what the special rewards might entail. Surely not something trivial. White cases pertain to civil disputes, and within the past 10 days, all the cases Su Qing has encountered have been white, yielding a meager sum of points. She has recorded 15 cases, accumulating only a little over 300 points. As Su Qing documented the case, a buzz of discussion began to rise from the crowd outside the courthouse, while the 2 women on the stand resumed their heated altercation. You claim the child is yours. Do you have any proof? The child emerged from my womb. What further proof is required? I am new to Jinghai Prefecture and know no one here. I have no relatives to vouch for me. The robust woman exclaimed loudly. And you? I am here searching for my husband, alone and without means to prove my claims at this moment. The child is nursing, and I possess the milk to feed her, the dark-skinned woman hastily replied. What does feeding the child with your milk prove? Do you mean to say that all wet nurses are the child's true mothers? Esteemed sir, I believe that employing the ancient method of blood oath is the most reliable way to establish kinship. Nonsense. The blood oath is nothing but a deceitful ruse. It cannot serve as a valid proof. Su Qing swiftly assumed her authoritative role, her voice commanding respect. Master Su, the blood oath is a method documented in the records of blood relations, utilized for centuries. Why you claim it to be a deception? Are you, perhaps, casting doubt upon the teachings of Chun? At the very moment Su Qing's words left her lips, a voice laden with disdain pierced the air. It was Su Zhao, the county magistrate. Following the customary protocol after the previous magistrate's reassignment, he should have been the one to succeed, yet it was Su Qing who had outmaneuvered him, an affront that surely stung deeply within him. The myriad of rumors that subsequently circulated could easily be traced back to Su Zhao's machinations. Today represented not only an opportunity for Su Qing to safeguard her position, but also Su Zhao's singular chance to undermine her authority. Thus, any misstep or hint of weakness from Su Qing would be seized upon by Su Zhao, who would relentlessly exploit any opening. Su Qing's mere questioning of the blood oath was, in Su Zhao's interpretation, a challenge to the teachings of Chun, clearly elevating the matter to a grave level. Who among them was unaware that Prefect Lu Jishu was a prominent figure of the Qin school? Chapter 2. Is it now abundantly clear, Sir Su? Why the sudden silence? Are you implying that Qin Shui is a fraud? Su County Magistrate, have you fallen into hysteria? Did I not just speak? As these thoughts raced through Su Qing's mind, she quickly grasped the reality of the situation. In an era where blood-based paternity tests were held in utmost faith, questioning their reliability would likely result not in support, but rather in condemnation. Furthermore, the reputation of her subordinate, the county magistrate, as incompetent had already begun to spread. It seemed that before truth could be established, they would be hastily led to the execution of the innocent. Was it truly so simple to expose the fallacy of blood tests? Bring forth the blood test. Soon enough, a constable approached with 2 bowls of clear water, placing them before the 2 women. Su Qing observed with a discerning eye. The robust woman first dipped her finger into the bowl, then took the small knife offered by the constable and made a gentle incision. Blood welled forth, dripping into the clear water. Once the woman beside her had completed her act, the dark-skinned woman gritted her teeth and took the knife, making her own cut. The first incision was shallow, yielding little blood. With a second deeper slice, blood flowed freely into the bowl before her. A constable then lifted the child, exposing the infant's finger. Amidst the baby's cries, 2 drops of blood fell into the separate porcelain bowls. The constable placed the child between the 2 women and, without waiting for the results, presented the bowls to Su Qing. Su Zhao stood, casting a glance at the scene, his expression unreadable. "What say you, Sir Su?" Su Qing inquired with a sudden smile. "What do you mean by that, Sir Su?" The blood of the infant mingled swiftly with Zhao Xiaya's, yet slowly with Sun Baiyang's. Even a 3-year-old could discern that Zhao Xiaya and the infant were mother and child, while Sun Baiyang was the villainous usurper of flesh and blood. Su Zhao's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "Impossible." The dark-skinned woman suddenly leapt up frantically, clutching the child tightly. Zhao Xiaya quickly reached out to grasp the swaddled infant. "Sir, there must be a mistake. Sir, the child is mine, flesh of my flesh. How could it not meld with my blood? You must be mistaken. There is surely an error." Sun Baiyang, with tear-streaked cheeks, implored Su Zhao. "The evidence lay stark before you, leaving no room for denial. Bring forth this wicked woman, imprison her until further judgment." Su Zhao's countenance darkened as he bellowed. "Sir, this is an injustice, an injustice." "Wait," Su Qing interjected abruptly. "What insights do you have, Sir Su? Surely you do not intend to claim that Qin Shui's bloodline assertion is mere nonsense? It is understandable, given your esteemed lineage from the Su family, that you would look down upon Qin Shui." Su Zhao continued, adding fuel to the fire. "I would not presume to offer counsel." Su Qing replied with a faint smile, casually beckoning to a constable. Yes, you, come here for a moment." "Sir." The constable approached Su Qing with determined strides. "What is your name?" "I am Sha Xingyun." "Are you married?" "No." The constable's eyes were filled with profound bewilderment. "Come, let a drop of blood fall into this bowl." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, astonishment swept across the faces of all present, save for Zhao Xiaoya, who knelt below the platform, her countenance betraying a hint of panic. Although Xiao Xingyun's heart was shrouded in uncertainty, he complied with the command, slicing open his finger to let his blood fall into the porcelain bowl designated for Zhao Xiaoya's blood oath of kinship. The crimson liquid visibly mingled, merging seamlessly with the blood already present within moments. Witnessing this scene, Su Zhao's face shifted dramatically, his expression one of sheer shock as he gazed at Su Qing, as if he had encountered a specter. "How can this be? How could the blood merge? Could it be you are the child's father? This is a grave injustice, my lord. I have yet to marry, and have not even touched a woman's hand. How could I possibly be the child's father?" The crowd outside the hall began to murmur once more. Su Qing rose and slowly descended from the court. "I have never questioned Qin Shui. My Su family holds great respect for the bloodline theories he has proposed. However, Lord Su, who stated that the blood oath is Qin Shui's invention. Bloodline inheritance is indeed a bond of kinship, but the practice of blood oaths is utterly absurd. It is merely a method that has gained acceptance and widespread belief over centuries. Yet, a simple experiment with a few individuals would reveal that the results are likely to be inconclusive, leading to confusion regarding parentage. In your esteemed opinion, how should this matter be adjudicated?" Su Zhao's expression changed subtly, and he thought to himself, indeed, this is a matter of profound scholarly lineage. However, rendering judgments relies on keen perception and discernment, not merely on having read a few more books. Both women claim the child as their own, and without witnesses to corroborate their assertions, I find myself at an impasse. Very well, let the child belong to both parties equally. A child divided equally? How can that be? Su Zhao was taken aback. In the courtyard, the examiner, who had just listened to Su Qing's remarks and was quite pleased, momentarily paused his actions, his face displaying astonishment. He had genuinely believed Su Qing to be a hidden talent, now realizing he was merely subject to his own misconceptions. His 3 months of observation had proven accurate. She was indeed a naive fool. It would take more than a decade of foolishness to utter such a notion of dividing a child in half. Just to think of splitting the child into 2 halves, one for each. As the words settled, Su Qing suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, she drew the dagger from the constable's waist and aimed it at the infant on the ground. No one anticipated such an action from Su Qing. Nearly all present instinctively gasped in horror. In that instant, a figure clad in blue appeared beside her like a wraith, seizing her arm just before it could descend. Captain Li's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a perplexing, suppressed fury. My lord, what are you doing? In the public eye, what is your intention? At that moment, the dark-skinned woman instinctively dove over the child, shielding it with her own frail back, facing the blade that Su Qing had raised. Meanwhile, the robust woman named Zhao Shaya cowered to the side, clutching her head in fear. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Su Qing's face broke into a smile. The love of a mother, though unadorned, is as profound as a mountain. It is only the biological parents who would, without regard for their own safety, risk their lives to save their child in times of peril. Likewise, it is only a mother who, when her child stands on the brink of death, would willingly sacrifice her own life to ensure the child's safety. Su Qing's voice, though not loud, resonated with the force of thunder, leaving all present in a state of stunned silence. The crowd gazed at the ragged mother, her eyes tightly shut as she clutched her child protectively to her chest, and then at the sturdy woman cowering in fear, clutching her head in a corner. The question of who the child's true mother was no longer required debate. Captain Li released Su Qing's hand and bowed respectfully before her. It became clear that the adults had merely sought to discern the identity of the child's true mother, and the folly of the lesser individuals had led to a grave misunderstanding. Chapter 3. The first time, truly the first time innocence. At this moment, Zhao Shaya realized the gravity of the situation and hastily cried out for mercy. Sir, you cannot hastily conclude that the child is not mine simply because I was frightened and chose to step aside. Is it not human nature to retreat in fear when faced with a sudden threat? The arbitrariness of your judgment is intolerable. I, as a commoner, cannot accept this injustice. Very well, since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin, I shall grant you clarity in death. Initially, when both parties presented their claims, it was you who proposed the blood oath of kinship. Yet, given the circumstances at that time, we had not reached the point of such a solemn ritual. Sun Baiyang stated that the child was nourished by her milk, and you dismissively retorted that milk is no evidence. Finding a wet nurse is hardly a challenge. Your words deliberately downplayed the significance of Sun Baiyang's evidence while glossing over your own shortcomings. However, you have never disclosed whether you possess milk yourself. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of realization, and several women, emboldened, voiced their indignation. The reason you dared to propose the blood oath of kinship, I surmise, is that your blood possesses unique qualities, enabling it to blend swiftly with that of others. This has become your tried and true method, but alas, your subsequent actions have transformed my suspicions into certainties. The process of the blood oath was executed with such fluidity that it resembled a graceful dance. You moistened your fingertip, then sliced it open, allowing the blood to flow. In contrast, Sun Baiyang hesitated, fearful of cutting her own finger. Do not mistake her reluctance for guilt. It is a matter of self-harm. Who among us possesses the courage to decisively cut into their own flesh? Sun Baiyang's initial cut was too shallow to draw blood, while her second attempt was too deep, causing blood to surge forth. Yet you sliced your finger with the ease of chopping vegetables, betraying not a hint of emotion. Why? Merely familiarity with the act. You have performed the blood oath numerous times, have you not? Thus, even if you had bravely risked yourself to save the child as Sun Baiyang did, I would still find a way to expose your true nature. In my heart, your true self has already been laid bare. What more do you have to say? This is all conjecture. You have no evidence. If you seek evidence, it is quite simple. Let a woman examine you for the presence of milk. I am certain you will claim that you were born without milk and that the child consumes rice milk instead. However, I possess alternative methods. For instance, the number of lines on the child's fingers, the presence of subtle birthmarks on the child, and the locations of moles on the child's body. The truth cannot be disguised. What is false cannot claim to be true. After this barrage of accusations, Zhao Shaya had drained of color, her eyes vacant, her mouth agape. Yet she could utter not a single word. Case number 16. Who is the trafficker? The investigation has been duly recorded, employing an innovative and effective method. 300 points have been awarded, accumulating to 600. Once the points reach the threshold for redemption, the host is advised to claim the rewards in a timely manner. As the prompt from the case record echoed in her mind, and amidst the thunderous applause of the gathered crowd, Su Qing strode confidently into the inner hall, approaching a portly middle-aged official. I pay my respects to Judge Zhang. The case has been thoroughly examined. Judge Zhang's face broke into a satisfied smile. You approach cases without preconceived notions, unbound by formality, judging not by appearances nor blindly adhering to biases. Your keen observations allow you to discern the minutiae, truly deserving of the esteemed title of the Su family's prodigious offspring. Such an appraisal holds significant weight in the cautious realm of officialdom. I extend my gratitude for your commendation, esteemed sir. After dinner, might you rest for the night and depart tomorrow morning? I have prepared a banquet. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through my mind, and a card emerged from the cover of the case compilation, spinning and shattering into fragments, revealing a vast expanse of words akin to a galaxy suspended in the void of my consciousness. I have acquired the martial arts manual, the primordial Qigong. Shall I learn it? Yes, Su Qing silently affirmed. The words transformed into countless stars, dissipating into the ether. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged through Su Qing's mind, unlocking long-sealed memories. In those memories, I found myself meditating at home, on the precipice of a cliff, amidst the snow, and beneath the starry sky. Scenes shifted endlessly, yet the constant remained my relentless practice of meditation and Qi cultivation. Perhaps it was the passage of time, or merely the blink of an eye. Su Qing shuddered, abruptly opening her eyes, as though awakening from a lengthy dream. Her body was drenched in sweat. Upon waking, Su Qing had cultivated the primordial Qigong to its zenith, her martial prowess reaching the 5th tier. Joy illuminated Su Qing's visage. The system was indeed remarkable, transforming a frail scholar into a master brimming with internal energy in an instant. Though she possessed formidable inner strength, even a casual punch could wield several hundred pounds of force, a notion unfathomable just a day prior. From this day forth, I shall reclaim my martial path. Energized as if invigorated by elation, Su Qing summoned the case compilation and opened the latest page. The 16th case remained. Who is the human trafficker? The case's classification still held a blue designation, unchanged. It appeared that to elevate the case's status, certain triggering conditions must be met. Xiaoya, prepare hot water. I wish to bathe. After a refreshing bath, Su Qing emerged from her chamber, ethereal as a celestial being. Xiaoya, observing her, felt a faint blush graze her cheeks. Young master, I shall go wash the clothes. There is an Amma in the yamen. Let her handle it. That won't do. Amma is heavy-handed and may ruin your garments. What shall you do next, fish or paint? I shall investigate cases. How does one reach the dungeon? As the newly appointed magistrate for 3 months, it was rather embarrassing not to have familiarized myself with the layout of the yamen. Summoning a constable, I followed him to the dungeon entrance, bending to enter. Though the dungeon was not within the yamen, it was connected, the sole exit residing within the premises. This arrangement facilitated interrogations while preventing escapes. Upon stepping into the dungeon, an unpleasant, acrid odor assaulted my senses. Su Qing covered her nose with a handkerchief as she ventured further inside. Esteemed sir, I am wronged. I am innocent. As I traversed the corridor, numerous prisoners, upon seeing the official robes adorning Su Qing, rushed towards her like drowning souls grasping at a lifeline, pleading for salvation. Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly, and the guiding officer immediately sensed her confusion, hastily offering an explanation. My lord, you may not be aware, but they are all heinous criminals, awaiting execution in the autumn. They have already confessed to their crimes. Now, upon seeing a fresh face, they attempt to feign pity in hopes of securing a sliver of mercy. I implore you not to be deceived by their facade. Su Qing nodded in understanding and continued deeper into the shadows. After turning a few corners, she was met with the fierce sounds of interrogation. It seems they believe I am not applying sufficient pressure. Will they not confess the truth? I speak only the truth. It is indeed the truth. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. It truly is my first time. Chapter 4. Case upgraded. Appears that your understanding of your predicament is rather superficial. Su Qing's voice resonated from outside the interrogation room, and with that, she strode confidently into the chamber. Milady. Officer Li promptly rose, bowing respectfully before Su Qing, his demeanor markedly different from his previous casualness. Milady, I assure you this is my first time. I implore you to exercise discernment. Why are you so skilled at severing fingers? Milady, I am unaware of what you mean by skilled. I merely consider the act of severing fingers, after all. It does not result in death, hence I acted decisively, contrary to your assumptions. Su Qing gracefully settled into the interrogation chair, her calm gaze fixed upon the woman bound to the wooden post. Her striking eyes, complemented by her fair complexion and handsome features, seemed to lack any genuine menace, even when feigning ferocity. Yet, at this moment, the tranquil depths of her gaze instilled a profound sense of dread in Zhao Xiaoya. Su Qing's eyes did not appear to scrutinize a living being, but rather seemed to regard a corpse. Zhao Xiaoya would have preferred to endure the fierce stares of others than to be subjected to Su Qing's unervingly placid scrutiny. Officer Li, according to the Great Yu Law, what punishment is warranted for those who unlawfully traffic children and women? 300 lashes, exiled for 3,000 miles, or 10 years of hard labor. Whether it be 300 lashes, exile for 3,000 miles, or 10 years of labor, all are tantamount to a near-death experience. Those who endure such fates without succumbing are exceedingly rare. A crime of such gravity is undoubtedly unconfessable. To admit guilt is akin to signing one's own death warrant. Refusal? If you do not confess, severe punishment awaits. Officer Lee scoffed. Rest assured, milady, after a round of interrogation, she will undoubtedly comply. Zhao Xiaoya. I shall refer to you by this name for now. Su Qing spoke again in her composed tone. My purpose in interrogating you is not solely to ascertain the weight of your crimes, but rather to discover where the children you have stolen and seized have ultimately been sent. If you cooperate, I may consider your actions as a means of redemption, potentially mitigating your sentence. Though punishment is warranted, it may not be as severe as you anticipate. I understand that what I am saying now may seem futile to you, for you are well aware of the consequences that await you for your transgressions. Choosing the lesser of two evils is but human nature. Officer Lee, do you now comprehend why your attempts to coerce her have met with steadfast resistance? A look of realization spread across Officer Lee's face. Milady, your words have illuminated my understanding. I had thought I had captured a hardened criminal. I lament the times I apprehended those who committed heinous acts, believing them to be formidable. How foolish I was, for they were merely afraid of death. Thus, extracting a confession from her is not as daunting as it may seem. Bring some rats from the filthiest, foulest places. Rats? Milady, do you intend to use rats to elicit a confession? She is unafraid of torture. How could she fear rodents? Su Qing observed a barely perceptible smirk on Zhao Xiaoya's face and gently shook her head. The rats that thrive in the most unsanitary conditions are the most toxic. If they were to lick the wounds upon her body, the poison would swiftly spread throughout her system. Within a day, she would suffer from fever and chills. At most, within 7 days, she would perish in agony within her cell. We cannot subject unconfessed criminals to torture or execution. However, if they succumb to illness, that is beyond my concern. My greatest disdain is reserved for human traffickers. Those who resist must be dealt with swiftly, for there is no room for leniency. The notion of sentencing them to 3,000 miles of hard labor or a decade in prison is utterly absurd. As Su Qing spoke, the smirk on Zhao Xiaoya's face gradually faded, replaced by a growing sense of panic and fear. The head constable, with a glint of malice in his eyes, smiled coldly. My lord is indeed astute. Why do you hesitate? Go capture the vermin. My lord, you cannot do this. This is a disregard for human life. I cherish my people as my own children. How could I possibly disregard life? They died by their own illness. What concern is that of mine? It is said that 5 years ago, a plague erupted in Anha Prefecture, leaving those infected in a grotesque state, their bodies ravaged, and death a merciless fate. As the conversation unfolded, the departing constables returned, clutching 2 plump rats. Su Qing signaled with her eyes, and the constables approached Zhao Xiaoya with a sinister grin. Step by step, Zhao Xiaoya's complexion turned ashen. As the foul-smelling rodents drew nearer, she felt a sudden warmth trickling down her lower body. Stay away, stay away. I confess, I confess. Where did the children you abduct go? Who is your superior? My lord, I confess. May that be seen as an act of atonement? From this moment on, utter another word, and you shall perish here. In the 9th alley of the southern city, there is a paper effigy. I do not know his name, only that he is blind in one eye. I deliver all the children I obtain to him, each sold for 20 taels of silver. How many children have you trafficked in total? I have never harmed the people of this county. I was away in another county for a few days without any opportunity to act. Upon returning, I happened to see that outsider holding a child, and I acted on a whim. My lord, please spare me. Considering I have not harmed the people of this county, I plead for a chance at life. At that moment, the case file materialized in her mind, opening to the latest page. Case number 16 had triggered an upgrade, leading to the unraveling of a human trafficking ring. The case level was orange, with a reward of 1,000 points. A sense of relief washed over her. You claim you have not committed crimes in this county? Should I be presenting you with an award? Su Qing scoffed, then stood up. Lee, prepare to take her into custody. Yes. Emerging from the dungeon, Su Qing followed the head constable to the arrest. Having been raised in a prestigious family, though she lacked martial skills, she was adept with a bow and horseback riding. Young master, where are you going? At Xiaoya's exclamation, Su Qing galloped forward, leading a group of constables straight to the southern city. The 9th alley is a collective term for a system of alleys in the southern city, which is close to the port and serves as a gathering place for migrant workers, often rife with conflict and brawls. In this world, where the martial arts and the underworld exist, the southern city's Ninth Alley is frequently the scene of violent deaths. Generally, the authorities do not intervene in underworld feuds. If the deceased is of the underworld, the case is typically classified as a vendetta, leading to governmental indifference, unless someone comes forward to report and provide crucial clues. The appearance of a group of officials in Juhutong is exceedingly rare. Consequently, the residents of Juhutong cast curious glances at Su Qing and her companions. With a resounding thud, Captain Li kicked open the dilapidated door of the courtyard, which had long been in disrepair, causing it to collapse entirely. Just as Su Qing was about to step inside, Captain Li intercepted her, saying, "My lord, please wait a moment. There may be danger ahead. I shall scout the path first." With that, he drew his waist knife and boldly entered the courtyard, making his way directly to the inner room. "My lord, what brings you here?" Su Qing inquired. "I was worried about you, so I followed when you rushed out. Has anything happened?" "Nothing of consequence, merely following a lead." "Is it the accomplice of that vile woman?" "Indeed." "My lord, please come here," Captain Li called from within. Upon hearing this, Su Qing hurried forward, crossing the threshold into the dimly lit room. The atmosphere was unsettling, with paper figures densely hung on the floor, walls, and even the beams above. This sight was profoundly eerie. Amidst the chaotic array of paper figures lay a lifeless body slumped against the wall. After a thorough examination, Captain Li rose and addressed Su Qing. "A sword has pierced through the chest, striking directly at the heart. The body is still warm, the blood retains its heat, indicating death occurred no more than a short while ago." As Su Qing approached, she gazed at the corpse, which still oozed blood from the gaping wound. Feeling a wave of nausea, the case record rippled slightly, indicating yet another nefarious human trafficker had received their just punishment, garnering 400 reward points. With a total balance of 500 points, thus meeting the conditions for exchange. Please redeem your rewards in a timely manner. Chapter 5. Rescuing the fallen enemy. The scene bore no evidence of struggle. The paper figures lay neatly arranged, utterly unharmed. It seemed that the deceased had been caught completely off guard by the assailant's arrival, for had he been aware, he would surely have toppled a few in his panic. Yet, the sword had been thrust in from the front. Xiaoya, gripped by fear, clutched tightly to Su Qing's sleeve, hiding behind her as her gaze flickered nervously. Suddenly, with terror etched on her face, she stared out the tightly sealed window, exclaiming, "There's a ghost! Who is it?" At that moment, Captain Li unleashed a sudden roar, propelling himself through the window, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Had Su Qing been alone, she would have been terrified. However, surrounded by a dozen constables, even in the wake of this freshly committed crime, she felt a surprising lack of fear. The paper figure had just been slain, and the murderer could well be lurking outside the window. Goodness! To kill and yet not flee. Summoning the case log, she once more exchanged points for a reward. A new card emerged from the cover of the log. Swirling before shattering within her mind's eye, she called forth a mysterious expert, usable 3 times. Upon activation, a random enigmatic figure would obey her commands, existing for the span of an hour. Instantly, a shadowy figure clad in white, adorned with a mask and bearing an exaggerated longsword on its back, flickered in her consciousness. It seems there's truly a wealth of options, she mused. "Everyone, please search the surroundings for any useful clues," she instructed those nearby. "Yes, my lord. I am incompetent. I allowed him to escape," one constable admitted. "Did you see who it was?" "No, he was cloaked and masked. I could not engage him directly, but his agility was remarkable. I pursued him for 3 miles before he eluded me. In my estimation, he possesses at least 5th-grade martial prowess." "5th-grade martial artist?" Su Qing pondered, then turned to Captain Li. "Could you combat him?" "My lord, I am of the 7th grade. Then we shall have no issue." She surveyed the others around her. "Has anyone else made any discoveries?" "None here, nor here. Since we have found nothing, let us regroup." "Captain Li, send someone to transport the gravely injured paper figure to the medical hall, instructing the physician to spare no effort in saving him," Su Qing added casually. Upon hearing this, the constables preparing to regroup were left bewildered. "My lord, did you just say to send the paper figure to the medical hall?" "Indeed," Su Qing replied with composure. "The paper figure is gravely injured and on the brink of death, yet he holds vital clues. It is imperative we attempt to rescue him." "But the paper figure is already dead," Captain Li remarked, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. Either he had lost his mind, or the esteemed Su Qing had. Su Qing gazed at Captain Li, perplexed by his confusion. Was my hint not sufficiently clear? Beside the deceased lay an unwrapped parcel. It was surmised that the victim had intended to flee, but was abruptly struck down by the assailant. What could have compelled the murderer to act so suddenly? Certainly, The purpose is to silence him. But why must he be silenced? Could it be that the paper effigy knows the identity of the murderer and poses a threat to his safety? It must be so. When we arrived, how long had the paper effigy been dead? Not long at all. The body was still trembling. Certainly no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Why did the murderer hide outside the window, reluctant to leave even after we arrived? Why? He was covertly observing us, monitoring our actions. No, that is not quite right. His surveillance was not of our actions, but rather to ascertain if the paper effigy was indeed dead, even though the blade struck true to the heart of the effigy. He could not afford to wait until it was unequivocally lifeless and left prematurely. At this moment, the spark of realization illuminated Captain Lee's eyes. So that as how it is the murderer, uncertain whether the effigy was dead, leaves the matter of his fate in our hands. If we declare him alive, then he shall remain so. A child can be taught. But what good does that do for an adult? Even if we proclaim the deceased as alive, he remains dead. And we cannot compel him to reveal the identity of his killer. Captain Lee. My master's intent is to use this deceased paper effigy as bait to draw out the true culprit. If the murderer believes the effigy is still alive, he will surely return to eliminate any witnesses. I see now. Captain Lee finally grasped the concept and, with admiration, clasped his hands in respect towards Su Qing. My lord, I truly find myself at a loss for words. I am but a simple man, lacking the sophistication for such intricate schemes. Your foresight is truly remarkable, leaving me in awe. My admiration for your intellect is beyond mere expression. Very well, go and attend to your duties, Su Qing gestured. Immediately, Captain Lee hastily transported the paper effigy to the nearest Baolintang Medical Hall. Doctor, please, we need your assistance. Following Su Qing's instructions, the effigy must be placed in a private sick room, isolated from others. Outside, there must be guards present at all times, and aside from Dr. Cui of Baolintang, no one else is permitted to approach. The true state of the paper effigy must be known only to Dr. Cui, who is to treat him as if he were alive, administering medicine daily and continuing acupuncture therapy. Under Su Qing's meticulous arrangements, news of an important patient at Baolintang, protected by county officials for 12 hours, spread like wildfire. The doctors at Baolintang are exerting every effort to revive him. For doing so will unravel a significant child trafficking case. Lord Su, having only been in office for 3 months, has made a stunning impact with his decisive actions. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Su Qing set down her book, stretching languidly and yawning. This simply will not do. I have toiled over this plan for many days. And now that the time is ripe, I must personally oversee it. What good will your presence do? You lack martial skills. It matters not that I do not understand. Captain Lee does. However, being merely a 7th-tier martial artist, even if he could best the murderer, he may not ensure my master's safety. Just a 7th tier? TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiaoya, when did your tone become so audacious? Captain Lee is indeed the foremost expert in our county's magistracy. Suddenly, an alarmed voice echoed from outside. The water is flooding. Quick, someone, the water is flooding. Following this exclamation, a fervent clamor of gongs resounded. Chapter 6. The success of fishing. Su Qing hurriedly rose and approached the window, pushing it open to gaze outside. Approximately 100 meters away, flames soared into the sky. That area was filled with numerous grass huts, which served as temporary accommodations for newcomers to Qinglu County. These huts were built in rows, and when one caught fire, it could swiftly spread to the others, engulfing them in flames. Su Qing's countenance darkened instantly. She had not anticipated that the mastermind behind this chaos would resort to such heartless tactics to lure them away. Countless individuals resided within those grass huts, and this inferno could claim an untold number of lives. What should we do, my lord? The door was forcefully flung open, and Captain Lee, his face etched with urgency, inquired, "What are you waiting for? Go extinguish the fire. Everyone move. But what about this side? This side can wait. You must leave at once. I will follow shortly." Yes. With a grand gesture, Captain Lee commanded, "Everyone, follow me." Once Captain Lee departed, Xiaoya promptly began collecting the books Su Qing had brought. Meanwhile, the distant flames seemed to subside considerably, providing Su Qing with a slight sense of relief. "Young master, we should leave now." "Xiaoya, put the things down. We are not going." Xiaoya's face turned pale in an instant. "Young master, do not jest. The fire in the south is undoubtedly a ploy by the culprit to draw us away. Captain Lee has already left. The perpetrator is likely nearby." Observing Xiaoya's anxious expression, Su Qing smiled faintly. "Do you think they would dare to kill an official?" The martial men of the rivers and lakes act on impulse. They are not so burdened by caution. In a moment of recklessness, they can commit any act. Su Qing gradually seated herself in a chair within the infirmary, gazing with an amused expression at Xiao Ye's flustered demeanor. You are usually so composed. It is rare to see you in such a state of panic. Your nervousness is quite charming. Young master, how can you still jest at a time like this? Xiao Ye retorted indignantly. At that moment, the window where Su Qing had previously stood shattered violently, and a shadow darted into the room like a streak of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately afterward, two figures followed suit into the room. All three were clad in black, their faces masked, revealing only their eyes. As the black-clad figures broke through the window, Xiao Ye hastily stood in front of Su Qing, shielding her. Without hesitation, two of the assailants brandished their swords and lunged at Xiao Ye and Su Qing. One of them swiftly reached the bedside and thrust a sword down at the paper effigy lying there. Two gleaming blades closed in, mere moments away from Su Qing and Xiao Ye. Suddenly, Xiao Ye waved her sleeve, the long water sleeve seeming to possess immense power as they struck out towards the two attackers. The masked assailants had no time to react before Xiao Ye's water sleeves forcefully impacted their chests. Pooh! Blood spewed forth as they were sent flying. Simultaneously, another black-clad figure pierced the throat of the paper effigy with a sword, a dark pool of blood oozing forth. Dead, the black-clad assailant revealed a flicker of confusion. But in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. A trap. Only then did he grasp the situation, but it was far too late. With a smile, Su Qing gently unfurled her folding fan and remarked, "You are indeed clever, dog official. Yet, regrettably, you have made a fatal error. Oh, pray tell, do you believe that having a mere girl of 8th rank by your side ensures your safety? 8th rank is still far from sufficient." As her words fell, she swiftly lunged towards Su Qing. "Young master, quickly retreat," Xiao Ye urgently exclaimed, and as she spoke, her twin silken sleeves shot forth like dragons towards the adversary. In an instant, the opponent wielded a long sword, and the blade's light erupted like a sky full of fireworks. A series of sharp sounds pierced the air, as countless fragments of silken sleeves transformed into fluttering butterflies. The cloaked assassin advanced step by step. Although Xiao Ye's sleeves were elusive, they proved woefully inadequate against the assassin's sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad figure was upon Xiao Ye. Just as the assassin thrust his sword towards her chest, an unknown blade appeared before her, blocking the attack. Startled, Xiao Ye looked up to see a mysterious figure clad in white, wearing a white mask and sporting a cascade of white hair. The enigmatic individual brandished a serrated sword and, without uttering a word, engaged the assassin in combat. The two figures, one black and one white, intertwined like phantoms, their movements surpassing the limits of human perception. Su Qing finally came to realize that despite having mastered the Hunyuan Qi skill, she remained utterly powerless. Beyond the incessant clanging sounds, her vision was obscured. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as the wall adjacent to the window shattered, and a shadow darted through the breach. Vanishing from sight, the white-clad figure momentarily appeared at the gaping hole in the wall, poised to pursue, but was halted by Su Qing's voice. "Do not chase after them?" The white-clad man paused, then obediently stood beside Su Qing. At that moment, she regarded Xiao Ye with a playful expression, while Xiao Ye, head bowed and fidgeting with her garment, dared not meet her gaze. "Young master, did you suspect this all along?" "Not particularly early on. That afternoon, I was in such a rush that I did not bring you along. Our group hastened into Jihutong, and just as we arrived, you were right behind us. Xiao Ye, your acting is commendable. Usually, you can barely walk 100 steps without complaining of back pain. Yet you managed to pursue us for 7 or 8 li without so much as a breath. Oh, by the way, you did catch your breath a few times, but it was rather unconvincing. Moreover, even Captain Li failed to notice anyone outside the window, yet you were the first to discover them. At that moment, I thought your martial prowess must surpass Captain Li's. He is of the 7th rank, so you must be at least of the 8th rank. Young master, I did not intend to keep this from you. It is merely that you have always disliked having martial artists accompany you. However, given your condition, it is essential to have someone knowledgeable in martial arts to ensure your protection at all times." Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Su Qing suddenly recalled her past aversion to those who offered her protection, stemming from her own failures in martial arts. She believed they constantly reminded her of her inadequacy, being neither scholarly nor martial. For the scions of noble families, lacking martial skills felt akin to not knowing how to dress oneself. They may be incapable of dressing themselves or even eating without assistance, Yet they must possess martial prowess and be well-versed in the art of weaponry. Since you are a master concealed by my side, what of Xiao Dai? Is she likewise adept? I am uncertain. That is a question for a young master to pose to Xiao Dai. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from outside the door. With a thunderous crash, the door was flung open. "My lord, I am late." Captain Li cried out, staring at Su Qing, who stood unharmed within the room. He blinked twice, then suddenly shivered. "My lord, are you unscathed? How wonderful, truly wonderful. My lord, did you not say you would arrive shortly? If I were to depart, would not our arduous performance over the past 3 days have been in vain? What transpired there? Were the casualties severe? 5 perished in the flames, and over 20 sustained burns, while more than 50 thatched huts were reduced to ashes. Eyewitnesses claimed it was a deliberate act of arson. However, the assailants were cloaked in black, rendering them unrecognizable. No need for recognition. It must be them, Su Qing asserted, gesturing towards the 2 black-clad figures on the ground, feigning death after being subdued by Xiaoyao. Chapter 7. The Prisoner's Dilemma. The 9th-tier master ultimately managed to escape, which, though regrettable, was unavoidable. Su Qing could anticipate the actions of the shadowy puppet master, but had underestimated their strength. Even if she had foreseen that the mastermind possessed 9th-tier capabilities, all Su Qing could aspire to was her own survival. The carriage swayed unsteadily along the cobblestone streets of Qingla County, and Su Qing, leaning against Xiaoya's thigh, soon fell into a deep slumber. After days of waiting for an opportunity, she had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in quite some time. Awakened by the melodious chirping of birds, Su Qing opened her eyes to find herself in her own bed. Her clothes had been changed, presumably by Xiaoya's hand, ever since her martial prowess had been exposed. The girl seemed to have become quite audacious, undressing her master without rousing him. Yawning, Su Qing dressed and rose, pulling open the door to find Xiaoya standing at the threshold with a smile. "Young master, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Though the inquiry seemed ordinary, it carried an underlying meaning that piqued Su Qing's interest, prompting a teasing smile in response. "I slept adequately, though for some reason. The pillow last night felt rather firm. Then I shall procure a softer pillow for you today." "There's no need. The pillow on the carriage last night was quite satisfactory." Before Xiaoya could display any bashfulness, Su Qing laughed heartily and stepped outside. After freshening up and enjoying the meticulously prepared breakfast by Xiao Dai, Su Qing made her way back to the dungeon. Covering her nose, she traversed the long corridor to the interrogation room, pondering the necessity of improving the dungeon's conditions. The odor was so overpowering that it might breed infectious diseases. "My lord." The guards in the cells stood at attention upon Su Qing's arrival. "What about those 2? Have they been interrogated? Let us commence." Taking her seat at the head of the table, Su Qing's subordinates eagerly poured her a freshly brewed pot of tea. Bestowing a look of approval upon them, she then turned her indifferent gaze toward the 2 black-clad figures being dragged in. Soon, the 2 captives were secured to a wooden cross. A soft hiss sounded as the charcoal fire was ignited, and one of the guards let out a chilling laugh, tossing several branding irons into the flames. Another guard dragged a long table from the corner, its surface laden with grotesque and disturbing implements of torture. "I am aware that you hardened criminals possess formidable resilience, but let me assure you, even the toughest bones can only withstand for a day." A black-clad man laughed heartily at this declaration. "A day? You think I am intimidated? Death is merely an option. In 18 years, I shall rise again as a man. Indeed, I would relish experiencing the prowess of you hounds. You think you can break me in less than a day? If you have the guts, strike me down." "Ah. But do you know how the one who endured the longest met his end? He was beaten to death. Do you know which instrument of torture claimed his life?" Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly, gently setting down her teacup. "Enough with the idle chatter." Raising her indifferent gaze to one of the captives, she inquired, "Will you confess?" "Confess to what?" "Punish him with the utmost severity." In the secluded courtyard of the county magistrate's residence, within the confines of Xiaoya's chamber, she rested her head upon her hand, nibbling absent-mindedly on the slender tip of her brush, her gaze drifting towards the wisps of fluff dancing outside the window. Scenes flickered in her mind, yet she found herself ensnared in an elusive haze. The word pillow incessantly burrowed into her thoughts like earthworms after a rain, resisting all attempts to suppress it. A gentle flush crept upon her cheeks. Regaining her composure, Xiaoya took a deep breath and began to write. On that day, the magistrate's assistant, Zhang, visited to assess the young master's capabilities. Without any prior warning, the young master responded with remarkable eloquence. Furthermore, He astutely unveiled the true nature of a cunning human trafficker before the court, a man so deceptive that even the county's deputy nearly fell victim to his ruse. Zhang commended the young master for his cleverness and resourcefulness, noting his keen observational skills and incisive judgment, truly deserving of the title prodigy of the Su family. The young master possessed great wisdom, albeit concealed beneath a veneer of modesty. The strategy of waiting for the rabbit had borne fruit the previous day, resulting in the capture of 2 nefarious bandits. Regrettably, the leader, a master of the 9th rank, managed to evade capture. Moreover, I have become aware that the young master has discerned my martial prowess, and he is accompanied by a mysterious figure clad in white. I wonder if this is a scheme orchestrated by my lord in secret? This enigmatic expert appeared fleetingly, vanishing without a trace after the operation concluded, leaving me in uncertainty about his whereabouts. After pausing my quill, I was left with a piece of paper densely inscribed with meticulous characters. Once the ink had dried, I rolled the note and tucked it into a small bamboo tube. Within the dungeon, a cacophony of anguished wails reverberated, each cry more harrowing than the last, causing the majority of the most vile criminals awaiting their fate to cower in the corners of their cells, trembling with fear. Time slipped away unnoticed until Su Qing halted her incessant tapping on her knee. The 2 officers, drenched in sweat from the lashing of a whip, wiped their foreheads and ceased their actions. Captain Lee, with a cold smirk etched across his face, strode forward and inquired, "Who escaped last night? What other accomplices do you have? Bah, you dog of an official, is this all you are capable of? What a disappointment." Su Qing responded with a faint smile, setting down her teacup and rising gracefully. "Torture is not my style. Generally, I prefer to conduct interrogations without resorting to such measures. You 2 insignificant figures are hardly worthy of my exceptional treatment. What were you doing just now? Did you not inflict half an hour of torture upon us?" Another cloaked figure retorted angrily. "You misinterpret my actions. I was not torturing you, merely entertaining the thought of inflicting harm. You are aware of your crimes better than I, and they are unforgivable. You deserve a fate of 1,000 cuts. However, considering you are but accomplices and not the masterminds, I can extend a measure of mercy and offer you a chance at survival. But there is but one condition. One of you must confess, and I shall grant leniency to that individual, sparing them from death, although they shall face hard labor at the quarry in Longxi, with no promise of pardon. Should both of you remain silent, I see no reason to waste further words and shall simply have you both executed and disposed of in a mass grave. Given the nature of your crimes, such a fate is hardly excessive, is it? Captain Lee, separate them and keep them at a distance. Position guards at the entrance. Should either of them wish to confess, they can inform the guards, and I shall return to inquire further." With that, she rose and turned to leave. Although I am aware that your esteemed method must possess profound significance, I remain perplexed. How can one expect these 2 hardened individuals to confess without the application of force? Have you discerned the reasons behind their steadfast silence? They fear death. Should they confess, they would face trial, and once the verdict is pronounced, their fate would be sealed. Thus, I have granted them a chance at life. Surely, your words are merely a ruse to deceive them? These 2 are not naive newcomers. They will not be swayed by your assurances. I understand. Su Qing inhaled deeply as she emerged from the dungeon, relishing the fresh air. I do not seek their belief in my words. Rather, I desire to instill doubt in their minds regarding each other's credence in my statements. Lee, the head constable, scratched his head, his gaze still brimming with insight. My lord, forgive my candor, but from my experience, these 2 are not easily deceived. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. My lord, they have confessed. They have confessed. Chapter 8. Disciples of the Sanju sect. 2 criminals have confessed. Who confessed? Both of them have. Su Qing turned away indifferently and said, "Let us interrogate one first, then the other. Lee, let us go." As she entered the dungeon, the elderly Lee slapped his forehead in frustration. "Why is this happening? You're fortunate. You managed to confess before your accomplice. Almost immediately after your confession, your partner followed suit. He was a moment too late, and thus, his chance of survival has slipped away. Congratulations." At that moment, the man in black had lost all his previous arrogance. His gaze evasive and lowered, unable to meet Su Qing's eyes. "What is your name?" I am Tong Binqin. Who was the one who escaped last night?" "My lord, you promised to spare my life. What I have promised is indeed binding. But if you continue to speak of your companion, I shall proceed to interrogate the other. He is my master, Lei Bin." "Your master is Lei Bin? Please elaborate on how many of you there are and the crimes you have committed. How many hideouts do you possess?" "My master, Lei Bin, is a former disciple of the Sanju sect. He has 3 disciples in total. I am the eldest brother, and he is the younger brother. The second disciple perished during a mission last year to evade the pursuit of enemies. My master concealed his identity as a disciple of the Sanju sect by operating a noodle shop in town as a fade. Although his noodle-making skills are excellent and the business is doing well, the expenses of a martial artist are substantial, and the shop's earnings are insufficient to sustain us. Therefore, we also engage in some illicit activities on the side. For how many years have you been trafficking children? I do not know, my lord. I truly do not know. While I am aware that my master is involved in this trade, he never permits us to inquire about it. At most, we are involved in acts of murder, arson, and theft. Do you think murder and arson are any lighter than child trafficking? Is there any way to locate your master? Lei Bin, I do not know, but there should be someone who can. My master mentioned that aside from him, there are 2 other uncles who escaped from the Sanju sect. The eldest uncle is named Su Taifeng, who runs a blacksmith shop, and the second uncle is Lu Baituan, a wealthy gentleman. However, from my master's tone, it seems their relationship is quite strained, filled with deep-seated enmity. Lu Baituan? Li, the head constable, exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name. Do you know him? Yes, he is the owner of a grain and oil business. Though he may not be the wealthiest in Qingla County, he is indeed prosperous. Anything else? Su Qing inquired again. That is all I know. I have disclosed everything. Take him away and let him ponder further. The host successfully apprehended 2 malevolent characters from the Jianghu, earning a reward of 300 points. Subsequently, Su Qing interrogated the other criminal and received similar information. Both were orphans, initially taken in by Lei Bin as helpers in the noodle shop, and later, due to their aptitude, accepted as disciples. The longest had been with him for 12 years, while the shortest for 10. Lei Bin's child trafficking business was conducted in conjunction with making paper effigies, and the 2 disciples did not take part in it. However, Lei Bin, accompanied by his 2 disciples, engaged in the nefarious business of assassination and the procurement of mercenaries. Emerging from the interrogation room, Captain Li followed closely behind, his demeanor reflecting an admiration bordering on obsequiousness. My lord, should I immediately head to the east side noodle shop to retrieve the individual? He inquired. Do you truly believe that Lei Bin would be foolish enough to wait for you to capture him? His 2 disciples appear rather dim-witted, he added, noticing Su Qing's silence. Captain Li pressed further. Then, what shall we do next? Gather information on Lu Baichuan, how many family members he has, their identities, his business dealings, and his associates. Su Qing instructed. A look of realization spread across Captain Li's face. Why complicate matters? I could simply go and seize him. All that information would emerge during the interrogation. Seize Lu Baichuan. What evidence do we have against him? Merely being Lei Bin's senior brother does not warrant his arrest. As for evidence, does the government require proof to apprehend someone? If they mistakenly capture the wrong person, they can always release them. Do not act recklessly. I only require you to conduct a discreet investigation. Understood. To avoid alarming the prey, Captain Li replied. You understand nothing at all, Su Qing retorted. Sir, please guide me regarding my forthcoming duties, Su Zhao said, bowing respectfully to Su Qing. Ever since Judge Zhang's departure yesterday, Su Zhao had lost his last opportunity to undermine Su Qing. He now found himself a mere pawn, vulnerable to Su Qing's whims. Perhaps sensing that resistance would yield the same result, he had come today to accept his fate, his rigid posture reflecting his final defiance. What is the population of our county? Over 100,000. And what does over entail? Su Zhao hesitated, lacking precise figures. I cannot provide a detailed account. Your next task is to conduct a thorough census of the county's population, detailing how many cities, towns, and villages exist, the number of inhabitants in each village, and their names. You have 2 months to complete this task. Is that acceptable? My lord, may I request a few assistants? Su Zhao trembled slightly, his voice tinged with bitterness. What a ruthless heart you possess, desiring to work me to the bone. The county's manpower and resources are at your disposal. Once the census is complete, you will also be tasked with measuring farmland, cultivating new land, and improving irrigation. I guarantee that you will not find yourself idle for the next 3 years. Su Qing's subsequent remarks left Su Zhao wide-eyed in disbelief. No, Sir Su. Your magnanimity astounds me, he said, bowing deeply before turning to leave with a spring in his step. Is conducting a population census truly so effortless? Why is he so elated? Su Qing murmured, watching Su Zhao's jubilant departure. Another day passed quietly, and early in the morning, Lu Baichuan arrived at the county office. His expression one of suspicion. He had barely risen from his slumber when summoned by the county office. Yet the messenger had not uttered a single word regarding the nature of the summons. Thus, he arrived at the office laden with apprehension. Under the guidance of a constable, Lu Baichuan was led to the rear hall. Upon entering, he secretly exhaled in relief. As long as it was not the main court, he was safe. The main court signified wrongdoing, while the rear hall typically indicated mere questioning. It has long been rumored that the newly appointed magistrate of Qingla County is merely a scion of privilege, having attained his position through familial connections. In Lu Baichuan's view, such claims are only capable of deceiving the uninformed populace. He remained skeptical. Although Magistrate Su did not ascend through the ranks of the imperial examination, it is inconceivable that he is as inept as the rumors suggest, nor could he possibly be a fool. If Magistrate Su were truly as the tales depict, then it would follow that both the governor of Jiangzhou and the prefect of Jinghai are equally foolish. Soon, Lu Baichuan encountered the illustrious Su Qing, who was dining in the courtyard at that moment. At first glance, he was a dashing young man, exuding the grace and elegance characteristic of noble lineage. Such a demeanor is certainly not commonplace. Commoner Lu Baichuan pays his respects to Master Su. Chapter 9. The 10-day deadline. Mr. Lu has arrived. Have you eaten? If not, let us dine together. Xiao Dai, please bring another set of chopsticks. No, I have already had my breakfast. Lu Baichuan quickly waved his hands in refusal. Mr. Lu, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality, Su Qing said with a faint smile. No, Su Darren, what is it that you summoned this humble citizen for? Oh, it is merely a desire to understand the grievances between the Qinglong Society and the Sanja sect from years past. Though her words were as gentle as a spring breeze, they thundered in Lu Baichuan's ears like a summer storm. The moment Su Qing's voice left her lips, Lu Baichuan's body tensed up. Had he not been accustomed to restraining himself over the years, he might have leapt up in agitation. Yet, despite his commendable self-control, Su Qing noticed a slight tremor in him. Mr. Lu, what troubles you? Are you unwilling to speak with me? What do you mean, Su Darren? I do not comprehend. I have heard of the Qinglong Society, a formidable martial force in Jiangzhou, but as for the Sanja sect, I am unaware. Su Taifeng, Lu Baiwan, and Lei Bin, you three are disciples of the Sanja sect. Look, I have already revealed your names. It would be rather pointless to continue feigning ignorance, would it not? Lu Baichuan's expression immediately darkened. Darren, what is it that you seek? Please be explicit. I need you to find Lei Bin and deliver him to me. You must have erred in your search. I am at odds with Lei Bin. You should seek Su Taifeng. He is on good terms with Lei Bin. You are mistaken. Su Qing interrupted Lu Baichuan. For you have a family, a wife, and children. If I were to disclose that the remnants of the Sanju sect still exist in Qingla County, what do you think the Qinglong Society would do? Darren, as the magistrate of Qingla County, you bear the responsibility of protecting and caring for the people. How can you utter such words? Rest assured, Mr. Lu, this conversation will remain between us until you leave this door. Moreover, there are no secrets that can remain unexposed. Can you truly evade the initial scrutiny? You, Lu Baichuan exclaimed in fury, stepping forward. In that instant, Su Qing's vision blurred, and Xiao Dai appeared before her, positioning herself between Su Qing and Lu Baichuan. Su Qing continued to leisurely savor the pastries in her hand, her expression unwavering. Lu Baichuan resembled a furious lion, yet Su Qing understood he would not act recklessly. A man burdened with concerns knows how to restrain himself, and Su Qing was well aware of this. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, Lu Baichuan reined in his anger, bowing slightly towards Su Qing. This humble citizen promises, Darren, that I will keep this matter confidential. Of course, but I shall grant you only 10 days. Within this time, you must apprehend Lei Bin. Very well, 10 days it shall be. As Lei Bin exited the county office, Su Qing successfully finished her breakfast. Taking the handkerchief that Xiao Dai offered to wipe her greasy fingers, is it that young master specifically requested my presence today to test whether I possess martial skills? Xiao Dai stood beside Su Qing, softly inquiring. Although she had already formed an inner conviction, she felt the need to probe further. Between you and Xiaoya, whose martial prowess surpasses the other? We are evenly matched, I suppose. She practices the flowing clouds flying sleeves. What is your signature skill? The surging waves palm. The surging waves palm? Is there a move called overturning mountains and seas? Indeed, the first move of the surging waves palm is overturning mountains and seas. So there truly is such a move, Su Qing mused inwardly. She then rose, stating, I am done eating. Summon Xiaoya and Captain Li. We shall venture out. Where to? South of the city. The sky was slightly overcast, and the streets of Zhuke in the southern part of the city were sparsely populated. In the distance, a magnificent carriage approached slowly. Though it bore no extravagant decorations, its simplicity exuded an air of luxury. Even in Qing County, a prosperous town by the river, one would struggle to find many carriages of such grandeur. The carriage gradually left the street and meandered onto a secluded path at the southern edge of the city. After a short distance, the sound of clear and crisp metal striking metal reached their ears. As they drew closer, the clanging grew louder. The carriage halted before an unassuming blacksmith shop. The sound ceased, and an elderly man, bare-chested and limping, emerged from within. He was missing an arm and a leg, yet he navigated with a cane, seemingly undeterred. Su Qing stepped from the carriage, leading the three directly to the elder. As she assessed him, the old man scrutinized her in return. What does this young master seek? I am looking for someone. Oh, there's only me here. Could it be that you were searching for me? If your name is Su Taifeng, then the person I seek is indeed you. Upon hearing this, the elder remained still, but the three companions nearby were taken aback, especially Captain Li, who nearly lunged at Su Qing, shouting a warning. Individuals from the martial world are particularly sensitive. Such potentially misleading remarks should be avoided, for they are capable of swift and lethal reactions. However, Su Taifeng's expression darkened. I have evaded for over a decade, yet I cannot escape. You must be from the Qinglong Society, then? Do as you wish. With that, Su Taifeng closed his eyes. You are mistaken. I am not from the Qinglong Society. Not from the Qinglong Society? Su Taifeng paused. Then his demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. Who might you be? Are you here to toy with me? I am Su Qing, the magistrate of Qing County. Do you truly think I would have the leisure to amuse myself at your expense? Su Taifeng's expression transformed once more, scrutinizing Su Qing from head to toe before shaking his head slightly. You do not appear to be a newly appointed magistrate. How audacious. Su Taifeng's expression softened somewhat. My lord, you nearly frightened me to death. If you wish to summon me, you need not come in person. I have heard that your mobility is impaired. As a benevolent official, I wish to extend my courtesy. My life is but a trifle, my lord. If summoned, I would crawl if necessary. Your personal visit leaves me in awe. What business do you have with me? I require you to locate Lei Bin, third junior brother. Has he gotten himself into trouble? Indeed, he has. Alas, I should have anticipated that among the three brothers, he was the most unruly and prone to associating with unsavory characters, ultimately leading him astray. My lord, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather that my capabilities have been severely diminished. Having lost an arm and a leg, I am rendered almost useless and cannot aid in apprehending our third brother. As Su Qing observed Su Taifeng's drooping sleeves and the emptiness of his pant leg, she felt it was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect more from him. I have heard that your blacksmithing skills are quite impressive, she inquired once more. Indeed, I do not boast, but despite my missing arm and leg, my craftsmanship is among the finest in Qing County. Whatever others can forge, I too can create, without any compromise in quality. Oh, may we take a look inside? Please, my lord, do come in. Chapter 10, Blossoming in Beauty upon entering Su Taifeng's blacksmith shop. A wave of warmth enveloped me. The room was adorned with an array of agricultural tools, still in their rough forms. Yet they imparted a peculiar sense of refinement to Su Qing. A philosophical notion crossed her mind. All things of quality inherently possess an aesthetic charm. Soon, her attention was captivated by several unusual iron implements beside the forge. What is this? I call it the mighty arm. Did I not lose an arm? Initially, I envisioned crafting a metallic limb to assist with my blacksmithing. However, I soon realized my naivety. While the mighty arm could aid me, it lacked the finesse to wield strength appropriately, often causing more trouble than assistance. Surveying the surroundings, Su Qing observed that all the items crafted were agricultural tools. What is the yield? Su Taifeng appeared as innocent as a farmer who had toiled in the fields for a lifetime, devoid of any remnants of his former heroic prowess. Can you forge weapons? Indeed, in these times, one cannot be without the skill of weaponry. However, I only forge when summoned. Otherwise, I refrain from such endeavors. Sir, I possess some weapons I forged previously, which have yet to find a buyer. May I present them for your consideration? Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Su Taifeng beamed with delight as he unearthed a long iron box from beneath a pile of tools, dusting off the carbon soot before cautiously unveiling a wrapped long sword before Su Qing. As she unwrapped the white cloth, a verdant blade emerged before her eyes. The hilt and scabbard were crafted from humble materials, yet their design was undeniably elegant. A crisp sound echoed, akin to a dragon's roar. as the blade shimmered like autumn waters. An exquisite sword. The blade bore intricate, hair-like dragon patterns, the result of countless layers of steel being hammered into shape. Su Qing, though not well-versed in swords, could sense the sharp aura emanating from the blade. Indeed, indeed. How many such swords do you possess? 5. And the total cost? I shall take them all. Su Taifeng's face lit up with joy as he tremulously extended a finger. 20 taels each, totaling 100 taels. This sum was approximately equivalent to Su Qing's annual salary, but financial constraints had never burdened her. Not too pricey. Xiaya, please pay for them. We shall take all 5. Young master, what purpose do you have for these swords? None among us wields one. While we may not need them now, the future remains uncertain. They could serve as rewards for the office's year-end benefits. Gently patting Su Taifeng on the shoulder, she added. If you truly wish to leave your past behind, severing all ties with the martial world, you must cease forging weapons altogether. Yes, yes, I shall heed your counsel. My lord, let us depart, Su Qing remarked nonchalantly, turning toward the carriage stationed at the road's edge. Just as she was about to mount the carriage, she suddenly halted. Is my lord suspecting that Su Taifeng is in league with Lei Bin? Surely not. Su Taifeng is now a mere shadow of his former self. Not only has his physical prowess diminished, but it appears his martial skills have also waned. One must tread carefully to avoid significant missteps. Understood. It was yet another clear and radiant morning when Su Qing rose, pushing open the door to discover that the peach blossoms in the courtyard had miraculously bloomed overnight. The delicate pink petals hung from the branches, captivating in their charm. Xiaya and Qiaodai stood beneath the peach tree, gazing upwards, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the blossoms cascaded down like ethereal snowflakes. While the peach blossoms are beautiful, they pale in comparison to a true beauty. My lord, the peach blossoms have bloomed. It is said that the blossoms at Nanjing Temple are the most exquisite, renowned far and wide. Shall we visit Nanjing Temple to admire them? There is no time like the present. Today, with the blossoms freshly opened and the rain having cleared, is the perfect day. After breakfast, let us prepare and set off for Nanjing Temple. Yes, although the Great Yugua has decreed that officials are entitled to a day off each 10 days, with fixed schedules. Such rules are seldom observed at the grassroots level, particularly in counties where imperial authority is weak. As the saying goes, the local magistrate can seize homes, and the county governor can extinguish families. Here, in Qingla County, my rules are law. Su Qing hails from the esteemed Su family, a lineage rich in scholarly tradition. Though she self-deprecatingly laments her 15 years of arduous study yielding no success, it is merely jest. Raised in an environment steeped in culture, with relatives and elders being some of the era's finest literati, it is inconceivable that she lacks the genes of an intellectual, should she choose to take the imperial examination. Achieving the status of a scholar would not be insurmountable. However, being the legitimate eldest son of the Su family comes with expectations. If one is to take the exam, one must excel. Thus, after several unsuccessful attempts and family assessments over the past 15 years, Su Qing abandoned the path of the imperial examinations. While Su Qing may not excel in scholarly pursuits, she possesses commendable skills in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Thus, equipped with her painting supplies, she intends to create a depiction of the March peach blossoms at Nanjing Temple. As the carriage meandered along the road to Nanjing Temple, it gradually encountered other carriages. The air was filled with the lively chatter of the ladies from affluent families. Finding herself somewhat bored, Su Qing initiated a conversation. Xiaoya, has it been 7 days already? Is there still no news from Lu Baituan? Not yet. After all, Lei Bin is a 9th-tier master. If he wishes to remain hidden, he is not easily found. Moreover, could it be possible, my lord, that Lei Bin has already left Qingla County? He should not have departed yet. Su Qing pondered for a moment and shook her head. Lei Bin's situation has not yet reached a point of utter desperation that would compel him to abandon his familiar surroundings for an entirely foreign place. You are right. My lord, you wouldn't truly consider revealing their identities, would you? I may only disclose Lei Bin's. Since Lu Baichuan Sr. has proven elusive, we must resort to seeking his adversaries. My lord, I never would have guessed you had a mischievous side. Qiaodai giggled, covering her mouth. Before long, Su Qing arrived at Nanjing Temple. Nestled atop Peach Mountain, the temple's surrounding wild peach trees formed a breathtaking spectacle. As she ascended the stone steps, a refreshing breeze greeted her, instantly uplifting her spirits. In the midst of March, the mountains were ablaze with a riot of colorful peach blossoms. Su Qing, accompanied by 2 maidens, traversed the mountain path at a leisurely pace. clad in pristine white garments and wielding a folding fan. She resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, frequently capturing the admiring gazes of the young ladies along the way, their eyes brimming with youthful ardor. As they progressed, Su Qing suddenly closed her fan, a look of curiosity crossing her face. "Is something amiss, my lord?" she inquired. "Throughout our journey, we have yet to encounter any monks. The individuals we see, sweeping, fetching water, and gathering firewood, appear to be nothing more than ordinary folk. What you may not realize, my lord," she continued, "is that in the entirety of Nanjiang Temple, there is but one true monk, the illustrious Buddha, Master Wuchen." Chapter 11. Young Master of my family. Su Qing, Buddha Young Master? What sort of moniker is that? Su Qing inquired, her expression one of confusion. Wu Chun was destined to be a celestial being, yet fate has led him to the monastic life. Have you heard of the worldly evaluations that appraise illustrious figures? Surely, the esteemed evaluations that bestow titles upon the remarkable must be known. However, they are merely a singular perspective and lack credibility. Despite such reservations, the martial world holds these evaluations in high regard. They have commented upon the distinguished individuals of both the imperial court and the martial arts realm, bestowing the title of first-class elegance upon the most remarkable. Buddha Young Master Wu Qin, therefore, is honored as the foremost figure on the elegance list. Having entered the monastic life at a young age, he possesses unparalleled Buddhist teachings and martial skills, unmatched in debate, and a master of calligraphy and painting. Legend has it, Wu Chun is not only exceptionally handsome, but also extraordinarily talented, captivating the hearts of countless noble ladies, despite his status as a monk. Each year, during the blooming of the peach blossoms in March, throngs of young, beautiful women flock to witness the beauty of the peach blossoms at Nanjing Temple, as well as the grace of Buddha Young Master Wu Qin. Xiaoya, did you persuade me to visit Nanjing Temple this morning merely to catch a glimpse of Buddha Young Master? Su Qing chuckled. Indeed, but my interest in Wu Qin differs. I wish to see how this Buddha Young Master compares to my own young master. What gives him the right to be named first on the elegance list? My young master is equally impressive, both in demeanor and appearance. Her words were met with approval. You too ought to praise me more often. I can bear it. Su Qing responded playfully. As they exchanged banter, the trio arrived at the entrance of Nanjing Temple. At that moment, Su Qing finally understood why there was only Wu Chun at Nanjing Temple. The famed Nanjing Temple was, in fact, nothing more than an ordinary farmhouse, unremarkable in appearance. The only distinction was a plaque hanging above the door, inscribed with the 3 characters that read Nanjing Temple. Is this truly the renowned Nanjing Temple? Perhaps we ought not to intrude. Let us continue our ascent in search of a picturesque spot to paint. The 3 resumed their climb along the mountain path, and after half an hour, they stumbled upon a place with a broad view. A large boulder rested like a slumbering tiger, offering a panoramic view of the peach blossoms adorning the mountainside. Beneath the massive stone lay the courtyard of Nanjing Temple, its entirety captured in Su Qing's gaze. Setting up the easel, Xiaoya spread the paper, and Xiao Dai ground the ink, creating a delightful scene reminiscent of fragrant sleeves adding to the ambience. Su Qing, who had a profound love for painting, was one of the few who had earned her father's praise for this talent. Engrossed in her artwork, Su Qing lost track of time. By the time she captured the mountain's peach blossoms on her canvas, the sun had ascended to its zenith. Xiaoya and Xiao Dai had been waiting patiently behind her for an hour or two. As she paused her brush, Su Qing gazed at the untouched spaces in her painting, contemplating whether she should inscribe a poem. Suddenly, a melody floated into her ears like a wisp of smoke. Peering down, she noticed, outside the courtyard of Nanjing Temple, among a few peach trees, a young monk clad in a moon-white robe was playing the qin with his eyes closed. With his eyes gently shut and his visage resembling a precious gem, he emanated an aura of captivating beauty, leaving a stunning impression despite his closed eyelids. Not far from the serene monk stood a group of brightly dressed young women. Among this gathering of radiant maidens, the monk's calm demeanor while playing the guqin was indeed impressive. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Su Qing, and she picked up her brush to inscribe in the blank space, "Endless peach blossoms bloom in the South River. Only I, a sentimental soul, arrive alone. The slanting sun and the wind scatter red petals across the ground. Who can comprehend for whom they bloom?" Upon reading this poem, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with delight. A lover of poetry, she had always been the first to transcribe any remarkable verses she encountered during her time in the manor, reciting them repeatedly despite being teased by the other maidservants for possessing the aspirations of a lady while being merely a servant herself. After serving Su Qing for 7 or 8 years, it was her first time witnessing Su Qing compose poetry, and what a masterpiece it was. As the last stroke fell, Su Qing gazed contentedly at her painting of March's peach blossoms, undoubtedly her finest work since her arrival in this world. Previously, her artistic skills were abundant. Yet her works lacked depth, primarily due to her sheltered life. Now, with the merging of two souls, it felt as if she had traversed the realms of life and death, granting her insights previously unimaginable. However, upon completing the painting, a wave of disinterest washed over her, leaving her feeling as though she had entered a state of ennui. Indeed, Xiao Dai cleaned her brushes, tidying the scattered tools. Xiaoyu approached the easel and delicately removed the painting. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the painting was whisked away. "Oh no, the young master's painting!" she exclaimed, leaping after the drifting artwork. "Be careful!" Su Qing cried out, only to see Xiaoyu lightly touch the ground, gliding through the air as if she had sprouted wings, which eased her worries. She almost forgot about the art of lightness. A height of 10 meters posed no significant challenge for Xiaoyu. "Fear not, this height is nothing for me. Let us proceed," Xiaoyu reassured. The monk's Guqin melodies reached an exquisite crescendo, the notes cascading like a gentle stream. The surrounding women gradually became oblivious to the monk's presence, entranced by the enchanting music. At that moment, a sheet of paper floated down from the sky, landing directly on the monk's Guqin, abruptly halting the music. The young women, startled, snapped out of their reverie. Why did the music suddenly stop? Who throws things around so carelessly? Some of the women looked up, only to behold Xiaoyu descending gracefully, akin to an ethereal fairy from the moon. The monk opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, revealing an extraordinary beauty. His expression remained neutral as he gently picked up the painting and unfurled it. Suddenly, his countenance froze. The painting of March's peach blossoms struck him like an arrow piercing through his chest, transporting him into its realm. A splendid painting, exquisite poetry, and beautiful calligraphy. Has the esteemed young master Tianyi graced us with his presence? Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? The monk exclaimed. Young master Tianyi? Could it be the illustriously Tianyi? A woman's exclamation pierced through the crowd. At that moment, Xiaoyu gracefully descended before Master Wuchen, slightly bowing in greeting. The young lady had previously encountered Master Wuchen and explained, "This painting belongs to my young master." A sudden gust of wind whisked it away, thus interrupting your esteemed enjoyment. Not at all, not at all. Might your young master be the illustriously from Tianyi? He inquired. No, she replied. Master, may I request the return of the painting? Xiaoyu received the artwork, performed another slight bow, and turned to depart the courtyard. Before you leave, might I inquire about your young master's esteemed name? The creator of such a remarkable piece must surely be a person of distinction. I would be honored to form an acquaintance. My young master's surname is Su. With the given name Qing, she answered. He is awaiting my return. I must take my leave. As she spoke, she carefully rolled up the painting and lightly stepped onto the path descending the mountain. Su Qing? Could it be the newly appointed magistrate of Qingla County, Su Qing? Master Wuchen murmured to himself. Chapter 12. The Death of Lu Baichuan Young Master. Xiaoyu, after a few swift leaps, caught up with Su Qing, who was slowly descending the mountain path. No, it was the sudden gust of wind that caught me off guard, she replied. Xiaoyu, have you forgotten that you are an 8th rank master? You can snap iron with your fingers, yet you cannot hold a piece of paper? The young master retorted, incredulously. Xiaoyu's expression fell. I simply refuse to accept this. Why does that monk Wuchen have so many admirers surrounding him while your reputation remains so dismal? In terms of looks, character, demeanor, and talent, how do you not measure up to him? You may choose to be low-key, but we, as your subordinates, cannot allow your name to be tarnished. Next time, do not act so conspicuously. It detracts from your elegance. Did you not observe the expression on Wuchen's face when he beheld your artwork? She continued, mimicking the monk's face in awe. But now that the esteemed young master Tianyi has graced us with his presence, why does he not come forth for a meeting? Who is young master Tianyi? The foremost talent of Jiazhou, Li Tianyi, a paragon of charm and eloquence. It is said that his literary prowess is unmatched, excelling in both poetry and painting. Last year, he topped the Jiangzhou autumn examinations, claiming the first place. Should he achieve the title of champion in next year's autumn examinations, he would be the first in our dynasty to secure all 3 honors. Because of him, the Su family has no participants in this year's provincial exams. So, Xiaoyu, what do you think of this Wuchen's charisma? I was too hurried to notice. At that moment, a voice echoed from the steps below. My lord, Li. The head constable called as he rushed towards them. My lord, It is grave news. Something has happened. Su Qing's expression abruptly shifted. What has occurred? Where is the trouble? Lu Baichuan is dead. Su Qing's countenance darkened. This news was utterly unforeseen. Where did this happen? At the Qingzhou forest outside the city. Lead the way. They boarded a carriage and, under the guidance of Constable Li, swiftly exited the county town, arriving at the Qingzhou forest. The area was cordoned off by constables, and several were scouring the vicinity around a body. As Su Qing approached the corpse and looked down, she confirmed it was indeed Lu Baichuan. Although she was not well acquainted with him, the sight of his lifeless form stirred an inexplicable sorrow within her. Strictly speaking, Lu Baichuan had met his demise for her sake. What was the time of death? Last night, around the third watch. Was he alone? From the traces of the confrontation at the scene, it appeared there were only two individuals involved. One was Lu Baichuan, and the other left footprints that were either unevenly deep, indicating a possible limp or an unusual gait. This puzzles me as well. Why would Lu Baichuan come alone? If he intended to meet Lei Bin, he could have brought companions or summoned us. To go alone was to invite disaster. And the cause of death? A single blow to the chest shattered his heart, killing him instantly, Constable Li explained, pulling apart the fabric of Lu Baichuan's clothing to reveal a dark palm print emblazoned upon his chest. The Tianjua palm, Xiao Dai remarked, her voice subdued. Do you recognize it? Upon confirming their identities as disciples of the Three Absolutes sect, I took the liberty to investigate further. The Three Absolutes encompass the Heavenly Absolute Palm, the Jade Bone Fist, and the Fatal Leg. These three martial arts forms are intrinsically linked, constituting a singular, unparalleled discipline within the martial world. This palm imprint must belong to the Heavenly Absolute Palm. Have you uncovered any additional clues? None. The scene bore only traces of two individuals, with no remnants to speak of. Collect the body and follow me to a certain location. Su Qing once again boarded the carriage, accompanied by a contingent of constables transporting the corpse to the smithy in the southern part of the city. The clear sound of metal striking metal resonated from afar as the carriage halted before the forge. Su Taifeng emerged from the smithy, leaning on his cane, his gaze immediately fixating on the lifeless body being carried in by two constables. Junior brother, Su Taifeng exclaimed, his cane clattering to the ground as he lost his balance and fell to his knees before Lu Baichuan, tears streaming down his face. Junior brother, how could this happen? How could it be? Lord Su, how could my junior brother? Su Qing's attention shifted to the empty pant leg of Su Taifeng, then to his vacant sleeve, finally resting upon his tear-streaked visage. Look at Lu Baichuan's chest. Su Taifeng tore open Lu Baichuan's garment. The Heavenly Absolute Palm. Lei Bin, how could you be so ruthless? The Three Absolute sect is left with only the three of us, and yet you could commit such an atrocity, having killed junior brother Lu. Do you now seek to eliminate me as well? Why are you so certain the murderer is Lei Bin? Su Qing inquired calmly. Because only Lei Bin possesses the mastery of the Heavenly Absolute Palm in the world. You all hail from the Three Absolute sect. Why is it only Lei Bin who can wield it? The sect's regulations dictate that disciples may only cultivate one of the three forms, while only direct disciples are permitted to master all three. The three of us are mere disciples. I practiced the Fatal Leg, junior brother Lu honed the Jade Bone Fist, and Lei Bin mastered the Heavenly Absolute Palm. After the Qinglong Society annihilated our sect, only the three of us survived. Moreover, given that junior brother Lu assisted the authorities in apprehending Lei Bin, the only one who could kill him is Lei Bin. Su Qing nodded. Su Taifeng, where were you last night? Lord Su, do you suspect me? Setting aside the fact that my martial arts have been utterly depleted, even if they were intact, I could not perform the Heavenly Absolute Palm. This official harbors no suspicion of anyone. I merely inquire as a matter of routine. Last night, I remained in the smithy. The demand for farming tools has surged, and I forged iron throughout much of the night, only retiring to bed after the third watch. This official acknowledges your statement. Should you acquire any news regarding Lei Bin, report it to the authorities immediately. Do not be foolhardy like Lu Baichuan, who ventured alone outside the city to meet Lei Bin, only to lose his life in vain. I understand, humble citizen. Captain Li summoned the brothers monitoring Su Taifeng. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, two constables clad in plain clothes approached Su Qing. We pay our respects, my lord. What has Su Taifeng been up to these days? He has not left his abode, persistently crafting farming implements. Has he had any contact with anyone? The two retrieved a stack of papers from their pockets and presented them to Su Qing. These are Su Taifeng's recent records. Su Taifeng seldom ventured beyond his abode. His interactions limited to the local farmers who sought him out for agricultural implements. 3 days prior, he procured a cartload of ice, an extravagant expense, typically beyond the means of the average landowner. One might wonder what purpose he intended for such a luxury. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that the ice was to be employed in quenching. Iron tools tempered with ice possess greater resilience. Where was Su Typhon last night? Presumably at home. For after dusk fell, he toiled incessantly at the forge, not ceasing until the early hours of the morning when he extinguished the lights to retire. Did you witness this firsthand? Regrettably, no. The magistrate instructed us to observe discreetly, lest we alarm him. The sounds of hammering were uninterrupted, suggesting authenticity. Sir, do you suspect Su Typhon? He is but a shadow of a man, having lost an arm and a leg, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Moreover, the scene bore the imprints of 2 intact footprints. Even if the assailant had a limp, Su Typhon's condition precludes him from having any legs at all. Remarked Captain Lee. Go investigate who last encountered Lu Baichuan and whether he left behind any items or crucial clues. His audacity to venture alone outside the city to meet Lei Bin is indeed suspicious. As a seasoned individual in these matters, could he truly lack such awareness? Chapter 13. The true mastermind. A silent night passed, and Su Qing did not receive any clues left by Lu Baichuan. Yet she was met with another unexpected piece of news. Milady, we have located Lei Bin. Oh? Where? In a rented room within an alley in the eastern part of the city. He is deceased. Su Qi was momentarily stunned as she processed this information, quickly rising to her feet. Let us go. Mounting her horse, Su Qing accompanied Captain Lee and a group of constables to the eastern alley. At this moment, the alley was already crowded with onlookers, all kept at bay by a barrier, murmuring amongst themselves. Occasional words such as dead and homicide echoed through the crowd. As Su Qing entered the alley, an overwhelming stench assailed her senses. The foul odor of urine was, astonishingly, even more potent than that of the dungeons. It was evident that enhancing the civic awareness of the city's residents was an urgent necessity. Urban sanitation management must be prioritized. Covering her nose and mouth with a handkerchief, Su Qing approached the entrance of the rented room. Lei Bin's abode was one of several cramped single rooms, dimly lit even during the day. Inside, on a rudimentary wooden bed, lay a man. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a beard and possessing a robust physique. This man, who had been on Su Qing's wanted list for the past 7 days, was now lifeless, his eyes wide open and his body already cold and stiff. The presence of both high and low footprints at the scene was easily explained. These were the staggered imprints left by Lei Bin as he faltered. Gazing upon Lei Bin's corpse, rational thought led Su Qing to conclude that, indeed, as Captain Lee had asserted, Lei Bin and Lu Baichuan were once brothers in arms. Evenly matched in skill, Lu Baichuan had been slain with a single strike. It seemed unlikely that Lei Bin fared any better. A mutual demise was thus a plausible scenario. Milady, here lies a ledger detailing Lei Bin's illicit activities over the years, meticulously itemized. Please peruse it. The human trafficking ring's leader, Lei Bin, had received his due punishment for his transgressions. The case file had reached completion, yielding 500 reward points, which were now sufficient for redemption. Su Qing summoned the case record, silently contemplating the reward exchange. Instantly, the intricate patterns on the cover of the case record shimmered with vibrant light. And in the next moment, a card soared from its pages. As the card spun, it shattered, transforming into a multitude of tiny figures resembling a starry sky. You have acquired the water avoidance sword technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Boom. Every move and stance of the water avoidance sword technique seemed to meld into Su Qing's very blood, etched deep within her soul. In that moment, an inexplicable itch ignited within her hands, a yearning to wield a flexible sword immediately. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Su Qing promptly instructed her subordinates to transport the corpse to the coroner. Throughout the journey, she felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something, as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. Upon arriving at the autopsy room, the coroner was already waiting with his tools. Greetings, milady. There is no need for excessive formalities. I shall observe from the side. Please proceed. Understood. The coroner skillfully donned gloves, opened his wooden box, and began his examination of Lei Bin's body. From the analysis of the corpse's livor mortis, it can be deduced that the time of death exceeds 18 hours. The cause of death was a forceful blow to the chest, which resulted in internal injuries leading to demise. As the coroner gently pressed on the imprint of the fist, it revealed crushed ribs. At that moment, accompanied by the coroner's delicate touch, dark red blood began to flow from the deceased's orifices. Such a ferocious strike. Captain Lee gasped at the sight. Even in death, the body exhibited bleeding from the 7 orifices. How peculiar. The coroner pressed again, his expression revealing confusion. It is indeed rare for a corpse to bleed from the orifices post-mortem. Such phenomena typically occur just before death, when the blood has yet to congeal. The individual had been deceased for nearly 2 days. Even with ruptured organs, the blood should have coagulated and ceased to flow. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in the coroner's eyes. My lord, the deceased's clothing appears quite wrinkled, indicating it has been submerged in water. It has been raining for the past few days. He must have been caught in the rain and had no time to change before his untimely end. At this revelation, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as she glanced at the shoes worn by Lei Bin. The soles were remarkably clean, devoid of mud. On the night Lu Baichuan met his demise, it had not rained, yet the ground remained damp from previous showers. Lu Baichuan's body was covered in mud. Logically, Lei Bin's attire should reflect the same condition. However, Lei Bin was impeccably clean, and if he had changed clothes, they should not exhibit the creases akin to having been soaked. How strange. Ah, a burn mark adorns the back of Lei Bin's hand, the skin charred. Su Qing leaned closer, and indeed, there was a patch of yellowish burn. This burn resembled the charred skin resulting from holding a pig's foot over a flame to singe off the hair. A sudden realization dawned upon Su Qing, her eyes widening in astonishment. Captain Lee. Huh. Captain Lee, startled by Su Qing's call, looked up in confusion. Summon the others, and bring the necessary tools to apprehend someone. Apprehend whom? Su Taifeng. Before Captain Lee could inquire further, he saw that Su Qing had already moved ahead, prompting him to hasten his pace to follow. A lavish carriage was trailed by a dozen constables, once again arriving at Zhuke Street in the southern part of the city. The distant clanging of metalwork grew louder as they approached. When the carriage came to a halt in the courtyard of the blacksmith's shop, the noise of hammering ceased abruptly. Su Taifeng emerged, leaning on a cane, limping slightly. Upon seeing Su Qing, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Blacksmith Su, I have returned. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Su Qing greeted him with the warmth of an old acquaintance. Indeed. It is truly astonishing that you, esteemed official, could find time amidst your busy schedule to visit my humble forge. What brings you here today? I bring you good news. Lei Bin has been found. Really? That is splendid news. This wretch has finally been brought to justice, and Lu Shidi can now rest peacefully in the afterlife. Alas, Lei Bin is already deceased, having perished over a day ago from multiple strikes of the jade bone fist, which shattered his internal organs. Is that so? Su Taifeng's expression shifted to one of shock. So it was Lu Shidi's jade bone fist that severed the wretch's life. Now it all makes sense. It appears that Lu Shidi has avenged himself. Indeed, the heavens bear witness. Can you deduce such a conclusion merely from my words? I, as an official, have personally witnessed the corpse and arrived at this judgment after meticulous examination. In my previous life as a wanderer of the martial world, I have encountered such circumstances. Thus I possess a degree of experience. Do you understand the purpose of my visit? Is it to inform me of the case's outcome? What merit do I possess to warrant such an honor from you, my lord? Undoubtedly, you are unworthy of my arduous journey to convey this message. I have come here because you are the one who killed Lu Baichuan, and you are also responsible for the demise of Lei Bin. Captain Lee, apprehend him. Chapter 14. Irrefutable evidence. With a decisive gesture, Captain Lee commanded several constables to spring into action, swiftly positioning their long knives against Su Taifeng's throat. My lord. What is the meaning of this? It must be a misunderstanding. How could a mere invalid be the culprit? You are no mere invalid. You are a concealed master of great skill. Since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin, I shall ensure you grasp the gravity of your fate. Your scheme commenced with apparent success. I too believed that Lu Baichuan and Lei Bin perished together in their duel in the Qingzhou forest the night before last. Yet, your carelessness has left a glaring flaw. This morning, we discovered Lei Bin's body. It is evident that he met his end through the jade bone fist, and the injuries aligned perfectly without any doubt. However, during the coroner's examination, it was revealed that blood had inexplicably oozed from Lei Bin's 7 orifices, a pale hue far lighter than fresh blood. The coroner indicated that such bleeding from the orifices typically occurs just before death, while any residual blood after death should have coagulated. It is illogical for a body to be entirely drained at the time of death and still exhibit bleeding a day later. Moreover, Lei Bin's garments were notably wrinkled, unmistakably having been soaked and improperly dried. Combining these two conditions, I have reached a conclusion. Lei Bin must have been frozen. A frozen corpse would have its blood congealed. Upon thawing, the liquefied blood could flow again, thereby explaining the post-mortem bleeding. Furthermore, freezing would delay the determination of death. The coroner estimated Lei Bin's time of death to be 16 hours, but in reality, it could extend to 20 or even 30 hours. At that time, Hu Baichuan had yet to be slain. So, who murdered Lu Baichuan, and who killed Lei Bin? Who could wield the jade bone fist against Lei Bin? And who could employ the heavenly absolute palm against Lu Baichuan? Upon hearing Su Qing's exposition, Captain Li's face reflected a dawning realization, while Su Taifeng wore an expression of utter confusion. My lord, these are merely your conjectures. You possess no evidence. Lei Bin's clothing was soaked because it has been raining continuously for days. Perhaps he fought Lu Shidi during the rain? My lord, you cannot conduct an investigation in this manner. I have remained indoors for days. I did not step out the night Lu Shidi met his fate. If Lei Bin battled Lu Baichuan in the rain, his clothes and feet should have been muddied. Yet, his garments were pristine. If he had changed clothes, why would he don a soaked outfit? Moreover, on that night, the sound of hammering echoed from your residence for a full 6 hours, which not only fails to prove your presence at home, but rather intensifies the suspicion that you were not there at all. Previously, I noted your powerful arms, and I recognized at a glance that this is a mechanism similar to a millstone-driven hammering device. By simply harnessing an animal to the driving rod, the device would continuously strike, generating the sound of hammering. Sustained hammering for 6 hours is beyond the capability of even the most skilled martial artist. Do you dispute this? I hereby grant you the privilege to wield a hammer within the confines of the dungeon. Should you manage to strike continuously for 6 hours, I shall declare you innocent. Upon hearing this, you might argue that I still lack concrete evidence, correct? At this moment, Su Tiefeng's face reflected none of his prior panic. Instead, his somber expression coldly fixed on Su Qing. Indeed, what evidence do you possess, my lord? The evidence resides upon the corpse of Lei Bin, where a burn mark is present on the back of his hand, the skin having turned charred and yellow. A normal person would instinctively withdraw their arm the moment their flesh is scorched. It is utterly inconceivable for one to sustain such a severe burn. Only 2 scenarios could result in this degree of injury. Either he was being tortured, subjected to a hot iron, or he was already deceased. For a corpse cannot feel pain. I surmise the truth is as follows. You murdered Lei Bin days ago to silence him. Subsequently, you procured a cartload of ice to preserve Lei Bin's body within its icy embrace. The day before yesterday, you arranged a meeting with Lu Baichuan in the bamboo forest outside the city, suspecting he might be aware of your clandestine collusion with Lei Bin and plotting to eliminate him as well. Lu Baichuan, unsuspecting, fell victim to your lethal strike with the heavenly absolute palm. Afterward, to fabricate the illusion of mutual destruction between Lu Baichuan and Lei Bin, you relocated Lei Bin's body to the rental house where he had previously sought refuge in the southern part of the city. However, before doing so, you needed to dry Lei Bin's garments and warm his remains. Yet, in your haste, you neglected to notice that Lei Bin's hand had dangled precariously over the edge of the iron furnace, leaving behind that telltale burn mark. In the center of the charred area, an imprint bore the unique pattern of your forge's etchings. The evidence is irrefutable. Will you still attempt to argue otherwise? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Tiefeng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering rapidly. A flaw in his otherwise meticulous scheme had unexpectedly surfaced. Su Deren, you have deceived everyone. You have misled the entire populace of Qingla County. Oh, in your 3 months of office, you have neither adjudicated cases nor quelled thefts, nor have you promoted education or cared for agriculture. The townsfolk deem you a mere dilettante, a worthless waste of space. If such a cunning and scheming individual is considered inept, then surely the entirety of Qingla County must be composed of fools. Do you concede? And what of it? With this band of ineffectual drunks you have brought, what can you possibly do to me? As the words left his lips, the blade poised at Su Tiefeng's throat was suddenly thrust away by an unseen force. Su Tiefeng's body erupted backward with the velocity of a cannonball, disappearing through the main entrance of the room. He seeks to flee. Pursue him. Captain Li commanded with a wave of his hand, urging the others to chase after Su Taifeng. Young master, we should retreat. This place is unsafe, Xiaoya urged hastily. Fear not. With your presence, I am utterly secure. Young master, do not be complacent. Su Taifeng is at least a 9th-tier master, and we may not be his match even together. Just then, a tremendous crash resonated from within the room. The windows of the low building shattered, and the wooden door exploded open. several figures were hurled through the broken windows, tumbling into the courtyard outside. Among them, Captain Lee suffered the most devastating fall, tumbling 4 or 5 times before finally coming to a halt. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, and a figure gradually emerged from within the haze. As the silhouette became clearer, it revealed the imposing stature of Su Taifeng. At this moment, Su Taifeng, equipped with prosthetic limbs and an iron hand, approached with an air of confidence, rendering his missing leg and arm virtually undetectable. Just as I anticipated, you possess the ingenuity to create a formidable mechanical arm. It stands to reason you could also procure prosthetics for yourself. Sir Su, you are indeed commendable, yet regrettably, your subordinates fall short. Since you are here, you might as well leave your life behind. As the words echoed, his figure surged forth like a flash of light. Young master, be careful. Xiao Dai and Xiaoya immediately positioned themselves in front of Su Qing, their flowing sleeves resembling 2 bolts of lightning aimed at Su Taifeng. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Su Taifeng's eyes as he swung his iron hand with ferocity, unleashing a flurry of colorful butterflies into the air. The ground trembled as he executed a powerful strike, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Xiao Dai and Xiaoya were propelled backward by the force of the blast. Bring your life here, Su Taifeng bellowed, directing a fierce palm strike at Su Qing. Suddenly, a white figure seemed to materialize out of thin air before Su Qing, the shark-toothed sword thrusting forward to meet Su Taifeng's iron hand. Chapter 15. Justice on the spot. Upon seeing the newcomer, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiaoya's face. It was him. Xiaoya, do you know him? Who is he? Xiao Dai inquired with curiosity. He is the enigmatic master who appeared beside the young master last time. The martial prowess of the mysterious man in white surpassed that of both Xiaoya and Xiao Dai by an entire magnitude, matching Su Taifeng in combat with equal prowess. Xiaoya, Xiao Dai, do not mind me. Go and assist. Stay safe. Understood. The 2 girls exclaimed in unison, leaping once more to engage Su Taifeng. Su Taifeng, wielding the heavenly absolute palm, Jade Bonefist, and Deadly Leg, managed to fend off the trio's assault with remarkable ease, though it was merely a temporary reprieve. Relying on his 3 unique martial arts techniques allowed him to withstand the onslaught for a time, but as his internal energy waned, he would soon become an easy target. While defending against the 3 assailants, he cast wary glances at Su Qing, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Her presence only fueled his irritation. Today, it seemed, would not end smoothly. The only strategy left was to capture the thief by seizing the king. Su Taifeng contemplated, uncertain of who the true thief was. As this thought crossed his mind, his power suddenly erupted, sending a wave of energy that repelled the girl's attack. He then braced himself against the palm strike from the man in white, using the momentum to propel himself towards Su Qing like an arrow released from its bow. Young master, be careful. This scene struck terror into Xiaoya and Xiao Dai, their faces paling in horror. They cried out, heedless of their own safety, and dashed towards Su Qing. At this moment, confusion and fear washed over Su Qing's face as she beheld Su Taifeng drawing closer, her terror becoming ever more pronounced. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated. Su Qing swiftly unsheathed the sword at her waist, thrusting it upward towards Su Taifeng's throat. This very sword was one of the 5 Su Taifeng had sold to her, slender and gleaming like a silver moon. Su Taifeng had never anticipated that Su Qing possessed martial skills capable of executing such a strike. In a panic, he leaned back to evade. The blade narrowly grazed his chest, almost brushing against his chin, hissing past like a viper springing from its lair. As a cold sweat broke out on Su Taifeng's brow, Su Qing's sword suddenly changed course, the tip bending downward as if pressed by an invisible force. The blade swept past his eyes like a wisp of smoke. Su Taifeng was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light, and in an instant, a searing pain shot through him. He covered his eyes, howling toward the heavens. With a soft thud, the shark-toothed sword of the man in white pierced Su Taifeng's back, emerging through his chest, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this horrific scene, Su Qing's complexion drained of color, a numbing sensation engulfing her. Though she existed in this world and era, where death was an inevitable reality, witnessing someone impaled by a sword, the blood spraying forth like water from a fire hydrant, was a jarring experience. The man in white withdrew his sword, flicking it lightly to rid it of blood, and then approached Su Qing silently, standing behind her. Xiaoya and Xiao Dai also arrived before Su Qing, first gazing at the sword in her hand, then fixing their eyes on her exquisitely beautiful, fair, and rosy complexion. My lord, when did you acquire such martial prowess? That sword strike, just now. It must have taken at least a decade of practice, would it not? The water-evading sword technique is hardly considered a remarkable style. At that moment, a notification echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing case file 16, an orange-level case, by exterminating the entire gang of human traffickers. Completion rate, 100%. Evaluation, outstanding. Reward points, 500, with a special reward to be claimed. The host has obtained a permanent character, the Cat Monarch, Zhan Zhao. Character level, pinnacle of the 9th rank. A permanent character is completely loyal to the host. Although their loyalty manifests differently, they are all utterly trustworthy companions. Is this truly the special reward? Su Qing, filled with surprise and delight, was taken aback. My lord, are you well? My lord. The nearby constables gathered around at that moment. How curious, just moments ago they were all pretending to be dead on the ground. And now they awaken to assert their presence. It's nothing. You all go inside and search for any clues. Yes. Summoning the case ledger, I exchange points once more for rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basic lightness skill, grass on the fly. Would you like to learn it? This is evidently far inferior to the previous 2 martial skills I acquired. While the water-evading sword technique, though merely a sword art, possesses an uncanny ability to alter the sword's edge, making it difficult to defend against, grass on the fly seems utterly unremarkable in the realm of martial arts. Even the lesser-known lightness skills far surpass it. Learn. In the next moment, it was as if Su Qing had awoken from a vivid dream. Fully comprehending the intricacies of grass on the fly, it appears that the skills exchanged are not necessarily of increasing quality. It resembles a blind box, ensuring that each box contains something, but what is revealed depends entirely on one's luck. The commanding voice of Captain Li resonated, as he discovered a wooden plaque by Su Taifeng's pillow, indicating that Su Tianfeng possesses a hidden identity. Su Qing took the plaque, and the case ledger suddenly began to shimmer once more. Discovered the opportunity to advance to a white-level case. Would you like to record it? A white-level case? Even if it can advance, would it not merely become blue-level? Having tasted the sweetness of the orange-level case, Su Qing exhibited a somewhat pretentious demeanor. Looking down upon the white-level case, let us hold off for now. We shall see after a few days. If there is truly nothing, then we shall consider it. The case ledger fell silent. Looking down at the wooden plaque in hand, the front was intricately carved with landscapes, while the back was adorned with auspicious clouds. Though the material of the plaque was not particularly precious, the carvings were exquisitely detailed. There was not even a name inscribed upon it, indicating that this organization maintains a high level of secrecy. My lord, should we have the manor investigate? Very well. Captain Li, have you discovered anything else? Not at the moment. In the stillness of the night, with not a sound to be heard, Xiaoyu quietly arose, draping herself in a garment as she lit a lamp. Gently grinding ink, she picked up a slender brush resembling a chopstick, carefully dipping it in the ink before meticulously writing on paper. The current state of affairs regarding my lord is strikingly different from that within the manor. Not only does he no longer conceal his talents, but he also shines with remarkable brilliance. Not only does he excel in both painting and calligraphy, but his poetic talent is also unparalleled. One day, the 3 of us ventured to Taosan at Nanjing Temple. The gentleman, inspired by the beauty surrounding him, captured the breathtaking sight of the blossoming peach trees and composed a verse. Infinite peach blossoms bloom in Nanjing's embrace, yet I, the sentimental one, come alone. The slanting sun and the wind scatter crimson petals on the ground, while none understand the reason behind their bloom. Furthermore, the gentleman possesses remarkable martial skills. Although I could not discern the extent of his mastery, his peculiar swordsmanship is strikingly formidable. Xiao Dai remarked that this technique reflects at least a decade of dedication. We have served the gentleman for 7 or 8 years and have never witnessed him practicing martial arts or swordplay. The depths of his concealment evoke a sense of dread upon reflection, and I hope the master is fully aware of this. Chapter 16. The arrival of Zhan Zhao. A day later, the announcement regarding the dismantling of a human trafficking gang was posted throughout the county. In this era, where information was scarce and entertainment was limited to vices, the sudden appearance of an official notice drew a crowd of curious townsfolk. The contents of the announcement spread with an unmatched rapidity, reaching every nook and cranny in no time. Within merely 2 hours, the common greetings exchanged on the streets transformed entirely. Old Zhang, have you heard the news? How could I not? 5 years, an entire 5 years. Nearly 100 children have fallen victim. Had it not been for Lord Su's intervention, who knows how many more would have suffered at the hands of these scoundrels. Indeed, my sister's nephew went missing last year. He was likely abducted by them. What a heinous act! In under 10 days, Lord Su had pursued and resolved this case with remarkable swiftness. Surely, he is not merely the figure of legend the townsfolk speak of? Of course not. 2 months ago, I was fortunate enough to witness Lord Su riding a magnificent steed as he passed by. His demeanor was simply celestial. Nonsense. I have always said as much. In the courtyard of the Qingla County Yamen, Su Qing lounged lazily by the pond, holding a long fishing rod, while a large yellow umbrella stood beside her. Xiaoyu squatted beside her, preparing bait, as Qiao Dai gracefully approached, carrying a platter of sliced fruits. To any outsider, this idyllic scene would evoke envy and jealousy. Fishing in the breeze with two enchanting handmaidens attending, it was akin to a divine existence. Yet, despite her fishing, Su Qing's thoughts drifted elsewhere. It had been 2 days since the reward for distinguished individuals had been announced. Where is my imperial cat, Zhang Zhao? At that very moment, a valiant young man clad in blue attire led a slender horse slowly through the gates of Qingla County. Upon entering the streets, he encountered a throng of citizens animatedly debating beside the announcement. The youth approached and scrutinized the details of the case, determination gleaming in his eyes. Without hesitation, he guided his horse directly to the yamen. At the entrance of the yamen stood 2 duty officers, who were tasked with guarding the premises daily from sunrise to sunset. Their work was typically monotonous, yet in recent days, it felt distinctly different. The glances of admiration and envy from the passing townsfolk were quite gratifying. As the sun cast its slanted rays, a figure leading a lean horse approached, rousing the officer's attention. Halt! What is your business? The young man released the reins and cupped his fist respectfully. I am Zhang Zhao, seeking an audience with Lord Su. I would be grateful if you could relay my request. And you are? Seeking justice? Not at all. Are you acquainted with our lord? I have long admired Lord Su and wish to serve under his banner. I kindly request that you inform him of my intent. Many have expressed admiration for Lord Su. Who are you among them? If you truly wish to serve, leave a message and await his response. Our lord is exceedingly busy and may not have time for you. Su Qing's face lit up with joy. He had finally arrived. Who dares to act recklessly at the entrance of the magistrate's office? The voice of Captain Li echoed as he swiftly emerged from the archway of the inner courtyard. Bring him here, but remember to be courteous. Understood. Before long, several constables escorted the newcomer, Zhang Zhao, to stand behind Su Qing in the backyard. My lord, we have brought the person, dressed in a blue outfit. Zhang Zhao appeared to be in his early 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of grace and confidence. Although he differed from the Zhang Zhao that Su Qing remembered, his temperament was remarkably in harmony with the image she had cherished. Truly, it is Zhang Zhao himself. Commoner Zhang Zhao, I pay my respects to you, my lord. As a newcomer to the martial world, I seek to serve under you and humbly request your patronage. A newcomer to the martial world? Why have you not ventured forth into the realm of heroes, but instead come to the magistrate's office? Do not those of your ilk thrive on chivalry and righteousness? Is not the magistrate's office a bastion for punishing evil and promoting good? Zhang Zhao's words left Captain Li momentarily speechless. Well said. What place could be more fitting for upholding justice than the government office? Since you possess such noble intentions, remain by my side. You shall henceforth be the captain of Qingla County. Thank you, my lord. Wait a moment. Captain Li interjected hastily. My lord. He is the captain. What does that make me? You are the chief captain. Take Zhang Zhao below to receive his official attire and familiarize him with the surroundings. Yes. Once Zhang Zhao and Captain Li departed, Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself and finally spoke. Young master, this Zhang Zhao's origins are unclear. Are you not concerned about directly accepting him into your ranks without inquiry? What is there to be concerned about? My principle is to trust those I employ. If I harbor doubts, I shall not employ them. If he genuinely wishes to serve, how could I betray his sincerity? Young master, while trusting those you employ is commendable, it is evident that there are reasons to doubt him. Moreover, how can you be sure of his earnest intentions? Qiao Dai chimed in. Did you not notice the sincerity in his gaze when he spoke just now? Xiao Dai. At that moment, a constable hurriedly approached and bowed. My lord, this is an invitation just sent over by Boss Wei. Meanwhile, Captain Li had led Zhang Zhao to the training grounds of the constables. When there were no tasks at hand, the constables would practice there. Upon seeing Captain Li arrive with a newcomer, the group halted their training. Without hesitation, Captain Li retrieved a wooden sword from the rack and tossed it to Zhang Zhao, while drawing one for himself. Though I do not know how you managed to convince the Lord to appoint you as captain without inquiry. As the chief captain of Qingla County, it is my duty to assess your abilities. It is no wonder Captain Li held such a stance. One must understand the years of toil he invested to rise from an ordinary constable to captain and the numerous challenges he faced. Now, a single word from another had eclipsed his lifetime of effort, which would frustrate anyone. Very well, I welcome your guidance, Chief Captain. Zhang Zhao replied calmly as he accepted the wooden sword. Are you ready? Let us begin. As the words left his lips, Captain Li felt a rush of wind approaching. His vision blurred for a moment before it came to a halt. The wooden sword of Zhang Zhao has come to rest atop the head of Captain Li. All present are rendered speechless, captivated by this seemingly frozen tableau. One move? No. It cannot even be deemed as such. Captain, I concede. No, I have underestimated my opponent. I am not yet prepared. Wait for my signal to commence. Captain Li exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his voice. Very well. Now that I am ready, let us begin. Just as Captain Li was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulder. Zhang Zhao's wooden sword now rested there, and once again, he could not discern how Zhang Zhao had executed his strike. If one still fails to grasp the vast chasm between themselves and Zhang Zhao, they are truly oblivious. Captain, I concede. You, my young friend, possess some skill. To defeat me while I exerted merely 20% of my strength is indeed a testament to your prowess. Lizzie, take him to receive his uniform and weapons. Chapter 17. On Encouraging Education, Part 1. Upon receiving the invitation, Su Qing swiftly perused its contents. The private school funded by Boss Wei is set to officially commence enrollment and classes tomorrow. And I am to attend the ceremony to deliver a speech on the importance of education? After reading, Su Qing casually tossed the invitation to Xiaoyu. Will the young master attend or not? What purpose would it serve? Wait, is delivering a speech on education part of my responsibilities? My lord, the duties of a county magistrate are primarily threefold: adjudicating cases, resolving disputes among the populace, and maintaining peace by apprehending thieves. Encouraging education and enlightening the citizenry is also paramount. Since it pertains to my duties, I must attend. I shall inform Captain Li to make arrangements for guards. There's no need. Bringing along Zhang Zhao will suffice. Xiaoya's lips twitched slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking further. The following day, after breakfast, Su Qing set out with 2 maidservants, while Zhang Zhao leisurely drove the carriage toward the western outskirts. The private school mentioned by Boss Wei is located 20 li southwest of the county town at Wei Family Gathering. Since the founding of the Great Yu Kingdom, education has been regarded as a national policy, with efforts to establish modern education persisting for a century. Consequently, among the 18 nations, 3 families hold the literary lineage. Nevertheless, truly popularizing education remains an arduous task. To this end, the Yu Kingdom has introduced a series of policies. For instance, merchants who establish educational institutions can obtain official merchant status or receive tax exemptions. Boss Wei's establishment of the private school is not merely an act of charity. It is primarily a means to acquire official merchant qualifications. The school's enrollment area encompasses 17 villages surrounding Wei Family Gathering. Although the school has been constructed, it will be futile if no children attend. In this era, the common people lack awareness of the significance of knowledge as the primary productive force. For most, the pursuit of education and officialdom seems distant, far less tangible than saving money and working the fields early. Thus, encouraging children to pursue education and persuading the local populace to send their offspring to school has become Su Qing's primary focus. The Wei Family Private School spans 3 acres, surrounded by high earthen walls, featuring 3 rows of interconnected red-tiled classrooms, totaling 18 in number. If filled to capacity, it could accommodate at least 600 children. With 17 villages around He Family Gathering, there are at least 100 eligible children in each village, amounting to nearly 3,000 children of suitable age in total. However, Su Qing fears that the school, which can accommodate 600 students, may not even fill half of its capacity. The playground of the private school was crowded with a throng of common folk. Their presence at the enrollment event was not driven by a genuine concern for their children's education. Rather, 99% of these individuals were merely idle spectators, particularly eager to bask in the aura of Su Qing's anticipated speech on education. 10 years to nurture trees, 100 years to nurture people. Education is the foundation of a nation's great plan. Reading not only clarifies right from wrong and reveals fortunes and misfortunes, but can also alter destinies, transforming not just one's own fate, but that of an entire family. Your children could become future scholars, future candidates for the imperial examinations, future successful scholars. With academic accolades and official positions, you shall become the parents of esteemed officials. What skill is there in merely holding a position? Being the parent of a distinguished official is the true accomplishment. Is there anything in this world that can surpass this in terms of honor and glory? Many of you may ponder, why invest so much in education when the money could be saved to purchase clothing or indulge in fine meats? Yet, the garments adorning your body will wear thin with each passing day, becoming worthless in a few years, while the nourishment consumed will fade from memory within a day. However, the knowledge acquired through books will remain with you eternally, unchanged and everlasting. Education may not guarantee success, but ignorance will invariably hinder your progress. For you, pursuing knowledge is the most economical and effective means to alter your family's destiny. In barren lands, pines and cypresses thrive. For those from impoverished backgrounds, education is paramount. As Su Qing passionately articulated her vision to the populace, a sudden wave of laughter erupted from the crowd below. This uproar not only interrupted Su Qing's discourse but also left Mr. Wei and the other gentry visibly perturbed. Who dares to mock? So lacking in decorum while Lord Su addresses us? Apologies. It is merely that what Lord Su has articulated is exceedingly laughable. To such an extent that I could not suppress my amusement, a young scholar rose and exclaimed with mirth. Su Qing, not perturbed, regarded the young scholar with intrigue. And who might you be? What is it that you find so amusing in my words? I am Liu Baishi, who achieved 12th place in last year's Jinghai Prefecture examination. Thus I can barely claim the title of scholar. Just as Su Qing was about to respond, Xiaoya quietly approached from behind, revealing that Liu Baishi was the second son of the district magistrate, Liu Jishu. Ah, so you are the son of the magistrate? My apologies. Do not. I am Liu Baishi, not merely the magistrate's son. Lord Su, you just stated that education is the sole opportunity for these impoverished youths to rise and serve as officials? Such sentiments, if voiced by another, may have been acceptable, but coming from you, it feels like a blatant mockery. Pray tell, when did you partake in the prefectural examination? The provincial examination or the national examination? Have you ever called out at the Donghua Gate or attended the Wenhua banquet? Your assertion that in barren lands, pines and cypresses flourish, and that the poor must pursue education is indeed a compelling notion. Yet, why do so many, like yourself, ascend to officialdom without the need to partake in the imperial examinations, while those who toil and study are left to vie for the scraps you discard? Your encouragement of education evokes a sense of dread within me. Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes were fixed upon Su Qing, while the local gentry stood with bated breath, rendered speechless. Neither Su Qing nor Liu Baishi were figures to be trifled with. Observing this scene, Xiaoya and Xiao Dai exchanged worried glances, anxious for Su Qing. Liu Baishi was not merely undermining Su Qing's authority, he was publicly exposing her vulnerabilities. Young Master Xiaoya whispered with concern. At that moment, Su Qing rose slowly and declared, "You speak true, young Master Liu. I have not participated in the prefectural or provincial examinations, nor have I called out at the Donghua Gate or attended the Wenhua banquet. I am, indeed, a beneficiary of my family's legacy, directly entering the ranks of officials." This admission stirred murmurs among the crowd. However, young Master Liu, you grasp only part of the truth. Pray tell, when did the imperial examination commence in our dynasty? Approximately 2 decades ago. Prior to the establishment of the examination system, who was privileged to hold official positions? Naturally, it was the aristocratic families who relied on their ancestral influence to gain entry into the bureaucracy, or those who were fortunate enough to be mentored by esteemed scholars, receiving their recommendations for office. The imperial examination was instituted for whom, and by whom? It was a pathway forged for the impoverished common folk. This is the sovereign's decree, a celestial route bestowed upon you by the noble realm. Yet, there exists but a singular path, with limited opportunities. As some ascend, others must inevitably descend. Though I did not partake in the examination, it does not imply that I have not encountered assessments of my own. The individuals who competed alongside me differ markedly from those who vied with you, young Master Liu. I hail from the illustrious Su family of Jiangnan. A fact you may be aware of. My lineage has endured 7 examinations, with my cousin, the esteemed Jishu Su Dingwen, having achieved the coveted title 13 years ago, and who once competed alongside me. My clan brother, Su Qing, secured the 3rd place in the examination 15 years prior, and there are others, such as the 5th place holder from the same year, and the runner-up from 18 years ago. The scholars I contend with are merely those from Jinghai, whereas my rivals have been the distinguished guests of past literary banquets. My decision to abstain from the imperial examination is not born of inability, nor lack of capability, but rather a matter of choice. Should I participate in a provincial examination, one candidate would surely fail to ascend to the status of Shotsai. If I were to enter the prefectural examination, it is certain that my name would be lost among the ranks of the unsuccessful. Since I am able to enter the officialdom without traversing the examination path, why would I tread a route that would obstruct others? Chapter 18. On the Encouragement of Learning Part 2. At this moment, Lu Baishi's mind was in a tumult, a cacophony of thoughts racing through. Simultaneously, Xiaoya and Xiaodai felt a tempest brewing within their hearts. Is it truly possible to articulate such sentiments? Can words be framed in this manner? Yet, the crowd of common folk, after a brief moment of astonishment, gradually began to respond with applause that swelled into a thunderous ovation. What wise words from Lord Su! The imperial examination is indeed a pathway for the impoverished to rise, yet it has been monopolized by the offspring of noble families. Indeed, those who are already destined for officialdom still vie with the common populace for opportunities. Who is to blame? The path has been laid before us. Yet we ourselves have not strived enough. Realization dawned upon me. Even if I must sell all my possessions, I shall ensure that my third child receives an education. Our entire family will support his studies. As Lu Baishi listened to the fragmented voices of the people, his expression grew increasingly grave, as if he were the very person they accused of usurping their chances for fame. Pray, I am merely the child of a governor. I earned my place as a scholar through my own merit. Although Lord Su's proclamations rang with grandeur, they seemed but a ruse to deceive the uninformed. Dare you challenge me in a contest of wits? What shall we contest? In poetry, since Lord Su hails from the esteemed Su family, you must possess some poetic talent worthy of competition, no? A contest is agreeable, but not today. Today is set aside for my exhortation on learning and addressing the queries of the populace. If you wish to engage in a debate, you may come to the county office on another day. Are there any inquiries from the esteemed crowd that I may address? Sir, our ancestors have always tilled the land. We are not scholars. Is there any merit in our children pursuing education? Such thoughts are misguided. Who is born a scholar? The differences among individuals are negligible. Even if one is deemed unsuited for learning, diligence can lead to success in the examinations. Attaining the status of a scholar exempts one from labor and reduces taxes, benefits that last a lifetime. With a bit of resolve, sending a child to study can pave the way for a prosperous future. Moreover, the advantages of being a scholar extend beyond mere exemptions. Securing a good spouse becomes a feasible prospect. A virtuous wife can bless 3 generations. This is a calculation that all can comprehend. Upon hearing this, the old farmer's face broke into a simple smile. Sir, you mentioned that girls should also be educated? While boys can take the imperial examinations and become officials. What purpose does education serve for girls? To understand the world, discern right from wrong, support their husbands, and nurture the next generation. Pray tell, is there a daughter of a prominent family who cannot read? Surely not. For men, the path to greatness is fraught with challenges in the examinations. Yet for women, the route to distinction is far simpler. Through education, they can embody the grace of a noble woman, thereby attracting worthy suitors. In pursuit of her own political gains, Su Qing shamelessly extolled the virtues of education. After all, learning is universally beneficial, a miraculous remedy for all ailments. In summary, education brings forth boundless advantages with no detriment. If we tighten our belts today, we can ensure a brilliant future for our descendants. Years hence, your descendants will exclaim in joy, the spring breeze brings prosperity. The horse's hooves swift. In a single day, one can behold all the blossoms of Chang'an. Meanwhile, the offspring of those uneducated neighbors will simply say, ha ha ha, I'm so happy. In times of sorrow, your lineage will lament, the bluebird carries no message from beyond the clouds, the lilac blooms in vain, entwined with the melancholy of rain. Conversely, those less learned will mourn with, woe is me, my heart is heavy. Imagine, in the future, your grandson clad in white, wielding a folding fan, striding through the verdant grass of a March spring. What an elegant sight it would be. Among the common folk, a figure like jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Envision, too, your granddaughter, her garments fluttering gracefully, enchanting and alluring, traversing through a riot of blooming flowers in the gentle spring breeze. What exquisite grace! As you both age, seated on a bench, gazing at the setting sun, your grandchildren gathered around, praising the beauty of the dusk with verses like, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it draws near to twilight. Or the setting sun flies alongside the solitary wild goose. The autumn waters merge with the vast sky. Applause erupts once more, and this time, the faces of the gathered commoners reveal emotions seldom seen before. Before them, it seems they behold the scenes painted by Su Qing, where a seed of hope, even ambition, quietly sprouts within some hearts. Yet, unnoticed, Lu Baixia is completely engulfed in turmoil, driven to distraction. Su Qing's words depicted two contrasting paths of life for the audience. But all Lu Baixia could hear were the lines: the spring breeze brings prosperity, the horse's hoof swift, in a single day. One can behold all the blossoms of Chang'an mingling with the bluebird carries no message from beyond the clouds. The lilac blooms in vain, entwined with the melancholy of rain. These verses, unfamiliar to him, possess the power to stir the entire literary world upon their release. Why? How is it that I have never encountered such profound poetry? Is this the essence of the Su family's literary lineage? Such verses do not deserve to be relegated to mere casual recitation. Upon exiting the private school, Su Qing leaned against the carriage wall, seeking solace. It was not fatigue that necessitated her rest, but rather the radiant gaze of Xiaoya, which was too intense to face directly. From the moment she boarded the carriage, Xiaoya's eyes, sharp and piercing like twin blades, bore into Su Qing, summoning her courage. Su Qing finally opened her eyes after a moment of hesitation. Xiaoya, could you please refrain from looking at me like that? It feels as though you might devour me whole. Young master, the poems you recited today. I recall hearing a few lines from Dingwen back at the old residence. No, I am thoroughly familiar with Dingwen's poetry. The verses you spoke today are entirely new to me. Young master, are those lines your own? If I say they are, would you believe me? Su Qing replied with a laugh. In the past, I would have doubted it, but ever since our visit to Nanjing Temple, I have come to believe it. You possess extraordinary poetic talent, yet you feign humility. Among the common folk, a figure like Jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world, this must surely refer to you, does it not? No, I am not that shameless. What follows, the setting sun flies alongside the solitary wild goose. The autumn waters merge with the vast sky. There is nothing more, just those two lines. Sir, Boss Wei is up ahead, came the voice of Zhang Zhao. Su Qing drew back the curtains as Boss Wei approached with a sycophantic smile. Esteemed Su, I wonder if you might grace my humble abode with your presence today. I have a request to make. At once. Su understood that it pertained to the matter of official business qualifications. She contemplated a polite refusal, but suddenly recalled the substantial contributions made by the Wei family towards the construction of the public school, a project executed with remarkable scale and comprehensive facilities. Given that their assistance had significantly bolstered her political achievements, it was only fitting to reciprocate with kindness. Since Boss Wei had earnestly extended his invitation, she felt it would be inappropriate to decline. A look of delight spread across Boss Wei's face as he repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed official. I am truly grateful for your gracious consideration. I humbly invite you to visit. Very well. Chapter 19. The deceased Lu Baishi upon returning to the yamen. Dusk had already descended. After spending nearly an entire day under the sun, she had worked up quite a sweat. After taking a refreshing cold bath, Su Qing donned a flowing white garment and once again set out with Xiaoya in a horse-drawn carriage. Outside the yamen, Mr. Wei's attendants awaited her arrival. And upon seeing Su Qing emerge, they hurriedly approached to lead the way. Esteemed Su Darren, please come inside. Please come inside. Hurry up and make the announcement. Why are you dawdling? True to his reputation as a wealthy merchant of Qingla County, the decor of his home exuded the flamboyant essence of nouveau riche. Esteemed Su Darren. This way, please. Mr. Wei, you are exceedingly courteous. The reception standards seem rather elevated. Not at all. For the honored Su Darren, no level of hospitality is too grand. Please have a seat. Steward, instruct the kitchen to serve the wine and dishes. Before long, a dozen young women clad in sheer green gauze gracefully entered the banquet hall, setting an array of delicacies upon the dining table. Once the dishes were served, the gauzy maidens did not take their leave, but commenced to dance to the sound of music. Esteemed Su Darren, allow me to toast you. Mr. Wei, you are too kind. Are all these dancers under your patronage? No, these are performers invited from Tianxiang Pavilion, specifically to entertain you, Su Darren. With a conspiratorial whisper, he leaned closer to Su Qing's ear. I also specially invited the renowned performer, Miss Wu Shuang, from Tianxiang Pavilion. She will soon present the Water Moon Dance. Although Su Qing had never visited Tianxiang Pavilion, she had often heard the name of Wu Shuang from the mouths of the constables and yamen runners. To them, Wu Shuang was regarded as the most beautiful woman in Qingla County. This certainly piqued my curiosity. After several rounds of wine and an assortment of dishes, a sudden flurry of drumbeats rang out, and the dancing maidens in green gathered, forming a circle as a figure clad in green gauze ascended among them. Initially, Su Qing presumed that the numerous green-clad dancers present were the epitome of beauty, even considering that Xiaoya and Xiaodai, having grown up in the cultured Su household, were slightly more refined. However, the moment this green-clad maiden appeared, Su Qing was struck with a profound understanding of the word stunning. Her presence seemed to illuminate the world, raising the bar for beauty, rendering the surrounding dancers merely ordinary in comparison. Sipping her fine wine and gazing at the enchanting figure, Su Qing's eyes grew slightly dazed. Esteemed Su Darren, taking advantage of this auspicious occasion, I dare to inquire about something regarding the qualifications of a merchant in Qingla County. Mr. Wei, what do you believe is the most lucrative industry in this world? Su Qing suddenly inquired with a contemplative tone. The most profitable business? That depends greatly on the year and market conditions. Last year, the tea trade yielded substantial profits, while the year before, the salt trade was most lucrative. Every industry has the potential to be the most profitable. It is difficult to determine which stands above the rest. The most lucrative trades are largely inscribed in the Great Jade Codex. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei shivered slightly. Looking at Su Qing, he noticed that any trace of inebriation had vanished. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and sharpness akin to two piercing sword beams. The relationship between officials and merchants serves as a substitute for the government's commercial endeavors, with many business ventures being uniquely sanctioned by the authorities. Aside from those enterprises explicitly prohibited by the Grand Code, such exclusive businesses are quite lucrative. Since I have granted you this opportunity for profit, I trust you will conduct yourself with propriety, manage your subordinates effectively, and refrain from coveting what is not yours. Pay your taxes honestly, for I shall be watching you closely. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Wei wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly acquiesced. Very well. Come to the office tomorrow to handle the paperwork. Thank you, my lord, thank you. I am ever grateful. Upon leaving Boss Wei's residence, the moon hung brightly in the starry sky. The warmth of Boss Wei's hospitality, coupled with the gentle allure of Miss Wu Shuang, made it difficult for Su Qing to refuse, and he found himself unwittingly indulging in a few more cups. Now, reclining on Xiaoya's lap, he squinted his eyes and drooled. Master, do you find Miss Wu Shuang beautiful? Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, beauty lies within the essence. Not merely in the skin, master. What follows the setting sun and the lone wild goose soar together? The autumn waters merge with the vast sky. Dare you attempt to pry my thoughts while I am inebriated? Beware, for I may strike your backside tomorrow. Xiaoya pouted, choosing not to respond further. After a dreamless night, Su Qing was awakened the next morning by the cheerful chirping of birds outside his window. Such is the charm of nature, where one can hear the melodies of birds each morning. Rising to wash up, he savored the breakfast meticulously prepared by Xiaodai, before embarking on yet another monotonous and unadorned day as the esteemed official. Xiaoya, what is Su County Magistrate up to? It has been several days since I last saw him. Master, have you forgotten? You assigned him to conduct a census of the entire county, ensuring every name is recorded. Indeed, I had forgotten. He used to handle such tasks. Now that he is absent, I find myself missing him. Is it that you think of him when busy, yet find him bothersome in leisure? Xiaoya teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. At that moment, Captain Li rushed in, his demeanor urgent as he called out from the doorway of Su Qing's study. What is it? This morning we received a charred corpse. The coroner has just examined it and suspects foul play followed by cremation. As Captain Li spoke, a slight tremor coursed through his mind, and the case file automatically appeared, its cover glowing with an eerie blue light. Su Qing felt a rush of excitement. It appeared to be at least a blue case. He promptly rose. Is the body in the coroner's office? Yes. I shall go at once. My lord, perhaps you should eat first, Xiaoya interjected hurriedly. No hurry. I shall eat after I grasp the details of the case. I fear you will lose your appetite once you learn the grim details. Are you not concerned that I might eat now and then vomit when confronted with the case? Striding alongside Captain Li, they arrived at the coroner's office, where the coroner awaited them. Upon the examination table lay a charred corpse, its exterior completely blackened, encased in a layer of carbonization. My lord, the position of the charred body is supine, with arms naturally at rest and palms open, indicating that the deceased did not struggle during the burning. The searing pain of immolation represents the most agonizing form of death. Had he perished in such a manner while still alive, it is inconceivable that his body would have borne this condition. Thus, it can be deduced that the deceased did not succumb to an accidental fire. Rather, he was murdered and subsequently incinerated. The victim was male. his features rendered unrecognizable by the flames, making it impossible to ascertain his appearance or age. Captain Lee, have we confirmed the identity of the deceased? Almost as soon as Captain Lee's words fell, the agile figure of Inspector Zhang, clad in a blue uniform, rushed in from the courtyard. Upon witnessing this sight, Su Qing could not help but admire silently. This was the demeanor befitting the southern hero, Inspector Zhang. My lord, the investigation has revealed that the deceased is Liu Baishi. Chapter 20. Enigma who? It must be Liu Baishi. The fire occurred in an independent courtyard on Qinglong Street. I located the landlord, who confirmed that the young man renting the courtyard was named Liu Baishi, unless it is an extraordinary coincidence of names. This Liu Baishi is indeed the one known to the authorities. Su Qing suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. What a predicament! The son of my direct superior has perished within my jurisdiction, and I shall undoubtedly face repercussions. A buzzing filled my mind, and in the next moment, the case record materialized, unfolding to the latest page. An upgradable blue case was detected. Should it be recorded? Yes, record it. As Su Qing's consciousness settled, the latest text swiftly appeared on the case record. Case 17, the mystery of Liu Baishi's death. Case level, blue, upgradable. Sir, at that moment, the forensic expert behind me suddenly exclaimed. He then wrapped something in a handkerchief and presented it to Su Qing. Upon receiving it, Su Qing examined it closely. The steel needle was entirely black and remarkably light. To her astonishment, the needle's tip was hollow. An incredulous expression crossed Su Qing's face. How could such a device exist in this era? The Naiha needle. Inspector Lee gasped. Have you seen such a thing? I have not. Inspector Lee quickly denied. Though I have heard of it. There is a particularly sinister concealed weapon known as the Naiha needle in the underworld. The hollow needle is filled with a lethal powder that, upon piercing, can seal one's fate. A common steel needle, even when coated with the deadliest poison, may not necessarily slay a master of profound internal skill. However, the Naiha needle, even if filled with ordinary arsenic, could certainly lead a congenital master to their demise. Though rumored for ages, no one had ever truly encountered it, believing it merely a tale from the underworld. Who would have thought it was real? To discuss toxicity without considering dosage is to engage in folly. A typical steel needle, even if tainted with poison, has a limited amount of toxin. Yet, this hollow needle contains a poison hundreds of times more potent than that of an ordinary needle. It is indeed formidable. What profound enmity could drive someone to such a murderous act? Zhanjiao, let us proceed to the scene. Yes. Following Zhanjiao, Su Qing arrived at the site of the incident. The area surrounding the crime scene had already been cordoned off by the constables, and even from a distance, one could detect the acrid scent of charred remains. Upon reaching the scene, they found a single-entry independent courtyard, now in utter disarray, with half of the three-room structure collapsed. At the forefront of the crowd, a middle-aged woman sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably over the remnants of her home. Who is this woman? What is her relation to the deceased? Su Qing inquired of a nearby constable. She is the landlord of this house, having rented it to Liu Baishi. Now that Liu Baishi is dead and the house is burned down, all her life's savings have turned to ashes. Alas, she is indeed a pitiable soul. In this era, there is no insurance. In the face of calamity or misfortune, one can only accept their fate. Su Qing entered the scene and observed from a distance that several constables were meticulously searching for any trace of evidence. Aware of her own limitations compared to their expertise in investigation, she refrained from joining the commotion and approached the distraught landlord instead. Madam, are you the owner of this estate? Sir, please, you must advocate for me. My husband passed away early, and I have toiled alone to support our 3 children. After a lifetime of hardship, I finally purchased this courtyard, hoping to enjoy a peaceful old age. Yet, after merely 2 months of owning it, a fire has consumed all my savings. I cannot bear to live like this any longer. Within 2 streets from here, the tents are inexpensive. Only 700 won a month. How much do you charge for this house? 1 tael of silver. Ah, that explains it. When did you rent the house to Liu Baishi? 2 months ago. I was impressed by his distinguished appearance and generous demeanor, so I readily rented it to him. Did he mention what he does for a living? Did he disclose the purpose of his stay? He claimed to be a scholar visiting friends in Qingli County, naturally. He needed a place to reside. I thought it inappropriate to probe further. Su Qing then turned her gaze to the crowd behind her. Who resides in the neighboring house? I have questions to ask. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, and soon a middle-aged man stepped forward. Sir, I live next door. Have you recently seen anyone from this courtyard? Indeed, I have seen him often, just as that young woman described. He is a handsome gentleman, refined and cultured. Has he interacted with anyone? Yes, a young lady frequently visits him. Each time she arrives, the sound of a lute can be heard emanating from within. The lady lingers for quite some time, but departs by carriage in the afternoon. A lady? What does she look like? What is her name? Su Qing inquired eagerly. She is quite beautiful, but I do not know her name. There is a maidservant who accompanies her. So I surmise she must be a miss or a lady from a prominent family, meeting her lover in secret. Is she the only visitor? Yes, indeed. Each time she visits, the gentleman is home. If he were absent, she would not come. This suggests that the gentleman may have rented the house for clandestine meetings with the lady. This revelation piqued Su Qing's interest. Could Lu Baishi be entangled with a married woman, thus incurring a deadly fate, employing the infamous Naiha needle to eliminate him and utterly obliterating his remains? Indicates a deep-seated vendetta. Sir, I have made a discovery. At that moment, behind her, Zhang Zhao quietly approached Su Qing. She stood and followed him to the scene. Sir, numerous footprints have been found surrounding the location of the corpse. They are chaotic, as if searching for something. Su Qing gazed intently at the footprints pointed out by Zhang Zhao, each one imprinted upon the carbon ash that scattered the room, filled with corpses. Moreover, a copper plate was discovered here, presumably left by the perpetrator. Another constable presented a copper plate before Su Qing. The plate measured approximately 0.5 millimeter in thickness and was roughly the size of a small palm. The real world is far removed from the dramatizations of television. A badge of such dimensions and thickness would be akin to carrying a brick. The badge was adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with a series of enigmatic symbols, likely a code for verifying identity. Chapter 21. The Gate of Ultimate Bliss. My lord, I have gathered the information. Please, let me speak. I have run about all day without even a sip of water. Allow me a moment to quench my thirst. With that, he grasped the teapot on the table and drank heartily. After setting down the pot, he relished the moment. Now, let us proceed. This tale begins with last year's provincial examination. Lu Baishi achieved 12th place, much to the delight of the provincial governor, who hosted a grand banquet and even invited Miss Wu Shuang from Tianxiang Pavilion to perform a dance for entertainment. Ever since Lu Baishi laid eyes on Miss Wu, he was utterly captivated. Consequently, he frequently visited Qingli County, making his way to Tianxiang Pavilion. However, the reputation of the governor's son was at stake. So Lu Baishi rented a residence outside to discreetly meet with Miss Wu. Is that the renowned Wu Shuang? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as the image of Wu Shuang's graceful dance from the previous night danced in her mind. An inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. Such a splendid flower, and yet it was being courted by a mere swine. How did you come by this information? Is there any need for inquiry? A casual query to one of Lu Baishi's former classmates would suffice. And what else? What more do you seek? Years ago, in Jinghai City, there was a talented scholar whose reputation rivaled Lu Baishi's. For reasons unknown, rumors circulated of a feud between them. However, not long after, the scholar's family was discovered to be in collusion with bandits, with irrefutable evidence leading to their downfall. Ultimately, that young master, once opposed to Lu Baishi, took his own life by hanging from a tree outside the city. My lord, do you think the murderer might be connected to this? Su Qing furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before gently shaking her head. It is difficult to ascertain. The clues we possess are scant. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She retrieved the copper medallion she had found that day. Are you familiar with this? Captain Li carefully took it, examining it closely for a long while before shaking his head. I have not seen it before. It appears to be a token of identity used by some faction. What sort of faction requires such a token for identification? Not many. In the martial world, factions typically signify their identity through overt or covert means. The overt forms are those clearly displayed, where factions use standardized uniforms and distinctive martial skills to denote their presence. However, larger factions with more clandestine identities resort to such subtle tokens for identification. These identity medallions are not for public display, but meant for their own kind, often belonging to those of questionable repute. My lord, we could inquire at Tiansu Tower. Tiansu Tower? What sort of faction is that? Tiansu Tower is a guild in the martial world dedicated to gathering information for others. In the past, I often sought their assistance for complex cases. Take me to Tiansu Tower tomorrow. Certainly. The night passed without a sound. The following morning, after a hasty breakfast, Su Qing donned her ordinary attire and accompanied Captain Li and Zhang Zhao as they set forth. Under Captain Li's guidance, they arrived at an unassuming apothecary on Xuanwu Street. Captain Li entered first, exchanging a few words with the shopkeeper before a young assistant led Su Qing and the others into the apothecary's back courtyard. The diligent attendant escorted Su Qing into a guest room, pouring fragrant tea for the three visitors. "Please wait a moment. Our esteemed master will arrive shortly," he announced. "You may go ahead, young sir." Su Qing inquired, "Captainly, are you familiar with the people from the Tianzi Tower?" "Indeed. Even a humble county constable like myself knows of them. The other sects and factions are certainly aware as well." "Are they aware of the location of Tianzi Tower?" "Certainly. Then why the need for the disguise of a medicinal shop? Since everyone knows your identity, why not simply change the sign and openly declare yourselves as Tianzi Tower?" "Your Excellency's words are misguided. Tianzi Tower is engaged in the business of surveillance, and we must maintain a certain fayade. It is akin to how people understand what lies beneath their garments yet still choose to wear clothing for modesty. If Tianzi Tower were to abandon all pretense, it would become a target for many." As the conversation unfolded, the door creaked open gently. A striking woman clad in white gracefully entered, offering a slight bow to Su Qing. "I am Hua Yurong, the master of Tianzi Tower in Qinglu County. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency." "Tianzi Tower in Qinglu County. It seems there is a presence of your establishment in every prefecture and county. Not every region possesses a Tianzi Tower, but Jiangzhou has long been prosperous and is a land where heroes and gallant figures arise. Thus we have established a stronger presence here. Who is behind Tianzi Tower? If Your Excellency is here solely to inquire about that, I fear you may be disappointed." Su Qing scrutinized Hua Yurong intently, slowly retrieving a copper token from her bosom. "I wish to obtain information regarding this token." Hua Yurong took the token, examining it meticulously for a considerable time before setting it down to meet Su Qing's gaze. "This belongs to the Jileman." "Jileman? That name does not evoke a sense of virtue," Captainly muttered. "What kind of force is Jileman?" "I do not know." Understanding dawned upon Su Qing as she produced a silver note. "What are the fees for Tianzi Tower's services?" "Your Excellency, there seems to be a misunderstanding. When I said I didn't know, I meant I genuinely do not know. However, should you wish for Tianzi Tower to conduct an investigation, the fee is 100 taels. Money is not an issue, but will I obtain the answers I seek in return for my expenditure? I cannot guarantee that." The second appearance was similar to the first, and the final occurrence was in Xi'an County, where a man in black was murdered in public. Before his demise, he clutched a copper token and uttered the words "Jileman" before he drew his last breath. "Is that all?" "Only this. This is an exceptionally clandestine organization. And the more tightly knit the organization, the greater its ambitions. Thus, the difficulty and peril of the investigation increase. Therefore, 100 taels for investigating Jileman is hardly expensive." Su Qing's eyes flickered as she pushed the silver note forward. 100 taels it is then. When shall I receive news?" "I do not know, but I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once I have news. Additionally, it is a rule of Tianzi Tower that once an order is placed, it cannot be retracted. Hence, regardless of whether I can uncover the truth, the payment will not be refunded." Upon exiting the Tianzi Tower, Su Qing intended to visit the Tianxiang Pavilion to inquire about the situation regarding Miss Wu Xuan. Suddenly, she heard Xiaoya's voice behind her. Su Qing's expression changed. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. Fortunately, she was already aware of the Elysium sect and could redirect her focus elsewhere. Chapter 22. National Fortune and Official Authority. Upon returning to the Yamen, Su Qing made her way directly to the coroner's hall. Outside, she spotted Governor Lu standing beneath the ginkgo tree, his hands clasped behind his back. Although she could not discern the expression on Lu Ji's face, the silhouette conveyed an indescribable sense of desolation, reminiscent of the sun setting over a long river or the solitary smoke rising in the vast desert. "Esteemed Governor, I am Su Qing," she greeted, bowing respectfully. "Inside lies the charred body of my son," Governor Lu replied, his voice calm. Yet, beneath that veneer of tranquility lay an undercurrent of suppressed fury. "I am already aware," he continued. "Xia was exceptionally bright from a young age. I had high hopes for him, and he did not disappoint. Yet, who could have imagined such a tragedy would befall us? As the governor of this region, I have safeguarded the people, yet I could not protect my own flesh and blood." With a thunderous roar, the governor's official robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, his imposing presence radiating with unrestrained authority. Slowly, he turned, and a grim expression began to twist his features into a mask of rage. "Calm yourself, my lord. We have leads on the perpetrator responsible for young Lu's murder." Su Qing interjected. "What? We have leads? What are they?" Governor Lu stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Su Qing produced a bronze medallion, the evidence left behind by the killer, which she had discovered at the scene. This is the insignia of the Gileman, she stated. Having confirmed its identity through the inquiry at the strategy building, Governor Lu gazed down at the medallion, a flicker of contemplation igniting in his eyes. What sort of power is this? Why would they wish to harm Sheer? We do not yet know for certain, but the presence of the Gileman's medallion at the crime scene undoubtedly implicates them in this tragedy. Gileman. Governor Lu spat the words, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth. I will root you out and reduce you to ashes. Su Qing, you shall continue your investigation into this matter. My office will also initiate inquiries. No matter how deeply the Gileman may hide, or how far their web of influence extends, we must pursue this to the bitter end. Understood. As for now, I must take my leave. My lord, allow me to escort you. That will not be necessary. Su Qing. Focus on unraveling the case and ensure the capture of the culprit swiftly. As she watched Governor Lu's carriage swiftly depart, Su Qing exhaled a long, relieving breath. A gentle breeze swept by, and then Zhang Zhao appeared at her side. This Governor Lu possesses remarkable depth in his abilities. And the black-clad guard accompanying him is equally formidable, he remarked. Indeed. Do you think that all officials are merely scholars with no power? Su Qing countered. After 20 years of serving the court and cultivating righteous spirit, their strength is indeed profound. Zhang Zhao's eyes clouded with confusion. Does nurturing righteous spirit imply that one must be well-read? Can scholarly pursuits forge a martial arts master? You perceive the world too simplistically. Do you believe that martial prowess is solely a product of training? Is it not? A subtle smile graced Su Qing's lips as she shook her head. In this age of flourishing martial arts, where masters of the Jianghu emerge incessantly, how can the courts of various nations suppress the might of the martial world? For a Jianghu warrior to ascend to innate mastery, talent, opportunity, and cultivation methods are all indispensable. 1,000 martial artists may not yield a single innate master. Yet any official who has held office for a minimum of 20 years is assuredly an innate expert. Why, you may ask? It is due to the fortune of the nation and the authority of the office. To govern a region and protect its people, how can one do so if they are powerless? By wielding the official seal. One can harness the national fortune and official prestige to enhance their cultivation. The limitations of training age, aptitude, the obstacles faced during one's practice, and the trials of the heart will all dissipate. Of course, such advancements will not occur rapidly, yet they will seep in quietly, like the gentle rain nourishing the earth. A county magistrate of the 7th rank, if able to serve for 5 years, will become at least a 4th-rank warrior after 10 years. Ascension to the 7th or 8th rank will be effortless. However, if one is a prefect, merely holding the prefectural seal, they need not 10 years to reach the innate realm. An innate expert within a prefecture is certainly not weak. Is martial cultivation truly capable of such? No wonder. After becoming a captain, I find my evening meditations and chi training progressing more swiftly than before. I had thought it was merely due to the auspicious nature of Qingla County, rich in spiritual essence. Let us depart. Where to? To Tianxiang Pavilion. As the sole county under Jinghai Prefecture with a seaport, the affluence of Qingla County is readily apparent. It can be said that Qingla County accounts for 30% of Jinghai Prefecture's wealth. Naturally, such prosperity is accompanied by romance and revelry. And when inquiring about the finest locale for such pleasures, every inhabitant of Qingla County would point toward the east, towards Tianxiang Pavilion. Tianxiang Pavilion is the most renowned brothel in Qingla County, frequented nightly by affluent gentlemen and merchants, with a constant stream of visitors. Consequently, the doormen have developed keen eyes, able to gauge a guest's wealth with a mere glance. At this moment, it was still midday, and most brothels had yet to open. Even Tianxiang Pavilion had only just begun its operations. Yet, during this time when guests were not expected, a modest carriage slowly approached the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. Before the carriage had fully come to a halt, a doorman with gleaming eyes hurriedly advanced. As the carriage door opened, a young woman clad in a blue gown, Su Qing, gracefully alighted. No sooner had she touched the ground than a voice called out, "Esteemed guest, please come inside." "Esteemed guest, what is your name? You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" The doorman inquired as he led the way. "It is my first visit." "Your first visit? How fortunate. I can see by your demeanor that you must be a scholar. A scholar must possess charm. How else could one become a celebrated figure? Do you have a particular lady in mind?" With a gentle smile, Su Qing softly uttered a name, Wu Shuang. The doorman paused momentarily. "Miss Wu Shuang? She is a performer, offering her art without selling her body." I am a respectable person and do not engage in such transactions. Miss Wu Shuang is unwell today and cannot meet guests. Would you prefer another? Please inform her that Su Gongzi, who shared drinks with her a few days ago, has arrived. The doorman regarded Su Qing with a hint of suspicion. Her beauty and demeanor were unparalleled among the young gentlemen he had encountered. Such an ethereal being was someone he would never dare to speak harshly toward. Please wait a moment, young master. I shall inquire with Miss Wu Shuang on your behalf. Before long, Guiyanu hastily descended from the upper floor. Young Master Su, Miss Wu Shuang has agreed to meet you. Please follow me. Under Guiyanu's guidance, Su Qing accompanied Zhang Zhao across the sky bridge on the second floor, arriving once more in the courtyard where the delicate petals of peach blossoms danced in the rain, revealing the enchanting figure of Wu Shuang. Miss, I have brought young Master Su. I shall take my leave now. Once Guiyanu departed, Miss Wu Shuang gracefully approached Su Qing, offering a slight bow. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Su. Although they had encountered each other previously, Su Qing was once again momentarily captivated by Wu Shuang's exquisite beauty. Gazing upon her nearly flawless visage, even the most critical observer would find no blemish to discern. No need for formalities. I seek your counsel on a few matters today. I had thought, my lord, that you had come solely to visit me. It appears I was mistaken, Wu Shuang remarked with a soft, self-deprecating tone. Chapter 23. The Phoenix Dances in the Nine Heavens. Does Miss Wu Shuang know Lu Baishi? Observing Su Qing's serious expression, Wu Shuang also retracted her self-pitying demeanor. Lu Baishi, the son of the governor? Yes, I know him. He has passed away. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Shuang's face, soon replaced by a look of astonishment. He has died. Just a few days ago, he seemed perfectly well. How could he have suddenly died? Lu Gongzi was murdered, and the perpetrator not only took his life, but also set fire to his body. His death was indeed tragic. The surprise on Wu Shuang's face gradually faded as she let out a soft sigh. Such is the unpredictability of life. Who could have anticipated that just days ago we were toasting together, and now he is forever departed? It is truly lamentable. You seem remarkably unfazed, Su Qing remarked, her brow furrowing at Wu Shuang's calm expression. What do you mean, my lord? Why should I be upset? As far as I know, Lu Baishi was closest to you in life. Neighbors often saw you both in harmonious companionship, inseparable. My lord has misunderstood. My relationship with Lu Gongzi was a pure, gentlemanly friendship. We shared our love for music and engaged in discussions on melodies, nothing more than that. A gentlemanly friendship? I presume you mean a bond akin to that of Guan and Bao. Though I was shocked to hear of Lu Gongzi's demise, such is the fickleness of fate. Misfortune and fortune are unpredictable. I hail from humble beginnings and have witnessed much tragedy in the world, so I have long since come to terms with it. Seeing Wu Shuang's expression, which seemed to transcend worldly concerns, a faint smile flickered across Su Qing's face. Composing poetry and painting are my pursuits. As for other matters, I am merely a woman of the world. Lu Gongzi would not confide in me. Then I know even less. I am just a woman of the world. Noticing Wu Shuang's evasiveness, a hint of displeasure crossed Su Qing's face. Despite Wu Shuang's sincere expression, Su Qing felt that this woman was not being forthright. Lu Baishi, a young master, had a rather uncomplicated life. Especially since the new year, his only significant association had been with Wu Shuang. Logically, he should not have had enmity with those of the martial world, unless... A thought suddenly struck Su Qing. Recalling something that head Constable Li had mentioned about a family that had been destroyed years ago due to Lu Baishi. As Su Qing stood to leave, Wu Shuang called out, "Please, my lord, wait." She then handed over a wooden plaque. 3 nights hence, I shall perform a new dance, the Phoenix Dances in the Nine Heavens, on the stage in the front courtyard. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the plaque, which she presumed to be an invitation, inscribed with a seat number. If I have the time, I shall attend. Exiting the Tianxiang pavilion, she found Zhang Zhao waiting with a carriage. Su Qing held the plaque in her hand, contemplating its significance. Zhang Zhao, do you think we should establish an intelligence-gathering department specifically to inquire about happenings in the martial world? Otherwise, we remain utterly oblivious to the dynamics at play. Then we should support a martial sect to discreetly collect information. However, we currently lack the manpower. We shall consider it when resources allow. Meanwhile, news of Lu Jishu's son, the governor of Jinghai, having met his demise at the hands of the Jiaoman, spread rapidly through the martial community like wildfire. Numerous sects of the martial world have coincidentally taken note of this previously unheard of force. What manner of hero is this, who, rather than remaining idle, dares to strike against the son of the magistrate? Such audacity! Unbeknownst to them, 3 days have quietly slipped by. During this time, Lu Zhishu has frantically inquired among the martial factions under his jurisdiction, mobilizing all available resources to uncover the secrets of a mysterious organization known as the Extreme Bliss Pavilion. Thus, the name Extreme Bliss has become a taboo. Even a casual mention on the streets might provoke a sudden arrival of officials ready to apprehend. Sir, this individual claims to know of the Extreme Bliss Pavilion. Sir, is Lu the magistrate not causing a stir? Sighed Captain Li, his face drawn, lamenting before Su Qing. The Extreme Bliss Pavilion is inherently a secretive sect, and tracking such a hidden organization requires discreet investigation. Should they cause alarm, the pavilion would retreat into its lair, rendering any pursuit futile, regardless of its formidable capabilities. With Lu's approach, when will the case ever be resolved? Su Qing, absently toying with a copper token left by the assailant, pondered that perhaps stirring the waters might not be such a detriment. Sir, what do you mean by that? Stirring the waters makes it easier to catch fish, replied Su Qing, glancing at the dimming sky. It's nearly time. Zhang Zhao, let us depart. Where are you headed? Young master? Little Yi suddenly emerged from a nearby flower bed, inquiring. To the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Are you going to visit a brothel? Do you dare I inform the master? I merely wish to observe a dance performance. Feel free to inform him. Young master, if you don't want me to inform the master, then take me along. A girl visiting a brothel? What propriety is that? Young master, wait for me. With that, Little Yi swiftly darted back into the room, disappearing from view. The lavish carriage ambled through the bustling Qinglong Avenue, where Su Qing scrutinized Little Yi, who was dressed in a blue long robe, styled as a delicate scholar. Little Yi wore a proud expression. Young master, how do I look? No longer recognizable as a girl, I trust? Recognizable, unless one is blind. Despite her male attire, the delicate aura surrounding Little Yi was unmistakable. Su Qing had encountered women who disguised themselves as men, but were utterly unconvincing. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, twilight was just beginning to descend. As Su Qing and Little Yi descended from the carriage, a voice called out, Young master, welcome. Please excuse us. Today, Miss Wu Shuang is performing a new dance and is not receiving other guests. Do you possess a token? Without one, we regret we cannot accommodate you. Su Qing looked up to find it was the same attendant who had welcomed her previously. Producing the token, she handed it over. The attendant's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. The first tier of the heavenly rank? Please, young master, follow me. The heavenly tier consists of a square table surrounded by 3 chairs, perfectly suited for Su Qing, Little Yi, and Zhang Zhao, with the first position located centrally at the stage, closest to the performance. As the 3 settled into their seats, they instantly captured the attention of those around them. The heavenly seat is not merely a position but a symbol of status and identity. Amidst the frequent glances and murmurs from those around her, Su Qing gracefully opened her folding fan, awaiting the commencement of the performance. After approximately half an hour, the stage curtains were slowly drawn aside. A dozen performers began to dance elegantly amidst the melodies. The guests present were all drawn by the enchanting phoenix dance in the 9th heaven performed by Miss Wu Shuang. Who would wish to witness anything else? Just as impatience began to stir among the audience, several white ribbons cascaded from the sky, intertwining to form a grid reminiscent of a chessboard. A figure clad in a violet gown, resembling a celestial fairy from the heavens, seized one of the ribbons and ascended gracefully into the air. At that moment, Su Qing truly understood the essence of the phoenix dance in the 9th heaven, dancing upon the fluttering ribbons, which resembled clouds drifting across the sky. Chapter 24. Walking into the trap, Wu Shuang danced like a feather upon the interwoven white ribbons, captivating the audience below who gazed up and awed her graceful movements, while simultaneously feeling a pang of anxiety for her safety. The ribbons soared several zhang high, and to an ordinary person, any misstep could result in a fatal fall. Just then, a sudden tearing sound echoed overhead. One of the white ribbons split apart unexpectedly, causing Wu Shuang to lose her footing and plummet from the heights. In that critical moment, a figure leaped into action. The esteemed seat number 1 was directly beneath Wu Shuang's descent, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing sprang up upon witnessing Wu Shuang's fall. Ascending 3 zhang, she reached out her arms to catch the descending Wu Shuang. However, at that very instant, a chilling sensation prickled along Su Qing's spine. A wave of cold surged from her tailbone, swiftly enveloping her entire being. A silver needle shot through the crowd towards her with alarming speed. Clang! At that precarious juncture, a glint of cold light sliced through the air from behind Su Qing. No one could discern how Zhang Zhao drew his sword, But by the time they comprehended the situation, his blade had already descended. A pair of sharp, icy beams instantly targeted the crowd, locking onto a gaunt young man with prominent cheekbones. Realizing he had been spotted, the young man leaped into action, crashing through a window to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Zhao called out, springing into motion, his body weaving through the dense throng as he pursued the fleeing figure. Su Qing gradually descended, gazing down at Wu Shuang in her arms with a gentle smile. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Oh dear, I think I might have twisted my ankle." "My lord, look." Xiaoya suddenly interjected. "Nahi needle." Su Qing's expression shifted, and she turned to maneuver through the chaotic crowd towards the exit. Outside the Tianxiang pavilion, Zhang Zhao leaped forward, blocking the path of the tall, slender man. With his sword held at an angle, the intent of his blade was fixated on the vital points of the high-strung man. "Who are you? And why are you attempting to harm my lord?" Zhang Zhao demanded, his face etched with fury. Zhang Zhao was inherently a gentle man, sunny and rarely angered. But there were lines one could not cross. In this world, Su Qing was his line. "If someone seeks my life, I shall eliminate them. There is no need for further inquiry." The tall man replied defiantly. "I suspect it is not that someone wishes to take your life, but rather someone desires for you to meet your end, is it not?" Su Qing remarked as she navigated through the crowd, revealing the Nahi needle she had been toying with, precisely the weapon the tall man had just hurled. "You used this to shoot at me?" "Indeed. You wretched official. Consider yourself fortunate to be alive. You claim someone wants me dead? Who is it?" "It is I." The man spat. "You have caused me such distress that I can no longer find peace. Since you have driven me to a point of no escape, I shall take you down with me." Su Qing scrutinized the gaunt young man with unwavering focus, producing a copper plate from her bosom. "Is this yours?" "Humph. Given the circumstances, there is no need for further concealment." "Indeed. I lost it at the scene that day, and I thought it had been destroyed. Little did I know it ended up in your possession. How unfortunate for me. Is it true that Lu Jifu's son, Lu Baishi, was killed by you?" "Indeed. I am the one who took his life." "You admit it so readily? Surely, there isn't another party behind this?" "Your sudden emergence today makes me feel that the situation is far from simple. A man of honor acts decisively and stands by his actions. What is there to conceal? A mere yamen servant, slain is slain. What is there that cannot be stated? What enmity do you hold against Lu Baishi that you would wish him dead?" The tall, slender man suddenly raised his eyes towards the depths of the Tianxiang pavilion, then revealed a calm expression. "It is simply that I found him displeasing. Hence I sent him to his demise, just as today, I find you equally displeasing and shall send you to your end." As his words fell, the tall man abruptly thrust his hands towards Su Qing. Steel needles shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards her. Zhang Zhao swiftly pushed Su Qing back and darted towards the tall man. The incoming needles were deflected by the brilliance of his sword, and in mere moments, he closed the distance to the tall man. The flash of the sword aimed directly for the man's throat. With a swift motion, the cold gleam of the blade vanished, plunging instantaneously into the tall man's throat. This scene left not only the surrounding onlookers in shock, but also Zhang Zhao, the one who had delivered the strike, momentarily stunned. The only person unfazed was Su Qing. "Ah, a murder has occurred. Hurry and report to the authorities." "Yes, report it. Wait. Isn't the murderer right here?" Withdrawing his sword, Zhang Zhao watched as the tall man, with eyes full of resentment, slowly collapsed, twitching a few times before lying still. Is it not normal to slay a person who deliberately sought death? Deliberately sought death? So, he is not the murderer of Lu Baishi? He merely came to be a scapegoat? Su Qing shook her head. From the size and depth of the footprints left at the scene, we can deduce the height and weight of the true perpetrator, approximately 7 feet tall and around 120 pounds. Is it him? It should be. Su Qing took slow steps towards the body. I had always wondered why the murderer would kill Lu Baishi. Now, I believe I have come to understand. Since the murderer is he, why would he deliberately seek death? Zhang Zhao inquired, puzzled. Because he was not in control of his own fate. He stirred up a hornet's nest, and the forces behind him were unwilling to take the blame, even reluctant to be associated with him. Left with no choice, he could only come to his demise. I see. So, is the case of Lu Baishi resolved? He has publicly confessed to the murder of Lu Baishi and discarded the needle used in the act. Both witness and material evidence are present. This case is concluded. At that moment, a slight tremor coursed through her mind. The case files materialized, unfolding in Su Qing's consciousness. Case File 17. The murder of Lu Baishi has been successfully solved with the perpetrator's confession. Method of resolution. The perpetrator delivered himself into the trap. Evaluation of the resolution, a windfall. Reward points, 200. Damn it. Just because the perpetrator delivered himself into the trap does not mean the evaluation should be a windfall. One ought to consider why the perpetrator chose to do so. I have orchestrated a situation that compels him to walk willingly into the trap, have I not? Yet, despite Su Qing's inner grievances, the case file remained indifferent, even closing with a hint of disdain. Although the case numbered 17 has reached a conclusion, it is, in truth, a matter ripe for escalation. It simply has not yet met the criteria for advancement. Su Qing is in no hurry. Upon re-entering the Tianxiang pavilion, she found the interior in utter disarray. The matron of the establishment was as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, apologizing profusely to each guest. Madam Wu, how is Miss Wu Shuang faring? Oh dear, Sir Su, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused. It is our fault at Tianxiang Pavilion. We will rectify this. We shall indeed make amends. Wu Shuang has twisted her ankle and is in considerable pain, unable to walk, resting in the back hall. I have some inquiries to make of Wu Shuang. Please guide me. Yes. Right this way, Sir Su. Chapter 25. The mastermind is you following Wu Ma. I arrived at the entrance of a room in the backyard and gently knocked on the door. Wu Shuang, are you feeling better? Lord Su has come to see you. I'm fine, Insua. Please open the door. The door was swiftly opened, and a rich fragrance of powder enveloped me. Please, come inside, my lord. Su Qing stepped into the room, leaving Zhang Zhao to stand guard outside. Wu Ma wore a knowing smile, courteously closing the door behind her. You two converse. I shall not intrude. Su Qing gracefully approached the screen, only to find a young girl carefully applying a peeled egg to Wu Shuang's bare ankle. Her delicate ankle was visibly swollen. My lord, I beg your pardon. I cannot rise to greet you. No matter, Su Qing replied, positioning Wu Shuang's foot on her knee and gently beginning to massage the injured area. Applying an egg to a sprained ankle is of little effect. It requires proper manipulation to restore circulation. I have studied medicine and possess considerable knowledge of massage and bone alignment. Please dismiss those around you. I have a few private matters to discuss with you that are not suited for the presence of others. My lord wishes to speak with my young mistress privately. Does he not? One of the nearby maids teased, covering her mouth with amusement. Be gone, and watch your words, lest I tear your mouth apart. Wu Shuang retorted fiercely to those around her. Yes, the maids responded in unison, retreating from the room. Su Qing continued to knead Wu Shuang's ankle as Wu Shuang languidly reclined on the bed, the atmosphere in the room becoming somewhat suggestive. Do you know the person who attacked me today? Wu Shuang emitted a few soft sounds, her eyes sparkling. I have some impression. He seems to be a martial artist from the Jianghu. Long ago, he attempted to approach me, but I rejected him. Afterward, I instructed Wu Ma to ensure he would not return, and I have not seen him since. He is the murderer of Liu Baishi. Is it him? What enmity did he have with young Master Liu? Wu Shuang slightly propped herself up, her figure curving like a long serpent. He is merely an accomplice. The true mastermind lies elsewhere. Is that so? How complex indeed. Is the young lady not curious about the identity of the true mastermind? Does the identity of the true culprit concern me? Even if the murderer were the emperor himself, it would not alter the fact that I continue to navigate the storms of life each day, would it? It does matter, for that mastermind is you, Miss Wu Shuang. At this revelation, Wu Shuang's body jolted in shock. However, her ankle remained firmly held by Su Qing, and any slight movement tugged at the sprain. Ah, be gentle. It hurts. Outside the room, a maid in green attire heard the exclamation and her expression shifted slightly, causing her to rise and quietly depart. Do not move. Be careful lest I cause you further pain. Su Qing continued to gently massage the ankle while speaking. My lord, do not frighten me. How could I possibly be the mastermind? There are many doubts surrounding this matter from beginning to end. In recent months, Liu Baishi has nearly spent every day with you. It is highly probable that any mortal peril stems from your involvement. However, not only are you utterly ignorant of his circumstances, but you also exhibit an alarming indifference towards his demise. From that moment, I began to harbor suspicions about you. My lord, is there anything dubious about this? It is often said that a courtesan is devoid of sentiment and an actor is lacking in loyalty. Thus, one who embodies both roles is bound to be a person devoid of compassion and integrity. Hence, I have merely questioned you without definitively labeling you as the murderer. Nevertheless, there are other inconsistencies in this case. As she spoke, Su Qing produced the copper token from the joyful gate. You will undoubtedly claim to be unfamiliar with this object, asserting that you have never encountered it. I can reveal to you that this token was left behind at the crime scene, or perhaps not. After the perpetrator took Liu Baishi's life, He set the place ablaze, reducing the house to cinders. If this copper token had indeed fallen during the act of murder, the ensuing inferno would have turned the corpse to ashes, yet the token remains entirely unscathed by fire. Thus, upon acquiring the token, I immediately deduced that it was intentionally left behind by someone after the fact. Moreover, numerous footprints were discovered at the scene, belonging to a man approximately 7 feet tall and weighing around 120 pounds. Of course, footprints can be easily manipulated, so I refrained from making any definitive claims. If these prints truly belonged to the murderer, what were they in search of? I speculate that they were seeking this very token. However, when I discovered the token, it was positioned most conspicuously. The assailant could not possibly have overlooked it. Thus, it is easy to arrive at the conclusion that when the murderer sought the token, it was not present at the scene. By the time we arrived, the token had reappeared. Until today, I had remained uncertain whether those footprints genuinely belonged to the murderer or were deliberately left by the orchestrator to confuse my judgment. However, it now appears that the footprints indeed belonged to the assailant, and the mastermind left this token with the intent of directing our attention towards the joyful gate. Am I correct, Miss Wu Shuang? Lord Su, your convoluted reasoning has left me quite bewildered. Even if this token was intentionally placed at the scene to lead your investigation towards the joyful gate, what does that have to do with me? Because the architect of this scheme is none other than you. Someone who is either not affiliated with the joyful gate or wishes to bring misfortune upon it. Today's performance, Dancing Phoenix in the Sky, was also a carefully crafted ruse by you. The stage mishap was a deliberate design, aimed at compelling me to reach out to you, thereby providing the assassin with an opportunity. Regardless of whether the assassin succeeded in taking my life, he was destined to be sacrificed to bear the blame, absolving the authorities from pursuing the joyful gate any further. Yet, the joyful gate has evidently underestimated the complexity of the matter, for someone intends to make it a thorn in the side of the officials. First, they used Liu Baishi's life as a pretext to incite an investigation into the joyful gate, then employed this assassination as leverage to intensify the authorities' resolve for a thorough inquiry. Your objective is neither Liu Baishi, nor myself, nor the expendable pawn who was sacrificed. Your aim is the joyful gate, is it not? Earlier, I intentionally inquired whether you recognized a certain individual. Your failure to assert complete unfamiliarity with them suggests that you deliberately invited my suspicion. Now that we are alone, feel free to express whatever you wish. Su Qing spoke in a calm tone, gently setting Wu Shuang's foot aside. Why not continue the massage? You have indeed found pleasure in this. Wu Shuang stifled a laugh behind her hand. There was not a trace of the flustered disarray that comes from having one's true self unveiled, nor a hint of tension or fear upon her countenance. Truly, Lord Su is deserving of his reputation. I had believed my efforts to be seamless. Yet, in the eyes of the esteemed lord, I stand as if unclothed, stripped bare of all pretense. From the moment I realized that the copper metal had been deliberately left behind, you revealed a flaw, and every subsequent arrangement only served to widen that chink until it ultimately exposed you. Have you considered that this flaw was intentionally left by me? I have, which is precisely why I am inquiring at this moment, rather than in the interrogation chamber of the county office. What intricate schemes do you harbor? Why is it that, even now, there is not a shred of remorse upon your visage? Are you unaware of the trials that lie ahead? Did you not already ascertain this? I do so for the sake of the blissful gate. Wu Shuang gradually propped herself up, her loose garments slipping from her shoulders to reveal half of her shoulder, exuding an alluring sensuality. I hail from Qizhou, born into affluence. Though I cannot claim to have lived in opulence, I was indeed a young lady of considerable means. 7 years ago, on a fateful day, I was abducted by a flower thief, and thus commenced my 7 years of torment. Chapter 26. Irreconcilable hatred after enduring humiliation. I was sold to the Paradise Gate, where I underwent the harrowing process of bone-erasing disguise. Are you familiar with this torment? They incised my facial skin, stripped away my flesh, and introduced parasitic insects to gnaw at our bones. Many sisters could not withstand this agony and perished in their cries of despair. Surviving the bone-erasing disguise was not a stroke of luck. Rather, it marked the beginning of a nightmare. Our appearances were irrevocably altered, some transformed into monstrous visages, taken away and vanishing without a trace. Those of us who emerged more beautiful were trained to please men, learning the art of seduction and romance. After enduring 5 long years of unrelenting torment, we acquired every secret to ensnaring men. Subsequently, we were released, assuming various identities before the world's gaze. We could be entertainers, orphaned heiresses, or daughters of fallen nobility. Paradise Gate would provide us with a myriad of identities, enabling us to approach those of worth. You asked me why there is not a trace of regret upon my face. Why should I feel remorse? Is it for the grave crimes that could lead to my execution? I have long ceased to wish for life. Each day spent in this world is a torment for me. Yet, throughout these years, one belief has sustained my resolved vengeance. I may perish, but I shall ensure that Paradise Gate accompanies me to the grave. Seeing the twisted expression on my face born of hatred, Su Qing felt a chill in her heart. You need not resort to such extremes. You could simply report to the county office or the prefectural government. Report? The moment I dare to step beyond the watchful gaze of Paradise Gate, the crimson flame goo poison within me will erupt, leading to my immediate demise. Moreover, after 7 years within Paradise Gate, I remain utterly ignorant of its location, its members, or the nature of its organization. Could the authorities exact revenge for me against such a tightly knit entity? I cannot leave this world without witnessing the downfall of Paradise Gate. Ignorant, you say? For instance, who else belongs to Paradise Gate? Aside from myself, I know only the monitors. What of your monitor? He is dead, the one who just attempted to assassinate you. It was him, Su Qing thought in astonishment. How do you usually communicate with Paradise Gate? We cannot reach out to them. They always contact us. They can invariably locate us. So tightly controlled? Indeed. Then, with your monitor deceased today, won't Paradise Gate suspect you? No. For the monitor's death was sanctioned by Paradise Gate. After his passing, they will send a new monitor to meet with me. Furthermore, he willingly sacrificed himself for me. Alas, Lu Baishi, despite knowing that sycophants seldom meet a good end, I never anticipated that a sycophant would ultimately sacrifice their very life. How tragic, how lamentable. Tragic and lamentable? You are unaware of the despicable nature hidden behind Lu Baishi's gentlemanly facade. During my time at Paradise Gate, I had a close sister. In that desolate place, without her support, I would have long since sought an end to my own existence. Her entire family has been reduced to ruin by Lu Baishi, a man whose villainy knows no bounds. The catalyst for this tragedy was merely the fact that my sister's brother overshadowed Lu Baishi at a poetry gathering. He is a man deserving of the gravest punishment, and I feel no remorse in plotting against him. From the moment he extended his hand to me last year, I commenced my scheme, and Lu Baishi has not disappointed my expectations through my observations. He is not only a hypocrite, but also a complete deviant, driven by insatiable lust, reveling in the art of naked portraiture, depicting beauty in its most vulnerable form. He believes that by threatening me with his lewd art, he holds some leverage over me? How laughable. A mere woman of the world, what leverage could I possibly possess? What he clutches is not my weakness, but rather the noose of his own demise hanging around his neck. Originally, the assassination of Lu Baishi was sanctioned by the blissful sect. However, I have subtly introduced some unforeseen variables into this seamless plan. This is the reason you left the bronze medal at the scene. Indeed, since Lu Baishi is a man marked for death, I wonder where I have gone astray? Do you require my life as the second link in your scheme? Your Excellency has misunderstood. Upon your arrival in Qingla County, you successfully solved a major case, which I, too, commend. I have painstakingly orchestrated this setup in hopes that a capable individual would uproot the blissful sect entirely, thus allowing me to rest in peace even in death. If you cannot pass such a test, how could I dare to place my hopes upon you? However, I did not anticipate that you would not only dismantle my plans but also ensnare me within them. Upon hearing this, my mind suddenly stirred, and the case files automatically sprang to life. The case file was upgraded, meeting the conditions for advancement. Now designated as a red case, the dismantling of the clandestine organization known as the Blissful Sect. Upon receiving this notification, a smile blossomed on Su Qing's face. It seems the Blissful Sect is deeply entrenched, indeed. Su Qing furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Miss Wu Shuang observed Su Qing's serious contemplation, her eyes glimmering with affection. She rose and gently massaged Su Qing's shoulders from behind. Your Excellency, I am now yours. To kill or to spare lies within your discretion. I merely hope that when you act, you do so with care, for I fear pain. I shall refrain from acting against you for now. Su Qing replied in a calm tone. I knew you could not bear to harm me, Wu Shuang said, wrapping her arms around Su Qing's waist. If I were to act against you, I would worry about alarming the enemy. Since the Blissful Sect wishes for this case to be closed, I shall respect their intent. Should you acquire any new intelligence regarding the Blissful Sect, you must inform me. I shall obey. I will visit often. Your Excellency, why not stay for the night? From now on, my bed is reserved solely for you. Not tonight, Su Qing replied coolly, rising to her feet. You should rest well. I shall return in a couple of days. As she stepped out of the room, a commotion arose from below, as Captain Li hurriedly approached with his subordinates. Su Qing glanced at the ever-watchful Zhang Zhao standing by the door, a smile gracing her lips. Let us go. Having just descended the stairs, Xiaoya hurriedly approached, leaning in close to Su Qing, inhaling deeply, her expression instantly darkening. Young master, why do you carry the fragrance of a woman's powder? Is it so peculiar to have traces of powder after visiting Tianxiang Pavilion? Come along. Xiaoya hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Su Qing's retreating figure, before quietly sidling up to Captain Zhang. Captain, has the young master had any involvement with that Wushuang girl? Zhang promptly shook his head. I know not. I have seen nothing. Seen nothing? Then that implies something has indeed transpired. Humph. The carriage swayed as it traversed the cobblestone street, and Su Qing, with a beaming smile, gazed at the pouting Xiaoya, whose cheeks resembled a pufferfish, swollen with indignation. Unable to contain a teasing smile, Su Qing remarked, Xiaoya, what is it? Xiaoya retorted, her expression fierce, embodying the essence of a sulking child. Chapter 27. The Gentleman on the Beam. 3 days later, in the early morning. Although Lu Jifu expressed his approval of our swift execution of Lu Baishi's murderer, the life of a mere pawn in the rivers and lakes could hardly satisfy him. He intended for the entire Jiaomen to pay with their lives for Lu Baishi's demise. Thus, he ordered us to delve deeper into Jiaomen, mandating that within a month we must eradicate them completely. A month? It is easy to speak from a position of comfort, came Qiao Dai's cool voice. Jiaomen is so deeply entrenched, Lu Jishu has searched thoroughly without success, yet he expects us to uproot them in a month, which indeed seems an unreasonable demand. There is no alternative. After all, he is our superior, replied Zhang Zhao in a calm tone. Qiao Dai, has there been any news from the government? At that moment, Captain Li strode into the courtyard, bowing respectfully at the archway towards Su Qing. My lord, there is someone outside reporting a case. A case has arisen. Just when we have had a bit of leisure these past few days. Come, let us proceed to court. After changing into his official attire, he entered the courtroom, straightening his garments slightly before stepping in confidently. Su Ren has arrived. Su Qing walked with a measured pace, gradually approaching the plaque that proclaimed justice and integrity. Turning to face a middle-aged, portly man kneeling in the court. With a gentle lift of his hand, he brought down the gavel. Court is in session. Who stands before us? Why have you come to report a case? My lord, I am the humble Lu Youfu. Last night, my home was burglarized, and I beseech you to seek justice on my behalf. Burglary? What was taken? Do you have any suspects? Why? Because in this era, the common folk are remarkably adept at concealing their wealth. The methods of hiding private savings that Su Qing had observed in his past life would be considered laughable by the people of this time. Have you ever seen money hidden in a latrine? Or concealed in pigsties and sheepfolds? Su Qing had indeed witnessed it all. If money is hidden so well, yet stolen, there is but one possibility. The thief knew the location beforehand. How could they know? By sight or inference. In such cases, it can only be the work of an acquaintance. Once a suspect is identified, a mere inquiry or intimidation could yield results. I know. It was the flying mouse who stole it. Not only did he take all my savings, but he also left behind a note. Bring it forth. Taking the note handed over by Zhang Zhao, it bore a simple message: borrowing 100 taels of silver, repay in the next life. From the flying mouse. At the end, there was a rather lewd drawing of a mouse. The case file trembled slightly, automatically springing to life in his mind, opening to the latest page. Case 18, the flying mouse theft case, case level, blue. This is a notorious rogue of the rivers and lakes, rather audacious. Lu Youfu. Have you had any recent conflicts with strangers? Conflicts with strangers. Lu Youfu pondered momentarily before shaking his head. No, my nature is honest and good. I never quarrel with others. Indeed, thank you, my lord. You may withdraw. Yes. Captain Li complied and exited. It was not until dusk, just before the end of the day, that Captain Li returned to Su Qing's side once more. Esteemed sir, I have inquired among nearly all the diverse sects and factions of the world, and although the moniker of Flying Mouse is not uncommon, it is indeed too plentiful. Those who have acquired even a modicum of lightness in their steps dare to call themselves Flying Mouse or Flying Tiger. Upon thorough investigation, it appears that none bearing the name Flying Mouse are implicated. The audacity to leave a signed note after committing a crime reveals that this thief is not only bold, but possesses the capability to match such audacity. Instruct the brothers to keep an eye on the people of the martial world. I refuse to believe he will refrain from further actions. Understood. A night passed in silence. And as dawn broke the following day, Su Qing was roused by the sound of drums. During the day, citizens do not strike the drums to report incidents, as it is impossible to do so. Only when the government is at rest is the drum placed outside, allowing citizens to beat it in case of urgent emergencies. However, this drum is not to be struck lightly. False reporting or trivial matters will surely invite punishment. Su Qing sprang from her bed, and at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Young master, are you awake? We have come to assist you in dressing. Come in." Xiaoya and her companion entered. And under their attentive service, Su Qing hastily donned her official robes and made her way to the court. Upon lowering her gaze, she recognized Liu Youfu from the previous day. Yet now, Liu Youfu was clad only in a shirt, barefoot, with socks caked in mud. Had he truly rushed here without attire to report a murder committed by the flying mouse? Su Qing's expression darkened. "Liu Youfu, what has transpired now?" "Sir, you must help me. Life has become unbearable." Liu Youfu lamented. "All of my savings have been thoroughly stolen. I did not arrange for anyone to stand guard through the night. Who could have imagined this would provoke the flying mouse? Upon awakening, I found my clothes, shoes, and all provisions, even the furniture, had been completely cleared away. Save for my bed, everything was gone." He hesitated, trembling as he raised a note. Su Qing took the paper that Zhang Zhao handed her and unfolded it. "Sir, this flying mouse seeks a perpetual vendetta against me. I implore you to save me." "Thank you, sir." Though Liu Youfu had violated the rule against beating the drum for non-life-threatening matters, Su Qing chose not to hold it against him. Returning to the courtyard, she washed and had breakfast under Xiaoya's care. "Zhang Zhao, prepare for this afternoon. We shall visit Niu family village. Do you believe that the flying mouse will return? Even if this flying mouse is audacious, he should understand the principle of 3 strikes. Having already struck once and twice, there is a high likelihood of a third. After all, he has inflicted no losses upon us overnight. My concern is not whether this flying mouse will come, but rather what his intentions truly are." In the afternoon, Su Qing traveled by carriage to Niu family village. This village consists of over 70 households, housing 300 to 400 individuals, and is relatively small within Qingli County. Nestled beside mountains and waters, the village boasts excellent feng shui, and with spring in full bloom, the lush grass and vibrant flowers paint a picture of a thriving paradise. Chapter 28. The flying mouse is captured. As Su Qing arrived, the once quiet and tense village erupted into a flurry of activity. Inhabitants poured out of their homes, casting curious glances towards her, yet they were too fearful to meet her gaze directly. To the esteemed figures, the county magistrate was but a minor official. Yet to these villagers, he represented a figure of immense authority. An elderly man, supported by a young companion, approached Su Qing. He was Niu Lan, the village head of Niujia village, who frequently encountered the magistrate. The elder offered no formalities, stating, "I have come regarding the case of Liu Youfu's family. Alas, sir, our village has enjoyed peace for decades, never having harbored any thieves. How could we suddenly be afflicted by such misfortune?" He lamented. "Last night, we all stayed awake. Yet still, we were robbed. You did not see or hear anything during the night?" "Nothing at all. My eldest grandson has keen hearing and can even detect the sound of a mouse scurrying about. Yet last night, he heard nothing amiss." Accompanied by the village head, they arrived at Liu Youfu's home. Liu Youfu, clad only in a shirt, rushed out excitedly, exclaiming, "Sir, you truly have come. Great Lord, I prostrate myself before you." "Rise. Show me to your home," commanded Su Qing. Liu Youfu's residence was a row of 3 interconnected rooms, flanked by 2 additional rooms serving as a kitchen and a wood storage area. By this measure, Liu Youfu's family appeared relatively well off, ranking among the more affluent households in the village. However, upon entering, Su Qing was taken aback. What does a house stripped bare truly mean? Before her stood an embodiment of this phrase. Pots, pans, dishes, and furniture. Anything that could be carried away had vanished without a trace. Apart from the door, the only items remaining in the 3-room house were 2 beds in the east room. On those beds, for timid eyes peered out at Su Qing, filled with trepidation. "Sir, that accursed flying mouse has taken my wife and children's clothing. They cannot even get out of bed without clothes," Liu Youfu lamented. "Have you discovered anything?" Zhang Zhao shook his head. "I found only a few faint footprints. If the flying mouse did indeed carry away your possessions, it possesses remarkable agility, rivaling my own." Liu Youfu: "Present, sir. Last night, the flying mouse emptied your home, and yet you claim to have heard nothing?" Indeed, there was no sound whatsoever. Could it be that the flying mouse possesses some kind of supernatural ability, allowing it to make all my belongings vanish? Su Qing's expression turned serious, her eyes glimmering with insight. Village head, please seek assistance from the villagers to provide them with clothing and some food. Yes, I shall do so at once. As Su Qing departed Lu Youfu's home, she began to wander aimlessly in the vicinity. Sir, I just examined Lu Youfu's condition and found no traces of any sedative. Even if he had been drugged, it would not be easy to clear out an entire house in one night, let alone do so without waking the family. Those capable of such feats would hardly resort to thievery. A person of their caliber could lead a prosperous life anywhere, and engaging in theft is beneath contempt. Thus, I find myself perplexed by the intentions of this elusive flying mouse. Su Qing gazed at the two butterflies dancing amidst the wildflowers in the distance and spoke softly. Unbeknownst to her, nightfall had descended. Under the village chief's arrangement, Su Qing resided in the home of a villager. Despite her numerous refusals, the family insisted on offering her their master bedroom, while they squeezed into the smallest guest room. The night breeze wafted gently, and the bright moon shone clearly. It was her first night in an unfamiliar environment, and as the hours deepened, Su Qing found herself unable to succumb to sleep. Rising from her bed, she opened the door and stepped into the courtyard to gaze at the luminous moon above. A refreshing breeze swept past her from behind, and she turned to find Zhang Zhao had appeared silently. Why are you still awake at this late hour? I still believe the flying mouse will not come. Why is that? If it dares to show itself tonight, it would not be an act of audacity, but rather an invitation to its own demise. The thoughts of a flying thief are beyond our comprehension. As Su Qing looked up at the moon, the verses of a poem echoed in her mind. The bright moonlight before my bed seems like frost upon the ground. She reflected on the longing for home expressed in those lines. In her earlier studies of the poem, she could never grasp the poet's sentiment, even during her own struggles away from home. Yet, at this very moment, she felt a profound connection to the sense of homesickness conveyed within the verse. And you? I feel nothing. Do you not yearn for your past world? I have no memories of a past world. I awoke outside Qinglu County, knowing that following you is the only path to existence. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, as she had always assumed that summoned individuals, like herself, were brought from another realm, perhaps merely subjected to some form of indoctrination, instilling unwavering trust in themselves. However, it now appeared that the process was not merely summoning, but rather creation. Yet, whether summoned or created, Zhang Zhao was undeniably a living being. As Su Qing pondered this, suddenly, a shadow darted across the moonlit sky. In the instant she caught a glimpse of that figure from the corner of her eye, Zhang Zhao had vanished. She felt an urge to pursue, but that thought was swiftly extinguished. How could she chase after a pair of skilled martial artists when even a mere rabbit eluded her grasp? She held confidence in Zhang Zhao's abilities. Though the martial prowess in this world was formidable, it would be rather absurd if the esteemed southern hero, Zhang Zhao, failed to capture a mere thief. A sense of unease began to stir within her. After an agonizing quarter of an hour of indecision about whether to pursue, Zhang Zhao's silhouette reappeared atop the undulating rooftops in the distance. With a person in tow, he descended before Su Qing and unceremoniously dropped them at her feet. I chased him for 30 miles before finally catching up. You are the flying mouse? Indeed. I am who I am, with no need for an alias. And you, young one, who do you serve? This is your bodyguard? Rather impressive skills, yet lacking in character. Resorting to hidden weapons when you could not keep pace with me. How despicable. How dare you speak of integrity as a thief? What thief? I am a gentleman of the rafters. Even a thief abides by a code. What grievance do you hold against Lu Youfu that you would torment him so? How did that rotund fellow manage to find you as an accomplice? No, it cannot be. You must be affiliated with the officials of Qinglu County, for I have not encountered either of you before. The youth suddenly regarded Su Qing and Zhang Zhao with a look of curiosity. What of the constable surnamed Li? It seems you are quite familiar with the magistracy of Qinglu County. Ah, this is Zhang Zhao, the constable clad in blue from Qinglu County. Su Qing replied with a hint of indifference as she gestured towards him. And you? The youth inquired. I am the magistrate of Qinglu County, came the proud response. While many may recognize Zhang Zhao, few are acquainted with my name. It appears you have not acquainted yourself with the local authorities. You are the new magistrate of Qinglu County? I did not expect that such a short absence of merely half a year from Qinglu would result in such significant changes. Very well, I concede. Chapter 29. Why throw oneself into the net had Master Su captured the culprit? At that moment, a sudden gasp echoed from behind. It was the head of the household, who had risen in the middle of the night, under the moonlight. He observed every move of Su Qing and her companions with clarity, particularly the figure clad in black, now under the foot of Zhang Jiao, was undoubtedly the instigator of the unrest that had plagued Niu family village. The presence of the flying mouse had rendered every household too fearful to sleep. And at the sound of the cry, lanterns flickered to life all around. Had the culprit been apprehended? Was the flying mouse finally caught? Soon. The villagers of Niu family village rushed forth, excitedly carrying oil lamps and torches. Leading the charge was Lu Youfu, whose ample frame bobbed with a vigorous energy illuminated by the flames. Since you have admitted your guilt, you might as well confess why you toyed with Lu Youfu. Su Qing inquired, her tone somber. It's you. Lu Youfu exclaimed, suddenly recognizing the flying mouse. You know him? Why did you not mention it when I inquired yesterday? Your Excellency, forgive me. It was not my intention to conceal the truth. I simply did not recall. A few days ago, while irrigating the fields, I encountered him on the embankment. I was burdened with a load, and he approached empty-handed. Logically, he should have yielded to me, yet he did not, and we stood there for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he leaped over my head and departed. I forgot about it almost instantaneously. You wretched thief, you have caused me great distress. Where's my money? What have you done with my belongings? Money? I lost it all at the gambling house yesterday, the flying mouse shamelessly replied. And where have you stowed my family as possessions? By the banks of the Dongshan River. And then I set them ablaze, letting them burn throughout the night. I shall kill you. Lu Youfu roared, ready to strike, only to be restrained by his neighbors. Lu Youfu, calm yourself. Woe is me. The scoundrel. My entire life's savings, all gone, vanished into thin air. Do not weep just yet. Rest assured, even if I have to slice his flesh piece by piece to repay you, I will see that you are compensated. Really? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Lu Youfu ceased his tears. I always keep my word. Haraha. You are quite the amusing official. My money has all been squandered. What will you use to compensate me? Will you personally pay him back? Have you truly squandered every last coin? Though I am a thief, I have always been truthful and never lied. The flying mouse's eyes glimmered with confusion at Su Qing's statement. You too? What do you mean, you too? But suddenly, the expression of the flying mouse shifted, a flicker of panic igniting in his eyes. Su Qing, now a practitioner of martial arts, remained spirited despite a sleepless night. She directly escorted the flying mouse to the interrogation chamber. Methodically, she laid out the items for questioning before him, and gradually, the color drained from the flying mouse's face. From tense to alarmed. Your Excellency, may I be so bold as to ask what this is for? Are you not well versed in the ways of the government? What? Do you not know about coercive interrogation? Your Excellency, I have no intention of resisting. Please feel free to inquire. I will speak candidly without reservation. And there is no need for coercion. Oh, how proactive of you, Su Qing remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her lips. I am but a petty thief, lacking the fortitude of the chivalrous heroes of the martial world, and I have no desire to play the hero. It is merely theft. After all, I am well acquainted with the law. For theft amounting to less than 200 taels, one is imprisoned for 3 years. I am more familiar with this than even you, my lord. Now, tell me, did you steal Lu Youfu's money? I lost it all, truly. You may inquire at the great fish gambling house. I spent yesterday there gambling, he replied. And the furniture from his home? I genuinely set it ablaze. Every word I speak is true. Do you recall how I promised Lu Youfu? Su Qing inquired. I am a person of my word. My lord, according to the rules. As long as I confess, you cannot resort to torture. You are an official of the court and cannot act arbitrarily. According to the rules? Su Qing scoffed, rising to her feet, lifting her teacup for a delicate sip. In this place, my rules are law. If I declare that I shall slice your flesh piece by piece to repay debts, then I shall do so without hesitation. What are you waiting for? Get to it. The two torturers instantly bore excited grins upon their faces. Indeed, it is refreshing that Lord Su speaks so plainly. What need is there for compassion or morality with such petty thieves? Let us administer the punishment directly. Exactly. After 10 years of mastering torture techniques, they are finally put to good use, one of them remarked. The two officials seized a finely woven fishing net, ensnaring the body of the flying mouse and tightening it forcefully. My lord, this is not interrogation. This is a death sentence. I am merely a thief. And such punishment is unwarranted. That depends on whether you have any money. Lu Youfu is of pure character, law-abiding and diligent, a good citizen under my jurisdiction. Why should the virtuous lose everything while you scoundrels escape unscathed? If you do not confess, I shall truly sell your flesh. My lord, I assure you. I have no money left. My flesh is not worth much. It is worth something. I shall set a price, 1 piece of flesh for 10 coins. Let us begin with 1 tael. Su Qing placed a tael of silver before her. A shriek pierced the air. You are truly going to cut me, my lord. You are taking a life unjustly. My crimes do not warrant death, let alone such torment. Ah, I have money. I have money. After enduring 2 cuts, the flying mouse finally realized Su Qing was serious, and with a face full of terror, he exclaimed, at the Datong money house. I have a secret cabinet containing 10 gold bars. My lord, this is the wealth I have painstakingly amassed. You may take 1 gold bar to compensate Lu Yofu. 1. Su Qing paused, casting a surprised glance at the flying mouse, not expecting him to possess such naivety. My lord, I was merely jesting with Lu Yofu. I am not a flying thief. Otherwise, you would have heard of the infamous flying mouse long ago. I am merely a novice in the martial world, toying around with Lu Yofu due to my agility. I beseech your mercy, great one, spare me. And now you claim it was all a game? It is too late. A constable scoffed with disdain. You have stolen and committed theft. The evidence is irrefutable. Regardless of how you may attempt to embellish it, you were destined to serve your sentence. Half an hour later, the flying mouse confessed to his crimes in full. Your Honor, the defendant has acknowledged his guilt and signed a confession. In that instant, the case files materialized in his mind, opening to the latest entry. Case File 18. The flying mouse theft case successfully resolved. Method of resolution. Waiting patiently for the prey. Difficulty of the case. Moderate. Reward points acquired. 300. Cumulative points meet the criteria for reward redemption. Host is urged to redeem promptly. Su Qing stored away the case files, casting a cursory glance at the documents before her. Then shifting her gaze to the face of the flying mouse. Your theft has been resolved. Yet now you must explain. Why did you go to such lengths to ensnare yourself? What was your true intention in willingly entering the prison? What? Your Honor. I cannot comprehend your words. Who would voluntarily enter a cell? Am I not living a miserable life outside to willingly come and suffer here? Indeed, that is precisely what piques my curiosity. Chapter 30. A touch of intuition. The commoner truly does not comprehend what the esteemed official is saying. Flying mouse. Your martial prowess is quite remarkable. Possessing a 9th-tier cultivation places you among the rare talents in any faction. Coupled with your exceptional lightness of foot, you could easily become a guest of honor wherever you go. Why then do you choose to be a thief? Do you lack silver? As I just mentioned, I am not a thief. I merely wish to tease Lu Yofu, and nothing more. The first time you stole 100 taels from him could be deemed playful mischief. But the second time, when you emptied his entire household, crosses the line. My concern is not merely for him, but rather for your audacity, which has become excessive. Do you truly believe that the authorities are powerless? Had you completed your deeds and vanished, I might have taken you for a reckless individual, and at most, I would have alerted the martial world to place a bounty on your head. Yet, you have returned, committing the same crime at the same location for a 3rd time. Is this not akin to voluntarily walking into a trap, treating me like a fool? Esteemed official, I did not anticipate your personal involvement in my capture. I assumed you would dispatch the captainly to apprehend me, a man lacking in both intellect and martial skill. I did not foresee a change in the head of the constabulary. That excuse is rather feeble, although captainly may be inept. It does not imply that the county office lacks capable assistants. Should the county office wish, a single letter could summon a dozen 9th-tier masters, eager to perform righteous deeds on behalf of the people. Given this, how can you still dare to show your face here? You are courting death. Are you still unwilling to confess? Every word I speak is the truth. There is nothing to confess. Your resolve is truly unyielding. In that case, gentlemen, please attend to him properly. Yes. The 2 torturers responded loudly, their faces lighting up with excitement. Su Qing, holding a teacup, observed the 2 torturers as they dealt with Flying Mouse. Despite the agonized cries of Flying Mouse, he steadfastly refused to yield. Su Qing stifled a long yawn, fatigue washing over her. Rising from her seat, she declared, "Continue your interrogation. Inform me once you have extracted the truth. I have not slept all night and shall take a brief rest." The case record shimmered, rewards materializing instantly. The ornate cover gleamed brilliantly, and suddenly, a card burst forth from the radiance, shattering into a constellation of words. With no colorful phoenix wings to soar, yet a heart that connects intuitively. Skill acquired. Intuitive touch. Would you like to learn it? Yes. In an instant, the celestial stars vanished, flowing like a torrent into Su Qing's mind. Time seemed to stretch like a dream, and upon awakening, she had mastered the intuitive touch. Only those who truly grasp the intuitive touch can fathom its essence. Two seemingly ordinary fingers possess the ability to grasp anything that can be held, akin to an immutable law. However, it merely grips, not restrains. With the mastery of the intuitive touch, she could perfectly intercept anything that approached her. Yet, should someone like Zhang Zhao thrust a sword at her, even if she intercepted it, she would still meet her demise. Lu Xiaofeng, with his extraordinary skill, seemed to grasp anything, including the sword of Shimen Shui Shui. This was due to the fact that it was Lu Xiaofeng wielding the technique, not anyone else. Even if one possesses divine abilities, the efficacy ultimately depends on the wielder. If the skill is bestowed upon one who is inept, it becomes futile. Su Qing chuckled softly at her own predicament as she moved to the bed and succumbed to slumber, uncertain of how long she had slept. She awoke once more to the sun setting in the west. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she stretched languidly, feeling a sense of fatigue envelop her. "Young master, you have been asleep for an entire day. I instructed the kitchen to bring you your meals." Has Zhang Zhao awakened? He has been awake for some time. As she dined, Captain Li entered through the archway with an imposing presence. "My lord, you summon me? First, arrange for 200 taels of silver to be sent to Lu Youfu." "Understood. Additionally, has the flying mouse confessed?" "My lord, it seems the flying mouse is merely mischievous. My men have questioned him for most of the day, and he claims he was just joking with Lu Youfu, with no ulterior motives. What do you think? In that case, confine him in the prison cell, ensuring he is monitored for 12 hours. Any unusual behavior must be documented." "Yes." Watching Captain Li depart, Su Qing resumed her enjoyment of the meal. "Xiaoya, if there is someone thriving outside yet plotting to venture into prison, what could be the reason?" Such a scenario typically suggests two possibilities. One is that there is a specific purpose for their visit to the prison, perhaps to meet someone or retrieve something. The second possibility is that they are seeking refuge from an unsatisfactory situation outside. I suspect it to be the latter as well. The warm breeze intoxicates, heralding the arrival of spring. In the courtyard of the Tianxiang Pavilion, amidst the vibrant blossoms, a fragrant atmosphere envelopes the air as colorful butterflies dance. Within the elegant chambers on the second floor, a gentle zephyr sweeps through, lifting the delicate cloud-like fabric. Within this ethereal veil, a captivating figure, as enchanting as a lotus emerging from the water, gradually approaches. The beauty, like wisps of smoke, gracefully appears behind Su Qing, extending her flawless, jade-like arm to gently massage Su Qing's shoulder. "My lord, ever since I have attached myself to you, my new guardian has been utterly compliant. Not only has he forbidden me from entertaining clients, but he has also prevented me from earning a living. Even my performances are dictated by my own whims. If I wish to go, I shall, and if I do not, no one can compel me." "Has the Gileman grown suspicious of you?" "How could they? Only you, my lord, are astute enough to see through my ruse. The Gileman believe it was Wu Liu-san who lost the copper plate, thus incriminating himself. The assassination of Liu Baishi was sanctioned by the Gileman. Any blunders are Wu Liu-san's fault, not mine. Do you have any new intelligence?" "No updates regarding the Gileman. But yesterday, a disheveled young man, resembling a wolf, arrived at the Tianxiang Pavilion. He came seeking someone, carrying a portrait of a woman, which naturally drew ridicule. Last night, he got into a fierce altercation with the guests in the pavilion, injuring several individuals. What is the connection to the Gileman?" "I have encountered the portrait that individual brought forth at the Gate of Bliss 5 years ago, when I was still undergoing training. That young lady was among the newly arrived group. Since then, I have not seen her again and remain unaware if she has survived the grueling metamorphosis." "What did that person look like?" With a rustle, Wu Shuang presented a sheet of paper, unfolding it before Su Qing. The man depicted in the portrait appeared to be in his 20s, with tousled hair and clad in coarse linen garments, his feet adorned with simple straw sandals. Although the man's appearance bore a resemblance to that of a beggar, his gaze was strikingly sharp, emanating a commanding presence that could be felt even through the confines of the portrait. The artwork was skillfully rendered and meticulously crafted. Su Qing carefully tucked the portrait away. "Do you truly believe my efforts are commendable, my lord? Surely, you ought to reward me appropriately. And how do you wish for me to reward you?" "I dreamed of you again last night," Wu Shuang said, her hands slipping beneath Su Qing's arms, embracing her tightly. Chapter 31. May we converse? In the southwestern part of Jula County, there exists a cluster of thatched cottages. Not long ago, Laban led his disciples in a fiery diversion. But in a mere fortnight, the charred huts were reconstructed. These thatched dwellings posed significant safety hazards. A single errant spark could ignite a devastating conflagration. Nevertheless, the demand for them remains insatiable. Their affordable rents render them the preferred residence for many who have left their homes behind. Among the inhabitants are not only migrant laborers, but also those disheartened wanderers of the martial world. Thus, brawls are commonplace and life and death struggles are hardly rare. Dressed in plain clothes, Su Qing arrived in the thatched cottage area accompanied by Zhang Zhao. As they walked, they were met with a scene of squalor and chaos, punctuated by frequent altercations. More troubling were the malevolent gazes cast upon them by the individuals lurking in the underbelly of society. Despite Su Qing's attire being the least impressive among her garments, to the eyes of those in this place, her clothes radiated opulence. And the very air she traversed seemed to exude the scent of wealth. In the expansive Jula County, locating an individual can be a daunting task. Yet, if one finds the right direction, the search becomes effortless. Within 2 hours, Su Qing had uncovered the whereabouts of the person Wu Shuang had mentioned. As she rounded a corner, she spotted her target in the distance. However, at that moment, the young man depicted in her mind was encircled by 17 or 18 adversaries. From her vantage point, Su Qing could not discern their conversation. Just then, she heard Zhang Zhao's calm voice beside her. "Young man, just yesterday, a jest of yours led to my brother losing 3 fingers. Today, I, the swift blade dragon, shall take your arm as retribution. Even from this distance, you can hear? I comprehend lip movements. It's time to act." Turning her attention, Su Qing witnessed the self-styled swift blade dragon brandishing his weapon, aiming a lethal strike at the head of the cloth-clad youth. True to his moniker, the speed of his blade was impressive. Yet, Su Qing was confident that her water-avoidance swordplay surpassed his technique, and she firmly believed her lengthy finger could intercept his swift blade. In a dazzling flurry, the swift blade dragon unleashed dozens of strikes upon the youth. Yet, the young man merely raised his slender dagger to fend off the onslaught, appearing composed and untroubled despite being seemingly overpowered. Just as the swift blade dragon intensified his assault, the cloth-clad youth suddenly countered, his blade flashing like lightning from its sheath. In an instant, the light of the swift blade dragon's weapon shattered, and a white ribbon dangled before him, a severed arm sliding from his shoulder. The swift blade dragon stared in disbelief at the arm on the ground, seemingly unable to grasp that it belonged to him. "You wish to take my arm? Then I shall take yours. Now, take your men and leave." "Ah, my hand. Dragon brother, let us go, quickly." The followers behind the swift blade dragon rushed forward to assist him, facilitating a hasty retreat. The cloth-clad youth sheathed his blade, but did not depart. Turning slowly, she gazed toward the corner of the thatched hut, pondering whether the 2 individuals she had been observing for so long would finally make their appearance. Su Qing gracefully emerged from the corner, clutching a folding fan, her face illuminated by a warm, sun-like smile. The youth clad in linen briefly fixed his gaze on Su Qing before it ultimately settled on the poised sword of Zhang Zhao, who stood alert and vigilant. A hint of embarrassment flickered within Su Qing's heart. "Am I truly so unremarkable in your eyes?" she mused inwardly. "Your brother possesses an impressive swordsmanship. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Su Qing inquired politely, tucking her fan away. The linen-clad youth regarded her with a detached expression, his thin lips pressed tightly together. "Shall we find a place to sit and converse? Speak plainly, for I have no time for frivolous banter." With that, he began to turn away. "I have heard you are searching for someone." The youth halted, his eyes widening as they locked onto Su Qing's face. "A woman?" "Indeed," he replied, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolding it to reveal a portrait, which he held before Su Qing. "Have you seen her?" The image depicted a girl of about 16 or 17, her hair elegantly pinned up with a peachwood hairpin. Her features were exquisite, particularly her large, expressive eyes that sparkled with life. Su Qing scrutinized the painting closely, shaking her head gently. "I have not encountered her." The youth's expression darkened as he stowed the portrait back into his attire. "But I know where she is." "Where is she?" "I cannot divulge that information at this time." "That is not for you to decide." The youth's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity as he stepped forward, seemingly traversing the space between them, his hand reaching for Su Qing's throat. In the face of the aggressive linen-clad youth, Su Qing remained composed, her smile unwavering. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of her, delivering a powerful strike toward the youth. He quickly raised his hand to meet the attack, resulting in a forceful collision that sent both of them staggering back several steps. With a clatter, the youth drew his blade, swinging it menacingly at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao's countenance turned serious as he swiftly retaliated with his own sword. Previously, he had informed Su Qing that the linen-clad youth was a peak 9th-tier master, equally matched in skill. However, when it came to life-and-death combat, Su Qing had faith in Zhang Zhao's victory, for he was endowed with an innate advantage. Zhang Zhao's swordplay was ethereal and graceful, reminiscent of antelope horns, fluid and unrestrained. In contrast, the linen youth's blade was fierce and relentless, each strike delivered with brutal precision. Su Qing settled onto a nearby stump, crossing her legs as she reveled in the spectacle of their clash. Within mere breaths, the two had exchanged nearly 100 strikes. Frustration began to mar the youth's countenance as he faced repeated setbacks. In the realm of skilled combatants, a slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences, and gradually, the linen youth found himself at a disadvantage. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Qing, he suddenly channeled all his strength into a decisive strike aimed at Zhang Zhao, forcing him back 3 steps. In an instant, he leaped, directing his blade towards Su Qing, who watched from the sidelines. "Young master, be cautious," Zhang Zhao exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he shouted. The blade descended like a tempest, hurtling towards Su Qing's face in a flash. Su Qing appeared remarkably composed, but at the moment when the blade approached her chest, she suddenly extended 2 fingers, like a stroke of divine intervention. Her fingers deftly pinched the dagger wielded by the youth in the hemp rope. A terrifying force surged from the blade, causing her fingers to tingle and nearly slip away. Just as it seemed she could no longer hold the dagger, the incoming force abruptly vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Zhao had materialized behind the hemp-clad youth, his sword poised against the young man's neck. Ignoring the threat at his throat, the youth's gaze remained fixated on Su Qing's fingers, bewildered. How could she, with just 2 fingers, have halted his full-force stab? The disparity was staggering. Just moments ago, he had contemplated capturing the leader before the followers, utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his eyes brimmed with profound fear as he regarded Su Qing. Though the lynxy finger technique might not be among the most powerful in martial arts, its prestige was undoubtedly unparalleled, easily leading to misconceptions. Su Qing had no intention of clarifying. Instead, a serene smile graced her lips. "Shall we now sit down and converse?" Chapter 32. The Ill-Fated Lovers in a Modest Tea House. A set of rickety chairs, 3 plates of appetizers, and a pot of fine wine set the scene. "I am Su Qing. May I ask how to address you, brother?" Su Qing poured wine for the young man in a tattered garment, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where do you hail from, brother Xue? This lady you have been searching for, what is her relation to you?" Xue Chonglu narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Su Qing. An expression of grave intensity etched upon his face. "Do you know where Roer is?" "I do. Tell me. I will agree to any conditions you impose. Just reveal her whereabouts." Xue Chonglu's agitation surged, yet he restrained himself, acutely aware of Su Qing's unfathomable prowess. "I cannot disclose that information at this moment." "Why?" "Because I cannot ascertain whether you are affiliated with them. If I divulge her location, it could lead to death, and they might vanish completely, leaving me with no chance to eradicate them entirely. How can I trust you? First, tell me your relationship with this girl, and share your experiences from these past years. I shall make my own judgment." Xue Chonglu regarded Su Qing with a penetrating gaze, and after a lengthy silence, he exhaled deeply, lifting his wine cup to drink it all in one go. "Roer and I are both from Suzhou, neighbors since childhood, having grown up together. She is 3 years my junior, and we were betrothed as children. 5 years ago, the flower thief Gong Baihe wreaked havoc in Suzhou, and one fateful night, he abducted Roer. I pursued him relentlessly for 3 days and nights, finally catching up to him, but it was too late. I fought like a madman against Gong Baihe, but I was no match for him, forced to watch helplessly as he took Roer away. I am a failure, unable to protect my own fiancée, a complete failure." Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Xue Chonglu struck his own face twice. "Young Master Xue, please calm down and speak slowly. How could someone of your martial prowess be unable to contend with Gong Baihe? Is he at the innate level?" "No. At that time, I was merely at the 4th tier of cultivation. After witnessing Roer's abduction, I contemplated ending my own life. Yet, upon leaping into the abyss, I not only survived but also received the martial legacy of a venerable master, mastering the Shura blade technique. From that moment on, I abandoned all thoughts of death, dedicating my existence solely to vengeance. Over the course of 3 years, I honed my skills while searching for Roer and Gong Baihe. However, Gong Baihe's whereabouts were elusive, and he would change his name and identity every time he arrived at a new place. It took me more than a year to locate him again." "You still have not discovered your fiancé's whereabouts?" "Though my martial skills have improved, Gong Baihe's agility is unparalleled. Even after defeating him, he managed to escape. He has become a frightened bird. It may be years before I can capture him again." "Now, can you reveal Roer's location?" Su Qing furrowed her brow. then slowly shook her head. I cannot tell you, and I do not know where she is. With a resounding bang, Xue Chonglu slammed his palm down upon the wine cup, rising in a fury. Are you toying with me? Su Qing remained unperturbed, offering a serene smile. The location of your fiancé is shrouded in secrecy, belonging to an organization with grand ambitions. Even the son of the governor of Jinghai Prefecture has fallen victim to their schemes. The blissful sect? Xue Chonglu inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed. Apart from knowing that he is associated with the Bliss Gate, I possess no further knowledge of him. However, your words suggest that Gong Baihe might have some insight regarding the Bliss Gate. Xue Chonglu exhaled a long, heavy breath. Su, I suspect you are deceiving me, tricking me into aiding you against the Bliss Gate. Believe it or not, I am powerless in this matter. Moreover, even if you scour the world with the portrait, it is unlikely that anyone who has seen your fiancé would recognize the person depicted. Impossible. The image of Ruru that I created could be recognized even by someone with an incomplete mind. If anyone has truly encountered Ruru, they could not fail to recognize her. Perhaps your Ruru has had her appearance altered. Even if she stood before you, you might not recognize her. Xue Chonglu's expression shifted dramatically. This was a possibility he had long feared to contemplate, one he could scarcely believe. I shall utilize all my resources to locate Gong Baihe. If I receive any news, I will inform you. By the way, how can I contact you? I shall remain in Qingli County for half a month. If I do not find Ruru by then, I will move to another place. During my stay in Qingli County, I will be residing in a thatched cottage. Very well. Su Qing gently clapped her hands and stood up. Alas, how shall I find you? Xue Chonglu called after her. You may visit the county office. I am the magistrate of Qingli County, Su Qing. You are the magistrate of Qingli County? Xue Chonglu's face displayed incredulity. What? Does it seem implausible? Indeed, Xue Chonglu added. You do not resemble a corrupt official in the slightest. The remark nearly provoked Su Qing to draw her sword in indignation. By evening, all available information regarding Gong Baihe lay upon Su Qing's desk. Gong Baihe first emerged in the Qixing region a decade ago, committing 3 consecutive crimes that prompted the martial experts of Qixing to mobilize. However, Gong Baihe proved exceptionally cunning, fleeing immediately after stirring up trouble. After a year of silence, he resurfaced in Shuzhou to commit further crimes, each time executing his plans with greater stealth and evading capture by swiftly departing the scene. Over the span of 10 years, Gong Baihe committed numerous offenses across 8 provinces, yet his elusive nature had kept him from being apprehended. Li informed the governor's office that in order to seek the Bliss Gate, we must first locate Gong Baihe. But we must maintain utmost secrecy to prevent the Bliss Gate from discerning our intentions. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. In the midst of a warm afternoon, Xue Chonglu walked alone along White Tiger Street like a solitary wolf. The bustling thoroughfare teemed with people and tourists, yet the lively atmosphere felt as if it belonged to a different realm, for even the air around him seemed detached from this world. Over the years, Xue Chonglu had traversed 8,000 miles, witnessing the changing seasons in diverse locales. Despite the myriad of lights illuminating the places he visited, not a single spark belonged to him. Worn down and weary, he had grown tired of such a life. Yet the unwavering conviction deep within him had sustained him through countless harsh winters and scorching summers. In recent days, he has scoured every brothel and dental establishment, inquiring at all the Tian Sulu, yet to no avail. No, and still no. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, an overwhelming sense of sorrow surged within him. At that moment, an elegant carriage glided past Xue Chonglu, returning from an outing with affluent patrons. The curtain of the carriage was slightly lifted, revealing a pair of enchanting phoenix-like eyes peering through the gap towards the outside world. Within the carriage sat a woman of unparalleled beauty, possessing a visage that could captivate an entire nation. Yet, within the depths of her eyes resided a profound sorrow, akin to the melancholic fall of autumn leaves. Perhaps the gentle breeze acted as a bridge, lifting the curtain. A solitary figure, reminiscent of a cold river's lonely shadow, caught the attention of the woman inside the carriage. In that instant, a weight akin to a boulder pressed heavily upon her chest. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at the figure that brushed past the carriage, struggling to utter a sound despite her attempts. As the figure receded further into the distance, she summoned all her strength to cry out 2 words. Chonglu Chapter 33. Fleeting beauty. Xue Chonglu paused, an invisible aura erupting from him like an explosion, akin to a lion startled from slumber. Xiaoro. A pair of tear-filled eyes, a breathtakingly exquisite visage capable of rendering one breathless. Yet, that face was not Xiaoro's. Xue Chonglu's gaze dimmed, Despite the lady's myriad charms, she could not compare to Xiaoro, and thus he would not spare her another glance. But why was that woman gazing at him with such sorrowful eyes? Do you know me? In the next moment, Xue Chonglu shuddered violently. The words spoken by Su Qing a few days prior echoed in his mind. Even if someone had truly seen Rower, they may not recognize the person in the painting. For her appearance had long since been altered, no longer resembling her former self. At that moment, the enchanting beauty within the carriage suddenly clutched her chest, coughing violently. Her face flushed crimson. "Madam, what ails you?" The maid inside the carriage asked anxiously. "Cough, cough, cough." "Yes." The guards outside the carriage quickly responded, cracking their whips to hasten the carriage's pace. Just as despair washed over the stunning woman inside, the carriage curtain was suddenly yanked open. That long-yearned visage appeared at the window. "You are Roa? Ah, who is this scoundrel?" The maid inside the carriage gasped in horror. "Help." Yet the beautiful woman could only nod vigorously, unable to utter a word. It cannot be mistaken. Xue Chonglu's vision began to blur. Even if Roa had assumed a different form, those eyes would remain unchanged. Who is this reckless youth? Do you know who resides within the carriage? A thunderous voice rang in Xue Chonglu's ears as a burly man in blue seized his shoulder. Suddenly, an immense surge of internal energy erupted from Xue Chonglu. Instantly casting the man's hand aside, he raised his hand, and with a resounding crash, his palm shattered the carriage wall. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, he scooped up Rower from the carriage and turned to flee. "Boy, have you lost your senses? You dare to lay a hand on our Sea Dragon Gang's 7th madam? Brothers, seize him, but do not harm the 7th madam." Confronted by the menacing disciples of the Sea Dragon Gang, Xue Chonglu's focus remained solely on the tender woman in his arms. With a swift motion, he drew his knife and, like a specter, passed through the advancing disciples. A chorus of screams erupted from behind as the disciples of the Sea Dragon Gang were sent sprawling to the ground by Xue Chonglu's strike. "I do not wish to kill today. Do not seek your own demise." With that, Xue Chonglu lifted Rower and leaped onto the rooftop, disappearing in a flurry of agile movements. The few surviving disciples of the Sea Dragon Gang glared furiously at the direction in which Xue Chonglu had vanished. "Boy, you are as good as dead. If you dare harm a single hair on the 7th madam, even the heavens cannot save you." In Juhutong, at a temporary dwelling within a thatched hut, Xue Chonglu set Roa down but suddenly found himself at a loss, unsure where to place his hands. "Roa, I have searched for you for 5 years, traversing 8,000 miles. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. I have finally found you. Please, have a seat. It is a bit untidy here. Allow me to tidy up for you." "No need," Chonglu replied. "It is not dirty at all. Are you thirsty? I can boil some water for you. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you." Following her words, Xue Chonglu approached Rower. She gently caressed his cheek, tears cascading down her face uncontrollably. "It has been 5 years. I have longed for you for 5 years. The yearning has been unbearable. Rower, how did you become the 7th wife of the Sea Dragon Gang? What transpired after Gong Baiha abducted you?" "I was sold to the blissful gate by that beast. A place shrouded in darkness, akin to the underworld." "The blissful gate? He did not deceive me," Xue Chonglu exclaimed in shock. "What did they do to you? How did you come to be in this state?" "The blissful gate subjected me to bone-erasing transformation. Every sister sold there endures this fate. Some are ruined, others perish. I was fortunate to survive. After 3 years of training in the art of pleasing and seducing men, I approached Long Tianxing, the leader of the Sea Dragon Gang, and became his 7th wife." At this juncture, Roa's face flushed crimson, her pupils shimmering with a golden hue. "Chonglu, in these 5 years, my heart is withered. I have existed like a mere shell of a being. The sole belief sustaining me was the thought of you. Day and night, I prayed fervently to see you once more in this lifetime. Heaven finally answered my prayers, allowing our paths to cross again. To see you before my demise brings me immense satisfaction." "Rower, do not speak such foolishness. What do you mean before your death? I have finally found you. We shall never part again, for all eternity." Suddenly, a stream of crimson blood erupted from her lips, soaking Chonglu's garments. His expression morphed into one of shock, eyes wide with confusion and terror. "Rower, what is wrong? Why are you bleeding? Are you unwell? I will take you to see a doctor." Frantically, Xue Chonglu lifted Rower into his arms. "Chonglu, listen to me. It is futile. The blissful gate has implanted the red flame goo poison in each of us to prevent betrayal. Each of us has a guardian. And should they suspect any intent to escape, the poison will be unleashed. My red flame goo poison has activated. I am about to perish. No, it cannot be. After enduring countless hardships to find you, I have yet to express my innermost feelings, nor have we wed, nor. Chonglu, to see you one last time before my demise is enough for me. I am unworthy of being your wife. I shall wait for you on the bridge of helplessness. In the next life, I will serve you well. You must survive and avenge me. Suddenly, her body became feverishly hot, increasingly so. A thick smoke billowed from her open mouth. Rower, rower, you cannot die. I will not allow it. But the beloved in his arms had fallen completely silent. Xue Chonglu held Ruru tightly, with such intensity that it seemed as though he sought to merge her essence with his own being. A heart-wrenching anguish engulfed him like relentless waves. Bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. Why? Why must it be this way? At that moment, shadows flitted outside the thatched shelter, and in an instant, figures surrounded the dwelling where Xue Chonglu resided. Grief and torment gnawed at his heart, while the pent-up fury within him could no longer be contained. He found himself in desperate need of catharsis, and those brazen silhouettes outside, radiating an aura of menace, were poised to bear the brunt of his unbridled wrath. Fire! Several sparks were hurled into the room. With a thunderous crash, a figure burst through the roof and leapt into the air. Xue Chonglu cradled Ruru with one arm while drawing a blade from thin air with the other. His crimson eyes seemed to absorb all light, and a scarlet arc of the blade descended from the heavens, cleaving the foremost assailant in two. Chapter 34. Blood Battle. Xue Chonglu gently descended, carefully placing Rower on the ground. Simultaneously, a dozen masked figures clad in black encircled him. With a single hand gripping his blade, he raised his crimson eyes. Are you from the Bliss sect? The assassins surrounding Xue Chonglu felt a jolt of fear. They had never encountered such terrifyingly red eyes or a person exuding such ferocious killing intent. The leader's gaze sharpened. What are we waiting for? Kill. The Bliss sect assassins brandished their blades, attacking Xue Chonglu from all directions. The clash of swords and shadows intertwined spectacularly. This group of assassins boasted at least 8 levels of skill, with 3 reaching the pinnacle of the 9th. Under normal circumstances, Xue Chonglu would be utterly outmatched. Yet, at this moment, he had entered a frenzied state, his essence harmonizing with the profound mysteries of the Shura blade technique, amplifying the power of every strike he delivered. One by one, the assassins beneath the 9th level fell, and even those at the 9th level sustained injuries. Nonetheless, Xue Chonglu remained a tempest of brutality and terror, his internal energy seemingly inexhaustible. What should we do? If this continues, we will surely perish. At this rate, what difference is there from seeking death? Just then, a dark cloud surged from the distance, a shadowy tide sweeping toward them, accompanied by an oppressive aura. The trio's expressions changed drastically. No longer hesitating, they turned to flee. Leave none alive. Xue Chonglu bellowed, giving chase. Suddenly, one of the black-clad assassins spun around, casting aside his cloak, unleashing hundreds of steel needles like a torrential downpour towards Xue Chonglu. He swiftly wielded his blade, deflecting the incoming projectiles. However, this distraction allowed the 3 assassins to escape. After such a fierce battle, Xue Chonglu's fury had dissipated, his rage subsiding, replaced by a rising resolve. He approached Roa once more, bending down to lift her up again, seemingly indifferent to the gathering martial artists behind him. Leader, it's him, cried one of the disciples from the Sea Dragon gang, who had been defeated by Xue Chonglu on the streets. Without needing identification, Long Tianqing immediately recognized the beauty in Xue Chonglu's arms, none other than his newly wedded 7th wife. A woman of exquisite charm. Long Tianqing had risen from humble beginnings, having encountered an extraordinary mentor in his youth who imparted the legendary Dragon Fist technique, thus stepping into the martial world. Over 2 decades of bloodshed and turmoil in Qingla County, he established the Sea Dragon gang, securing a vast territory. Among the various factions in Qingla County, although the Sea Dragon gang was not the strongest, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. In a powerful leap, Long Tianqing soared, his arms spreading wide like a great rock taking flight, aiming to pounce upon Xue Chonglu. Sensing the impending killing intent behind him, Xue Chonglu swiftly turned, slashing upward at Long Tianqing. The blade's energy erupted forth, transforming into a crescent of light directed at Long Tianqing. With an outstretched palm, Long Tianqing met the descending blade energy head-on, shattering it with ease. Like a dragon, Long Tianqing landed before Xue Chonglu, blocking his path. Qing'e, who are you? What have you done to Qing'e? Xue Chonglu's indifferent gaze fell upon Long Tianqing, yet upon witnessing the anxious expression etched upon Long's face, he found it impossible to harbor any animosity towards the man. Surely, he must genuinely cherish Ruer as well, mustn't he? She is gone. With a furious roar, he swung a fist towards Xue Chonglu's head. Xue Chonglu retaliated with his blade, but this time, Long Tianqing's fist, enveloped in a golden aura, effortlessly shattered Xue's weapon. The residual force of the punch unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that sent Xue Chonglu reeling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Rua slipped from his grasp, only to be caught in Long Tianqing's embrace. As Long looked down, he found the beloved woman had fallen silent. A tempestuous surge of rage erupted from Long Tianqing. His countenance contorted with fury as he glared at Xue Chonglu. As Xue Chonglu braced for Long's impending strike, he slowly closed his eyes. Rua, I have come to find you. Yet at that moment, it seemed as though he heard Rua's voice whispering in his ear, urging him to survive, to avenge her, to exact retribution. Yes, I cannot perish. Vengeance must be mine. Suddenly, his crimson eyes snapped open. In the courtyard of the Qingli County Magistrate's office, Su Qing had just finished her dinner. Head Constable Li approached her with long strides, his head bowed. My lady. You summoned me? It has been several days. Do we have any news regarding Gong Baihe? I have inquired with the major sections. They have all pledged to pursue Gong Baihe's whereabouts diligently. There are no definitive leads, but 3 months ago, rumors in Lingxi Prefecture suggested he was being hunted. The Golden Goose sect has dispatched disciples to verify this. 3-month-old information? By now, it is likely worthless. By the way, did you hear about the significant event that transpired this afternoon? Significant event? What happened? Long Tianqing's newlywed concubine was abducted in broad daylight. Long Tianqing's concubine? Long Tianqing? Su Qing suddenly realized, gasping in shock. Who dares to challenge the Sea Dragon Gang? Is there another faction involved? It is not the doing of any established power. It appears to be a rogue from the rivers and lakes. The rumor has it that Long Tianqing's concubine possesses an astonishing beauty, rivaling that of Miss Wushuang. Perhaps some young man, captivated by her beauty, has taken it upon himself to act. Following her abduction, Long Tianqing was furious and personally led a pursuit. Did they catch up to them? They did. Were they successful? Uncertain. It is said that by the time Long Tianqing arrived, his concubine had already perished at the hands of her captor. However, that young man proved to be exceptionally skilled, managing to escape after a confrontation with Long Tianqing. Long Tianqing is a formidable innate master. To elude him, that young man must possess considerable prowess. Such talent squandered on heinous acts of abduction and murder. His future is irreparably damaged. Su Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of someone escaping from Long Tianqing's grasp. Alert the brothers. Those capable of committing such vile deeds may well engage in further atrocities. Yes. As the night descended upon the land, a fierce wind began to howl. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dark clouds gathered above Qingli County, seemingly out of nowhere. Before long, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. A light blue carriage rattled over the cobblestone street, splashing the accumulated water from the puddles. Inside the carriage, Wushuang lifted the curtain and gazed at the deluge outside. How could it rain so heavily all of a sudden? Had I known, I would have refrained from venturing out, she lamented. After all, Boss Yuan has been our long-standing benefactor. We must extend him this courtesy. A young woman, dressed as a maid and idly toying with her hair, interjected. It has been several days since Lord Su last visited, has it not? You should cultivate a closer rapport with him. Prolonged distance may lead to emotional estrangement. Do you believe that I can simply approach Lord Su at will? Wu Shuang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You are far too optimistic. In his eyes, I am merely a plaything, something to be indulged in or cast aside at whim. To think I could aspire to ascend to Lord Su's circle, or even infiltrate the literary lineage of the Su family. With my standing, should I dare to set foot in the Su residence, I would surely be buried alive the same day. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden cacophony erupted, causing the carriage to lurch violently, nearly toppling over. Chapter 35. Life on the brink, miss. Someone suddenly dashed out and was struck by the carriage. They now lie on the ground, uncertain of their fate. We have caused trouble. Upon hearing this, Wushuang quickly opened the carriage door to peer outside, noticing that the rain had lessened somewhat. Not far in front of the carriage, a young man clad in tattered burlap lay sprawled on the stone street, blood oozing from his mouth, swiftly diluted by the rainwater. It's him. Wushuang's pupils involuntarily contracted as she instantly recognized Xue Chonglu. How unfortunate. Where did this beggar come from? If he seeks death, he could have crashed into a wall instead of our carriage. Inside the carriage, the guardian, disguised as a maid, spoke with a sharp tone. Miss, what shall we do now? Should we report this to the authorities? Wait. Wushuang interjected suddenly. Although he appears to be a beggar, he may not truly be one. Even if he is, should he perish, and someone reports it tomorrow, we would find it impossible to defend ourselves, no matter how we plead. Do you mean? Niuer, ascertain whether he is dead or not. If he still breathes, take him to a doctor. We shall report to the authorities. But miss, it's so late. And there's no one around. What place is this? The main street. There are residents on both sides. How can you be certain no one witnessed this? Moreover, we must maintain a good relationship with Lord Su. We cannot allow anything to occur that would displease him. At this point, Wu Shuang's eyes shifted slightly. Did you not say I should promptly contact Lord Su to avoid any estrangement? The maid's face instantly brightened. Indeed, if you report the incident at this hour, feigning panic, Lord Su will surely comfort you. Miss, the man still breathes. He is not dead. Take him to the clinic and ensure the doctor does everything possible to save him. I shall accompany the miss to the county office to report this. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived at the county office. Wu Shuang hurriedly leaped down and dashed towards the office. Miss, your umbrella. The maid called after her. Fool, getting wet is just what we need. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of a dream where she wielded a spear in battle, Su Qing was abruptly awakened by the sound of a horn. She sprang up, quickly donning her official robes with the assistance of Xiaoya and Xiao Dai, and hurried to the main hall. Upon seeing the figures in the hall, Su Qing froze. Miss Wu Shuang? Sir, I have accidentally caused a death. I implore you to take responsibility for me. I am so frightened. Her pitiful demeanor, drenched and trembling as if caught in a torrential downpour, tugged at Su Qing's heartstrings. Were it not for her awareness of Wu Shuang's identity, she might have been utterly deceived. Wu Shuang would not come at such an hour merely for amusement. Thus, Su Qing, understanding the situation, rose to assist her. What has happened to you? You are soaked through. If you catch a chill, what shall we do? Quickly, come with me to the back to change your clothes. Xiaoya, brew a bowl of ginger tea. Sir, I am here bearing the weight of my misdeeds, and yet you are so kind to me. Who said this official does not cherish the people as one cherishes their own children? Wu Shuang's guardian, listening to Su Qing's words, was suddenly overcome with goosebumps. To hear cherishing the people as one's own children uttered from her lips truly tarnished the meaning of that phrase. Embracing Wu Shuang as they entered the inner courtyard, her expression suddenly shifted. Just moments ago, at the Wan family rice shop on White Tiger Street, her carriage had collided with another. And that individual was none other than the one I mentioned to you previously, Xue Chonglu, who appeared to be gravely injured and fleeing from pursuers. I instructed the coachman to take him to the nearest medical facility. Understood. You should accompany Xiaoya to change into clean attire, Su Qing directed. After handing Wu Shuang over to Xiaoya, she paused as footsteps approached from behind. It was Zhang Zhao, arriving at her side. Xue Chonglu has been seriously wounded while being pursued. Could you check on his condition at the medical hall? Certainly, Zhang Zhao replied, vanishing into the darkness. The rain gradually ceased, leaving the air laden with the scent of damp earth. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, as 7 or 8 masked figures garbed in black glided through the streets like specters. Abruptly, they halted. He has escaped here. His trail has vanished. The recent rain has washed away all evidence. However, having been struck by Long Tianxing's bone-crushing dragon fist, his life is forfeit. The leader's voice was resolute. We must find him, alive or dead. With that declaration, the group dispersed into the shadows. At Tongren Medical Hall, within an emergency treatment room, Zhang Zhao stood quietly at the door, observing the elderly Dr. Hua, who was fervently attempting to save the patient. After an indeterminate time, Dr. Hua sighed deeply and approached Zhang Zhao. Captain Zhang, I must apologize for my impotence. His injuries are too severe. His vital signs have faltered. I have managed to sustain his life with the resurrection needle, but it can only hold for 2 hours at most. The course of action is yours to decide. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhao pushed Dr. Hua aside and swiftly seized the bedding from the bed. Just then, the window shattered, and a flurry of figures surged into the room, their cloaks billowing as a storm of concealed weapons rained down. Zhang Zhao deftly maneuvered the bedding, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Following the initial barrage, the assailants drew their blades, advancing toward the injured Xue Chonglu. Catching sight of a steel needle falling, Zhang Zhao's heart raced. This was a deadly needle. In a flash, he leaped beside Xue Chonglu, parrying the attackers while simultaneously lifting him up, vaulting through the window in a seamless motion, as if choreographed through countless rehearsals. The assassins' expressions shifted, and without a moment's thought, they pursued Zhang Zhao into the night. In the rear courtyard study of the Qingla County Yamen, Su Qing sat serenely beneath the flickering candlelight, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air enveloped her, causing the candle flame to flicker. Wu Shuang. now clad in fresh garments, approached from behind. "My lady, the night has grown quite late. Are you not resting?" "Indeed. Only tonight do I dare to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Usually, I cannot even afford to sleep," Su Qing replied. "Why is that?" "I fear that in sleep, I might dream and utter things I ought not to." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. "Very well," Su Qing stood, gently patting Wu Shuang's hand. "Then tonight, sleep soundly. In your dreams, feel free to curse as you wish. I shall not disturb you." "I do not believe it is a disturbance." Before the words could escape her lips, Su Qing had already turned and left through the door. Yet now he lies ensnared in slumber. And to unravel the events that transpired, one must rouse him from his deep sleep. Merely removing the needle from the biweed point atop his head would suffice to awaken him, but upon awakening, he would have but a fleeting moment of life left. Indeed. Chapter 36. Effortlessly acquired. The reverse returning pill is a treasured artifact of the Great Jade Dynasty. The practitioners of the Qingtian Observatory expend countless rare materials and labor for 7 years to refine a single batch, yielding merely 10 pills. It was a special gift from His Majesty the Emperor to express gratitude to the Su family for safeguarding the cultural heritage of the Jade Kingdom. As the legitimate heir of the Su family, Su Qing had only brought 3 pills to Qingla County as a precaution. Yet now, Su Qing unexpectedly and generously bestowed this invaluable pill upon a stranger he had just met. As the reverse returning pill was placed into Xue Chonglu's mouth, the miraculous elixir dissolved instantly, merging into his being. Previously, Xue Chonglu's vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. However, upon consuming the pill, his life force surged back to life. After patiently waiting for 2 hours, dawn broke. Suddenly, Xue Chonglu's body trembled as he murmured incoherently, "Revenge. I must take revenge. Revenge. Rower." With a piercing scream, he sat up abruptly. In the next moment, an overwhelming pain assaulted him from every direction, causing him to bite down on his lip until blood seeped through his teeth. In that instant, cold sweat broke out across his body. "Where am I?" Xue Chonglu raised his head, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Lord Su? Did you save me? Where is this place?" His 3 questions jolted his memory awake. Memories flooded back, accompanied by a splitting headache, prompting Xue Chonglu to clutch his head and emit a primal growl. "I found Rower. I found her. Rower is in Qingla County. Just yesterday, while walking on the street, she recognized me. I searched for her for 5 long years, and now I've finally found her. You did not deceive me. She is indeed at the Jileman." The Jileman arranged for her to get close to the leader of the Hailong gang, Long Tianxing, and she became his 7th consort. But the Jilemen have inflicted her with the Qiyan Gu poison. Ah, why? Why must the heavens treat me thus? After enduring countless hardships to find her, why must she be snatched away from me again? Su Qing regarded Xue Chonglu with a peculiar expression. "So it was you who seized Long Tianxing's 7th consort yesterday. Long Tianxing is a practitioner at the innate realm. How did you survive?" "The death of Rowo plunged me into despair. This despair aligns perfectly with the essence of my Shura cultivation. In the battle with Long Tianxing yesterday, I successfully broke through to the innate realm. However, I would gladly forsake that understanding if it meant having Rower by my side." Suddenly, Xue Chonglu felt the fabric of his clothing and realized the painting of Rower had been ruined by water. His expression darkened. "Lord Su, could you lend me some ink and paper? I wish to recreate her portrait." "Of course, that is no trouble. However, apart from your fiancée, you also possess a portrait of a man. Who is he?" "Gong Baihe?" Su Qing's face lit up with excitement. "Indeed. Quickly, paint Gong Baihe. He was recently seen in Jiangzhou and may not have left yet. With his portrait, we can issue a bounty throughout the entire prefecture." "Understood. Soon." A servant named Shaya brought ink, paper, and brush. Xue Chonglu swiftly began to sketch. Xue Chonglu's artistic skill, as perceived by Su Qing, cannot even be classified as true artistry. He merely functions as a heartless scanner, skillfully replicating the visage of Gong Baihe from memory. Just as Xue Chonglu stated, he has painted countless images of both Gong Baihe and Rower, rendering each portrait with astonishing rapidity. As Su Qing gazed upon the tall, slender figure depicted in the portrait, an unmistakable look of astonishment spread across her face. The man, adorned with a scholar's cap and possessing a long, horse-like visage, displayed slightly raised, lustrous eyes and an insidious grin. "Is this truly Gong Baihe? Indeed, even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Su Qing suddenly burst into laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth. What is the esteemed official laughing about? It is indeed Gong Baihe, just as one might search tirelessly for something. only to discover it with little effort. I had thought his mind had been trapped in a door, scheming to enter the prison, yet it turns out he was merely hiding from you. Does the esteemed official know his whereabouts? Shuechong Lu inquired with glee. Xiaoya, has Captain Li arrived? He has just reported for duty. Inform him that I wish to interrogate the flying rat. You should prepare accordingly. Yes, in the dungeons of Qingla County. Following Su Qing's previous orders to rectify the dismal conditions, the overwhelming stench that once permeated the air had dissipated. Though some odors lingered, they were no longer unbearable. It was not a daunting task, merely requiring the prisoners to tidy their quarters. Amidst the clanging of chains, the flying rat was dragged into the interrogation chamber by two constables. Hey, easy now, easy. Though the flying rat appeared markedly different from their last encounter. His voice remained robust, suggesting he had been rather comfortable in confinement. Flying rat, how have you been these past days? Su Qing inquired, a smile gracing her lips. My lord, you finally remember the commoner. I acknowledge my wrongdoings, and considering this is my first offense and I have compensated the victim. I beseech you to show leniency and release me. Releasing you is not out of the question, but I fear that if I were to set you free, you would be reluctant to leave, Su Qing remarked, delicately sipping her tea. My lord jest, if you grant me my freedom, would I not wish to depart? His gaze swept around, noting that only Captain Li stood beside Su Qing, whereas the constable who had captured him, Zhang Zhao, was absent. The individual who has pursued you from Suzhou to Jiangzhou is outside. Do you dare to go out? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the flying rat's complexion shifted. Yet he maintained a forced smile, his eyes darting about. My lord, who is this person pursuing me? I do not comprehend your words. Your calculated entry into the prison was merely an attempt to evade that individual, and now you feign ignorance? Flying rat? No, I should refer to you as Gong Baihe. The instant the words left her lips, Gong Baihe's expression shifted drastically. Any lingering hope had vanished entirely. What, are you no longer pretending? The notorious flower thief, Gong Baihe. 5 years ago, you abducted a woman named Rower in Suzhou and subsequently sold her to the blissful sect. I shall not inquire into your transgressions at this moment. Instead, I implore you to divulge all that you know regarding the Paradise Gate, lest you suffer corporeal torment. I am willing to reveal the secrets of the Paradise Gate, but only to one individual. Therefore, I request that you dismiss those in attendance. Gong Baihe, suppressing his smile, adopted an expression of icy resolve. Chapter 37. Revelation. Only tell me, just one person? A radiant smile blossomed on Su Qing's face. Are you attempting to abduct me now that it is just the two of us, Gong Baihe? Do you take me for a fool? My lord, you overthink, he replied. At present, I am bound securely by you. How could I possibly abduct you? Perhaps you are simply too timid to confront me alone? How can one so cowardly act as a guardian of the county? Having failed to deceive him, she resorted to provocation. The world is rife with strange and arcane arts. Since you dared to seek refuge in the prison, you must possess a means to escape, correct? Spare your efforts. Confess honestly. You too. Attend to him carefully. Do not use the frightening instruments from last time. Show him something genuine. Upon receiving Su Qing's instruction, the two interrogators approached Gong Baihe with menacing expressions, slowly drawing nearer. Our master fears wrongly accusing an innocent. Last time, the fish scale punishment resulted in 3 cuts for you. Now that we know you are a flower thief, we shall not be gentle. You must be wondering how a mere 7th-rank county magistrate dares to employ such severe punishment. But remember this, in Qingla County, my master is law. Recently, a child trafficker captured by my master was not tried. He was directly turned into pulp and fed to dogs. Do you know how that was reported later? Died of illness in prison and buried in a mass grave. The interrogator's fierce expressions, combined with their sinister tones, sent a shiver down Gong Baihe's spine. Despite his years traversing the martial world, since you will not fall for it, then, suddenly, Gong Baihe slipped from the pillar, like a slippery fish, and freed himself in an instant. My lord, be careful, the 2 officers exclaimed, rushing to intervene, only to be sent flying by his palms. Gong Baihe surged forward, his form soaring as if endowed with wings, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Su Qing, his claw-like hands reaching for her throat. Su Qing regarded the approaching Gong Baihe with an air of indifference, her hands cradling her teacup unwaveringly. Her mocking smile unaltered. Just as his grasp was about to close around her throat, a black-sleeved arm suddenly emerged from behind Su Qing. With a swift strike, it landed on Gong Baihe's wrist. Ah, he cried out, staggering back. Gong Baihe, do you still recognize me? Prepare to meet your end. Shuechong Lu's eyes blazed crimson as he sprang forth, arriving before Gong Baihe in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. His fist rained down, each strike landing squarely on Gong Baiha's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Shuet Chonlu, leave him alive. Shuet Chonlu halted mid-strike, gritting his teeth, ultimately relenting with a reluctant release of his fists. His martial prowess has been rendered null by me, but you must promise that his life is mine to take. Agreed. Suddenly, a case file burst forth from the depths of his mind, flipping open to the latest documentation. Case file 19. The flying mouse case escalated to an orange dossier. The case of the flower thief Gong Baiha. The flower thief Gong Baiha was apprehended and the case concluded, with the resolution being his own surrender. The difficulty of the case was negligible. Reward earned, 1,000 points. As the points accumulated reached the threshold for redeeming rewards, the host was urged to redeem them promptly. A surge of joy filled Su Qing's heart upon discovering she had amassed 1,000 points. Hastily, she summoned the collection ledger, based on previous patterns. The redemption threshold was typically 500 points. Thus, 1,000 points indicated she could redeem rewards twice. No sooner had this thought emerged than the ornate patterns on the ledger shimmered, and a card soared forth, spinning rapidly in the void before shattering into fragments. A myriad of star-like characters materialized in her mental realm. Without the ledger's guidance, Su Qing instinctively recognized this as a martial arts manual. Acquired martial arts manual, Iron Sand Palm. Do you wish to learn it? Was this yet another roadside martial art? Had her initial stroke of luck faded, leaving her as a mere ordinary individual? Though a flicker of disdain lingered in her heart, she chose to learn it nonetheless. After all, even the most basic martial arts were still a form of martial discipline, were they not? As the saying goes, the ocean is vast because it accepts all rivers. And perhaps one day, she would achieve a deeper understanding. In a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had awakened from a dream. Now having mastered the Iron Sand Palm, Su Qing gazed at her seemingly unremarkable palm. Channeling her inner energy, a lustrous sheen akin to white jade appeared upon her hand. Mastering the Iron Sand Palm to a profound level would shed all excess flesh, transforming her hands into white jade-like appendages, capable of shattering mountains and impervious to blades. Noticing the ledger still shimmering faintly, Su Qing decided to redeem another reward. The ledger's patterns flickered once more, and another card burst forth, suspended in the air. This time, however, the card did not shatter, it remained fixed in the void. Special item, enhancement card. This can elevate the host or any permanently redeemed character by one martial realm. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a valuable treasure. At her current 5th-tier cultivation level, the enhancement card held little use for her. However, for Zhang Zhao, who had already reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, it was perfectly suited. With this thought, she wasted no time in utilizing the enhancement card. In the backyard, as Zhang Zhao practiced his swordplay, he suddenly paused, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Instantly, his figure split into several ethereal shadows, which, like a dream, solidified in an instant. Though he remained Zhang Zhao, his gaze and aura had undergone a profound transformation. Above, the sky darkened ominously, as storm clouds gathered like a prelude to a downpour. Zhang Zhao turned, striding purposefully toward the courthouse. In the dungeon, Gong Baiha found himself once again bound to the interrogation rack. This time, he lacked his previous bravado, enduring the torturous methods of 2 interrogators like a beaten dog, emitting continuous cries of agony. A hurried footstep echoed from outside. "My lord, Long Tianqing of the Sea Dragon Gang has come," demanding. Su Qing's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Did Long Tianqing not understand the weight of his own actions? How dare he stir trouble at the courthouse and demand the release of prisoners? "Lord Su, Long Tianqing seeks me out. I shall go," Shuet Chonlu stated coldly. "Your life is mine, and I cannot bear to see you walk into danger. Continue the interrogation. I will confront Long Tianqing." Outside the county office of Qingla County, a throng of several hundred individuals suddenly gathered, encircling the entrance. They remained silent, devoid of any shouting or clamor. Yet, this oppressive stillness weighed heavily upon the 2 constables stationed at the door, as if an immense stone pressed upon their hearts. Above, dark clouds swirled ominously, while curious yet fearful townsfolk cast wary glances from a distance too apprehensive to approach. Atop the main gate of the office stood a young man clad in a blue constable's uniform, sword cradled in his arms, surveying a middle-aged man seated among the crowd from his elevated position. "This is a place of authority. Your insolence cannot be tolerated. You are to disperse at once." "The hatred of a stolen wife is a vendetta that cannot coexist," the young man declared. "Today, I demand the culprit be surrendered by the office. Matters of the martial world shall remain within its own realm," another voice interjected mockingly. Accompanying this voice, a figure in the attire of a seventh-rank county magistrate, Su Qing, emerged from within, rubbing her ears. Who spoke thus? No one in particular. It is merely the custom of the martial world, a code that all abide by. What place is this? The speaker faltered, perplexed by Su Qing's intent. This is Qingla County, and this is the county office. I am the magistrate of Qingla County. You dare speak of the customs of the martial world to me? In Qingla County, only one code prevails, and that is my code. You have 10 breaths to disperse, or you shall be deemed guilty of assaulting the county office and inciting chaos. Chapter 38. The encirclement of Hu family village. Is Lord Su reluctant to hand over the person? At that moment, a voice, suppressed with fury, resonated from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a robust and imposing man in his 40s, his demeanor fierce. Having roamed the martial world for 2 decades and established himself in Qingla County for the past 10 years, Long had maintained discipline among his subordinates and adhered to the law, having also assisted the authorities in various endeavors. Before Lord Su's arrival, Long had been a favored guest of Lord Qin. His words today were not meant to play on Lord Su's sentiments, but rather to convey that he was not a reckless individual who disregarded the law. Lord Su, hailing from a prestigious background, might not comprehend the temperament of those of us in the martial realm. We are a rough and tumble bunch, quick to draw blades at the slightest provocation, especially in light of such a grave affront. Chief Long, there are deeper implications to this matter, and it is quite extensive. Once I uncover the truth, I shall provide you with an explanation, Su Qing replied, her expression softening slightly. No need for that. A man of honor must act on his word. If the court hands over the person today, I shall depart immediately. Should the court refuse, what do you intend to do? I shall personally enter and retrieve the person. Lord Su, I do not wish to sever ties completely. I implore you to hand over the individual. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Su Qing retorted, her anger morphing into a mocking smile. Well said, truly formidable. Zhang Zhao, at your command. A voice echoed from above. And by the time the last word was spoken, Zhang Zhao had already appeared before Su Qing. Anyone daring to step into the court shall be expelled, Long Tianxing declared. His gaze sharpening as he stepped forward, his innate aura coalescing into a tangible wall of energy. He expected the young constable before him to be overwhelmed. Yet to his astonishment, Zhang Zhao emitted an equally formidable innate aura, cleaving through Long Tianxing's energy wall. An innate master? I did not anticipate that one of such caliber would stoop to serve as a constable in a mere county court. Chief Long, I ask that you withdraw. Zhang Zhao stated with unwavering composure. Then let us see if you possess the ability. Long Tianxing's aura surged once more, distorting the air around him and forming a swirling vortex, akin to a dragon coiling about. Zhang Zhao's expression turned grave, and his sword slowly rose, unsheathing itself of its own accord. As the blade emerged, an ethereal shadow of a colossal sword seemed to materialize behind him, the sword's energy intensifying with each inch it was drawn. Without warning, both figures shot upward into the sky. Onlookers craned their necks skyward. Above them, 2 silhouettes flickered like phantoms, their speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. In a nearby inn, a middle-aged swordsman, his complexion as pale as jade and sporting a goat beard, pushed open the window to observe the aerial battle. A mere county court conceals an innate master. Jiangzhou truly is a land of exceptional talents, a veritable nest of hidden dragons. Conflicts of innate prowess are seldom witnessed. Typically, such martial exchanges occur behind closed doors, rarely in the public eye. Su Qing, possessing merely a 5th-tier cultivation, was unable to discern the intricacies of the confrontation, much like the majority of the Sea Dragon Gang disciples. In the brief span of a tea ceremony, Zhang Zhao and Long Tianxing had already exchanged over 50 blows. Long Tianxing, a seasoned innate master, wielded his fist with unparalleled might. Although Zhang Zhao had only recently ascended to the innate realm, he was a product of the renowned case records, making his entry into this domain remarkably stable. After dismantling each other's techniques for several dozen exchanges, Zhang Zhao unleashed a sword aura that forced Long Tianxing to retreat. Only then did the two pause their entangled duel and descend to the ground. Upon landing, Long Tianxing's expression was terrifyingly grim, his cheeks twitching slightly. Su Qing wore a faint smile and remarked, Master Long, it seems you are unable to secure anyone now. It would be wise for you to withdraw before you lose your last shred of dignity. Is your superior resolutely shielding the perpetrator? I have stated that there are deeper circumstances surrounding this case, and I shall provide you with an explanation once we solve it. However, if you continue to disregard my counsel and act stubbornly, I shall have no choice but to hold you accountable. Long Tianxing gritted his teeth fiercely. We shall depart. The members of the Sea Dragon Gang retreated like a receding tide. Did you manage to secure it? Indeed, Captain Lee approached with a smile. 5 years prior, he had intended to sell Roa to a brothel, which was about to change hands. Through introductions, he connected with Butcher, who from the western suburbs, and successfully established a long-term transaction. Over the past 5 years, he had abducted around 100 individuals. All sold to Butcher, who, with each unfortunate woman fetching varying prices based on appearance and age, the lowest being 100 taels. In his own words, he was not short of money, it was merely a lapse of judgment that led to such actions. Having grown weary of them, he found himself reluctant to kill, yet unable to keep them as burdens, thus opting to sell them for profit. Is Butcher who associated with the Bliss Gate? He was unfamiliar with the term Bliss Gate, as Butcher was merely the street name. His true name should be Hu Tufu, the master of Hu family village, and renowned as a benefactor far and wide. As for the benefactor, you must personally visit the Yamen to request assistance from Governor Liu. We shall secure the individual tonight. Remember, you may only inform Governor Liu, and keep everything else strictly confidential. Yes, I assure you not a word will be leaked. The Bliss Gate would likely have no knowledge of Gong Baiha's self-surrender. Hence they would be unprepared. This Hu family village might very well be the location of the Bliss Gate. As evening descended, an inconspicuous carriage entered Qingla County's Yamen, where the constables had already awaited at the western station. I pay my respects to the governor. Your subordinate claims to have successfully pinpointed the Bliss Gate stronghold? Is this true? While it is suspected to be a stronghold, we shall only know for certain after the capture. Yet, even if it is not directly affiliated with the Bliss Gate, it is undoubtedly closely tied to them. Now, everything is in place. We await the cover of darkness to execute the capture. Well done. Zhang Tongpian's assessment of you has proven entirely accurate. You are indeed the pride of the Su family. While my subordinates seem like mere layabouts in comparison. Governor, am I not also your subordinate? Ha ha ha. You are my subordinate, but not merely a subordinate. The night was tranquil, the bright moon illuminating the sky. In the western suburbs, Hu family village appeared ethereal under the moonlight. Within a few years, he had been celebrated as a great benefactor, and 3 years ago, he had even received a plaque for kindness bestowed by the previous county magistrate. It seems that the more malevolent and wicked one is, the more they feign virtue. Under the silvery glow of the moon, the officials of the prefecture and the county quietly encircled Hu family village, surrounding it completely. At each cardinal point, east, south, west, and north, an adept at the innate realm stood guard to prevent anyone from breaking through. Chapter 39. The destruction of the Bliss Gate stronghold. As Su Qing and the others made their preparations, Zhang Zhao led several officers forward. A series of resounding knocks echoed through the night, stirring the dogs of the Hu family village into a frenzy. Who is it? At this late hour? A voice from within expressed impatience as the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt old man peering through the gap. Ah, officer, what brings you here? Qinglu County's Constable Zhang Zhao, under orders from our lord, to apprehend all individuals associated with the Hu family village. Kindly rouse everyone in your household. Ah, what has happened? Surely there is some misunderstanding? Our master is renowned as a benevolent figure far and wide. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not will be clarified at the county office. Officer, we have quite a number of people in our household. Surely, you cannot intend to take them with just this few? As the old man spoke with a smile, his tone suddenly darkened. Zhang Zhao became instantly alert, his aura exploding forth, sending the officers behind him flying. In an instant, a deluge of concealed weapons rained down like a torrential storm. Drawing his sword, Zhang Zhao's blade danced, severing the incoming projectiles, preventing any from encroaching within 3 feet of him. Signal. With a swift motion, an arrow soared into the night sky, its vibrant presence unmistakable against the darkness. As the arrow ascended, the officers concealed around the Hu family village sprang from their hiding places, knives in one hand and shields in the other, charging towards the stronghold. In the courtyard of the Hu family, dozens of masked figures stood in neat rows, the corpulent Hu Tufu glaring menacingly at the intruders. The authorities have arrived. Our position has been compromised. Everyone, make your escape. Those who can flee, do so. And those who cannot, you know what to do. Understood. At the moment the command was given, chaos ensued as the figures scattered in all directions. The officers, just entering the courtyard, collided directly with the fleeing masked individuals. In an instant, countless concealed weapons fell like rain. However, the officers, equipped with shields, successfully blocked the onslaught, sustaining no injuries. As the projectiles ceased, the masked figures drew their blades and charged at the officers. In this critical moment, desperation fueled their actions. And with their skills hovering around the 7th and 8th rank, they swiftly broke through the officers' formation. just as the masked figures began to celebrate their apparent escape. A figure abruptly emerged before them. Governor Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a mere scholar in appearance, yet to the masked individuals, he seemed a towering giant. His official robes billowed without wind, and a cold, murderous intent radiated from his piercing gaze. It is you who have slain my beloved son, Shi'er, upon whom I had placed great hopes. With an overwhelming aura, Lu Jishu extended a finger towards the masked figures, sweeping through the air as if painting a grand narrative. With a soft sound, the masked figures appeared to be struck by an invisible force, blood spurting from their mouths as they were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. It was nearly a one-sided rout. Regardless of the direction from which the black-clad individuals attempted to break through, they were intercepted by formidable opponents. Encountering Lu Jishu was considered fortunate. Yet meeting Xue Chonlu was truly a stroke of misfortune. Within less than a quarter of an hour, all resistance within Hu family village had surrendered unconditionally. Your Excellency, there were a total of 72 bandits in Hu family village, all of whom have now met their fate. Additionally, we have rescued 130 young women held captive by the bandits. However, the bandit leader, Hu Tufu, has vanished without a trace. He may have fled. Fled? We have surrounded Hu family village completely. How could he possibly escape? Can he fly or vanish into thin air? He must be hiding somewhere. Search for him. Lu Jishu roared like a furious lion. Su Qing stepped forward decisively. Your Excellency, I shall interrogate the captives. Yes, proceed swiftly. Yet, before Su Qing could turn away, Zhang Zhao brought forth disheartening news. Your Excellency, the captured members of the Gileman have all succumbed to poison. Damn it. A sudden tremor resonated in his mind, and a notification appeared. The host has successfully dismantled a significant division of Gileman, earning 1,000 reward points. Upon hearing the mental alert, Lu Jishu's previous displeasure dissipated like mist. Su Qing toiled throughout the night, only to conclude her tasks as dawn broke. Regrettably, their primary target, Hu Tufu, had eluded capture. The secret passage he escaped through was discovered too late for pursuit. After compiling the testimonies, Su Qing approached Lu Jishu. Governor, although Hu Tufu has escaped, we have not returned empty-handed. The principal offender has fled, yet the remaining bandits all perished from poisoning. I initially hoped to uproot Gileman entirely, but now all leads have vanished. What gains can we claim? Lu Jishu replied darkly. The fact that Gileman has concealed itself in the shadows for so many years without revealing even a name speaks volumes of its depth of concealment. If we could uproot them so easily, would Your Excellency truly believe this is the genuine Gileman? Though Lu Jishu remained silent, his expression conveyed agreement with Su Qing's assertions. Successfully dismantling Gileman's stronghold dealt them a significant blow, and more importantly, it rescued over 100 unfortunate women from Jiangzhou, Qingzhou, and Huizhou. This operation could be deemed a resounding victory. There was no need for the governor to be overly self-critical. Alas, Lu Jishu's countenance softened as he sighed quietly. Today, we saved over 100 women, but how many have suffered at their hands prior to this? Each year, a new batch is taken to Gileman for the inhumane practice of bone remodeling and facial alteration. How few managed to survive? As Lu Jishu's lament resonated, Su Qing suddenly had a revelation and raised her head abruptly. Your Excellency, I suspect that the main headquarters of Gileman is located in Qingla County. What leads you to such a conclusion? Did you not just mention that each year, a group of individuals is taken to Gileman for bone remodeling? The women we rescued today may very well be part of this year's batch. They are not from Qingla County. They hail from all corners of the land, some traveling 1,000 miles to gather here. Why would they converge in such a distant place? For bone remodeling. In Lu Jishu's eyes, a brilliant light surged as he exclaimed. Indeed, the very place where they carry out their grotesque transformations is the headquarters of the blissful sect. Su Qing, you must now devote all your efforts to investigating this blissful sect. No matter how deeply it conceals itself, you must uproot it entirely. Although you have 2 innate masters by your side, the strength of the blissful sect is likely formidable. I have ordered Jin Namwa to remain beside you at your command. After dismantling the blissful sect, he shall be returned to me. Su Qing cast a glance at the man following Lu Jishu, his face partly concealed by a leather mask, and a joyful smile graced her features. Thank you, my lord. Jin Nanwu, from this moment forth, you shall heed Su Ren's every command. Whatever she instructs you to do, you must comply without hesitation. Serving her will not diminish your honor, for her intellect is unparalleled and her status exalted. Yes, I shall obey. He then bowed respectfully to Su Qing, saying, I pay my respects to you, Su Ren. Mr. Jin, no need for such formalities. Chapter 40. accountability before indulging in a much-needed slumber, it was imperative to first redeem the rewards. Summoning the compendium, I silently recited the incantation for exchange. In an instant, the cover of the compendium shimmered with radiant light, and a card shot upwards, spinning rapidly before shattering in midair. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Martial Arts Manual Zixia Divine Skill, Volume 1. Would you like to learn it? Although Zixia Divine Skill bore the illustrious title of a divine technique, it was, in Su Qing's knowledge, the least deserving among the many renowned martial arts. Nevertheless, even the most inferior among divine skills was still a top-tier martial art in the realm of martial heroes. I choose to learn. In the next moment, Su Qing felt a sudden jolt, as if awakening from a dream. The internal energy originally derived from the primordial qi was transformed into the essence of Zixia Divine Skill. While the power of Zixia Divine Skill was not particularly impressive, it was a genuine Taoist art, characterized by profound and enduring internal force, growing stronger with diligent cultivation. With 500 points remaining, Su Qing redeemed again. The cover of the compendium once more radiated brilliance, and another card emerged, spinning before disintegrating into a shadowy figure resembling a ghost. Mystical Master Card. Usage, 3 times. Summon a mysterious master at the late innate stage, lasting half an hour. What a treasure! Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with joy, as she uncovered the profound depths and unfathomable strength of the blissful sect. Su Qing gradually recognized that the power at her disposal was somewhat inadequate. Although Zhang Zhao had attained the innate stage, he was still merely at the initial level. Even the Dragon Clan possessed experts at the mid to late innate stage. What if the blissful sect had a pinnacle innate master? While her family boasted numerous innate experts and even masters of the highest realm, Su Qing hesitated to seek their assistance. Pride held her back, and the lingering remnants of her former self vehemently resisted asking her family for help, causing her to feel profoundly uncomfortable, even nauseated, whenever the thought arose. Now, with a late innate expert at her command, Su Qing's urgent dilemma was alleviated. Yawning deeply, she shed her garments and lay down, quickly succumbing to sleep. Another bright and breezy afternoon unfolded. A prison cart slowly emerged from the Qing County office, swaying gently as it traversed the bustling streets towards the vegetable market. Inside the cart, the inmate, Gong Baihe, had his neck wedged against the top, balancing on his toes to greedily inhale the meager air. Despite knowing that his fate awaited him at the market's gallows, Gong Baihe was unwilling to relinquish the struggle for life. Even an extra second was worth every ounce of effort. Generally, even the most heinous criminals sentenced to death would wait for the autumn to face execution. Yet, having provided information regarding Hu Tufu, Su Qing was inclined to show leniency, opting for immediate execution rather than a delayed sentence. As the cart rolled along, bystanders spat at him, hurled stones, and cast refuse in his direction. In any era, the populace held the greatest disdain for lecherous villains. Upon arriving at the market, Su Qing and a cadre of executioners had long awaited. However, standing at the execution platform was not the familiar executioner, but rather a young man clad in black. His expression stern and cold. In his hands was not the traditional executioner's blade, but a slender, elongated miao knife. When Gong Baihe was brought forth, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the indifferent gaze of the man in black. Fixing his eyes on the shackled Gong Baihe, he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. The notorious bandit Gong Baihe had committed heinous acts of debauchery and plunder over the past decade. Now, he was captured and brought to justice by the local authorities. Gong Baihe readily confessed to his crimes, and the local court sentenced him to immediate execution, proclaiming the execution publicly to appease the souls of the innocent victims he had wronged. As she spoke, Su Qing rose and gazed at the sun in the sky. The appointed hour had arrived, and preparations for the execution were underway. Your Excellency, it is only noon. The time has not yet reached the quarter. Gong Baihe suddenly lifted his head and cried out in despair. I do not adhere to the notion of noon quarter. When I say the time has come, it has come. Proceed with the execution. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. With a swift motion, the knife was drawn, and in one fell swoop, Gong Baihe's head was severed. The citizens at Kaishaku had not even registered what had transpired, before their hearts could leap into their throats. Gong Baihe's head lay detached, blood gushing forth from his pale neck. Observing the convulsing body on the ground, a crimson hue gradually emerged in Xue Chongluo's eyes. As visions of Roer danced in his mind. Roa, I have avenged you. Gong Baihe is but the first, next will be the Gileman. I promise you. All who have bullied you and harmed you shall not escape the reckoning at my hands. Sheathing his knife, he approached Su Qing and declared, from this day forth, I Shui Chonglu shall heed only your commands, my lady. Wu Shuang, lost in slumber, felt her eyelashes tremble slightly as an icy chill enveloped her, causing her to shudder awake. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in dim surroundings, beset by the very scenes that had haunted her nightmares. Her complexion turned ashen, and she hurriedly rose from the rigid stone bed. Miss Wu Shuang, you are awake? An eerie voice inquired, accompanied by footsteps that slithered like a serpent. A mysterious figure, adorned with a ghostly mask, approached slowly. It is, the servant bows to the overseer. You are no longer the young lady of the household, but rather someone who has emerged from training under my command. There is no need for formalities. And no, I dare not. The mysterious figure perceived the deep-rooted terror emanating from Wu Shuang's very soul, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. After gazing intently at her, they turned and departed. Come along, the master has inquiries for you. Yes, Wu Shuang dared not hesitate and promptly followed. Soon, she found herself in a dimly lit chamber adorned with flickering torches, where her new guardian was already kneeling on the ground. At the front of the chamber sat a figure cloaked in a dark robe, wearing a ghostly mask, leisurely toying with a wine goblet while casting a mocking glance at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang hastily knelt beside her guardian, catching a glimpse of the perspiration pooling around her hands, soaked in cold sweat born from fear. I pay my respects to the master. Wu Shuang, I hear from your guardian that you have made contact with the magistrate Su Qing of Qingla County? Yes. Su Qing seems to know quite a bit about the Jileman. Did you disclose any information to her? I dare not speak, for I have uttered not a single word. This is indeed curious. All this intelligence was conveyed by Su Qing. How could she possibly be privy to such numerous secrets? Who else could have informed her if not you? I am wronged. However, I am aware of who disclosed this information to Su Qing. Just the day before yesterday, after our revelries, she confided in me. Who? A certain individual named Shui Chonglu. Shui Chonglu? Who is he? Master of the Gate. That person is not deceased. Not only does he live, but he also remains in close proximity to Su Qing. Thriving well. How audacious of the Assassin's Guild to report falsehoods. Chief Steward, are you aware of this matter? I shall attend to it shortly. Chapter 41. The elegance of the noble, however. Even if that individual had not perished, the Tianzi know. 7 remains oblivious to the whereabouts of Hutufu and Hujia village. How then did Su Qing manage to locate them? The village was entirely dismantled by the authorities, leading to the ruin of our decade-long endeavors. The vast array of intelligence that Su Qing has quietly amassed could never have been divulged by Tianzi No. 7. Wu Shuang, do you have any explanation? Information unknown to Tianzi No. 7, could it possibly be known to a mere servant? Wu Shuang knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with grievance. Regarding this matter, I inquired of Su Qing yesterday. He did not conceal the truth. The exposure of Hujia village was solely due to one individual, Gong Baihe. Gong Baihe? Who is he? The master responded, he is one of our footmen. A notorious flower thief with exceedingly discerning tastes. He only selects the most exquisite beauties, thus establishing a connection with Hutufu. In past years, he has delivered to us around 10 to 20 exceptional women annually. If I recall correctly, that Tianzi No. 7 was sent by him. Indeed, that Shui Chonglu is the betrothed of Tianzi No. 7, relentlessly pursuing Gong Baihe to Qingla County. I cannot fathom why Gong Baihe would so foolishly seek refuge in the county jail, ultimately falling into a trap and revealing Hujia village under Su Qing's interrogation. Damn it. It seems that a decade of peace has made you all complacent, daring to associate with outsiders. Eliminate all footmen resembling Gong Baihe, and from this day forth, the Jileman shall remain dormant. After the enigmatic master concluded his declaration, he cast his gaze downwards toward the prostrate Wu Shuang. You are to continue cultivating your relationship with Su Qing and swiftly bring him under control. Yet, remain vigilant, for this Su Qing is not to be underestimated. I understand. You may leave. Wu Shuang respectfully bowed her head before crawling away. Upon exiting the secret chamber, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. Although her explanations were coherent, the pressure exerted by the master of Jileman still left her drenched in cold sweat. As the guardian followed Wu Shuang out, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he remarked, Miss, it is fortunate you prepared those explanations. Had we failed to provide them, we might have faced the master's wrath. This matter is not ours. Why would the master vent his anger upon us? Are you suggesting the master is unclear in his rewards and punishments? The guardian's face paled with fear. I did not mean that. How could I dare? If you do not mean it, keep your tongue in check and refrain from grumbling. After Wu Shuang and the guardian departed, the secret chamber was left with only the master and the steward, the atmosphere chilling to the bone under the flickering torchlight. Master, In the 10 years since the founding of Jiaomen, we have never suffered such a significant loss. If we endure this indignity, it will dishearten those under our command. What do you imply? Though Jiaomen remains discreet, it is not an entity to be trifled with. As for Su Qing, eliminate him. The master of Jiaomen, deep in contemplation, instructed, make the necessary arrangements. April brought with it relentless rain, yet finally, a day of glorious sunshine emerged. Outside the window, the willow catkins danced in the breeze, adorning this picturesque landscape. Within the attic of Tianxiang Pavilion, the melodious strains of a guqin lingered in the air, enchanting the heart like the silken ribbons of a celestial maiden, stirring one's soul in harmony with the music. As the final note faded, Su Qing lazily opened her squinting eyes and stifled a yawn. It was the season of spring lethargy and autumn fatigue, the time when one is most prone to drowsiness. She had nearly succumbed to slumber while listening. Was it that my humble skills on the guqin failed to captivate the esteemed listener, causing such drowsiness? Who could remain awake when listening to the sublime melodies of lofty mountains and flowing waters? It is not as if I were under a general's command. Has there been any recent movement from the Blissful Gate? Not long ago, I was summoned for interrogation at the Blissful Gate, but fortunately, I had prepared my excuses well and successfully deceived them. This time, the esteemed one has dealt a significant blow to the Blissful Gate. Although I did not behold the face of its master, I could sense the seething anger within him, wishing nothing more than to swallow you whole. Furthermore, the esteemed one has successfully rescued over 100 unfortunate women, sparing them from meeting the same fate as ours. Lately, their hearts have been filled with joy. And sometimes I think, even if I were to perish at the hands of the Blissful Gate now, it would still be worth it. Esteemed one, you are truly my hero in heart and spirit. At this juncture, Wu Shuang approached Su Qing, beginning to take action. Do you still not know the whereabouts of the Blissful Gate? Is there not even a conjecture? That night when I fell asleep, I awoke to find myself at the Blissful Gate. That place is devoid of daylight, silent and unseen. However, upon my exit, I discovered a fragrant essence upon my person, reminiscent of floral notes intertwined with sandalwood. Perhaps the Blissful Gate resides in a locale steeped in rouge and powder. Are there any directives from the Blissful Gate? To remain hidden and inactive, waiting for the winds of change to pass. By the way, yesterday my guardian instructed me to report your movements, and I am to inform him as soon as I am aware. Esteemed one, I am concerned. Do you think the Blissful Gate wishes me harm? Indeed. Then it is fortuitous, for I was apprehensive they might not come. A gentle breeze swept through, refreshing against the face. Yet, Wu Shuang suddenly panicked, donning a white veil from nearby. Observing her alarmed demeanor, Su Qing was taken aback. What are you doing? Is this a result of your bone-altering disguise? Or is this your innate appearance? It is after the bone alteration. Su Qing rose to close the window. Just as she stepped into the courtyard, she was met with the scrutinizing gazes of Xiaoya and Xiao Dai, their expressions akin to those of women who had caught a man sneaking out. You too. Cease with the sarcastic remarks. I went out on official business. Is the fragrant powder of Tianxiang Pavilion also considered official business? As she spoke, Xiaoya produced a letter from her sleeve and handed it over. Who delivered this? An old farmer. When asked, he would not speak, only saying the young master would know upon reading it, rather cryptically. Su Qing unfolded the letter, her face brightening with a smile upon reading it. The monk Wuchan from Nanjing Temple has invited me to savor peach blossom wine the day after tomorrow. I have never met Wuchan. How could he think to invite me for such a tasting? What does it mean that I am also of the refined class? Is this young master not refined? The young master nowadays lacks refinement, only charm. Will you go? Indeed. Invited with such warm hospitality, would it not be a disservice to the illustrious figures to decline? After the reign of the Qingming festival, Su Qing stepped into an opulent carriage, accompanied by Xiaoya, Zhang Jiao, and Xue Chonglu, as they gradually departed from the county office, heading towards the Nanjiang Temple. Initially, Su Qing had no intention of bringing so many companions. However, having received a forewarning from Wu Shuang a few days prior that the Jiaomen could pose a threat to her, she deemed it prudent to bring along skilled protectors for the sake of her own safety. As for Jin Nanwo, he was, after all, a person lent to her by Prefect Liu, making it somewhat inappropriate to venture out for leisure with him in tow. Chapter 42. Assassination. As the carriage exited the county town, it traversed the solid, compacted earthen road. The construction of this road remained a mystery, despite its dirt composition. It was as firm as bluestone. Even after several days of rain, the carriage left only the faintest of impressions on the surface. After half an hour, the carriage reached the ancient path outside the town, nestled among the pine trees. Suddenly, the driver, Xue Chonglu, pulled the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. Su Qing, who had been leisurely reading in the carriage, set her book aside. What prompted this sudden stop? My lord, there is an ominous presence. Shui Chunlu's voice was calm yet serious. Where? As Su Qing prepared to lift the curtain, she was stopped by Xiaoyu. Young master, do not reveal yourself. It matters not. Your young master is no mere soft target to be easily crushed. With that, she raised the curtain to peer outside. Shui Chunlu gestured towards the distant pine forest. My cultivation of the Shura technique renders me particularly sensitive to killing intent. There lies a hidden danger within the woods. Do you think they would allow us to escape so easily if they intended to harm us? Zhang Zhao, having turned the carriage around, suddenly spotted several figures clad in black masks emerging from the depths of the pine trees. The three leading figures, moving as if defying gravity, covered hundreds of meters in an instant. Zhang Captain, you take the noble one to safety. I will hold them off, Shui Chunlu called out, leaping forward to confront the three formidable opponents. In midair, he drew his sword, sending it like a bolt from a bow towards one of the assailants. An aura of lethal energy surged skyward as Shui Chunlu executed a downward strike, unleashing a flurry of blade energy aimed directly at the heads of the three adversaries. The trio, moving like phantoms, evaded his assault effortlessly, creating multiple afterimages in the air, easily deflecting his onslaught. They retaliated with a powerful palm strike, forcing Shui Chunlu to be propelled backward. Witnessing this, Su Qing's expression grew grave. Zhang Zhao, hurry and assist Shui Chunlu. My lord, what about your safety? Do not concern yourself with me. Go. Compelled by her command, Zhang Zhao leaped into the fray. The three black-clad figures appeared to be at the initial stage of innate mastery, their strength comparable to that of Shui Chunlu. Although it was 3 against 1. They were not yet capable of swiftly subduing him. With Zhang Zhao's arrival, Shui Chunlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Chunlu's strikes were ruthless and precise, aimed at the enemy's vital points, compelling them to adopt a defensive stance. In contrast, Zhang Zhao's martial prowess was honorable and upright. His sword energy flowed seamlessly, creating an impenetrable barrier around him, remaining steadfast regardless of the adversary's attacks. At that moment, their subordinates had also arrived. You, go eliminate the target. One of the three commanded his men. Just as the black-clad figures prepared to rush towards the carriage, Shui Chunlu suddenly struck, unleashing a merciless blade energy that cleaved through the foremost attackers in an instant, while the others were left with gaping wounds. Blood sprang forth. Watching this unfold from the carriage, Su Qing inhaled sharply. Although she had anticipated Shui Chunlu's lethal technique, she had not expected the intensity of his killing intent to be so overwhelming. With a decisive strike, one of the cloaked figures was rendered utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place. Those who falter in the face of battle meet their demise. An innate master bellowed, unleashing a palm strike that was as forceful as a mountain crashing down. The throng of cloaked figures was instantly sent soaring through the air by this mighty blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. This is dire. While the majority of the cloaked assailants were felled by the strike, blood cascaded through the air. 3, however, managed to roll upon landing and broke through Shui Chunlu's defenses. Shui Chunlu's combat experience was ultimately lacking. The 3 who breached the line wore expressions of elation. Leaping forward with a few agile bounds, they swiftly positioned themselves before Su Qing's carriage. 2 long sleeves billowed upward as they attacked 2 of the intruders. At that moment, a fierce and terrifying killing intent erupted in the air. One among the 3 was, astonishingly, of the innate realm. This innate assassin had concealed his prowess so deeply that it was only now that his true strength was revealed. The innate energy surged forth, and both Shui Chunlu and Zhang Zhao displayed expressions of terror. They could perish. Anyone could meet their end, but Su Qing must not die. At this juncture, the innate master above them revealed a gleam of triumph in his eyes. This assassination had been meticulously planned from the outset, even with a brazen approach. They were confident in their success, yet they exercised utmost caution and implemented a comprehensive strategy. All previous actions were mere feints, meticulously orchestrated to lay the groundwork for this moment of assassination. The brilliance of the scheme ignited a spark of admiration in Su Qing's eyes, such intricate planning to ensure the success of the kill. Alas, the cloaked figure brought down his blade. Just then, a shadow flickered before his eyes, appearing silently and without warning. The emergence of the shadow momentarily dulled the assassin's senses. But in that instant, the line between life and death was drawn. The shadow wielded a pitch-black slender sword, which seemed to materialize from thin air, descending like spring rain, and pierced the throat of the black-clad assassin. All schemes, all designs, were rendered null beneath this single stroke. Blood erupted forth, scattering like plum blossoms in the wind. The shadow leapt into the air, casting the assassin's lifeless body aside. As the figure brushed past the other two assassins, they did not comprehend how the shadow had struck. Yet, two blossoms of blood erupted from their chests. Realizing that another master had appeared beside Su Qing, the three innate assassins, previously blocked by Shui Chonlu and Zhang Zhao, contemplated retreat. However, it was too late to consider escape now. Su Qing's expression darkened slightly as she closed her folding fan. The three innate assassins retreated towards the pine forest. Yet, the shadow that followed was as elusive as a ghost, leaving behind trails of afterimages, as if traversing through space. Appearing before the three assassins. With a sweeping motion of his sword, the three assassins found themselves compelled to retreat once more, falling into the encirclement of the trio. At this moment, Shui Chonlu, Zhang Zhao, and the shadowy master formed a triangle, surrounding the three. "Gentlemen," he declared, "you have become fish in a barrel. Will you still resist? Lay down your weapons and surrender." The three assassins exchanged a chilling glance, a cold smile gracing their lips. Beneath the blazing sun, blood stained the water's edge. Ultimately, the trio resolved to fight to the death. Although Su Qing harbored intentions of sparing a life, their unwavering desire for demise left her no choice. In a battle of this magnitude, one must show no mercy. Otherwise, it could spell one's own end. As she removed the mask of an assassin, she discovered their faces were adorned with intricate designs, not painted with oil but etched as tattoos. "Xixia, Yipentang?" Xiaoya's voice broke the silence in astonishment. Chapter 43. Return to Nanjing Temple, the one-pin hall of the Western Xia. Are they from the Western Xia Kingdom? This mark is indeed the emblem of the one-pin hall. Back in the day, the Western Xia established the one-pin hall to recruit skilled individuals from the various nations of the divine land for the service of their kingdom. Regrettably, while the intention was noble, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Aside from the citizens of Western Xia, the recruits were primarily martial artists who had fallen from grace in their own lands. It is easy to imagine the notoriety that the one-pin hall garnered once these disgraced fighters arrived in Western Xia. It soon became a name that was reviled and scorned by all. Xiaoya explained, "It has been 20 years since the fall of the Western Xia. Yet we still encounter individuals from the one-pin hall. Does this mean they were subsumed by the blissful sect after the fall of their kingdom?" Su Qing remarked with a serene smile. After the onset of war, the martial artists who had been bought over fled at the first opportunity, leaving behind less than a third of them as determined warriors for their country. On the day of national ruin, the members of the one-pin hall chose to die honorably, committing suicide in the imperial city. Logically, there should be no remaining members of the one-pin hall, let alone a master bearing the emblem of the Western Xia. Listening to Xiaoya's detailed account, Su Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Xiaoya, how do you know so much about the one-pin hall? Surely you are aware that it was the esteemed elder who led the troops to annihilate the Western Xia 20 years ago?" Seeing the incredulous look on Xiaoya's face, Su Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. The esteemed elder referred to as Su Qing's uncle, Su Yuanlong. The Su family is one of the 7 literary clans. Yet not all are mere scholars. The scholars of this era are quite different from what Su Qing had previously understood. They hold the spirit of chivalry in high regard. It is a common belief among the literati that a true man should wield a sword at his side and bravely confront injustice. Members of the Su family have pursued both civil and martial paths. The civil route involves starting as a county magistrate and rising to the cabinet, while the martial path begins as a humble soldier and progresses to the ranks of generals. Su Qing's lineage followed the civil path, while her uncle pursued the martial. Over 17 years, Su Yuanlong ascended from a lowly officer to a general commanding thousands, ultimately clashing with the Western Xia. Su Yuanlong emerged as a formidable force, achieving victory in every encounter with the Western Xia within a span of 3 years. At the onset of the national conflict, the kingdom of Yu was initially at a disadvantage, but through Su Yuanlong's efforts, the balance began to shift in favor of Yu. Eventually, it was Su Yuanlong's surprise attack on the capital of Western Xia that concluded what was expected to be a year-long war ahead of schedule. For his triumph in the war, Su Yuanlong was bestowed the noble title of Duke. That year coincidentally marked Su Qing's birth. Thus, it seems that the one-pin hall holds a grudge against the Su family for their role in the kingdom's demise. No wonder the assassins earlier seemed so intent on targeting me, their eyes reflecting a vendetta that runs deep. Fools. Shui Chonlu scoffed disdainfully. To confuse national grievances with personal vendettas is the mark of a coward. They dare not fight for their country, but instead shift their hatred onto the individual. Whether they are members of the blissful sect or motivated by personal enmity, one thing is certain, they are waiting for me here. No one leaked my invitation to Nanjing Temple, did they? Perhaps it was the monk witching who let it slip, Zhang Zhao interjected. I wish to inquire whether the monk Wuchen has spread word of the banquet he is to host for me. Let us proceed to Taosan. Boarding the carriage once more. We journeyed for another half an hour until we reached the foot of Taosan. At the entrance of the mountain path, we were greeted by two middle-aged men clad in monk robes, their hair cascading freely. Upon seeing Su Qing and her companions approach, they hurried over. Esteemed guests, may I ask what brings you to Taosan? One inquired. What is the meaning of this? Is Taosan inaccessible today? Please do not take offense. On any other day, you may freely explore and enjoy the sights. However, today is rather inconvenient. Master Wuchen is in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Su Qing took the invitation that Xiaoya had handed her, stating, Master Wuchen has indeed invited me here today. Upon seeing the invitation, the two men promptly joined their hands in a gesture of respect. Please forgive us, esteemed guest. Today, Master Wuchen is hosting a gathering of distinguished individuals. And to preserve the ambience, we have temporarily closed the mountain path. You may proceed. Su Qing bore no ill will and unfurled her fan as she ascended Taosan. The last time she visited, the mountain was adorned with countless peach blossoms, resembling a celestial paradise. Now, only a few blossoms remained, while the once barren branches had sprouted tender leaves. Gradually, as she reached the upper half of the mountain, the sound of a melodious tune akin to flowing springs filled the air. The music seemed to cleanse the spirit, instantly bringing tranquility to the heart. As Su Qing stepped onto the final stair, the music ceased. Master Wuchen's composition, a harmonious blend of sacred verses and melodies, was designed to help one cast aside distractions and attain clarity of mind. It is said that if it could be shared universally, it would yield immeasurable merit. A middle-aged scholar stroked his beard, shaking his head thoughtfully. You flatter me, but this humble monk indeed harbors the aspiration to share this peace with the world, allowing those lost in the tumult of ambition to pause and listen, thereby purifying their hearts. Suddenly, Master Wuchen rose and strode towards the courtyard entrance. Oh, has Lord Su arrived? This humble monk, Wuchen, extends a warm welcome to you, Lord Su. Master Wuchen, you are far too gracious. As someone who exists beyond the mundane, there is no need to address me as Lord Su. Simply call me Su Qing or Su Gongzi. Then I must apologize for my presumption. Please, Su Gongzi. With that, he led Su Qing into the courtyard of Nanjing Temple. Su Qing had observed the courtyard during her previous visit. It bore little distinction from an ordinary household. However, today, it was populated by several peculiar individuals. Among them was a middle-aged man adorned with a scholar's hat, sporting a long goatee and a sword on his back, accompanied by a wine gourd at his waist. Another figure, with disheveled hair resembling a beggar who had long foregone bathing, lingered nearby. There was also an individual bent with age, his bald head topped with a massive brush serving as a cane. Amidst this eclectic assembly, only one striking woman appeared unremarkable. In her 20s, she donned a white garment, her arms draped with colorful ribbons, her bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting as a painting. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce you to the remarkable Su Qing, whose talent in both poetry and painting is rivaled only by Li Tianyi. Is she not the magistrate of Qingla County? The middle-aged scholar inquired hastily. Indeed, this is the magistrate Su of Qingla County. Upon our arrival in Qingla County, we heard of the remarkable deeds of Lord Su. Truly, Lord Su, hailing from the esteemed literary lineage of the Su family, within a mere 2 months of his arrival in Qingla County, unraveled a significant case, bringing to justice wrongdoers who had evaded capture for years, thus sparing countless citizens from the anguish of familial separation in the future. Although I harbor little fondness for officials, I hold profound admiration for Lord Su in my heart. You flatter me excessively, sir. This is merely my duty, and your praise only serves to embarrass me, he replied. May I inquire as to your identity? This is the unparalleled craftsman, Chu Tianmiao, ranked among the most refined individuals on the elegant list. Young Master Su, allow me to introduce you. This is the master calligrapher, Chu Danong. This is the dual-skilled wine fairy, renowned for both sword and pen. This is the enchanting thousand-faced Guanyin, Xiaoling Shan, and this is the exceptional Qi Baiji, who surpasses even the heavens. The monk Wuchen introduced each esteemed guest present. After a round of introductions, Su Qing finally found the opportunity to inquire of the monk. Master Wuchen, have you informed any outsiders of my visit to Nanjing Temple today? Chapter 44. The permeation of betrayal. Surely not. The monk Wuchen hesitated slightly, pondering why young Master Su posed such an unexpected inquiry. It is because, on my way here, I was ambushed by individuals who lay in wait to assassinate me. As these words fell, the smiles upon the faces of Wuchen and his companions instantly vanished. Are you suggesting that those who sought to take your life were forewarned of your visit to Taosan today? Could it be that someone from your side has leaked your whereabouts? I have not disclosed the invitation from Master Wu Qing to anyone, and today's assassination was clearly premeditated. With hands clasped together, Wu Qing intoned, "Ba. I have only written 7 invitations, which were given to my attendants for delivery. I have not mentioned this to anyone else. Allow me to summon that attendant and inquire." Thus, Wu Qing approached the entrance and called out, "Gusong, come here at once. I have a matter to discuss with you." Before long, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, and a robust man, adorned with a sunshade hat and a sweat-drenched cloth on his face, strode forth. "Master, the firewood has been chopped as you commanded. Did you call for me?" "Gusong, after I finished writing the invitation, did you relay anything about the recipient or the invitation itself to anyone else?" As he spoke, Gusong intermittently scratched his face with his inky black hands, the frequency and intensity of his motions increasing. Is something amiss with this mountain man? Why does he scratch his face with such fervor? Su Qing inquired casually, her gaze flickering with curiosity. "Do not take offense, young master. It is merely an old affliction of mine." Wu Qing then interjected, "Every April, Gusong suffers from an unbearable itch upon his visage. Doctors have been consulted, yet no remedy has been discerned. Fortunately, this torment lasts only for 2 months, and with patience, it shall pass. Have you heard of the Jileman?" "I had not. Until recently when it became the talk of the town. The son of Governor Lu met his demise at the hands of Jileman, prompting the officials of Jinghai to scour the earth in search of them." "Why does young Master Su bring up Jileman all of a sudden?" asked the ethereal Qianyin Guanyin, Shaoling Shan, in a delicate tone. "It is because the actions of Jileman are indeed atrocious and deserving of condemnation. They wield control over a multitude of unfortunate women, abducted from various locales, using their beauty to manipulate those in power or influence. What is most despicable is that these captive women undergo a grisly transformation. Their very bones altered, rendering them unrecognizable even to their dearest kin. No one shall remember or recognize them again. Such madness is indeed appalling. These wretches deserve to descend to the depths of the 18 hells." Instantly, the gathered assembly was enveloped in righteous indignation. Yet, there exists a lingering after-effect of the bone-altering transformation. During the months of March and April, the afflicted experience an intolerable itch upon their faces, which can be somewhat alleviated by covering them with cloth. As the last words hung in the air, Su Qing turned her gaze playfully towards Gusong. "Your symptoms of intense itching align rather closely with those resulting from the bone alteration, do they not?" The mirth that had briefly graced the exposed eyes of Gusong vanished in an instant, replaced by a terrifying aura. In a flash of cold light, he produced a broken sword from an unknown place and lunged it towards Su Qing. Before Zhang Zhao and the others could make a move, a figure appeared before Su Qing like a flash of lightning. Master Wu Qing stood protectively in front of her. This sword struck mercilessly against Master Wu Qing's body, producing a resonant clash of metal. The short sword shattered instantaneously into several fragments. Gusong's expression changed dramatically as he sprang backward like a shadow. However, Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu had already sealed off Gusong's escape routes. Left with no choice, Gusong landed and found himself surrounded in the center by the group. "Ba. So it was you who revealed young Master Su's whereabouts." "Gusong, why did you do this? The corrupt official has already made it clear." "Has he not? I am but a person who has altered my appearance and name." Gusong replied with a cold smile. "What have you done to Gusong?" "Naturally, he has been disposed of and casually buried in a pit. As for where it has been so long that I have forgotten. You vile official. Although we cannot kill you today, do not give us a chance. You would do well to keep your eyes closed even in sleep. For the grievances of the nation and family, we will pursue you relentlessly, and we, the Su family, can never coexist with you." Upon finishing his words, a sudden surge of silver inner strength erupted from his body, and his hair stood on end, transforming into silver. He hurled a fist toward Xue Chonglu. As Xue Chonglu drew his sword to strike, Gusong dared to confront him head-on with his own flesh and blood. To everyone's astonishment, Xue Chonglu was pushed back by Gusong's punch. Qi Baiji's face changed drastically. "Mirror Flower, Water Moon. You are a disciple of the Water Moon sect?" "The Mirror Flower Water Moon technique has been lost for over 20 years. You are the traitor Lu Baixing of the Water Moon sect." "Ha. Who would have thought that after 20 years, someone would still remember Lu?" Gusong retorted. "You, the betrayer of your master and the murderer of your peers, shall be hunted down by the martial world. Remember this, so you shall find no place to stand. Everyone, let us act together." At the words of the wine immortal, a long sword was drawn. A beam of sword light like a rainbow surged towards Gusong in an instant. A group of pretentious literati. Attempting to mimic our martial arts, how ridiculous. Gu Song's silver fist struck out, shattering the sword energy. Just then, a shadow resembling a dark cloud descended upon Gu Song. It was the robe of Master Wu Qin being cast down. Faced with the robe that enveloped him like the sky, Gu Song sought to retreat. However, behind him stood Xue Chonglu and Zhang Zhao, leaving him with no option but to grit his teeth and charge forward. Master Wu Qin unleashed a palm strike, and Gu Song raised his hand to counter. The impact resonated as Gu Song was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting blood. The indestructible body, the mighty Vajrapam. The robe of subjugation. To be defeated by these three supreme techniques, I would die without regret. Master Wu Qin, you have saved my life, enlightened me, and bestowed upon me great fortune. Today, I will return my life to you. We are even now. No, he intends to take his own life. Su Qing cried out urgently. But Gu Song's body trembled violently, his eyes turning a deep crimson as he collapsed. At that moment, a tremor surged through Su Qing's mind, and the case record materialized within her consciousness, opening to the latest page. Case File 20, a lingering mystery from the Shuai sect 2 decades ago, classified as blue. The case has been resolved, with the perpetrator eliminated, marking the conclusion of the investigation. Case File 20 may be incorporated into Case File 17, thereby becoming a supplementary document. The number assigned to Case File 20 has been revoked. With the resolution of Case File 20, 500 points have been awarded, fulfilling the host criteria for reward redemption. The notifications echoed in Su Qing's mind. Ba, Wu Qing sighed deeply, clasping his hands together and reciting sutras with closed eyes. Su Qing crouched down to examine the corpse of Gu Song. Did Gu Song just mention national grievances and familial hatred? Could he not be a citizen of our great Yu kingdom? The strategist Qi Baiji stroked his beard, pondering aloud. Xixia Yipentang. Xixia Yipentang? The influence of the long-gone Xixia kingdom? How have I never heard of it? The wine immortal inquired with curiosity. Chapter 45, The Great Trends of the World in the Years Preceding the Commencement of the National War. The Western Xia dynasty endeavored to recruit the finest martial artists from the Central Plains, establishing the Yipentang. However, the individuals they managed to enlist were merely the defeated outcasts of their respective nations. Following the National War, Yipentang was ultimately vanquished by our great Yu. This is hardly surprising. After Liu Baixing committed his notorious deeds, he became an outcast from the martial world, yet he mysteriously vanished without a trace. It turns out he sought refuge in Western Xia. The renowned craftsman, Chu Tianmiao, shook his head in disbelief. Although Western Xia met its demise at the hands of Lord Su, it was a national conflict. Such wars are devoid of personal vendettas. They dared not take vengeance upon great Yu. Instead, they resorted to assassinating the descendants of the Su family to vent their frustrations. Alas, Western Xia has not only lost its sovereignty but its very essence as well. Ba, the revelation of young Master Su's whereabouts has ultimately stemmed from my own oversight, for which I feel profound remorse, intoned the monk Wu Qin, his hands pressed together in apology. Master, there is no need for such self-reproach. Who could have foreseen this? Replied the others, all esteemed advisors of great Yu, distinguished individuals of elegance. I beseech you all to leverage your influence to uncover the whereabouts of the Jileman. This group not only endangers the populace and inflicts harm upon the innocent, but they also maintain intricate connections with the Western Xia, plotting ominously that we must remain vigilant. Indeed, that is only natural. By the way, young Master Su, you mentioned a technique called bone-eating disguise. Is it a form of disguise art? Inquired Xiao Lingshan softly. Unlike the disguise techniques we are familiar with, bone-eating disguise involves the incision of one's facial skin and flesh, allowing poisonous insects to gnaw at the bones of the face, thus altering its shape and appearance. The mere description of this method sent shivers down the spines of those present. Miss Xiao, reputed as the thousand-faced Guanyin. Are you proficient in disguise art? Might you know the origins of bone-eating disguise? Laughter erupted among the crowd. In terms of lineage within the realm of disguise, all traditions would have to regard Miss Xiao as their matriarch. That is splendid. If the origins can be traced, I shall follow the clues to delve deeper. Sir Su, I am curious. From your words, it seems Jileman is deeply concealed, yet your understanding of them is quite profound. You even know the disguise techniques they employ and any discomfort post-transformation? Even monks possess curiosity? Why are you so unfazed today, seemingly detached? Jested the wine immortal with a hearty laugh. I once believed that flowers bloomed abundantly, only to discover the ground littered with corpses beneath their petals. I was unaware of this until recently. A wretched woman, tormented by the Jileman, could no longer endure their oppression and chose to defect. Though she ultimately could not escape their clutches, she successfully delivered numerous secrets of the Gileman into my hands. This woman spent 5 years within the Gileman yet remained oblivious to their location or the identities of their members. Their defenses are impenetrable indeed. Despite the unsettling episode involving Gu Song, the assembly quickly set the matter aside. What has transpired cannot be undone. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. The guests at Wu Chen's banquet were all individuals of refined taste, such as the illustrious wine immortal, whose calligraphy may not claim the title of the foremost in the world. Nor could his swordsmanship, yet he skillfully intertwined the essence of swordplay within his written works. The characters he penned were not merely masterpieces of calligraphy, but also embodied a unique sword technique. In all the realm, there exists but one who can achieve such a remarkable feat amidst this gathering, where the formidable Chu Danyang wields a colossal brush as a cane. His strokes imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, the wild cursive script dances like a soaring dragon. The assembly indulges in the peach blossom brew and the vegetarian delicacies prepared by the monk Wu Chan, liberating themselves as they toast and exchange cups, engaging in spirited discussions about the cosmos and philosophy. Gradually, the conversation meanders towards the matters of home and nation. In the present day, the divine land is marked by the coexistence of 9 nations, their borders intertwining and entangled. Each nation possesses a semblance of balanced strength, rendering them incapable of waging war or harboring ambitions of annexation. Although minor frictions persist, I believe that in 2 or 3 decades, once the nations establish clear boundaries, the divine land shall usher in an era of tranquility. The auspicious energy of the divine land has dispersed into the 9 dragon veins, and it is an act of divine will that each nation now claims one. After 2 centuries of chaotic strife among the lords, resulting in countless casualties, peace is finally on the horizon. Once stability is restored, I intend to venture beyond the borders of the Jade Nation to behold the splendid landscapes of the divine land. However, I find myself at odds with the views of several others here. I suspect that remnants of the fallen nations will still instigate discord in hopes of reaping benefits. There have been multiple instances where the nations appeared to be settling into a peaceful rhythm, only for unforeseen events to arise at the moment they sought to recuperate, escalating conflicts from minor skirmishes to grand wars, ensnaring all nations in their wake. Indeed, I believe that the conflict between the Jade Nation and the Western Xia 2 decades ago was also instigated by unscrupulous individuals. Initially, the 2 nations attempted to negotiate, but as war became inevitable, they could only compound their errors. Ultimately, the Western Xia was left in ruins, while the puppeteers behind the scenes remain unaccounted for. Enjoying their freedom, the assembly fervently shares their perspectives, and suddenly, Wu Chan turns to Su Qing, saying, "Master Su, as an official of the court and a scion of the esteemed Su family, you must possess insights that differ from us humble folk." I align my thoughts with those of the wine immortal, believing that the geopolitical landscape of the divine land is far from stable, and that further conflicts are likely to arise. Historically, since the dawn of the human race in the divine land, warfare has never ceased. In ancient times, the concept of nationhood was absent, and tribal warfare was the norm. It was only when the Flame Emperor united the 4 great tribes of Yan, Huang, and Yuji, imposing his dominance across the seas, that the notion of a nation first emerged. From that point onward, the early forms of nations began to take shape. As nations consumed one another, the once familiar powers in history grew increasingly formidable. Yet, have you not noticed that the number of nations has been steadily diminishing? In the days of the Flame Emperor, it was said that he commanded 40,000 tribes. During the first great conflict among nations, there were 3,000 before the war, but only 1,600 remained afterward. The territory of the divine land has suffered no loss, and aside from those perishing in the turmoil, the rest are those who lived to see half the nations extinguished. Many scholars extol the ideals of the ancient Flame Emperor's era of harmony, where the world was governed collectively, free from war, strife, crime, and selfish desires. However, such ideals were birthed in a time when thought had yet to mature. I believe that the pursuit of universal harmony is a trend, and the unification of the world is also an inevitable course. The divine land, after a prolonged division, is far from its conclusion. Ultimately, the world will converge into a single nation. Only through such unification can we thoroughly eliminate warfare and quell the ambitions of those seeking to restore their fallen realms. The return to a singular world is not merely a historical inevitability, but also a prevailing trend. Regardless of who ultimately triumphs, only one nation can stand tall above the divine land. As Su Qing's words settle, the assembly gazes at her in collective astonishment. After a considerable time, Chu Danyang solemnly inquired whether this was a decision of the court or merely the perspective of the Su family. It is merely the shallow opinion of Su. However, after listening to the words of Lord Su, I find my mind enlightened. This is no trivial notion, but rather an epiphany. Even if the ambitious and scheming individuals attempt to stir chaos in the world, even igniting turmoil, they can only alter the minor circumstances and cannot change the grand course of destiny. Although it may seem that the tide of the world is inexorable, it is premature to declare such a fate. In our lifetime, we may never witness the unification of the realm. If other nations were to discern that our great U harbors the ambition of a united world, they would undoubtedly take up arms against us. What is there to fear? I do not believe that other nations have not contemplated this possibility. They may dream of it, yet the path to unification is fraught with difficulty. Indeed, the 9 kingdoms of Shenzhou possess comparable territories and strengths, making the journey toward unity a formidable one. Let us not concern ourselves with the affairs of state. As mere country folk, as long as the flames of war do not encroach upon my doorstep, does it affect my enjoyment of wine? You speak truly, my friends. Merely drinking lacks elegance. Instead, shall we engage in a drinking game? This wine, known as peach blossom brew, invites us to compose poetry inspired by the theme of peach blossoms as we drink. What a splendid idea indeed. Chapter 46, the second volume of the Zixia Divine Art. The Peach Mountain Gathering is, by all accounts, a refined affair. To Su Qing, it merely consists of a few literati indulging in food and drink, engaging in idle boastfulness, and exchanging flattery. Inside the carriage, Su Qing rubbed her slightly swollen brow. The peach blossom wine is delightful, yet its after-effects are undeniably potent. Alas, had she mastered the 6 meridians divine sword, she would not be suffering this headache. How formidable is that monk Wuchen? Su Qing suddenly inquired. Immeasurable, Xue Chonlu replied gravely. My lord, that ancient pine possesses strength at the innate realm. Even if Chonlu and I joined forces to subdue it, we would require at least 300 moves. Yet, the monk Wuchen managed to defeat it with a single strike. Wuchen, he appears to be no more than 20 years of age. How has he achieved such prowess? Su Qing remarked, her tone tinged with envy. My lady, the land of Shenzhou is replete with extraordinary talents, and countless individuals of remarkable aptitude exist. Among the top 10 of the Qilin rankings, who is not a young master at the pinnacle of the innate realm? Furthermore, I have heard that Princess Lehua was born with all 100 meridians unblocked, possessing a sword embryo within her dantian, thus entering the innate realm from birth. There are surely hundreds of such prodigious talents in Shenzhou. Those cannot be considered mere mortals, Xue Chonlu buzzed. They must be transcendent beings. Su Qing felt a pang of inner turmoil. She should not have broached this topic. In her view, Wuchen's aptitude seemed unattainable. And now she was informed that it was merely ordinary, while true geniuses could extinguish one with a mere glance from birth. Summoning the collection ledger, she exchanged for her reward. Instantly, the ledger radiated brilliance, and a card soared from its cover, rapidly spinning before shattering into a constellation of characters. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the second volume of the Zixia Divine Art. Would you like to learn it? What a treasure! Su Qing's face lit up with joy. Last time, upon obtaining the first volume of the Zixia Divine Art, I directly broke through to the 6th rank. Now that I have the second volume, surely I shall ascend to the 7th rank. Learn. Su Qing suddenly shivered, the dizziness from the wine dissipating in an instant. A surge of profound inner strength erupted from her dantian, roiling within her body. Martial arts realm, break through to the 7th rank. The distinction between internal cultivation manuals and martial arts manuals lies fundamentally in their reliance on accumulation rather than mere practice. For instance, the Hunyuan technique allows an individual of average aptitude to attain mastery in a decade, culminating in approximately 5th rank cultivation. However, this 5th rank inner strength is not a result of mastering the Hunyuan technique, but rather due to a decade of practice. Even after another 10 years, should one continue to practice the Hunyuan technique, they may eventually enter the 8th rank. It is not the Hunyuan technique that elevates a martial artist to the 8th rank, but rather the 20 years of dedication to it that achieves such a level. The difference in the quality of techniques rests in their ability to allow for greater inner strength accumulation in a shorter time, and the superior quality of that inner strength. Martial arts manuals, however, differ. Once one has mastered weapons or combat techniques, proficiency is achieved and will not improve with time unless one can transmute decay into the miraculous. The Zixia Divine Skill is a revered manual of cultivation, through which one attains the authentic inner strength of Taoism. This inner energy is profound and enduring, capable of wielding most martial arts. Upon reaching a high level of mastery, a purple aura will rise upon one's visage. After completing the lower volume of the Zixia Divine Skill, the inner strength circulates autonomously within the body, eliminating the need for deliberate meditation. This is a fundamental characteristic of the consummation of Taoist practices. It is no wonder that the progress in Taoist cultivation is initially slow, yet accelerates significantly at advanced stages. With continuous operation of inner strength for 24 hours a day, one could easily exceed others by 3- or 4-fold. How could that not be swift? Lying on the ground are 4 corpses, the result of an ambush on Su Qing executed by 4 innate masters just outside the pine forest. Did you not claim that this assassination plan was flawless? This marks the 2nd consecutive failure for the killing tower. What explanation do you offer, my lord? The assassination plan was indeed meticulously crafted. However, I did not anticipate that besides Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu, there was another master by Su Qing's side. The 4 elite assassins of the killing tower nearly all fell to that individual's blade. His swordsmanship is exceedingly swift, and his martial prowess likely rivals that of this old servant. Cough, cough. It is all my fault. Had I not been injured and fallen from grace, my lord would not find himself bereft of capable allies. Nonetheless, that individual should be Su Qing's ultimate trump card. Even if he is the legitimate heir of the Su family, it is unlikely he would be accompanied by numerous masters. Su Qing has repeatedly thwarted our plans. If he remains alive, he may cause untold troubles in the future. He must be eliminated. Next time, I shall take action personally. What, my lord, with your esteemed body? How could you? Allow me to handle it instead. Your involvement would only complicate matters further. Besides, what am I but a mere stray dog? After the Qiming festival, the continuous rain seems to have dissipated along with it. The following days are filled with bright sunshine. As the busy farming season commences, Su Qing finds her responsibilities multiplying. After completing official documents in the morning, she attends to legal cases in the afternoon, and only near dusk does she find a fleeting moment of respite. In the backyard, Su Qing stretches her arms and twists her waist, prompting a fit of giggles from Xiaoya, who happens by. Young master, had I not witnessed your martial prowess with my own eyes, I would never believe that someone of such formidable skills could make such unrefined movements. Even if you are weary and wish to stretch, would it not be better to practice a set of punches or display your sword technique? Martial skills or techniques for killing, they should not be easily revealed. Su Qing jested with a mock seriousness. Young master, Boss Wei has arrived and has been waiting in the outer hall for nearly half an hour. He was aware of your busy schedule and advised us not to disturb you. Now that you have finished, I have come to inform you. Please bring him in. I will await him in the reception hall. Before long, Boss Wei, bending slightly, enters the reception hall accompanied by Xiaoya. As he is not a stranger, Su Qing does not don her official robes for this meeting. Commoner Wei Wudong pays his respects to Lord Su. Boss Wei, please take a seat. Xiaoya, serve the tea. Once Xiaoya has poured the tea and both have taken a respectful sip, they begin the formal discussion. My lord, here is the financial report managed by this commoner. I humbly request your review. You have just recently become an official merchant, and you present me with a financial report? Presenting the financial report to the esteemed individuals is intended for their oversight. I, a humble citizen, solemnly vow to conduct my business with utmost integrity, never resorting to deceit. Since you have chosen to share this financial report with me, it is evident that there is nothing fraudulent within it. Would you dare to show me anything that could reveal such dishonesty? Pray tell, do you seek a favor from me? My parents gave me life, and the distinguished Lord Su truly understands me. My lord, might I inquire if you would consider granting the operational rights of the Qingleport dock to a humble citizen? Regardless of the sum the Sea Dragon Gang may offer the authorities, I am willing to exceed their bid by an additional 10%. Chapter 47. My unyielding conflict with gambling and drugs. Qinglong Port stands as the largest harbor in Qingli County and is also the most significant port in Jinghai Prefecture. In the northern region of the Dayu Kingdom, only 3 large ports exist, and Qilong Port is one of them. Annually, tens of thousands of vessels traverse its waters, bestowing immeasurable customs revenue upon Qingli County. How has Qingli County ascended to become the wealthiest county in Jinghai Prefecture? What grants it the power to command 1/3 of the prefecture's financial resources? The answer lies in Qinglong Port. The immense throughput of Qinglong Port has simultaneously engendered a multitude of industries, such as the loading and unloading services at the docks, transportation, and the myriad of inns, restaurants, and even brothels that flourish in its vicinity, as well as the various commercial enterprises nearby. The port's operating rights, as articulated by Boss Wei, pertain to the collection and distribution at the port checkpoint. Although the majority of these revenues are appropriated by the county government, the fraction that remains is still an astronomical fortune for ordinary individuals. Moreover, the infrastructure is already in place. One merely needs to assign personnel to count the goods and collect the appropriate fees. Currently, the Sea Dragon Gang manages Qinglong Port, having entered into a decade-long contract with Long Tianxing prior to the departure of the former county magistrate. For the next 10 years, Qinglong Port shall remain under the auspices of the Sea Dragon Gang. Contemplating this, Su Qing could not suppress a mocking smile. Boss Wei, I must admit, you have proven to be quite audacious, concealing such bold intentions beneath your usual amiable faade. Are you not afraid that the Sea Dragon Gang will toss you into the sea to feed the fish? I am indeed fearful, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. But I fear poverty even more. Qinglong Port is a source of income for the government, and logically, it should be managed by officials and merchants. I am but a merchant, while the Sea Dragon Gang is merely a band of rogues. However, the Sea Dragon Gang possesses remarkable strength. Do you? Long Tianxing is a formidable innate master, with 4 protectors and 8 formidable disciples at his command, any of whom could govern a territory. Do you have such power? I do not possess such power, but I do possess wealth, he countered. If I can secure the rights to operate Qinglong Port, any faction would gladly collaborate with me, be it the Golden Goose Sect, the Meteor Fire Sect, Hingyang Sect, or the Bagua Sect, none of which are inferior to the Sea Dragon Gang. You truly ought to abandon this notion, Su Qing replied, shaking her head with a smile. The Sea Dragon Gang has managed Qinglong Port for many years without incident and has signed a 10-year contract with Lord Li. I cannot unilaterally breach this agreement. My lord, the contract was signed with Lord Li, not with you. Furthermore, just days ago, Long Tianxing audaciously provoked you. You could easily use this as a pretext. Su Qing's brow furrowed, her gaze narrowing as she regarded Boss Wei. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Boss Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily rose and knelt before her. I would never presume, my lord. I merely heard that the Sea Dragon Gang has shown disrespect toward you and thought to suggest a lesson to remind them of their place. Though he spoke these words, a seed of doubt took root in his heart. Was Su Qing not a tad too capricious? Just moments ago, their conversation flowed smoothly. How could her demeanor change so abruptly? The operating rights to Qinglong Port, while indeed contracted with Lord Li, ultimately represent the interests of the Qingla County government. And how could I disregard that? You may rise. The ground is cold, she instructed. Yes, yes. Boss Wei stood up in a flurry, addressing the esteemed gentleman with a hint of trepidation. Might I inquire if you are free tomorrow evening? There is a matter of some importance. Recently, upon the Mirror Lake, a beautifully adorned pleasure boat has made its appearance, owned by a merchant from Huizhou. It is said to host a cadre of captivating women from the Western Xia, renowned for their skill in the art of belly dancing. Just a few days prior, I had the pleasure of witnessing their performance. When those hips sway, it is as though dragonflies are dancing, an exhilarating sight indeed. One could simply recline and be transported to realms unknown. The boat accommodates only a select few guests each day. Wealth alone cannot guarantee passage. I have limited knowledge on the matter. Yet I share a rapport with the Huizhou merchant and would be honored to invite you to partake in this experience. Western Xia women? The dynasty has been extinct for 20 years, Su Qing remarked coolly, her fingers dancing with a rapidity that belied her calm demeanor. My lord, while the dynasty may have fallen, its people remain. When did this boat arrive? Perhaps 2 or 3 days after the Qiming festival. This dynasty has expressly prohibited officials from frequenting pleasure houses. Do you wish to ensnare me in scandal? Fear not, my lord, this is no pleasure house, but a boat for sightseeing upon Mirror Lake, adrift without a fixed location. Who could hold us accountable? With no evidence to speak of, who could raise an objection? Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements. A knowing smile graced Su Qing's lips. Since you have extended such a sincere invitation, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. This is indeed my fortune. I shall make preparations forthwith and send someone to escort you tomorrow evening. Time flew swiftly, and before long, dusk fell upon the second day. Xiaoyu approached, swaying gracefully. Young master, a carriage sent by Boss Wei awaits at the yamen. Why did you not inform me of your plans for this evening in advance? I could have made preparations. You need not accompany me. I shall take Xue Chong Lu and Zhang Zhao. That simply will not do. As your personal maid, it is my duty to remain at your side. What kind of reasoning is that? By your logic, should you not be by my side even as I sleep? At this remark, a deep blush crept onto Xiaoyu's cheeks. Observing her reaction, Su Qing fanned herself, satisfied, and prepared to depart. My lord, you have yet to explain why Boss Wei has invited you. To enjoy a boat ride? It is quite late for such an endeavor. Surely, it is not to visit a pleasure house. Is this a woman's sixth sense? How uncanny. How could that be? I swear upon the heavens. It is indeed a boat ride. On the lake, a pleasure house? Xiaoya questioned, her skepticism renewed. Not at all, Xiaoya. Why do you persist in associating me with pleasure houses? Am I the sort to frequent such establishments? Whether you are or not. I am well aware that Boss Wei delights in such pursuits. Should you accompany me, I might consider it. Otherwise, I shall inform my father of your recent indulgences in beauty, frequenting such establishments. When have I ever been a regular at such places? Tianxiang Pavilion. That was merely for the sake of an investigation. Yet, I have not spoken untruths, have I? HM? Have I been too lenient with you of late, Xiaoya? You now dare to retort? However, these two young ladies, aside from their personal maid, serve as my eyes to monitor Su Qing's actions. If I were to divulge this to the old man, I would undoubtedly receive a sound thrashing. In my memory, despite my usual demeanor of being cultured and soft-spoken. When it comes to punishment, I truly deliver a beating. What is even more daunting is the ability to retort with a proverb after each strike, which only fuels my fervor. Xiaoya, the reason for this excursion to the lake is indeed to investigate a case. Mr. Wei has requested your assistance in this matter? Is the young master mocking my intelligence? If this were merely a visit to indulge in pleasures, would I bring Xue Chonglu along? Consider that he has just endured a heartbreaking separation from his beloved. Taking him to a brothel would surely invite a fatal encounter. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with skepticism. Yet she still harbored some unease. Young master, perhaps you should swear an oath. Very well, by the heavens above, I, Su Qing, vow that in this lifetime I shall have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. With that, she departed. Xiaoya gazed vacantly at Su Qing's retreating figure, scratching her head in confusion. In this lifetime, I shall have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. I understand gambling, but what does the term drugs imply? Is it a reference to indulging in pleasures? Upon exiting the yamen, Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu boarded the carriage, flanking either side. The driver, a skilled coachman employed by Boss Wei, maneuvered the carriage swiftly and steadily. Lord Su has arrived. Please make haste. At the edge of Mirror Lake, Boss Wei approached with an ingratiating smile to greet them. Lu Sanyang. Inform your young ladies to showcase their talents shortly. Ensure that Lord Su is well taken care of, and I shall reward you handsomely. Chapter 48. How Lord Su envisions his demise under the enthusiastic guidance of Boss Wei. Su Qing took her seat. Just as she settled in, 3 servers approached. Bearing a magnificent sashimi platter over a meter long and half a meter wide, shrouded in a mist of chill, the fish and shrimp glistening like jewels. The residents by the riverside were accustomed to indulging in sashimi, and this meticulously crafted delicacy, prepared by a master chef, was a feast for the senses, eliciting an irresistible urge to dine. With a smile gracing his face, Boss Wei gently clapped his hands. A symphony of strings resonated from behind the curtains encircling the banquet hall, and a fragrant breeze wafted through as a dozen enchanting women clad in sheer gossamer fabric danced gracefully into the center of the room. Young Master Su, allow me to toast you, Boss Wei said, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Are these the xixia dancers you mentioned? Su Qing inquired casually, a faint smile on her lips. They seem rather ordinary. They are not. They are mere accompanying performers. Let us indulge in our feast first, and once we are satiated, I shall invite the xixia maidens to attend to us. As the saying goes, one cannot contemplate desires on an empty stomach, he added, a lecherous grin creeping onto his visage. Su Qing gently set down her cup. However, I am not particularly hungry at the moment, and this young master does not enjoy waiting. Let us proceed directly to the main dishes. Boss Wei's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by an expression of understanding. He waved his hand towards the dancers. You may leave now, Lu Sanyang. Are the ladies prepared? We must not keep our esteemed guest waiting. They are ready, came the prompt reply. Suddenly, the music shifted, and with the exotic strains of strings filling the air, 7 veiled maidens donned in mere belly wraps approached, their movements sinuous and captivating. They adorned themselves with shimmering metallic pieces that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the candlelight. As the tempo quickened, the dancers intensified their movements, their bellies undulating like finely tuned engines, creating a spectacle that was indescribably exhilarating. At that moment, as Su Qing found herself entranced by the intoxicating performance, the surrounding curtains abruptly burst open with a thunderous sound. A flurry of concealed weapons descended upon her like a tempest. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Qing's eyes as she leisurely sipped from her cup. Seated on either side of her, Xue Chonglu and Zhang Zhao leapt into action, drawing their blades and unleashing a dazzling arc of cold light to deflect the incoming projectiles. Simultaneously, the 7 women before them shimmered with a glint of steel. The metallic adornments on their bodies coalesced into long swords. 7 figures transformed into streaks of light. hurtling towards Su Qing with lethal intent. With a sigh of resignation, Su Qing lifted her foot and sent the table before her flying towards the approaching assassins, disrupting their formation, yet they continued their relentless advance. In an instant, Su Qing's palms glowed with a pristine white, and with a swift motion, she deflected 3 of the attacking swords to the side. Sidestepping gracefully, she evaded another trio of blades. Raising a finger, she summoned her ethereal abilities to effortlessly seize one of the swords, applying a slight pressure that shattered it to pieces. At that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged behind Su Qing, sending chills racing through her spine. The terrifying sensation made her hair stand on end. A glimmer of cold light seemingly materialized out of thin air, swiftly approaching her back. Just as this icy beam was about to pierce her, a shadow appeared like a wraith. No one knew when he had arrived or how he had emerged. The shadow deftly diverted the incoming cold light with a mere gesture and then lunged at the assassin. The assassin, caught off guard, stumbled back and was propelled away with a swift movement. The mysterious figure conjured by Su Qing instantly pursued the assassin. However, after covering a mere 5 meters, the figure abruptly reversed direction. With a single stroke of his sword, a flurry of sword energy shot forth, annihilating the dancer assassin who had attempted another assault. Yet, the dark-clad assassin vanished silently into the night outside the window. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only after Su Qing successfully fended off multiple assassination attempts that Boss Wei, who had been standing nearby, finally reacted, exclaiming in panic, "An assassin! There's an assassin! Someone, help!" In his frantic state, Boss Wei dove beneath the table. At that moment, a series of crisp applause echoed from behind the still unopened curtain. As the clapping resounded, a group of aggressive assassins retreated in unison to stand before the curtain. A mere 7th-grade county magistrate. Yet you have 3 innate masters by your side, even for a frivolous drinking engagement. Should I laugh at you, Lord Su, for your cowardice? Or should I remark upon the pretentiousness of the Su family's offspring? The voice was soft as smoke, yet it carried an icy chill. Oh, you knew there would be an assassination tonight? Just days ago, your people sent assassins from the Xia first-class hall to kill me. Today, someone invites me to partake in the delights of Xia's floral festivities. Even a fool would recognize the abnormality of such coincidence. To suggest otherwise would be an insult to one's intelligence. Indeed, even if I regard everyone as simpletons, I should not underestimate you, Lord Su. However, I did not anticipate that you possessed such profound martial skills. I had assumed you were merely a scholarly gentleman. As the words settled, the curtain burst open. A figure cloaked in black, adorned with a bronze mask, stepped forth from behind the curtain. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Blissful Gate. Here to bid farewell to you, Lord Su. Upon hearing the leader's identity, Xue Chou-Lu's eyes turned crimson. He was ready to draw his blade. But Su Qing swiftly restrained his arm. Be patient, I have vowed to avenge you, and there is no need to rush. The crimson hue in Xue Chou-Lu's eyes faded. I thought you were adept at concealment, believing you to be more patient. Yet, it appears I merely needed to serve as bait for you to take the hook. Did it never occur to you that, knowing this was a trap, I wouldn't have brought more people along? Lord Su, do not feign bravado. The flower boat has already reached the heart of the lake, and my men have been closely monitoring the Jinghu dock. No ships have set sail, nor has a single soldier ventured out. You have no reinforcements. Even if reinforcements were to arrive now, the dock is 20 miles from the lake's center, making their arrival far too late. As you use yourself as bait. I too am but a bait for you. Lord Su has just besieged one of the factions under my command, and he is undoubtedly in high spirits. If I were in his position, accompanied by 3 experts of innate realm, I would fearlessly venture into the depths of a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Alas, it seems that you, Lord Su, have miscalculated a step. Did I err? Chapter 49. Anticipating your anticipation. Who lives and who dies, it is still too soon to speak. Su Qing leisurely closed her folding fan. Is Master Su preparing for a desperate struggle? Do not let your worth diminish in my eyes. Su Qing's expression darkened, her energy sinking to her dantian. Master Lu, we have successfully caught a big fish. Please, Master, cast the net. Upon her words, the expressions of the assassins changed in unison. Simultaneously, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Master, it's bad. We are surrounded. Impossible. Since you boarded my ship, my men have been monitoring the dock, and no one else has departed. Where did your people emerge from? You have mentioned it yourself, since I boarded. Those individuals set off before my arrival and have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Boom. The top of the flower boat exploded with a deafening roar. Countless fragments raining down from above. Among the debris, Lu Zhishu, clad in a blue robe, descended gracefully from the sky. Upon landing, the ship suddenly sank. Lu Zhishu's body seemed to possess immense weight, pressing down upon the flower boat. At that moment, the vessel began to shake violently. Numerous iron claws shot out from the surrounding dark boats, clamping onto the edges of the flower boat. From all directions, the constables soared onto the flower boat. Led by Jean Nanwil, charging into the interior with unstoppable momentum. The lord of the blissful sect, masked in bronze, concealed his expression. Yet Su Qing could imagine his face must be quite exquisite in this moment. Amidst the clanging sounds of fierce combat outside, a group of black-clad assassins from the blissful sect were forced back into the cabin. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Zhifu's blue robe billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. His calm, icy gaze fixated on the eyes of the blissful sect leader. You have become a turtle in a jar. Let us see where you can escape. Escape? Haraha. The blissful sect leader laughed heartily. In terms of strategy, I concede a step to Su Qing, but I still wish to compete with you once more. Compete? Do you still possess the qualification to do so? Lu Zhifu snorted coldly. Certainly, for what I wish to compete in is martial prowess. Suddenly, the blissful sect leader waved his sleeve, sending a palm strike towards Lu Zhishu. The air around Lu Zhifu rippled with energy as he raised his hand to meet the attack. In an instant, the two figures clashed fiercely in the confined space. Their energies radiating, the gusts from their strikes stirring up a tempest within the cabin. Zhang Zhao, can Master Lu defeat him? Su Qing, with her modest cultivation, struggled to discern the outcome of the duel. It is difficult. Although Master Lu can temporarily withstand the blissful sect leader, the disparity in strength is significant. After 50 exchanges, he will be at a disadvantage. Then what are we waiting for? Let us attack together. The battle between masters is ever-changing. Acting rashly will only add to the uncertainties. Just as Shui Chongluo's words left his lips, the shadowy expert summoned before Su Qing surged forward like an arrow, charging at the blissful sect leader. The sword flashed like a star, attacking the vital points behind the blissful sect leader in an instant. The blissful sect leader repelled Lu Zhifu with a palm strike, then countered with another hand, surprisingly disregarding the ink-colored longsword thrusting towards him, choosing instead to block it with his bare hand. As the blade of the shadow's ink sword shimmered with fierce radiance, it could not pierce the slender palm of the master of the blissful sect. The shadow, in a frenzy, channeled his inner strength, causing the ground beneath the master to fracture as he staggered backward. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intensity. The master of the blissful sect abruptly halted, causing the flower boat to lurch downward. What are you waiting for? To die? The master bellowed with palpable fury, prompting the gathered assassins to react and charge towards the encroaching constables. The constables' prowess paled in comparison to that of this seasoned band of killers, but fortunately, 3 innate experts stood among them. Notably, Shui Chonglu harbored an unquenchable vendetta against the blissful sect. Though Shui could not engage the master due to the disparity in their strengths, he dispatched the sect's assassins with the ferocity of a god of war, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. As the tide of battle began to turn in their favor, Su Qing retreated to the sidelines. Just as she allowed herself a moment of relaxation, a chilling sensation prickled at the nape of her neck. A grave realization struck her. She had overlooked one individual. A black-clad assassin, who had initially appeared and then vanished, now re-emerged, lunging towards Su Qing with a blade aimed at her back. This time, she found herself unable to summon the aid of any mysterious ally. At that moment, Zhang Zhao stood before Su Qing, while Shui Chonglu remained at a distance. No one was closer to her than the black-clad assassin, nor was anyone swifter. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing spun around. A glimmering cold light was already upon her. Yet, in that fleeting instant, 2 fingers shot forth with uncanny precision, pinching the assassin's blade as if guided by divine intervention. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she, with merely 2 fingers, so effortlessly halt his lethal strike? Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing merely managed to pinch the blade rather than truly grasp it. The assassin, feeling the strain, realized his own strength was waning, and the bones in Su Qing's fingers ached from the impact. However, she dared not release her grip, for to do so would mean her demise. Suddenly, a flash of black light zipped past Su Qing's ear, and blood blossomed before her eyes. The shadow, previously engaged with Lu Zhishu in combat against the master of the blissful sect, unleashed his sword in a desperate strike, piercing the assassin's throat at the critical juncture. Time seemed to freeze as Su Qing maintained her poised grip on the assassin's blade, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief as he slowly succumbed to the ground. A loud crash erupted from behind. As the master once again clashed with Lu Jishu, all three warriors forced to retreat and create distance. However, their gazes did not linger upon one another this time, but rather fell upon Su Qing. The shock resonating within them surged like tumultuous waves upon a stormy sea. You managed to halt his blade with merely 2 fingers? The master exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice. Though he knew he should not inquire, the astonishment within him compelled him to speak. Su Qing, why do you still conceal your strength at this moment? Are you merely observing the fray? Come, join us in subduing him. Lu Jishu's countenance darkened with anger as he exclaimed, how on earth am I supposed to explain this situation? Just then, a series of agonizing cries echoed from outside the ship. In an instant, several constables crashed through the ship's hull and tumbled in. Accompanying their descent were countless white threads that shot in from the outside, transforming into a barrage of arrows aimed at the crowd. Be careful. Several innate masters sprang into action, their formidable strength crashing forth like a mountain, shattering the incoming strands. Damn it, he's escaped. Lu Jishu shouted furiously as he hastily pursued out of the cabin. Beneath the starlit sky, the shimmering mirror-like lake reflected 2 figures gliding over its surface, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lord Su, had you acted sooner, we would not have allowed the leader of the blissful sect to flee. Lu Jishu seethed through gritted teeth. If I had intervened earlier, we might all have faced dire consequences, Su Qing replied, her expression calm, hinting at deeper implications. Lu Jishu's expression shifted as he recalled the mysterious expert who had aided the leader of the blissful sect. Was it because a powerful presence had been lurking in the shadows that Lord Su refrained from acting? Feel free to indulge in your speculations. I shall remain silent. Chapter 50. The 18 dragons subduing palms. At that moment, a slight tremor coursed through my mind, and the record of the gathering automatically appeared. The host, having turned the tables, successfully retaliated against numerous subordinates of the Bliss sect, significantly diminishing their power and earning a reward of 800 points. Upon receiving this notification, a radiant joy illuminated Su Qing's face. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. Within the dungeon of Qingla County, piercing cries of agony echoed, reminiscent of wailing spirits in the night. I am wronged. I did not intend to assassinate the Lord. This is all a misunderstanding. I must explain to Lord Su. Lord Su, you are my rebirth parents. I would never harm you. I am wronged. Boss Wei buried his face in the bars, lamenting hysterically. Enough, enough. A mocking voice interrupted Boss Wei's lamentations. He looked up to see Su Qing, dressed in official robes. Lord Su, please believe me, I truly know nothing. Rest assured, if you are truly innocent, I would not wrong you. Step forward. I shall personally interrogate you. Su Qing treated Boss Wei with a surprising degree of courtesy, refraining from shackling him. Leading him to the interrogation room, she gestured toward a chair. Please, sit. With a thud, Boss Wei knelt down instead. Su Qing frowned slightly. I instructed you to sit. My lord, I find it more comfortable to kneel. If you truly find it comfortable, then kneel. There is no need for me to recount what transpired tonight. You were involved throughout. The banquet you hosted was a complete trap aimed at me. If you claim that the assassination has nothing to do with you, even if I were to believe you, others certainly would not. Do you have any explanation? My lord, I am wronged. I truly do not know. I merely wish for your approval to allow me to manage Qinglong Port. That was my sole intention. I thought that if I satisfied you. Su Qing gently tapped her fingers, contemplating. Their assassination scheme was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. They deliberately used the dancers of the Western Xia Kingdom as bait to lure her in, fully aware that she would inevitably take the bait. Thus, this pleasure boat had been waiting for her arrival since its inception. There had to be someone capable of inviting her aboard without arousing suspicion. A trap too obvious would deter her from taking the risk. Hence, the person was you. You are a crucial component of the plan. My lord, the commoner is truly wronged. A few days ago, I inadvertently encountered a merchant from Huizhou at the Tianxiang Pavilion. We hit it off immediately, quickly becoming confidants. Confidants? More like two of a kind, if you ask me. As you say, my lord. It was indeed he who introduced me to the pleasures of the Western Xia belly dancers aboard the pleasure boat, an experience that left me utterly entranced. And how did you come to invite me onto the pleasure boat? Boss Wei's complexion shifted dramatically as he suddenly smacked his thigh. Now I understand. It was him. That Huizhou merchant. The pleasure boat had sailed to the banks of the South River, gazing across at Qinglong Port. I expressed my envy, reflecting on the flowing silver that coursed through the rivers. The proprietor of Huizhou urged me, saying that as a businessman with connections, why not vie for the management rights of Qinglong Port? Initially, I had no such inclination. However, his encouragement ignited that very thought within me. Yet, I was acutely aware that Qilongport lay firmly in the grasp of the Hailong gang, making my interference a daunting endeavor. He then subtly suggested that I entertain influential figures at the pleasure boats, asserting that if I served them well, perhaps they would be inclined to favor me. My lord, I have erred, and I shall no longer entertain any improper thoughts. From this moment forth, I shall diligently serve you, and for what you withhold, I shall remain obediently watchful. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intensity, and her fingers began to tap with increasing urgency. No. I can entrust the management of Qilongport to you, she suddenly declared. But you must not seek to partner with other forces. Really? Boss Wei exclaimed, his expression a portrait of disbelief. But as a mere merchant, lacking martial prowess beneath my command, how can I maintain order at Qilongport? Please, provide guidance. Join forces with me, Su Qing replied nonchalantly, taking a sip from her teacup. Boss Wei paused in surprise, then a knowing smile graced his face. Your wisdom is unparalleled. My lord, after all, it is said that one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Very well, you may assist Boss Wei with his testimony. I shall investigate elsewhere. Su Qing proceeded to another interrogation room, filled with dancers and servers brought by the pleasure boats. They wailed and protested that they had no involvement in the matters at hand. The true assassins, upon realizing their escape was futile, had opted for poison to end their lives. Their survival only served to confirm their detachment from the events. Following 2 failed assassination attempts, a loss of over 10 innate masters and a multitude of elite subordinates was incurred. One can only surmise that the Gilemen had sustained severe injuries. If this did not cripple them, then their previous 2 assassination efforts must have been mere jest. Su Qing considered cleansing herself and awaiting her fate. This assassination attempt had even seen the sect leader personally involved, showcasing their full might. What could have been a total victory was thwarted as the last attacker disappeared. Who, pray tell, was that figure with the flowing silver threads? Such an unusual method of attack suggests they could not be an unknown entity. Having failed to eliminate the snake this time, would I be harmed by it in the future? Regardless, I shall first redeem my reward. I hope this time it yields something worthwhile. With a mere thought, the collection ledger materialized in my mind. Redeem reward. The ledger shimmered, and a card burst forth from its cover, soaring into the sky before exploding into a myriad of stars. Another manual? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the martial arts manual. The 3 techniques of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Joy illuminated Su Qing's face, though it consisted of merely 3 techniques. Even mastering a single palm from the 18 dragon subduing palms would significantly enhance one's prowess. One need only recall that even Guijing and Xiaofeng, despite mastering all 18 techniques, often relied on a single palm in battle. Only the most formidable opponents could compel them to unleash 2. Surviving 3 palms would be remarkable. Learn. In an instant, Su Qing trembled. Awakening from a fleeting dream, she found herself uncertain of the passage of time in this world, amidst mountains, by the sea, and in the valley's depths. Although there are only 3 forms of palm technique, they have been mastered to perfection. Upon learning the 18 dragon-subduing palms, sleepiness vanished instantly. Su Qing energetically pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, the internal energy of her Zixia divine skill surged within her. And in an instant, a layer of purple aura enveloped her face. Sensing the fluctuations of internal energy in the courtyard, Xiaoya and Xiaodai opened the window to take a look. Upon seeing Su Qing, they exchanged astonished glances. Su Qing gracefully moved her palm, and as her strength surged, a dragon-like internal energy coiled around her. Suddenly, a crisp dragon's roar echoed. With a powerful strike, she unleashed a soaring dragon, which instantly struck the rockery in the garden. A tremendous explosion resonated as the rockery was shattered into fragments. Not bad, Su Qing thought to herself, gazing at the ruins of the rockery with satisfaction. Young master, Xiao Dai's voice rang out. Isn't this a martial art of our Su family? What palm technique is this? The 18 dragon-subduing palms, Su Qing replied casually. The 18 dragon-subduing palms. Why have I never heard of it? Where did the young master learn it? As Su Qing turned to enter the house and closed the door with a swift motion, Xiao Dai swallowed her follow-up questions. Hong Qigong? The old beggar? When has the young master ever encountered the old beggar? Chapter 51. New clues. Xiao Dai gazed at Su Qing's departing silhouette, her heart shrouded in uncertainty. Xiao Dai. We have followed our master since childhood. Before arriving in Qinglu County, he seldom ventured outside, preferring to remain at home immersed in literature and art. Even when he did go out, we were always by his side. Is there anyone he has encountered or known that we are unaware of? That cannot be said so lightly. Did our master not cultivate his exquisite swordsmanship right under our noses? Had he not demonstrated it that day? I would still believe he was unskilled in martial arts. If his prowess truly stems from practice, how could he possibly conceal it from us? Eliminating all impossibilities. The remaining explanation, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. It seems our master is under the protection of a mysterious expert unknown even to the master of the house. He possesses martial skills that do not belong to the Su family, which he has never practiced, yet his abilities have grown exponentially. Xiao Dai's expression suddenly shifted. Reincarnation? Perhaps. Upon awakening, it was already afternoon. Despite having slept for over 3 hours, she felt utterly drained, her body limp and devoid of energy. Even eating seemed to require an effort. At that moment, Zhang Zhao strode in with a commanding presence. My lord, we have made some discoveries while examining the bodies of the assassins from Jiaomen. One of the killers bears a distinctive scar on his head, indicating he was once a monk. This group of assassins underwent extensive disguise, erasing all identifiable marks. How could they leave such an obvious clue for us to pursue? Could it be that Jiaomen is deliberately guiding us? Su Qing pondered hesitantly. That seems unlikely, for this individual now sports a full head of hair. If it weren't for the coroner's meticulousness, no one would have noticed the scar hidden beneath his thick hair. It appears he has even forgotten it himself. Have you uncovered anything further? Despite the tattoos on his face, the artist managed to recreate his visage without them, successfully revealing his identity. This man is likely Liao Ming, the notorious killer monk from 20 years ago. Upon hearing of the breakthrough in the case, Su Qing's spirits lifted. Liao Ming? Has his dossier been compiled? Liao Ming, who took monastic vows at Nanjing Temple 20 years ago, underwent a sudden and profound transformation. Overnight, he slaughtered the entire family of the wealthy Gao family, comprising 78 individuals. Subsequently, the martial world launched a manhunt for him. He evaded capture multiple times over the course of a year, countering and killing 36 righteous martial artists. Afterward, Liao Ming became a relentless killer, ultimately being slain by the renowned hero in Qing Tian after 2 years of wandering. Due to the heinous nature of Liao Ming's crimes, even in death, his case file remains intact. I happened to find these records in the county archives. Nanjing Temple monks? Su Qing furrowed her brow and inquired. Indeed. Among Liao Ming's numerous offenses, the most notorious was the near extermination of the Nanjing Temple's entire congregation, culminating in its incineration. The current Nanjing Temple is a reconstruction. No wonder the present Nanjing Temple appears so diminutive, resembling an ordinary household courtyard. Precisely. Yet the most perplexing question remains, how could a person presumed dead suddenly return to life? From my deductions, it appears that Liao Ming did not perish as believed, but was rather recruited by the Jiaomen. This casts considerable doubt on Qing Tian, who is alleged to have slain Liao Ming. Consequently, I began to scrutinize Qing Tian's background, which is shrouded in mystery, with his notoriety first emerging 2 decades ago. 2 decades prior. Qing Tian was ardently devoted to chivalry. Within a mere year, he earned titles such as the Righteous Hero and the Avenger of Injustice. Even then, he had already attained the level of a congenital master, and now his prowess is unfathomable. Rumors suggest that Qing Tian may have reached the threshold of a semi-master. In the past 5 years, he has rarely, if ever, engaged in combat. Even when faced with audacious challengers, his 3 disciples are more than capable of handling the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with keen insight. The Jiaomen operate in profound secrecy, yet surely such a multitude must require sustenance and basic needs? How is it possible for them to remain undetected for several years, even over a decade? I surmise that the Jiaomen must have employed a tactic of substitution, and Qing Tian's martial skills align closely with those of the Jiaomen's leader, thereby heightening his suspicion. My subordinates also regard him with skepticism. The following morning, Su Qing first visited the Jinghai Prefecture's court. Upon elucidating her intent to Lu Jishu, he promptly granted her unrestricted investigative authority over the 6 counties of Jinghai. Furthermore, wherever she went, the local magistrates were mandated to provide full cooperation without fail. Armed with this decree, Su Qing, accompanied by Zhang Zhao and Xuechong Lu, set forth towards Anlu County. Given that her suspicions lacked solid evidence, Su Qing opted to present a formal visiting card and intended to return for a visit in the afternoon. After lunch, Su Qing and her companions proceeded to the chivalrous manor. As they approached the entrance, the main door swung open, and 2 squads of martial artists clad in bright yellow uniforms rushed out. Following them, 3 imposing young men emerged, advancing towards Su Qing and her companions. The leader, With a beaming smile, clasped his fists in greeting and inquired, "Might I ask if you are Su Qing, the magistrate of Qinglu County?" "Indeed. I am the one you seek," she affirmed. "We have heard of your esteemed reputation, and my master awaits you in the guest hall. Please, follow us." Su Qing nodded slightly and followed the three disciples of Qing Tian inside. The absence of Qing Tian to personally greet her left Su Qing somewhat displeased, however. The warm reception at the manor still accorded her a measure of respect. Perhaps Qing Tian considered himself a top-tier master of Jinghai and took pride in his status. Upon entering the guest hall, Su Qing beheld a slender, silver-haired elder, roughly in his 50s. Without the need for introduction, she recognized him as Qing Tian, the preeminent master beneath the Jinghai Prefecture's Grand Master. Qing Tian had already risen to his feet before Su Qing's arrival, greeting her with a radiant smile. "I humbly apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed magistrate. Your courtesy is greatly appreciated," and Daxia, Su Qing replied. "Your illustrious reputation as the avenger of injustice precedes you. Our governor often remarks that with you safeguarding Jinghai, it is akin to having a stabilizing force that deters wrongdoing, allowing the citizens to bask in the light of righteousness without fear." Did the governor truly express such sentiments? Qing Tian inquired, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "How could I, an official, come here merely to engage in idle banter with the esteemed Surin?" "Ha ha." Qing Tian, with a triumphant stroke of his beard, declared that this has been my lifelong aspiration. "As long as I, Qing Tian, am alive, no wretched scoundrel shall dare commit misdeeds, should I encounter one. I shall slay him, and should I confront two, I shall vanquish them both." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the individuals standing behind Su Qing, Zhang Jiao, and Shui Chonglu. "Lord Su, allow me to introduce these two. This is Zhang Jiao, and this is Shui Chonglu. They are merely accompanying me in my endeavors. TSK. At such a tender age, they have already attained the innate realm. Especially this young hero Zhan, whose demeanor is composed and foundation solid, exhibiting remarkable potential. They surpass my three inept disciples by leaps and bounds. And even compared to my own prowess in my youth, they slightly outshine me. Indeed, their future is boundless. Your flattery is unwarranted, Sir and Lord Su. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. Surely your visit is not solely to exchange pleasantries with me? Speak freely, my lord. I have a case that requires your insights, Sir. I wonder if you recall the case of the monk Liao Ming? Upon hearing this name, Qing Tian's expression instantly sharpened. How could I possibly forget the monk Liao Ming? He was once a disciple of the Buddhist order. Yet he fell into the path of darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty fiend. I pursued him for a month before finally slaying him. This is an old tale from 20 years ago. Why does Lord Su inquire about him? Chapter 52. The inevitable death yet unperished master and was resolute. Had Liao Ming truly perished years ago? It was, of course, a certainty. Anyone struck by my blood would meet an unavoidable demise. The blood? Qing Tian lifted his teacup, exhaling softly, while his chief disciple promptly stepped forth to elucidate. Lord Su, anyone afflicted by the blood shall find their vital essence congealed within 3 days. Their body rendered rigid. Following this, their flesh will decay, transforming into putrid blood, leading to their death. This technique is exceedingly sinister and malevolent. My master would not resort to the blood unless faced with a truly nefarious individual. I have only employed this technique a mere 10 times in my life, and each time it has been against those devoid of any moral compass, the scoundrels of the martial world. Is there truly no antidote for the blood? There exists no remedy. Even I, if afflicted, would be left to await my end. Thus, Liao Ming must have perished long ago. This is perplexing, Su Qing remarked, her expression one of incredulity. What do you mean, Lord Su? What has become of Liao Ming? Qing Tian felt a profound discomfort at Su Qing's expression. Liao Ming was still lively and animated just yesterday. Does this not strike you as peculiar? Impossible. Lord Su must be mistaken. Su Qing produced a piece of paper from her bosom and handed it to Qing Tian. Upon unfolding it, he beheld a remarkably lifelike portrait, as though gazing into a mirror. Liao Ming, do you recognize this individual, Masterin? Over the past 2 decades, I have eliminated countless malevolent beings, and most are undeserving of remembrance. Yet, the atrocities committed by Liao Ming are so appalling that even after 20 years, I would recognize him without fail. This portrait was drawn by me yesterday. The subject currently resides in the morgue of the Qinglu County office. Qing Tian's countenance darkened, his gaze flickering. Lord Su, could this individual merely bear a resemblance to Liao Ming? This man bears 6 distinct scars beneath his hair. Qing Tian's expression shifted once more, after a lengthy contemplation. He silently shook his head. The blood is a creation of my master. He departed this world before devising any antidote. Thus, the blood remains unsolvable. How this man survived, I cannot fathom. Master, and it was you who proclaimed that Liao Ming had been justly executed, after which this individual vanished for 20 years as if truly dead. Had it not been for the recent assassination attempts on me by the Giles sect, perhaps no one would ever have discovered that Liao Ming still lives. Your words, Lord Su, carry an implication of accusation. I merely propose a bold hypothesis. What hypothesis? That you did not slay Liao Ming, but rather took him under your wing. Nonsense. And Qi Tian bellowed, striking the tea table beside him into splinters. Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu swiftly moved to shield Su Qing, their eyes warily fixed on Qi Tian. The disciples behind him also leapt forth, their inner energies clashing in a standoff with Zhang Zhao. What are you doing? I am not dead yet. Stand down. And Qing Tian's 3 disciples retreated in unison. You may also withdraw. In a fleeting moment, and Qing Tian's demeanor returned to its former calm, casting a profound gaze upon Su Qing. Throughout my life, I have acted in accordance with the heavens and the earth, and it is undeniable that Liao Ming has fallen victim to my blood, destined for death. As for how he survived, I am unaware. Should Lord Su presume that I am affiliated with the Gilemen, covertly enlisting those vile miscreants, I implore you to present evidence. I will willingly submit to capture and face the consequences. However, in the absence of tangible proof, the esteemed reputation of the heroic manner shall not be tarnished. I find myself rather fatigued today, thus I shall not keep you for dinner, Lord Su. Qin Hu, please see our guest out. Lord Su, if you would. Su Qing, displaying no anger, gracefully rose and played with her folding fan. Under these circumstances, I shall not impose further. I will continue my investigation. However, I kindly ask Surin to ponder whether a remedy exists for the blood and who might provide such salvation. Even if Lord Su were to inquire 100 times, my answer remains unchanged. While nothing is absolute in this world, it is my knowledge that one afflicted by the blood is assuredly doomed. Upon exiting the heroic manor, Su Qing and her companions strolled leisurely down the street. Young master, do you sense something amiss within Qing Tian? Zhang Zhao inquired softly. What do you think? I feel in Qi Tian poses no threat. What leads you to that conclusion? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Zhao shook his head, acknowledging a lack of evidence, merely an intuition. I perceive in Qi Tian embodies righteousness, unlike the duplicitous hypocrites. If a hypocrite could be discerned by their exterior, they would cease to be a hypocrite. In my 5 years of wandering, I have encountered many who sought fame and reputation, often espousing benevolence and morality while secretly engaging in thievery and debauchery. I harbor no belief in the notion of righteous indignation or unwavering sincerity. I assert that human actions are driven by self-interest, and those who present themselves as virtuous may, in fact, harbor the darkest intentions. You both possess remarkably divergent perspectives on character assessment, I remarked, yet I too find no fault in Qi Tian. However, my judgment is not based on mere feelings. If he were guilty, he ought to have devised a more palatable explanation. He could have claimed that I pierced his heart with a sword or that I cast him from a great precipice. Yet, he chose to attribute his fate to the inescapable blood, thereby deepening his suspicion. The inability to provide a coherent narrative may ironically suggest the truth. If Qi Tian is indeed innocent, does that not sever our lead? The Gilemen, I fear, have been thoroughly depleted. Accompany me to the Sea Dragon Gang shortly. What purpose drives this visit? I intend to delegate the management of the Qinglong port dock to Boss Wei. It is only prudent to greet Long Tianqing. Chonglu, you need not accompany me. Please visit the governor's office and request Governor Lu to discreetly monitor Qi Tian. Did you not assert that Qi Tian is innocent? Determining his innocence cannot rely solely on conjecture. Prudence is paramount. The Sea Dragon Gang primarily oversees Qinglong port, but also operates taverns, carriage services, and cargo transportation. Each venture is a lucrative opportunity, reflecting the robust alliance between the Sea Dragon Gang and Lordly prior to Su Qing's arrival. When Su Qing first assumed her position, Long Tianqing sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. However, at that time, Su Qing possessed a shy and reclusive disposition, leading Long Tianqing to be repeatedly rebuffed in his attempts to meet her. Over time, this caused Long Tianqing to perceive Su Qing as someone disinclined to form a connection with him. Subsequently, the incident involving Xue Chonglu transpired, leaving no room for reconciliation between them. Nevertheless, the Sea Dragon Gang extended a remarkable courtesy towards Su Qing upon her arrival, with disciples lining the path every 10 steps to welcome her. Master Su, with your myriad responsibilities, what brings you to my humble abode today? It truly illuminates my modest dwelling, Long Tianqing remarked with a strained smile, his words lacking sincerity. Today, the official will provide you with an explanation. The intricacies of the case are now becoming clear, and I have come to offer you an account. Oh, Long Tianqing raised an eyebrow. Master Su, please, come inside. Let us sit down and engage in a thorough discussion. Once settled in the guest hall, the servants were summoned to bring fragrant tea. Long Tianqing eagerly gazed at Su Qing. Master Su, I am eager to hear the details. The origins of this matter trace back to a clandestine organization known as the Blissful Gate, Su Qing said, taking a sip of tea and speaking leisurely. Chapter 53. My domain, my command. After an extended conversation, Su Qing leisurely lifted her teacup and took a sip. So, it appears that Shui Chonglu and Qing are indeed a match made in heaven, while I am merely an outsider, a tyrant who has usurped love? Such assertions cannot be made, for did you not know beforehand? Moreover, the root cause of this tumult is the Gileman. If the Dragon Gang cannot swallow this grievance, they may join forces with me to uproot the Gileman entirely. Haha. Sudarin, I harbor no enmity towards you, so why treat me as a fool? I know nothing of this Gileman nor care for their intentions. All I know is that Qing is the concubine I brought into my home with a bridal sedan. A woman of my rightful claim. Had it not been for that scoundrel, Qing would not have perished. Because of that beast, the entire martial world of Qingla County has turned me into a laughingstock, with whispers branding me as a cuckold wherever I go. I cannot let Shui Chonglu live. It is a matter of honor for me. Long Shui Chonglu is currently the head constable of this county. Should you dare to lay a finger on him, you will find yourself at odds with the authorities. Su Qing's expression shifted, her voice turning grave. You. What? Long Tianqing abruptly sprang to his feet. Sudarin, we have a contract, clearly stated in black and white. Are you intending to renege on it? A smile graced Su Qing's face as she produced a piece of paper from her bosom and unfolded it. Long Tianqing's countenance darkened, his jaw clenched tightly, his cheeks trembling with rage. I shall never relinquish the rights to Qing Longport. I will seek recourse from the governor of Jiangzhou. By all means, but before that, I shall grant you 3 days. Within this time frame, the Hailong gang must withdraw from Qing Longport. Su Qing waved her sleeve, stood, and strode away from the Hailong gang. Darren, why would you deliberately provoke Long Tianqing? This is not your usual manner. It is not a matter of deliberate provocation. Qing Longport cannot be privately operated. As it pertains to the financial authority of Qingla County, the entire Hailong gang relies on Qi Longport, and I fear Long Tianqing may act out of desperation, said Zhang Zhao, his face etched with concern. Fear not, I have a plan in place. 3 days swiftly passed. By the pond in the courtyard of the Qingla County office, Su Qing leisurely fished with a verdant bamboo rod. In the pond, a few vibrant lotus leaves had just emerged, sending ripples dancing across the water's surface. Suddenly, a faint sound of hurried footsteps approached. Young master, Boss Wei has arrived. Finally. Let him in. Before long, a perspiring Boss Wei rushed in, exclaiming, Sudarin, how can you still find time to fish? Did you not say the negotiations for Qing Longport were settled? Why is the Hailong gang still present there? Indeed, the negotiations were conducted 3 days prior, in person. What was discussed then? Is there some misunderstanding? Boss Wei asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. It cannot be. Surely, there would be no misunderstanding. I granted the Hailong gang 3 days to vacate Qing Longport. What is this? Have they not withdrawn? Boss Wei stared at her with wide, round eyes, fixated on Su Qing. Nothing? Nothing at all. Is there anything else? Am I not being sufficiently clear? At this moment, Boss Wei found himself torn between laughter and tears. Were you truly going to negotiate? Was this merely a final ultimatum? With such a statement, who could possibly agree? My dear Lord Su, are you not leading me into a trap? Had I known, I would have sought assistance from Jin Yin. Or perhaps turned to the 8 trigram sect or the fire meteor sect. You were unaware, but this morning, I eagerly dispatched my steward along with 50 men to siege Qi Longport, and they were met with a brutal beating. Several were nearly killed. 7 or 8 of them lay in the medical hall, their legs broken, fighting for their lives. They made a move? Indeed, they did. Excellent. Zhang Zhao. Inform Captain Li to gather all the brothers he can muster. We shall head to Qi Longport. My lord, I wish to join as well. Shui Chonglu said as he stepped out from within. Perhaps it would be best if you stayed behind. My lord, I can evade for a moment. But not for a lifetime, can I? Though Long Tianqing's dragon fist is formidable, my Azura blade is not one to be trifled with. Very well. Let us go together then. A quarter of an hour later, the officials of Qingla County surged forth, a mighty procession making its way toward Qi Longport. The townsfolk observed Su Qing and her entourage, quickly gathering in clusters to speculate. Why such a large mobilization from the magistrate's office? Who is destined for misfortune? Surely, this situation must be significant. Would ordinary matters warrant such a display? Should we not pursue and uncover what has transpired? You reckless youths, how can you venture forth without knowing what has occurred? Do you not fear the consequences? Today, Qinglong Port bore an unusual stillness, the air thick with tension. The ominous clouds above weighed heavily upon everyone's chest. At various posts along the Qinglong Port checkpoint, no one had the heart to work, resulting in dozens of merchant vessels congested at the harbor, unable to advance. Above the port, battle flags fluttered fiercely. Long Tianqing sat within the observation tower of Qinglong Port. A selection of exquisite dishes and a jug of strong liquor laid before him. His disciples continuously poured wine, and Long Tianqing drank bowl after bowl. This man had an insatiable thirst for alcohol and a remarkable capacity. Whenever faced with significant events or battles, he would indulge in 100 bowls. The wine emboldened him, instilling a sense of confidence to confront one challenge after another. Yet today, the more he drank, the colder his heart became, for he saw no glimmer of hope. Not even a shred. It was not that the officials were particularly virtuous or disdainful of wealth, but rather that they had been secretly informed. In that moment, Long Tianqing once more recognized the power of Su Qing, or perhaps the weight of the Su family's influence, to compel a superior to disregard wealth for his sake. Yet he had thoroughly offended such a personage. Over the past 3 days, he had sent multiple invitations to Su Qing, even personally visiting to humble himself. But she had not granted him even a moment's audience. Just then, figures from the magistrate's office appeared outside the port. Long Tianqing halted his drinking, a glimmer of sharpness igniting in his eyes. They have arrived. Master, they are here. I will prepare the brothers. Very well. Long Tianqing finished the last bowl of wine, rose to his feet, and donned his brocade robe as he made his way to the observation tower. Before Su Qing stood Zhang Zhao and Shuai Lu, while behind her were Captain Li and a group of constables. In front of them, a multitude of disciples from the Sea Dragon gang loomed. As Su Qing and her companions advanced with an air of invincibility, the disciples of the Sea Dragon gang could only retreat step by step. Halt! Do not approach any further, or we shall be compelled to take action. Take action? Go ahead. We dare you. Captain Li scoffed. Who among you would dare to strike? The crime of assaulting government officials is one that no one can bear the weight of. Anyone who dares to make a move shall be immediately seized and thrown into the dungeon. The Sea Dragon gang boasts 3,000 disciples. They need not fear that the county jail could possibly accommodate them all. From the crowd emerged a young man whom Su Qing recognized from her previous encounter at the Long Tianqing residence. Master Tang, he addressed. Master, he continued. If the jail in Qingli County cannot contain them, surely the prison in Jinghai Prefecture can? Su Qing replied with a gentle tone, then added with a teasing smile. And where is Long Tianqing? Why does he not show himself? Chapter 54. The dragon coils. Su Qing furrowed her brow, expressing her disbelief. Are you suggesting that Long Tianqing left without imparting any instructions, leaving you in ignorance of the circumstances? My master departed in haste, failing to disclose any details, and thus I remain unaware of what transpired. As Su Qing spoke, a subtle breath of relief escaped the expression of Tang, the hall master before her. Yet suddenly, an immense surge of internal energy coursed through Su Qing, and with a swift gesture, she unleashed a resonant dragon's roar. With a single strike, Su Qing propelled a spectral dragon towards Hall Master Tang. His countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised his hand to defend. However, his palm strike was swiftly shattered by her overwhelming power. Boom! The force erupted before Hall Master Tang, sending him hurtling backward, while the surrounding disciples of the Sea Dragon gang were scattered like autumn leaves before the tempestuous wind. As he was propelled away, astonishment filled Tang's eyes. How could he, a 9th-grade master, be so easily dispatched? Despite being caught off guard, Su Qing was indeed unlike the rumors suggested. She possessed extraordinary martial prowess. I must enforce the law, she declared, standing resolutely with her hands clasped behind her back, her official garb billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Summon forth. Expel all disciples of the Sea Dragon gang from Qinglong Port and detain Hall Master Tang in the dungeon. At that moment, a thunderous voice interrupted. In the sky above, a figure descended gracefully, landing with poise before Su Qing. Long Tianqing's gaze fell upon Shuai Lu, his murderous intent palpable. Shuai Lu gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Long Tianqing restrained the impulse to act violently, bowing his proud head to Su Qing. Long Tianqing pays his respects to you. Esteemed Lord Su. He struggled to muster a smile, but the fury within him quelled any semblance of joy. He lowered his gaze, fearful that his resentment would be perceived by Su Qing, leaving no room for reconciliation. Esteemed Lord Su, several days prior, I and my men clashed with your office. It was my fault. I stand here to apologize to you. Let bygones be bygones. I am not one to hold a grudge over trivial matters. Since you can express such sentiment, it would be petty of me to cling to personal grievances. The animosity between myself and Captain Shui shall be considered resolved. What say you, esteemed Lord Su? It would be best if you could think so. Regarding the rights to operate Qinglong port. At this, Long Tianqing nearly faltered, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Esteemed Lord Su, do you truly intend to leave the Sea Dragon Gang with no avenue for survival? What do you mean by such words, gang leader? Without Qinglong port, does the Sea Dragon Gang have no chance to thrive? There are many factions in Qingla County of similar stature to the Sea Dragon Gang, and they manage quite well even without Qinglong port. Long Tianqing, do not feign poverty before me. Beyond Qinglong port, you possess a fleet, 12 taverns, and 7 trading houses. Is that not sufficient for your livelihood? It merely means living less luxuriously than before. Esteemed Lord Su, have you heard the saying, when a common man is enraged, blood spills 5 steps? As the words settled, the disciples of the Sea Dragon Gang stepped forward in unison, an overwhelming aura surging forth like a tidal wave. Gang leader, you may well test that. Su Qing replied with a cold, indifferent smile. The air is dry and prone to fire hazards, particularly since Qingla Port harbors a substantial quantity of flammable oil. The adults must exercise caution. As he spoke, Long Tianqing no longer engaged in pleasantries. He lifted his head, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Su Qing. Do you dare? Driven to a dead end, do you think I hesitate? A dead end? Is this truly your limit? Allow me to enlighten you on what constitutes a dead end. Today, you shall obediently withdraw your men, and this matter will cease here. Should you remain obstinate, I shall first seize your fleet, then take hold of your tavern. I will incite the martial artists of Qingla County to divide your Sea Dragon Gang. I am eager to see whether they choose to tear flesh from your bones or uphold the chivalric codes of the martial world. I wish for you to grasp that what I bestow upon you is yours. What I do not grant renders you not to beg for sustenance on my territory. Do you presume to be my equal? Even as a dragon, I can reduce you to a mere loach. Is my message sufficiently clear? Long Tianqing's chest heaved violently, and behind him, his subordinates were filled with righteous indignation, while the constables and enforcers grasped their blades, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Su Qing had anticipated that Long Tianqing would succumb to provocation, but she had underestimated his capacity for restraint. Be gone. Take your people and leave. Ultimately, Long Tianqing refrained from escalating the confrontation to a fatal conclusion and departed with his men. As she watched his retreating figure, Su Qing felt a sense of mutual respect arise within her. This Long Tianqing truly possessed the qualities of a formidable leader. Suddenly, Shui Chonglu turned and bowed deeply to Su Qing. What is the meaning of this? My lord, your grievances with Long Tianqing stem from actions taken by your subordinate. Your willingness to defend me has deeply moved my heart. Previously, Long Tianqing had resolved his issues with you. Why then must you persist in your aggression? As far as I know, Long Tianqing is a man of integrity, not one of villainy. Do you wish to intercede on his behalf? I do not dare. Your intentions are commendable. I have my reasons for pressing him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Qing's face brightened with a sunny smile. Hua, it has been far too long. I have missed you greatly. Has the Tianzi Tower provided the answers I seek? Hua Yurong smiled faintly and shook her head, producing a letter from her sleeve. On behalf of another, I am to deliver this letter to you. Who has entrusted you with this? You will know upon reading. With a hint of suspicion, Su Qing accepted the letter, unafraid of any hidden malice in such a public setting. She opened the envelope and retrieved the letter. The elegant handwriting unfolded before her eyes. Su Darin, I hope this finds you well. Regards from Xiaoling Shan. It was a missive from the enigmatic thousand-faced Avalokiteshvara, Xiaoling Shan. Yet, this bone-corroding disguise poses a perilous threat. The altered features are not only intolerable during spring but, after 10 years, a malignant disease will manifest, leading to a gradual decay, rendering one neither human nor ghost. The ghostly physician, aware of the infinite calamities this method could unleash, refrained from passing it down to future generations. It seems that the physician did leave behind this peril. I have made contact with the physician's heir, who has pledged to assist you with the investigation into the Gileman. As she read the letter, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Qing's eyes. The lineage of the ghost doctor. Lord Su, The contemporary heir of the ghost doctor, Huaxizi, has appeared in Chaling Prefecture and is making her way by boat directly to Jinghai Prefecture. Thank you, Miss Hua. It was a mere trifle. No need for thanks. Chapter 55. The Reappearance of the Blood Captainly. At your service. You must hasten to the governor's office at once and inform Governor Lu to alert all counties to assist the heir of the ghost doctor, Huaxizi. This individual is of utmost importance, and I fear the blissful sect may harbor ill intentions towards him. Understood. Captain Li replied loudly, turning his horse and galloping towards the city gates. Having discovered a lead on the bone-eroding disguise, Su Qing felt a surge of elation. An instinct deep within her whispered that the blissful sect could not conceal their secrets for much longer. They would soon be laid bare before her. After a night of tempestuous winds and rain, the dawn broke with radiant sunshine. Su Qing was engaged in the peculiar act of using a twig to clean her teeth when a hurried constable rushed in. "Milady, there is someone outside requesting an audience." Claiming to be the skilled craftsman Chu Tianmiao, who says he knows you. Chu Tianmiao? A look of curiosity crossed Su Qing's face. What brings him here? Setting aside the twig and rinsing her mouth, Su Qing hurried to the outer hall. At the foot of the steps outside the yamen, the elegantly dressed Chu Tianmiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the bustling street, exuding an air of profundity. "Brother Chu, why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance? I could have made preparations," Su Qing exclaimed with a radiant smile as she strode out. Turning at her approach, Chu Tianmiao noted her lack of outer garments and a smile graced his features. "My visit was rather abrupt. I apologize for the intrusion. Let us not stand on ceremony between us. Have you had breakfast? Come, accompany me. My maid prepares delightful morning fare. Brother Su, Xiao Lingshan is afflicted by the blood. Her life hangs by a thread." The words slipped from Chu Tianmiao's lips, leaving Su Qing momentarily stunned. "What?" A look of disbelief washed over Su Qing's face. "Miss Xiao has been struck by the blood?" Indeed, she was ambushed by an unknown assailant, but fortunately, she was rescued by the monk Wuchen. She is currently at Nanjing Temple, where he is administering treatment. However, Chu Tianmiao shook his head, his expression foreboding. "Xiaoya, prepare for a change of attire and ready the carriage." Su Qing called out loudly to the inner hall. Within the carriage, Su Qing and Chu Tianmiao sat opposite each other, while Xiaoya, seated beside Su Qing, remained silent, sensing her mistress's troubled demeanor. Outside, Zhang Jiao and Xue Chonlu drove the carriage hastily towards Nanjing Temple. Su Qing lowered her head, her fingers tapping rhythmically on her arm, a subconscious action reflecting her racing thoughts. The previous day, Hua Yuanyong had informed her that the bone-eroding disguise originated from the ghost doctor's lineage, which puzzled her. Why would Xiao Lingshan relay this message through the Tiansong mansion instead of confiding directly in her? It now appeared that delivering this letter was no easy feat for her. Xiao Lingshan's condition was dire, and her predicament was a consequence of Su Qing's own entanglements. But why the blood? Why would the hidden hand resort to such a technique? Was it to frame in Qing Tian? No, this could not be right, given Liao Ming's circumstances. Su Qing had already discerned that the blood was in Qing Tian's unique skill. What purpose would such a frame serve, if it were not for framing? How could Qing Tian possibly wield the blood? This seemed to form an insurmountable knot in Su Qing's throat. The perpetrator could employ any martial arts they desired. Yet the blood should never have been invoked. As Su Qing's thoughts flowed, the carriage arrived at the foot of Nanjing Temple. Disembarking, she hurried directly towards the temple. At this moment, a considerable gathering of people had assembled at Nanshan Temple, including not only Chu Xiaoyang but also a dozen or so previously unseen martial artists, visibly agitated. "Master Wuchen, what is the situation? You must save my aunt," Su Qing fervently implored. "Heaven bless, if only Aunt Xiao is unharmed. I would gladly trade my life for hers. Who could be so malicious as to employ such a vicious martial technique against Miss Xiao? I shall find this person and flay them alive." As Su Qing and her companions entered the courtyard, an array of oddly styled martial artists turned their gazes upon them. "Chu Tianmiao, where have you been? Who are these unfamiliar faces?" "This is Su Qing, the magistrate of Qingli County, a friend of Miss Xiao and myself." "Oh, you are the Su who cornered Long Tianqing yesterday? I have a deep camaraderie with Long Tianqing and initially held 100 grievances against you. However, considering you are a friend of Miss Xiao, I shall not make you my enemy. I decline Long Tianqing's invitation." "Long Tianqing's invitation? What did he invite you for?" "Out of the bonds of chivalry, I cannot disclose that. Rest assured, it is not for your benefit." At that moment, Master Wuchen emerged from the inner hall, supporting Xiao Lingshan. The monk's face was pale, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow, while Xiao Lingshan appeared radiant. Were it not for her unsteady footing, Su Qing might have thought that Master Wuchen was the one gravely injured. Master Wuchen, how's my aunt? Yes. Was the palm power expelled? Bah. Master Wuchen clasped his hands together and shook his head. I have exhausted my entire life's energy, yet I cannot move this poisonous palm power even a fraction. The blood-condensing divine palm truly lives up to its reputation. Truly lives up to its reputation? Master Wuchen, are you aware of the origin of the blood-condensing divine palm? One martial artist inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As she pondered whether they were unaware that the blood-condensing divine palm was the unique secret skill of Tian. Indeed, the blood-condensing divine palm was created by an old eunuch from the Western Xia royal palace. My master once traveled to Western Xia to propagate Buddhism and had an encounter with that old eunuch. The blood-condensing divine palm is imbued with a chilling energy that, once it enters the body, the cold aura amalgamates with the vital blood, freezing it as it circulates throughout the body. Within a short time, the vital energy withers, leading to death from blood loss. The most terrifying aspect is that this cold inner energy merges indistinguishably with the blood. My master once said that the only way to expel the cold energy is to force it out along with all the blood. But even if one survives the blood-condensing divine palm, they may succumb to excessive blood loss. What can be done? Is there truly nothing you can do, master? A monk does not speak falsely. Even a master at the pinnacle of cultivation cannot assist. Aunt, Miss Xiao. In an instant, the air filled with cries of despair. Quit wailing, I am not dead yet, Xiao Lingshan admonished in a low voice, her gaze settling on Su Qing. Magistrate Su, did you receive the letter I sent you? I did. There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. May we? Of course. Xiaoya stepped forward to assist Xiao Lingshan into the inner chamber. After closing the door, Su Qing suddenly bowed deeply to Xiao Lingshan. Miss Xiao, it is I who have implicated you. I am deeply remorseful, she expressed. Young Master Su, please rise swiftly. There is no need for you to blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. Even without the clues you provided, I would have pursued the investigation, Xiao Lingshan reassured her. Lord Su, I am akin to you in spirit, she continued. Akin? He queried. Yes, equally resentful of evil. Equally eager to eradicate the joyous sect, she asserted. My discovery of the bone-corroding disguise technique imparted to me by the ghost physician was purely by chance. However, once I made contact with the descendants of the ghost physician, it appeared that the joyous sect had become aware of my actions. While the descendant of the ghost physician agreed to come to Jinghai Prefecture to assist you in tracing the culprit, I too set off for Jinghai. Yet, no matter how I altered my route or disguised myself, I was invariably tracked down by the people of the joyous sect. Xiaoya, bring it here, she commanded. At her words, Xiaoya retrieved a brocade box from her satchel. Su Qing opened the box and extracted a crystal-clear elixir. Upon seeing the elixir, a look of incredulous joy spread across Xiao Lingshan's face. The reverse elixir. Chapter 56. Seeking clarity, is it possible that this reverse rebirth pill can heal your injuries? A look of joy adorned Xiao Lingshan's face. If even the reverse rebirth pill cannot mend the blood, then it is fated that my life shall end. Young Master Su, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace, which I shall forever cherish. Should you require anything in the future, I shall comply without hesitation. There is no need for such formality, Miss Xia. Please take the pill. Xiaoya, please attend to Miss Xia. After consuming the reverse rebirth pill, one will undergo a profound transformation, purging all toxins and impurities from the body, necessitating thorough cleansing. Xiaoya's presence is indeed most suitable for this task. As Su Qing exited to the front courtyard, she found a group of martial artists engaged in fervent discussion. The practice of such a malevolent skill as the blood cannot be tolerated in the martial world. Why not reach out to the Qingzhou Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Gate, requesting them to issue a martial arts bounty, thus trapping the perpetrator with no escape? To involve the Qingzhou Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Gate in issuing a bounty? We are quite audacious, are we not? Could we not suggest turning to the Celestial Strategy Tower for an investigation? The information regarding the blood is scant. Even the Celestial Strategy Tower may find it challenging to pursue. The creator of the blood was a eunuch from the Western Xia Palace. But the Western Xia Kingdom fell over 20 years ago. Wait a moment, Master Wuchen. Did you not mention that remnants of the Western Xia have been active in Qingla County recently? Is it possible that the culprit is connected to them? Bah. I possess limited knowledge on this matter and must consult Lord Su. Lord Su, how fares Miss Xia? Miss Xia has just ingested the pill and is currently healing. Master, since you are aware the blood originated from Western Xia, have you considered the first hall of Western Xia? I have considered it, and precisely due to such contemplation, I find myself at a loss. If the perpetrator indeed belongs to the blissful sect or the first hall of Western Xia, both are deeply concealed, making any inquiry nearly impossible. Even if we were to ascertain the identity of the assailant, it would likely be of no use. Ladies and gentlemen, I not only know that the perpetrator who harmed Miss Xia is from the blissful sect, but I also know who can wield the blood. Truly? Who possesses the blood? I would relish the opportunity to sever his head and use it as a chamber pot. Lord Su, pray tell, who is it that can wield the blood? The blood is the unique skill of the esteemed hero and Qing Tian. He has explicitly stated that he alone possesses this ability. Upon these words, the surroundings fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. All expressions froze on their faces, and the air seemed to solidify. After a prolonged moment, one among them finally reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be the esteemed heroine? He is known for his righteousness and hatred of evil. How could he possess such a malevolent skill?" Lord Su, can you take responsibility for your words? I certainly can. The fact that Qing Tian wields the blood is something he has revealed to me personally. Even with Lord Su's assertion, I remain reluctant to believe that the esteemed hero would. Lord Su, what is your opinion? I share your sentiment. At that moment, a sudden surge of internal energy erupted from the back courtyard, causing the expressions of the gathered crowd to shift dramatically. However, Master Wuchen had already vanished in a flash. Master Wuchen, wait. Su Qing called out urgently. It is Lady Xia who is undergoing a profound transformation to heal her wounds. Although uncertain if it can dispel the blood, there is no choice but to take the plunge and try. A profound transformation? Such entities are scarce in this world. Could it be the treasured elixir of the Grand Jade Emperor, the reverse rebirth pill? Indeed. A look of delight appeared on the face of the monk Wuchen. However, Su Qing could not help but steal a glance at Wuchen. Moments ago, there was a disturbance in the backyard, and Wuchen dashed over with such urgency. Where is the composure of a monk? It seems there is something amiss between Wuchen and Xiaoling Shan. After waiting for an hour, the door opened. Dressed anew, Xiaoling Shan emerged gracefully, with Xiaoya trailing behind her. Lady Xia, how have you fared? Su Qing inquired hastily. Xiaoling Shan clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, once again, I thank young Master Su for saving my life. Although some residual poison lingers within me, it is no longer fatal. In the coming years, I should be able to dispel the remaining toxins. Lady Xia, just now Lord Su mentioned that the blood is the unique skill of the esteemed Qing Tian. We are preparing to inquire further at the Xiaoyi Manor. Impossible, Xiaoling Shan exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to believe it could be in Qing Tian. Only a visit to the Xiaoyi Manor will reveal the truth. The group departed from Nanjiang Temple, heading toward Anil County. On the carriage, through Xiaoya's narration, Su Qing sketched the handprint on Lady Xiao's back. Young master, the handprint on Lady Xiao's back resembles this, Xiaoya stated after observing it for a considerable time. Noticing Su Qing's furrowed brow, Xiaoya inquired again, young master, what troubles your mind so? I ponder why the perpetrator would frame Qing Tian, utilizing such clumsy methods that are easily discernible. You suggest Qing Tian is not the murderer? If he were the culprit, he would not resort to the blood. Knowing I am aware it is in Qing Tian's unique skill, why would he still employ it? Perhaps the murderer is unaware that young master knows the blood to be in Qing Tian's unique skill. After all, many in the martial world remain oblivious. Yet, I visited Xiaoyi Manor just days ago. If I were from the Jileman, I would certainly ensure my movements were thoroughly investigated. Knowing I had been to Xiaoyi Manor, they would undoubtedly realize I am aware of the blood's origins. Xiaoya, with a less discerning mind, found herself even more perplexed. Xiaoya, press on my temples. My head aches. Soon, the party arrived at the entrance of Xiaoyi Manor. The grand doors opened, revealing 3 disciples of Qing Tian awaiting their arrival. Esteemed guests from the martial world, your unexpected visit is a surprise. No wonder the magpies were so boisterous this morning. Is there a matter of significance behind your sudden appearance? We have urgent matters to discuss with the esteemed Indashia. Please relay our request. Qin, who scanned the group, taken aback by the presence of renowned figures, the illustrious Wuchen, the distinguished Gong Ju Ding, and the celebrated He Wu Hai of the Baihas sect, each a formidable master in the martial realm. Esteemed seniors, I humbly dare to inquire what matters prompt your visit. Qin Hu, let them in, a deep, resonant voice echoed from within Xiaoyi Manor. Su Qing alighted from the carriage and followed the crowd into the Xiaoyi Manor. She immediately sensed the piercing gazes of San disciples of Qing Tian directed at her, their eyes brazenly questioning. Is it you who is causing trouble? Upon their entry into the manor, Qing Tian, clad in resplendent robes, wore a smile as he surveyed the assembly. Yet his gaze lingered on Su Qing for a brief moment. Haha. It has been quite some time since Xiaoyi Manor has been this lively. Might I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit, esteemed martial friends? Heroine, we have a question for you, Su stated. It has been said that you possess the blood. Is that true? At her words, and Qing Tian's 3 disciples glared at Su Qing with hostility. And Qing Tian smiled slightly. Indeed, I am proficient in the blood. Is it truly you, heroine? How could this be? Heroine, it really is you. I, Gongju Ding, was mistaken about you. Everyone, please remain calm and allow me to clarify. Martial prowess cannot be inherently categorized as virtuous or malicious. It is the wielder who determines its nature. A nefarious skill can be wielded for the greater good, while an ostensibly righteous technique can wreak havoc in the hands of the wicked. You all are esteemed figures in the martial world, surely. This principle is not beyond your understanding. Then, heroine, aside from you, who else in this world possesses the blood? The blood was the unique creation of my master, and I am his sole disciple. Thus, I alone possess the skill in the entire realm. Therefore, I urge you to be at ease. At ease? And Qing Tian, does this mean you admit to having injured the Lady of the Thousand Masks, Xiao? Chapter 57, The Blood Master, and it is precisely what Brother Chu inquired about that I wish to ask. Is it truly the case that you are the sole practitioner of the blood in this world? My master accepted only me as his disciple throughout his life, and the blood was his original creation, passed down exclusively to me. After my master's demise, I became the singular inheritor of the blood. 20 years ago, when my martial prowess was yet unrefined and the perils of the Jianghu compelled me to cultivate the blood for survival, it has since been dormant within me. Unless confronting the most heinous of villains, I have refrained from employing it. Furthermore, this technique is dangerously prone to leading practitioners astray. Thus, I have chosen not to impart the blood to anyone. Hence, in this world, I alone possess the knowledge of the blood, and it shall remain so. Then how is it that Miss Xiao has fallen victim to the blood? And Qing Tian's gaze swept over the assembly, finally settling upon Xiao Lingshan. A mocking smirk suddenly graced his face. You see, none of you have truly encountered the blood. You may have merely heard whispers of it. How could you possibly comprehend its essence? As he spoke, his eyes pointedly flicked towards Su Qing. Lord Su, I am unaware of your intentions, but such conduct is rather unbecoming of a gentleman, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of the Su family. Masterin, do not wrongfully accuse me. I did not speak of the blood. If not you, then who else could it be? Interjected Qin Hu unexpectedly. Bah, it was I, a humble monk, who recognized the blood, declared the Wuchan monk, his hands clasped in reverence as he stepped forward. My master once shared with me the distinctive characteristics of the blood, aligning with what Missen has experienced. That must be a misjudgment on your part. After being struck by the blood, one's vital energy begins to congeal within 5 hours, rendering the individual immobile. The fact that Miss Xiao stands here in good health disproves the possibility of it being the blood. Masterin, we too do not believe you have plotted against me. Perhaps I was not truly afflicted by the blood. I still bear traces of a chilling energy within me, which I can demonstrate to ease everyone as concerns, Xiao Lingshan proposed as she stepped forward. Very well, Miss Xiao, please. Xiao Lingshan approached in Qing Tian, extending her snow-white wrist. With a congenial smile, and Qing Tian gently placed 2 fingers upon her wrist. Initially adorned with an expression of assured triumph, and Qing Tian's countenance abruptly shifted after 3 breaths. His face paling as he turned abruptly to gaze at Xiao Lingshan, his expression resembling that of a man who has witnessed a ghost. All present held their breath, fixated on the astonishment etched upon Qing Tian's face, while only Su Qing inwardly sighed, the outcome having been anticipated long before. How can this be? It is impossible. How could it truly be the blood? After releasing his grip, and Qing Tian's face was riddled with incredulity and existential doubt. Masterin, do you have any further words to offer? Indeed, Miss Xiao has been struck by the blood, yet how can this be? If you truly had afflicted her with the blood, the chill within her body would not be so light. I was already deeply poisoned by the chill. Had it not been for young Master Su providing me with a reverse recovery pill, I would have long succumbed to the poison. Although I have indeed been affected by the blood, I still do not believe it was the doing of Master and Masterin. I believe there exists another who possesses the blood. Please reflect on this. If such a practitioner truly exists, that person would be my master, who has long since departed this world 30 years ago. Masterin, I previously heard from Master Wuchen that the creator of the blood was a eunuch from the Western Xia Royal Palace. Is this eunuch your master? And Qing Tian's expression stiffened. Faced with Su Qing's piercing gaze, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Thus, Masterin, you are a descendant of the Western Xia? Upon hearing this, The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They were momentarily stunned by the revelation of Qingtian's mastery of the blood, failing to connect the dots. However, upon Su Qing's mention, they suddenly realized that Qingtian, whom they revered as a paragon of righteousness and justice, was not even of the Yugua, but rather a Western Xia, a nation that harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Yugua. Qingtian's cheeks trembled slightly, his heart in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and declared, "My maternal lineage is from the noble family of Jinghai and Dayu Kingdom. Yet my paternal lineage hails from the hereditary and Guogong family of the Western Xia. When the Western Xia fell, I sought refuge in Jinghai and, through my maternal grandfather's connections, acquired Yugua citizenship, adopting the name Qingtian. My true name should be Xia Qifeng." This revelation left not only the martial artists present, but even Qingtian's disciples in sheer disbelief. "Masterin, I never expected you to," they stammered. "Ha ha ha. The gallant and righteous Masterin is, in fact, a Western Xia traitor? This implies that the Yipentang of Western Xia is inextricably linked to you." Silence. Qingtian bellowed, his aura surging forth, a fierce wind sweeping through the assembly, forcing everyone to retreat. Even the two innate-level experts, Zhang Zhao and Xue Chou-Lu, who stood before Su Qing, wavered precariously. Qingtian, renowned as the strongest beneath the Grandmaster, indeed lived up to his reputation. His mere presence rendered the crowd motionless. Among all present, the only one who could meet Qingtian's formidable aura with composure was the silent and humble Wuchen monk, hands clasped in prayer. Gradually, Qingtian's intensity subsided. Had this been 20 years ago, I would have vehemently denied my identity. My origins are incontrovertible. Even if you were to investigate to the ends of the earth, I am still Qingtian. If I were to deny it, what could you do? Yet now, I am fully aware that revealing the truth may lead to condemnation and a tarnished reputation, but I choose to disclose it with fortitude. My actions over the past 20 years in the Jinghai martial world are evident to all. If this cannot alter your perception of my identity, then I can only accept that my sincerity has been cast adrift. A true man stands between heaven and earth, unashamed of his existence. If I cannot even acknowledge who I am, what face do I have to descend into the netherworld? Today, before this assembly of heroes, I, Qingtian, swear to the heavens that I have not harmed Miss Xiao. Should I be found guilty, may I be struck by lightning, and may the heavens and earth conspire against me. If you still do not trust me, I am powerless to change your minds. What do you wish to do? Speak your terms. Observing Qingtian's unwavering resolve, the assembly of martial experts found themselves at a loss, turning their gazes towards Xiaolingshan. Xiaolingshan's gaze lingered before finally resting on Su Qing. "Sir Su, what course of action should we take? I implore you to provide guidance." Deep down, I too harbor doubts about the connection between the esteemed Hero and the Jileman S. Shixia Yipentang. At present, Hero N's identity indeed raises numerous suspicions. I propose that we detain Hero N for the time being, conduct a thorough investigation, and subsequently restore his honor. What say you all? What? Do you intend to imprison my master? Qin Hu exclaimed, his voice brimming with fury. The chivalrous manner will not tolerate such insolence. Another disciple drew his sword halfway, shouting in anger, "This is outrageous." Qingtian bellowed, "When did it become your place to speak? Stand down." He then turned to Su Qing, "Your reasoning is sound." "Sir Su, I stand unrepentant. Proceed with your inquiry." "Very well. It appears we must impose upon Hero N," he concluded. "Hold on." Suddenly, a chilling female voice resonated from within the inner chamber. As the words settled, a striking woman clad in a fitted blue outfit emerged from the depths. Her gaze icy as it swept across the assembly. Though her eyes lacked sharpness, they emanated an intangible aura of menace that caused hearts to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 58. Something's amiss, Runin. What are you doing out here? Retreat at once. And Runin? The name surged in Su Qing's mind, accompanied by a cascade of memories. And Runin, the esteemed young lady of the heroic manner, renowned throughout Jinghai Prefecture as a paragon of excellence. 18 years prior, Qingtian's wife perished during childbirth, leaving him without a woman by his side, thus bestowing upon his daughter lofty expectations. However, Qingtian's approach to nurturing his daughter diverged greatly from the norm. While other pampered daughters were taught the arts of literature, music, and painting from a young age, Qingtian instructed in Runin in the mastery of weaponry, swords, spears, halberds, and axes. By the age of 7, she had already taken lives. At 14, she led disciples of the heroic manner to eradicate bandits and marauders. Though Runin possessed an extraordinary beauty, she donned masculine attire year-round, exuding a bold and valiant spirit. Consequently, Within the martial world, few regarded her as a woman, often omitting her name when discussing the heroines of Jinghai Prefecture. At 14, Enrunen boldly proclaimed her intentions to the world, declaring, "As long as I, Enrunen, exist, who dares say women are inferior to men?" Such a woman naturally bore an aura that commanded attention, and her mere presence instilled a palpable sense of pressure among those around her. "Runen, stand down. My father is upright and unafraid of shadows. What harm is there in cooperating with the investigation at the county office? After he departs, all matters within the residence will fall to your care. Father, there is no need to go." And Runen's gaze fell upon Xiaoling Shan. "You wretched woman, you truly possess remarkable luck. How is it that you survived my blood condensation palm?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "You wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting?" And Qing Tian roared, resembling an enraged lion. "I speak no nonsense, but the truth," and Runen replied calmly, her eyes surveying the assembly. "Are you not seeking the one who harmed Xiaoling Shan?" "That person is me." Xiaoling Shan, initially astonished, soon smiled sweetly. "Why must Miss N bear such a stain upon her name? I harbor no enmity towards you. How could you possibly be the one who ambushed me?" "No enmity? Who claimed there was none? I possess an overwhelming competitive spirit throughout my life. I have known not the meaning of defeat. Since I began training at the age of 7, I have never lost to my brothers within the sect. In competitions against martial peers, I have emerged victorious every time. In vanquishing demons, I have never faltered, and in captivating the hearts of others, I have never been bested. 10 years undefeated, I shall not allow that record to be tarnished by your hand. Missin, I find your words perplexing. When have we ever competed? What victories or defeats could exist between us? Our victories and defeats lie with Wuchen. Wuchen, do you recall what you once said to me? Ba, I, a humble monk, have entered the path of emptiness in this life, forsaking any lingering attachments to the mortal realm. I appreciate your kind sentiments, but my heart is no longer entangled. I know, deep down, you still harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, you would not have traversed great distances to rescue me. Nor would you have played the zither solely for my sake. You would not have cared for me tirelessly during my injuries, and you would not frequently appear by my side. I once believed that fate had conspired against us, separating us due to your ascetic life. Yet just days ago, you were entwined with this wretched woman, sharing tender moments under the moonlight. Are you not striving to become an enlightened monk? Have you not severed your ties to the mortal world? Why must I harbor feelings for this woman? In my heart, you have attained a state of sanctity, and I shall not permit your descent into the mundane world, nor shall I allow you to fall for any reason other than my own. Thus, I must sever your ties to the mortal realm and extinguish your desires. To ensure your complete detachment, I have deliberately drawn you near the schemes of a vile woman, so that you may witness her demise with your own eyes, observing the tumultuous expressions of joy and sorrow on Enrunen's face. Su Qing could not help but furrow her brows in concern. Analyzing Enrunen's expressions and body language, it became evident that her words bore an essence of truth. Unrequited love has transformed her feelings for Wuchen into something sacred and luminous. This radiance must not be tainted by even a speck of dust. It is the purest sanctum within Enrunen's heart. Yet, upon witnessing Wuchen with another woman in a moment of intimacy, she finally comprehended that her despair stemmed solely from his lack of affection, causing her faith to shatter and her spirit to darken. However, was it not the blissful sect that sought to assassinate Xiaoling Shan? How could Enrunen be implicated? Had I misjudged the situation? Silence. And Qing Tian bellowed, "Wretched child, cease your nonsensical chatter. I have never imparted the blood to you. How could you have harmed Miss Xiao? Father, did you truly not teach me the blood?" Enrunen's face contorted into a strange smile. A flicker of uncertainty crossed in Qing Tian's eyes as his expression abruptly shifted. "A year ago, after you decimated the Black Wind stronghold, I inquired about your reward, and you expressed a desire to witness the blood. Yet, I merely demonstrated it before you. I did not impart its secrets. Throughout your life, you have proclaimed me a martial prodigy. Have I not mastered many of your techniques merely by observation? Although the blood is intricate, I have deduced its essence. That is impossible." And Qing Tian shook his head vehemently, his words contradicting the anguish etched upon his face. To realize that the perpetrator was his own daughter was a torment far greater than he could bear. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely." Enrunen suddenly cried out, leaping forward with great agility, rushing towards Xiaoling Shan. In a swift gust of wind, Wuchen appeared before Xiaoling Shan, blocking her path. Enrunen's expression twisted into a malevolent snarl. "Wuchen, all that I have done is for you. They say you are the reincarnation of the Buddha, destined to attain enlightenment. She is merely your romantic entanglement. I have slain her to sever your ties to the mortal realm. You cannot descend into the mundane for my sake. So I shall grant you your ascendance to Buddhahood." As she spoke, she thrust a palm towards Wuchen. A thunderous clash ensued as Wuchen raised his hand to meet hers, resulting in a resonating impact. In that instant, a chilling aura enveloped Wuchen's palm, shrouded in dark clouds. The blood! Both Wuchen and Qing Tian exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, Wuchen delivered a powerful slap across Enrunen's face. "I have killed her. I have killed her." Enrunen's face contorted into a grotesque smile, her visage growing increasingly terrifying. "Wretched child, how far into madness will you plunge?" Qing Tian roared, delivering a blow that sent Enrunen staggering backwards. His three disciples rushed forward to restrain her, yet despite their efforts, Enrunen remained a wild and fearsome figure. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing's complexion abruptly shifted. Something was amiss. Simultaneously, Xiao Lingshan let out a sudden roar. "Heroine, Missen is not well." "Not well?" "Moments ago." Qing Tian was merely flustered with concern, but now, looking at Enrunen, her demeanor was far from that of a normal person. "Subdue her," Xiao Lingshan commanded. Swiftly appearing before Enrunen, raising her hand to strike at Enrunen's chest, a spray of crimson erupted from Enrunen's mouth. Yet, she remained indifferent, her gaze burning with a hunger for violence as she rasped, "I will kill you. I must kill you." A glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Lingshan's eyes as she exerted her strength, reaching towards the crown of Enrunen's head. Suddenly, Enrunen's face contorted in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. As Xiao Lingshan gradually lifted her palm, a steel needle was slowly extracted from Enrunen's scalp. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 59. The True Conspiracy of the Gate of Ultimate Bliss. The steel needle, measuring 3 inches in length, was driven deep into the Baihui point atop the head, which, to Su Qing's understanding, meant it had penetrated the brain. The mere thought of such an elongated steel needle embedded in one's skull sent a chill down her spine. Upon the extraction of the needle by Xiao Lingshan, the fearsome Enrunen suddenly collapsed, motionless like a marionette with its strings severed. Qing Tian, in a state of panic, enveloped Enrunen in his arms. Yet, despite his desperate calls, Enrunen lay there, her eyes tightly shut, resembling a lifeless body. Xiao Lingshan, holding the steel needle, contemplated deeply, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. The soul-seizing needle, an instrument of the soul-snatching technique. "Miss Xiao, what has happened to Runen? Is she all right?" Missen has fallen victim to the soul-seizing needle. Her earlier actions were not of her own volition. It seems that her assault on me was not intentional. However, the nature of the soul-seizing needle is exceedingly peculiar, and there are no records detailing the aftermath of its removal. I cannot predict what will become of Missen. Could it be that the soul-snatching technique is not yet finished? Is it making a resurgence? Qing Tian gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. "I am uncertain. But I do know this. The soul control technique cannot operate over long distances. Since someone has been manipulating Missen, that individual must be nearby." As soon as the words left her lips, Qing Tian's ears perked up. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring upwards and crashing through the roof with a thunderous roar. "Where do you think you're going?" The expressions of those present shifted dramatically as Wuchen, Zhan Zhao, and Xue Chonglu swiftly followed Qing Tian, breaking through the roof. The once pristine hall was left in ruins. The group rushed outside to the courtyard, only to witness 3 figures vanish into the distance. Moments later, Zhan Zhao and Xue Chonglu returned. "My lord, we caught sight of a robust figure clad in red, but only glimpsed their back, failing to see their face. Their agility was too great for both old Xue and me to keep up, forcing us to turn back. Who on earth is this person? How could they infiltrate the residence of the renowned and without being detected? Have you forgotten what Aunt Xue mentioned about the soul-snatching technique? It is possible that the elusive figure, thought to have perished 30 years ago, has resurfaced. Indeed, only a cunning and ancient fiend could conceal themselves so profoundly, remaining undetected within the confines of the chivalrous estate." Su Qing gazed into the distance, her previous doubts dissolving instantaneously. No wonder the mastermind sought to employ the blood-seizing palm against Xiao Lingshan. The message had already been delivered. The assassination of Xiao Lingshan, apart from venting frustration, served no real purpose. The sole explanation was that the intent behind the assassination was not merely to frame Qing Tian, but to instigate a rift between Qing Tian and the martial world of Daiyu, aiming for his utter disgrace. This also elucidated why the mastermind waited until Qing Tian acknowledged his lineage as a remnant of the Western Xia before allowing Enrunen to reveal the truth. The perpetrator was Runin. The failure to educate her was a grave oversight of her father. The hands of Runin and Chi Tian were indistinguishable in their culpability. Had the soul-seizing needle not been discovered, the fate of the chivalrous estate would be all too clear. The estate would be disgraced, and Qing Tian's 20-year reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, given his identity as a descendant of the Western Xia, he would undoubtedly find himself ostracized by the martial world. After experiencing significant ups and downs, Chi Tian would inevitably undergo a profound transformation, perhaps even succumbing to darkness. At this juncture, the Bliss sect, under the guise of the Western Xia First Hall, would seek to recruit Qing Tian, and he might indeed be inclined to join, perhaps even feeling a sense of belonging. What a cunning scheme. However, this plan harbors certain questionable flaws. Thinking of this, Su Qing approached Miss Xiao Lingshan. "My dear, how much do you know about the soul-snatching needle?" she inquired. "My knowledge is rather limited," Xiao replied. "Our family records only include references to the heart-piercing and soul-snatching technique from 30 years ago. Do you have any insights, Lord Su?" "Master, what is the status? Who is that person? Were they not captured?" came a voice. "That individual possesses exceptional martial arts skills, and their lightness skill is astonishingly swift, allowing them to escape. From their silhouette, I cannot recall ever crossing paths with them. What grievance could they have against our righteousness manor to harm my daughter so? This person does not seem to target righteousness manor to frame the esteemed in, but rather to recruit him," Su Qing stated. Her words drew puzzled expressions from those present. "The hidden puppet master is aware that I know the blood is the unique skill of the esteemed in, yet they still chose to use it to harm Miss Xiao. This is a perplexing aspect for me. I initially believed the puppet master sought to implicate in, but upon learning that Miss Xiao was controlled by the soul-snatching needle, I suddenly understood. They deliberately lured us to righteousness manor to confront him, calculating that his integrity would prevent him from lying and that he would admit his identity as a descendant of the Western Xia. Subsequently, they would manipulate Miss Xiao to confess that she was the true culprit behind the assassination attempt on her. The puppet master need only stoke the flames from the shadows, resulting in the destruction of Anne's lifelong reputation and the collapse of righteousness manor's 20 years of hard-earned prestige. Without the knowledge of the puppet master's control over Miss Xiao, and would be unable to shake off the accusation of failing to educate his daughter properly. Moreover, due to Anne's identity, his 2 decades of actions would be reinterpreted as self-serving, merely a fade of righteousness for personal acclaim. As Su Qing recounted this, and Qing Tian, who had long mastered the art of maintaining composure amidst trials, could no longer suppress the cold sweat cascading down his brow. The disciples of righteousness manor behind him were equally stricken with dread. Such malice, such insidiousness. Su Qing's words were not mere speculation, but rather a grim reality. At that time, the vast world might not offer a refuge for the esteemed in, and he would undoubtedly harbor profound sorrow and indignation, lamenting the unfairness of heaven and the unworthiness of the earth. If, at that moment, someone else of Western Xia descent were to invite the esteemed in to join a grand undertaking, would he accept? If I were in such a dire situation, I would gladly acquiesce. What a ruthless stratagem. Gong Ju Ding's expression turned grave as he exclaimed, and Qing Tian's lips quivered, his expression shifting continuously until he finally spat out 3 words through clenched teeth. He shall not. Now that the truth has been unveiled, the puppet master has ultimately failed. Miss Xiao, I have another question. If the puppet master could control you, why not directly compel you to acknowledge that the esteemed in is affiliated with the Bliss sect and that you are part of the Western Xia First Hall? Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Young Master Su, you may be unaware that this malevolent art of soul-snatching can solely manipulate others through guidance, rather than conjuring something from nothing. If the clash of thoughts becomes overly intense, it may yield counterproductive results. I see now, thus, he has sown the seeds of inner demons in Miss Anne's affections for Master Wuchen, driving her to madness. Indeed, it is so. The actions of the extreme Bliss sect are utterly heinous. Sir, we beseech you to rally and establish a martial alliance to eradicate them completely, rooting out the menace. Indeed, only a figure of your noble stature can command such a call to action. Should Sir form this alliance, the entire Gong family stands ready to assist. I too shall join. We all shall. Gentlemen, I am a descendant of the Western Xia, and though my name may lack legitimacy, I firmly believe in Sir N's unwavering courage and righteousness over the past 2 decades. Who can dictate one's birth? Yet as long as we uphold chivalry and justice, we shall be heroes wherever we go. Precisely. Chapter 60. The Arhut divine skill in the recesses of her mind. The collection records sprang to life. The conspiracy of the blissful sect had been unraveled, and the controlled and Runin had been successfully rescued, earning 300 reward points. The host's points had met the conditions for reward redemption, urging her to redeem swiftly. Upon hearing this mental prompt, a smile graced Su Qing's face. Without waiting for the collection record to fade, she immediately proceeded with the redemption. Radiance burst forth from the cover of the collection record, and a card leapt from it, soaring into the sky. As the card spun, it shattered into words resembling countless stars scattered across the firmament. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the internal martial arts technique, the Arhit divine skill. Would you like to learn it? Upon hearing this name, Su Qing's heart couldn't help but quiver slightly. While many might be oblivious to its significance, she was among the few who understood its weight. The Arhut divine skill was a profound internal technique of Shaolin, capable of invoking most of the legendary 72 skills of the temple. Without hesitation, Su Qing confirmed her desire to learn. Boom. Su Qing's body trembled slightly, her complexion shifting from a delicate porcelain to a deep crimson, only to revert to its original hue in an instant. Externally, she appeared unchanged, yet internally, her world had been turned upside down. The innate energy from her original purple cloud skill had not been replaced. Rather, it had intertwined with another set of skill pathways. The Arhut divine skill was fierce and domineering, its intensity abundant yet lacking in suppleness, and excessive practice could lead to internal injuries. This was precisely why Shaolin martial arts emphasized gradual advancement rather than haste. The purple cloud skill adeptly compensated for the Arhit divine skill's lack of flexibility, and their energies fused, creating a harmonious synergy. At this moment, although Su Qing's martial arts realm was at the late stage of the 8th rank, her full potential could nearly rival the pinnacle of the 9th rank. It was at this juncture that Su Qing finally allowed herself a moment of relief. No longer a mere passerby, she had attained a modicum of self-protection against formidable opponents. Contemplating this, a smile blossomed on her face. The righteous faction, led by Chi Tian, had ultimately decided to establish an alliance against the blissful sect, with plans to issue a call to arms to the martial world. This endeavor not only thwarted the blissful sect's scheme, but also fostered benevolent connections with the martial community, a truly bountiful outcome. Historically, the martial world and the government have existed as disparate realms, seemingly separated by an unseen force. Individuals of the martial realm often found it difficult to gain the trust of officials, and vice versa. However, absolutes are rare. Many renowned heroes in history emerged from the ranks of the martial world. Those legendary figures whose very names could instill fear, such as the martial emperor, forged nations through sheer strength alone. The advantages of garnering goodwill from the martial community were immeasurable for Su Qing. The actions of those in the martial world often hinged on personal preferences, heavily influenced by sentiment. Just like the multitude of martial artists gathered at the righteous faction. Should Su Qing find herself in need in the future, they would undoubtedly offer their unwavering support. The carriage swayed gently as Su Qing leaned back. Closing her eyes in contemplation, she analyzed the day's events concerning the blissful sect, assessing the depth of their plans. It was likely that the blissful sect had long devised a strategy against Chi Tian, merely awaiting the opportune moment to implement it. From the implementation of their plan, it can be inferred that the elite of the blissful sect have suffered severe losses, compelling them to take the risk of recruiting new experts. This implies that the plan I devised can now be executed. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Su Qing opened her eyes and peered through the window. Why has it stopped again? My lord, there is a murderous aura, Shui Chongluo's calm voice resonated. Oh, does the blissful sect still dare to assassinate me? Su Qing discreetly summoned the shadow experts, with only one use remaining. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as several windows on the second floor shattered, and a group of black-clad assassins leapt through, advancing towards Su Qing's carriage from all directions. The night was as dark as ink, with cold glimmers flashing and the air thick with murderous intent, as sword energy crisscrossed. Shui Chonglu and Zhang Zhao sprang into action, confronting the assassins on either side. Their sword energies intertwined, and with a swift move, they neutralized the deadly strikes aimed at them. As both sides landed, they quickly encircled the carriage. Who are you? Zhang Zhao demanded sternly. Those who seek your life, one of the assassins coldly retorted as they lunged forward once more. This group of assassins was formidable. Although all were within the 9th rank of cultivation, they wielded a sophisticated technique of combined attacks, moving in perfect unison as if they were one entity. Even the two innate level masters, Zhang Zhao and Shui Chonglu, found it challenging to subdue them swiftly. Inside the carriage, Su Qing toyed with a folding fan. a smile gracing her lips as she observed the assailants outside. "My lord, do not reveal yourself. Beware of their concealed weapons." Within 3 paces. "No weapon has yet been crafted that could strike me," Su Qing replied confidently. Possessing the Lingxi finger technique, along with the R-hit and Zixia divine skills, she indeed had the audacity to make such a statement. This is the 3rd assassination attempt. It appears the blissful sect is resolute in their intent to kill you. Should we borrow some men from the eldest young master? The eldest young master was Su Qing's cousin, Su Chun, the eldest son of her uncle Su Yuanlong, and the commanding general of the Fish Dragon camp in Jianzhou, boasting a peak innate cultivation and surrounded by numerous talented experts. Su Qing shook her head with a smile. They are not assassins from the blissful sect, are they not? Their assassination plan is too crude. If it were the blissful sect, they would never attack so directly. And their martial arts lack the righteousness characteristic of the blissful sect's assassins. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above. A window burst open, and a figure shot out. Sword energy surged forth, seemingly slicing through the night as it descended upon Su Qing's carriage. The sword energy struck the carriage with tremendous force, cleaving it apart in an instant. In that split second, a dragon's roar erupted from within the carriage. A surge of dragon-like palm energy surged forth, colliding with the sword energy. The explosion sent shock waves through the air, scattering tiles from the rooftops of the surrounding houses. Amidst the aftermath, a glimmer of cold light appeared, as a slender sword swiftly approached Su Qing's face. Reacting quickly, she extended her finger, activating the Lingxi finger technique, precisely pinching the sword. A powerful force surged through, causing Su Qing's fingers to tingle, almost unable to maintain her grip. The figure clad in black before them radiated a dazzling light from his eyes, embodying astonishment, surprise, and an intense battle spirit. "Spare him," Su Qing commanded in a hushed tone. With a slight tremor, Zhang Zhao's sword flickered with brilliance, encircling the vital points of the black-clad assassin. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhao's sword was poised against the assassin's throat. The man was subdued, and the remaining assassins ceased their movements in unison. "Brother!" The group of black-clad assassins exclaimed in alarm. "Surrender completely, or we shall slay him." With a surge of power, Su Qing's fingers tightened, and with a resounding crack, the steel sword in her hand shattered. Chapter 61. Seeking forgiveness with a burdened heart, leave at once. Do not concern yourselves with me. Anyone who dares to depart will face my wrath immediately. Put down your weapons and surrender. Su Qing, how could you be so despicable? The subdued assassin's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "You must flee. Do not concern yourselves with my fate. If you do not leave, I shall take my own life before your very eyes." Could one truly witness such a melodramatic display of brotherhood? "Go, you corrupt official. I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." With a furious cry, the captured assassin lunged toward Zhang Zhao's sword. In a flash, Zhang Zhao's blade gleamed, and with a swift motion, he struck the man's chest, deftly subduing him. The remaining assassins surged in all directions, desperately seeking escape. Shui Chonglu, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a slender, dark iron chain that snaked through the air like a wraith, swiftly ensnaring several fleeing figures. Although 6 or 7 managed to evade capture, 5 were successfully apprehended. Within the dungeon, several assassins were stripped of their night cloaks and shackled within a large iron cage. Upon spotting Su Qing, adorned in official robes, they wore expressions of defiance, accompanied by disdainful snorts. Su Qing took a seat outside the prison, perusing the documents handed to her by Captain Li. "Have you ever contemplated the gravity of attempting to assassinate a court official? You corrupt official, cease your cryptic remarks. Death is but a trivial matter. You may execute me as you please. Su Qing, I am the mastermind behind today's assassination. Each soul bears their own burdens. This has nothing to do with my brothers. I shall shoulder all blame. Zhang Shifeng, can you withstand the consequences?" Su Qing's expression darkened ominously. To assassinate a court official is tantamount to treason. What is the punishment for treason? The annihilation of 9 clans. Can you endure such a fate? Even your entire meteor sword sect cannot withstand it. I once believed that human folly had its limits. Yet today you have unequivocally demonstrated that ignorance knows no bounds. I understand why you sought to assassinate me. It is because your father-in-law, Long Tianxing, suffered at my hands, and you seek vengeance on his behalf. I am certain that you undertook this act without the knowledge of your elders. Had any of them been aware of your foolishness, they would have surely broken your legs and confined you. I can assure you that the meteor sword sect is finished. Finished? Zhang Shifeng's mouth opened in astonishment, quickly replaced by a countenance of rage. Su Qing, do you wish to implicate the innocent? Seeking retribution for my father-in-law was my own idea and has nothing to do with the Meteor Sword sect. Do you truly believe that your claims absolve you from responsibility? Did you not consider the repercussions for your sect before you acted? Who incited you to assassinate me? No one incited me. It was entirely my own doing. My brothers followed me down the mountain at my urging. I am the original instigator. What a fool. To be sold out and still count the coins for another. Do not sow discord. No one sold me out. I would never heed your wishes to unjustly accuse anyone. If you wish to kill or punish me, I, Zhang Shifeng, shall accept it. Observing Zhang Shifeng's unwavering resolve, Su Qing let out a soft sigh. I am aware that Zhang Shifeng possesses both martial prowess and courage. However, alas, he is sorely lacking in intellect. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Zhang Shifeng's countenance bore a look of defiance. Do you truly believe that the assassination of an official such as myself is akin to the murder of a mere figure in the martial world? My position as the magistrate of Qingla County is backed by the formidable Dayu dynasty. To attempt my assassination is to declare enmity against the imperial court. Have you ever contemplated the ramifications of provoking an official's wrath? When an individual of humble status acts in fury, blood may spill within mere paces. Yet when the court is angered, the emperor's ire is a force to be reckoned with. You may not have considered this, but your instigator certainly has. He is fully aware that regardless of the outcome of this assassination attempt, the Meteor Sword sect will inevitably suffer repercussions, potentially jeopardizing its existence within the kingdom of you. Yet, he still urged you on. For what purpose? Likely, his aim is to obliterate the Meteor Sword sect entirely. And you? You continue to shield him. As if you are being sold while still counting the profits for someone else. To call you foolish would perhaps be an understatement. Silence. Su Qing. A person with such a shadowed heart cannot possibly comprehend the essence of chivalry in the martial world. Zhang Shifeng's furious roar interrupted Su Qing, though his voice was resolute. His eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Su Qing offered a faint smile and slowly rose to her feet. Reflect upon the validity of my words. And once you have gained clarity, return to inform me. Li, the head constable, please come here. Stepping outside, Li, with a lewd grin upon his face, approached Su Qing. My lord, what commands do you have? Post a public announcement. All individuals are encouraged to report any illegal activities of the Sea Dragon Gang. False reports will incur no penalties, but substantiated claims will yield a reward of 20 taels of silver. My lord, are you intent on exterminating the Sea Dragon Gang? They have sought my life. Should I still extend them courtesy? Is there a problem? And no, absolutely not. Li hastily shook his head. It's just. When Lord Li was in power, Long Tianxing and he shared a close relationship. Now, shortly after Lord Li's promotion, you issue such a heavy decree? I am concerned that Lord Li may not take kindly to this. A radiant smile spread across Su Qing's face as she gently patted Li's shoulder. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, her gaze icy. Do I need to concern myself with his feelings? Or is it that you have benefited too much from the Sea Dragon Gang, making it difficult for you to act? And no, I will attend to it at once. In an instant, beads of perspiration began to form on Li's forehead. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, Su Qing opened her eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. Under the attentive care of Qiao Dai, she completed her morning rituals and enjoyed breakfast. Just as she had consumed half of her meal, Li rushed in, breathless. My lord, members of the Meteor Sword sect have arrived. Oh, I had yet to seek them out, yet they come seeking me? What is their purpose? The sect leader has come in person, accompanied by the elders of the sect, claiming to seek an apology. Su Qing hastily finished her breakfast, took the towel offered by Qiao Dai, and wiped her hands. Let us go and meet them. Upon reaching the main hall, she found 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen, distinguished and dignified, standing before the court. Though they varied in stature and build, they exuded an aura that was remarkably uniform. Indeed, a sect has nurtured a person with whom they have shared their days and nights, as if they were carved from the same mold. As Lord Su emerged from the inner hall, several elderly gentlemen bowed and clasped their hands in respect. Master Zhang Wuyo of the Meteor Sword sect, accompanied by his fellow disciples, came to pay his respects to Lord Su. Master Zhang was exceedingly courteous. Recognizing his esteemed status as a renowned martial arts sect within Qingla County, which bore great prestige. The official, however, regarded himself merely as an inexperienced youth unworthy of such grand gestures of respect. Chapter 62. The Fall of the Sea Dragon Gang. Your Excellency, as the county magistrate, holds a position of utmost authority. Even if we were to perform the most reverent of salutations, it would be well within your capabilities to endure. Master Zhang's words instill a sense of trepidation within me. Your early visit must surely bear significance. Please, speak candidly. I, an old man, have come to seek your forgiveness." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wuyo summoned forth several wayward youths. In the silence that followed, a dejected young man, bound hand and foot, was thrust into the room. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing could not help but admire the cunning of the old fox. Truly, a bold decision to sever ties. Thus, he had chosen to bring them forth early this morning, leaving their fate to the magistrate's discretion. Master Zhang's unwavering commitment to justice is indeed commendable. Officer Li, please escort these individuals below to await your judgment. Yes, Officer Li commanded, and several constables stepped forward to take the miscreants from the hands of the Meteor Sword sect. Your Excellency, these ungrateful disciples have been expelled from the Meteor Sword sect. Their fate now rests solely in your capable hands, free from any regard for the sect. With no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Master Zhang, travel safely. In due course, I shall present a plaque of commendation to honor your adherence to the law. What use are these miscreants? A square-jawed elder scoffed disdainfully. Su Qing, it was we who attempted to assassinate you last night. This matter bears no relation to my sect. If you wish to exact vengeance, let it be upon us. Such fortitude. Take them and confine them alongside Zhang Shifeng and his ilk. Yes. After the individuals were taken away, Officer Li approached Su Qing. Your Excellency, your expression suggests you are somewhat troubled. Do you harbor such concerns? Why would I not? Su Qing retorted, yet as she observed Officer Li's expression, understanding dawned upon her. What do you mean? Do you believe I act impulsively, without regard for consequences? And no. It's merely that I perceive your decision to provoke Long Tianxing without a second thought, and wonder if you truly care about the Meteor Sword sect. Should the Meteor Sword sect confront me head-on, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. However, with their leader personally coming to plead for forgiveness, I cannot afford to disregard their feelings. While I am indeed enraged by the assassination attempt, the Meteor Sword sect is not akin to the Sea Dragon Gang. As a long-established faction in Qingla County, their ties to the martial world are intricate and profound. Mishandling this could lead to enmity with the entire realm. Unlike the Sea Dragon Gang, which has only been in existence for a mere decade and can be easily trampled upon, I had anticipated that the Meteor Sword sect would send someone to apologize, indicating that these individuals had been expelled and were now untraceable, thus allowing the matter to be laid to rest. Meanwhile, as twilight descended, a horse-drawn carriage hastily arrived at Long Tianxing's residence, rapping urgently upon the door. Soon, the side door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a lantern in hand. Who goes there? Uncle Fu, it is I. A low, somewhat anxious voice emerged from within the carriage. The carriage swiftly entered the estate, and moments later, Long Tianxing was roused from his slumber. Hastily donning his clothing to meet his daughter, Long Yufei, who had been married for 3 years. Father, please, think of a way to save Shifeng. With that, she fell to her knees with a thud. What has happened? Rise and explain yourself properly. It was only then that I realized that Shifeng and several of his fellow disciples had gone to seek retribution on my behalf by attempting to assassinate the magistrate of Qingla County, Su Qing. The assassination failed, and Shifeng along with his companions were captured by the authorities. Upon hearing this, Long Tianxing sprang up as if he had been stepped on. What? Who gave you the audacity? No. Who prompted him to meddle in affairs that do not concern him? To attempt to assassinate a court official? Has he lost his mind? Father, Shifeng merely sought to avenge you. Do I need him to seek justice for me? If I truly wish to pursue vengeance through assassination, would I not take matters into my own hands? Does he genuinely believe that my previous defeat at his hands signifies his growth and skill? I merely elevated his reputation. Father, Shifeng acted out of filial piety. Filial piety, my foot. Foolish and thoughtless. He is not helping me. He is merely adding fuel to the fire. What of Su Qing? Was she injured? She should be unharmed, Long Yufei replied softly. That is good. If she isn't scathed, there is still room for reconciliation. You stay at home and do not go anywhere. I will find a way to handle things with Shifeng. In a single night, 2 shocking pieces of news swept through the martial world of Jinghai like a tempest. The young lady of the Righteousness Manor was harmed by a clandestine organization known as the Gilemen, and she now lay in a comatose state, teetering between life and death. The head of the Righteousness Manor, the valiant and Qing Tian, called upon the community, seeking to establish a coalition against the Gilemen. A martial arts conference was to be convened on April 28th at the Righteousness Manor to deliberate on this grave matter. The second piece of news revealed that the Hailong Gang had been publicly stripped of its righteous status by the Qingla County government, branding it as a malevolent sect. This announcement declared that all members of the Jinghai martial world were to pursue the gang mercilessly. The emergence of these two revelations instantaneously provoked a fierce reaction within the martial community. Within the council chamber of the Meteor Sword sect, the discussion ensued. Though Su Qing was youthful, her actions were astute and decisive, striking with precision at the Hailong gang's vulnerabilities. By seizing their righteous standing under the guise of justice, she subsequently confiscated their fleet, businesses, and inns, thereby severing their means of livelihood. Long Tianqing's lifetime of toil was obliterated by Su Qing's deft maneuvers. Instead of engaging the Hailong gang in combat, she first targeted their financial resources, forcing them into self-destruction, particularly with her final maneuver, reporting the Hailong gang's unlawful activities, rewarding those who exposed them, and inciting the martial community to unite against the gang. She nearly cornered them without a single soldier being mobilized. The question before us now is whether we should extend our assistance. After all, the Hailong gang is connected to us. We cannot simply stand by and watch them perish. How shall we intervene? Su Qing wields the power of the government to annihilate the Hailong gang. Aiding them would implicate us as accomplices. The only course of action available is to provide Long with a sanctuary. As for the Hailong gang's legacy, it is beyond saving. This incident serves as a stark reminder that the authorities can strike at us without the need for blades. Mere documents can drive us into despair. Ultimately, our martial sects are fragmented, prioritizing petty interests over the greater good. In light of the righteousness manners formation of an offensive coalition, our Meteor Sword sect should dispatch representatives to participate. Chapter 63. Interception in a dimly lit underground chamber, accompanied by a resounding clatter of mechanisms. The master of the blissful gate emerged from a concealed entrance. What transpired? Last night, Su Qing was ambushed by Zhang Shifeng, the eldest disciple of the Meteor Sword sect and the son-in-law of Long Tianqing. Oh, Zhang Shifeng is indeed a standout among the younger generation of martial artists in Jinghai Prefecture. With a single bloodless strike, he can kill from 10 paces. Having once defeated his renowned father-in-law, Long Tianqing, with this very technique. And the outcome? I surmise he likely failed to harm even a single hair on Su Qing. The master, as expected, possesses remarkable foresight. The assassination attempt failed, and Zhang Shifeng was captured on the spot, while his accomplices were thrown into the county jail to await their fate. If the master never anticipated the success of the assassination, why then encourage Zhang Shifeng to attempt it? Zhang Shifeng was initially a target for our recruitment. Is it not a pity to squander such potential? Zhang Shifeng could never join us. We must not allow such a person to align with our cause. Why? His potential is commendable, and he is destined to achieve greatness beyond the shadow of an Qi Tian. The steward bowed in astonishment. This individual is too simplistic in thought, devoid of any malice. Even if he were to temporarily collaborate with us, over time, he would surely develop a divided heart. His sole value lies in serving as bait to attract others. Bait? Who are we attracting? Long Tianqing. The martial world of Jinghai is tumultuous and rife with upheaval. Within an inconspicuous dwelling on Zhuke Street, a dozen fierce-looking men gathered, boisterously consuming meat and drinking copiously. In a corner of the main hall, several individuals surrounded a table, raucously chanting big, big, big and small, small, small. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the front door was violently kicked open, and several towering figures strode in. Old Nyo, when did you grow so bold? You've crossed the line without so much as a greeting? Oh, who might this be? Is that not Luo Fei? My apologies, my apologies. I couldn't resist the temptation of such fertile ground on Homeland Street. Are you courting death? Luo Fei, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. You can't still be unaware that your patron has fallen, can you? Rubbing his ears, Luo Fei revealed a hint of disdain on his face. My patron has fallen? If someone else had said this, I would indeed have to weigh my words carefully. But what is old Nyo to me? Before yesterday, you were the sort I could make eat dirt at my whim. And today you dare to act like a big shot? Before yesterday, you've already said it. Since Luo Fei has arrived, brothers, as his words fell, a throng of burly subordinates closed in. Luo Fei had been quite attentive to his brothers in the past. They welcomed him warmly. In an instant, battle erupted. Though Luo Fei fought valiantly, he was ultimately outnumbered, quickly cornered. A burly man pushed through the crowd and stood before Luo Fei, menacingly pointing at the inch-long scar on his forehead. Luo Fei, do you remember the eyes you once opened for me? Once, you relied on your brother, the leader of the Sea Dragon Gang, to instill fear in others, leaving them unable to voice their grievances. Now that the Sea Dragon Gang has fallen, it is time for these grievances to be repaid in full. With that, he seized a piece of blue brick and struck it violently against Luo Fei's forehead. The brick shattered, yet Luo Fei stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. Everyone gasped and turned abruptly towards the entrance. At that moment, a tall, slender figure clad in a blue robe and wearing a bamboo hat silently appeared at the door, leaving no one aware of his arrival or how long he had been present. Luo Yong? Brother? Big brother, your arrival is perfectly timed. Eliminate them. They all deserve to die, Luo Fei exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Luo Yong removed his hat and slowly entered the room. Though the Sea Dragon Gang had fallen, its disciples remained alive. Even without the Sea Dragon Gang, we can still become the River Dragon Gang or the Jiang Dragon Gang. Old Ghost Niu. You may consider the Sea Dragon Gang to be no more, but you cannot presume that I, Luo Yong, am dead. With his words, an overwhelming aura descended upon the gathered crowd, suffocating them with its weight. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of Old Ghost Niu and his companions. Luo, Lord Luo. We were wrong. Spare us, spare us. Spare you? Leave me a finger each, and I might grant you your lives. Act now, or I shall take action that leaves you with nothing but an arm. Oh, such arrogance, a mocking voice interjected. Luo Yong detested being interrupted while he was asserting his dominance, and a surge of uncontainable anger welled within him. Who dares? He Wuchang, Shui Chou Lu? Luo Yong's expression shifted as he weighed his options, whether to flee or to surrender. For anyone else, such considerations would not even arise in his mind. An 8th-tier martial artist, he was regarded as a formidable figure throughout Qingla County, garnering respect wherever he went. Yet now, he faced the deadly intent of He Wuchang. With innate strength and ruthless methods, he was a force to be reckoned with. A single strike from him would ensure death. Would escape be feasible? Perhaps. But he might just as easily be slain by He Wuchang's blade. Ultimately, the fear of death eclipsed any courage to fight back. And Luo Yong obediently raised his hands in surrender. Throughout this ordeal, the others in the room exchanged wide-eyed glances, too terrified to make even the slightest sound. Shui Chonglu ordered his subordinates to bind Luo Yong before turning to leave. Only when the footsteps outside faded into silence did the remaining occupants of the room dare to exhale a long sigh of relief. Now that is a true hero. The esteemed 8th-tier master, Luo Yong, had surrendered without a fight in the presence of others. Indeed, this is what it means to be a true hero. Luo Fei, your brother has been captured. What brother? I have long severed ties with him. Old Ghost Niu, from now on, Hongwan Street belongs to you. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters will flow forever. We shall meet again. Brother Luo, please stay. Now that you are here, let us share a meal. Brothers, treat Lord Luo well. Shui Chou Lu led Luo Yong to Zhuke Street, pushing him into a prisoner transport. Inside, 7 or 8 dejected individuals were already present. They were core disciples of the Sea Dragon Gang, once feared and respected. Luo Yong gazed at the familiar faces within the prison carriage, and at that moment, despite a multitude of words yearning to be spoken, he could only exhale a long, drawn-out sigh. Just then, a constable rode in hastily on horseback, pulling sharply at the reins before him, causing his steed to rear up dramatically. Shui Budu, he called out, we have discovered the whereabouts of Long Tian. The magistrate has instructed you to proceed swiftly and collaborate in apprehending him. Understood, Shui Chou Lu replied, taking the note handed to him by his subordinate. With a swift crack of his whip, the steed let out a powerful neigh, galloping towards the end of Qinglong Street. Outside Qingla County, an old carriage creaked as it traversed the official road. The vehicle appeared quite antiquated, its once vibrant chestnut paint now largely chipped away. And with each turn of the wheels, it seemed to teeter precariously. Inside the carriage, a plump little boy's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple. His features contorted in discomfort. Little brother, are you feeling carsick? A woman in her early 20s inquired with concern, looking at the boy across from her. No, I just feel a bit unwell. Father, why must we ride in such a dilapidated carriage? Any carriage from home would be better than this. Because this carriage is the least conspicuous, she reassured him. Endure a little longer. We are only 5 miles from exiting Qingla County. Once we are out, everything will improve. No sooner had she spoken than an elderly man with grizzled hair suddenly changed color, his gaze turning icy. The carriage came to a gradual halt. Chapter 64. United we stand across from the carriage, another vehicle obstructed the official road. At first glance, this carriage appeared unremarkable. However, it exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility. The door curtain of the carriage slowly parted, revealing Su Qing's smiling visage. Dragon leader, why have you departed so hastily, without even a word of greeting? As her words fell, figures emerged from the grass on either side of the road, a throng of constables surrounding the dilapidated carriage. Su Qing, a deep voice echoed. and the door of the worn carriage swung open, revealing Long Tianqing, who leapt down to stand before Su Qing, his presence commanding, his garments billowing. Do you truly wish to pursue a complete annihilation? I had resolved to retire from the martial world, yet you persist in your relentless pursuit? While I do not intend to obstruct your retirement, we must first settle the scores. The records in the magistrate's office regarding your transgressions over the years are indeed substantial. To fabricate charges is no challenge, Su Qing. Long Tianqing, shall bear all the consequences alone. My family must not be involved. Let them go. Even if I wish to release them, can they truly escape? I can guarantee their safety within Qingli County, but once they depart, their fate becomes uncertain. Indeed. From within the carriage, a figure abruptly appeared beside Long Tianqing. A glint of cold light flashed from the hilt at the waist, and a long sword was drawn. Su Qing, what have we, the Sea Dragon Gang, done to incur your wrath so severely? Moreover, what has become of my husband? My grievances with the Sea Dragon Gang are not monumental. As for your demise, it is merely a misunderstanding. I prefer to avoid future complications, thus. It is either complete inaction or a decisive end. As for Zhang Shifeng, to attempt to assassinate an official is tantamount to treason. He is still alive. Yet he cannot escape the judgment that awaits him. Do you have any counsel, Miss Long? A decisive end? Ha ha ha, a decisive end. You, the corrupt official, act with greater tyranny than we do in the martial world. Prepare to meet your end. Yufei. Long Tianqing exclaimed in alarm, yet it was too late to intervene. As he leapt towards Su Qing, in an instant, two figures, Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu, emerged to obstruct Long Tianqing's path. Boom, boom, boom. Three formidable masters of innate realms clashed in the blink of an eye. Long Yufei's sword, swift as a dragon, emanated a force that formed a 3-inch blade of light. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Su Qing's eyes. Truly, the daughter of a tiger cannot yield a dog. Indeed, Long Yufei had reached the 9th tier of martial prowess. Perhaps overshadowed by her father's brilliance or her husband Zhang Shifeng's radiance, Long Yufei's name remained obscure in the martial world. In a heartbeat, her sword was upon Su Qing. With a calm demeanor, Su Qing gently raised 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade's tip. The Su Qing of today was no longer the same as before. The Arhat divine skill and the purple cloud divine skill surged within her, enhancing the potency of her Lingxi finger technique. Even a sword wielded by an innate master could be restrained, and those below that realm were no challenge whatsoever. Yet, this scene appeared entirely different to the onlookers. With 2 fingers pinching the sword that had pierced her, one could hardly fathom how anyone could accomplish such a feat without an overwhelming disparity in strength. Long Yufei, channeling her energy to withdraw the long sword, found it utterly immovable between Su Qing's fingers. A profound sense of unattainable defeat washed over Long Yufei's heart. And in that moment, she finally grasped how her husband had met with failure in his assassination attempt. Zhang Shifeng had already established himself as a paragon among the younger generation of the Jinghai martial world, yet compared to Su Qing, he was as distant as heaven is from earth. With a sharp crack, the sword in Long Yufei's hand shattered, and Su Qing transformed her palm into a blade, resting it upon Long Yufei's shoulder. It seems you wish to become a pair of doomed lovers with your husband. How fortuitous that we should have a matching pair. The constable beside Su Qing promptly stepped forward to subdue Long Yufei. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Long Tianqing and the duo of Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu reached a critical juncture. Although Long Tianqing was a seasoned master, having long since surpassed the innate realm, he was not among the pinnacle of such experts. In one-on-one combat, he could confidently secure victory. However, facing 2 opponents simultaneously proved to be beyond his capabilities. The additional burden of Long Yufei falling into Su Qing's hands further shattered Long Tianqing's composure. After exchanging a palm strike with Zhang Zhao, he suddenly exposed a flaw. Xue Chonglu raised his blade high above his head, his entire being radiating an aura of malevolence. The mingling of blade energy and sinister force instantaneously coalescing into a formidable sword wave. With a strike akin to a chasm from the heavens, it descended upon Long Tianqing's head. Long Tianqing's eyes widened in horror as his internal energy surged forth, his hair standing on end as he unleashed a punch towards the descending sword wave. The dragon rising fist erupted with a resounding boom, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept through the area, stirring the winds into a tempest. As the dust gradually settled and the chaos subsided, Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu stood shoulder to shoulder, yet Long Tianqing had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a glaring pool of blood on the ground. My lord, he has escaped, Zhang Zhao remarked, surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. He and his entire family are in our grasp. He cannot flee, Su Qing replied calmly, her demeanor unperturbed. Within the dense thicket, Long Tianqing stumbled through the disordered forest, clutching his chest. He could not recall the last time he had been injured so severely. It might have been a decade since he had suffered such a blow. As he approached a great tree, a sudden wave of nausea surged within him. Leaning against the trunk, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Gazing at the pool of crimson beneath him, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. What a grievous injury! A mocking voice echoed, startling Long Tianqing as he turned to see a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a bronze mask standing not far behind him. The ability to approach him so closely without detection spoke volumes of the stranger's terrifying martial prowess. Taking a deep breath, Long Tianqing summoned the remnants of his internal energy. Who are you? What do you want? Do not be alarmed, and it would be wise not to make any sudden movements. If I intended to kill you, you would already be dead. I am merely someone who shares a common enemy with you. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Who exactly are you? You may refer to me as the Master of Bliss. Are you indeed the Master of Bliss? Long Tianqing raised his hand, yet was constrained by internal injuries, forced to lower it once more. You are presently as feeble as an infant. Resorting to violence would only lead to your demise. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation. What would you like to discuss? There remains no space between you and him. Coincidentally, I also wish to eliminate Su Qing. But alas, she commands a formidable following. Only by joining forces can we succeed. I have heard that you have suffered numerous setbacks at Su Qing's hands. Why should I place my trust in you? Merely because your children are in her grasp, and in this world, apart from me. There is no one who can assist you, nor will anyone come to your aid. You have no alternative. Time has flown swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. The downfall of the Sea Dragon Gang occurred merely 3 days ago, yet it feels as though an eternity has elapsed. Around Qinglong Port, not a trace remains of the Sea Dragon Gang's existence. Its former disciples have either scattered or become stray dogs, hiding from the world. While Su Qing has ordered stringent defenses at various checkpoints and has initiated a manhunt for Long Tianqing throughout the entire Jinghai prefecture. Xiaolingshan suddenly arrived at the Qingli County office. Chapter 65. The arrival of the ghost doctor. Why did Ms. Xiao not inform me in advance about her arrival? As you can see, I have not even prepared a proper reception, Su Qing expressed warmly upon seeing Xiaolingshan. Sir Su is too courteous. Xiaolingshan replied with a radiant smile and a slight bow. Please enjoy some tea, Miss Xiao. Xiaoya brought forth a fragrant tea and gently placed it beside Xiaolingshan. This tea, named Yuran, was brought out by the young master before his departure, and he rarely indulged in it himself. One of the top 10 renowned teas, Yuran? I never imagined I would have the fortune to partake in such a delicacy, remarked Xiaolingshan. How is Miss Zhao's injury? Su Qing inquired. The residual cold poison has been suppressed. Master Wu Qin has imparted to me the utmost young Buddhist internal cultivation technique to combat the poison, and it should be completely eradicated within 5 years. By the way, Sir Su, the heir of the ghost doctor, Hua Shizi, has arrived in Qingli County. When you have some free time, I would like to introduce you. How many people in this world possess the bone erosion disguise technique? Su Qing suddenly asked. Xiaolingshan was momentarily taken aback, but her keen intellect quickly grasped Su Qing's implication. If the bone erosion disguise was a legacy of the ghost doctor, then the traitor Fang Xingxiu must also possess it. There should only be one, she hypothesized. Should? Indeed, according to Hua Shizi, that is the case. The 9th generation of the ghost doctor, Hua Shizi's master, made an exception to accept 2 direct disciples. Historically, the ghost doctor's legacy has always been passed down in a single line. The ghost doctor once had a saying, 1 lineage, 2 heirs, disaster arises from within. 2 centuries later, this prophecy indeed came to fruition. 10 years ago, the 9th generation ghost doctor of the Li family passed on the legacy to Hua Shizi. Fang Xingxiu, dissatisfied, stole the ghost doctor's forbidden techniques and vanished without a trace, leaving no news for a decade. The bone erosion disguise may well be concealed within those forbidden techniques. Perhaps Hua Shizi himself is uncertain? The forbidden techniques of the ghost doctor are secret arts that have been sealed. Generations of ghost doctors may consult the forbidden techniques but are forbidden from learning them. Hua Shizi has only recently assumed the ghost doctor's legacy and has yet to inherit the forbidden techniques, so he cannot ascertain whether the bone erosion disguise lies within. However, if the bone erosion disguise truly exists and is indeed a legacy of the ghost doctor, it is most likely the work of Hua Shizi's senior brother, Fang Xingxiu. Does Hua Shizi have confidence in locating Fang Xingxiu? He should have some assurance. Otherwise, he would not have come to Qingli County. It seems that there is some method of communication among the heirs of the ghost doctor. Where is Hua Shizi now? In Jiuhutong, there's no time like the present. Let us go today, Su Qing declared suddenly. That is exactly my intention. A plain horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way to the county office and arrived at Jiuhutong. The two disembarked, only to find a long queue forming. With a puzzled expression, Su Qing approached and asked, "Dear sir, why are you all lined up here? Are you not aware? We have a living deity among us who is treating ailments without prescriptions or fees. Just a few deft prods, and the patients are cured. Such fortune is a rarity for us common folk. We are queuing to have our ailments addressed by the divine physician." Su Qing stepped aside, contemplating that it must indeed be the renowned ghost doctor, Hua Shizi, whose heart was as benevolent as a bodhisattva's. This was largely due to Su Darren's lack of understanding regarding Hua Shizi. Xiao Lingshan chuckled softly, exuding a unique charm. "What prompts you to say such a thing, Miss Xiao? The lineage of ghost doctors is notoriously capricious, with actions that are often enigmatic. To label him as benevolent may only hold true for this very day. At any other time, even if a patient were to perish before him, he might not spare them a glance. Is it truly so? Otherwise, how could he be termed a ghost doctor? Were it not for the long-standing amicable relations between my Qianmin mountain villa and the ghost doctor lineage. Along with Hua Shizi's current intention to cleanse his ranks, he would hardly be inclined to offer assistance." The ghost doctor's diagnostic pace was remarkably swift. Within less than an hour, the once lengthy queue had dwindled significantly. Su Qing and Xiao Lingshan approached, finally discerning Hua Shizi's appearance. He donned a scholar's cap, his frame slender, with deep-set eyes and a long beard adorning his chin. Despite his frail appearance, he emanated an air of vitality, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Beside Hua Shizi stood a woman clad in plain garments, her beauty ethereal and her demeanor celestial. She stood quietly behind him, intuitively grasping his every gesture and adeptly supplying any required instrument without the need for words. As the last patient approached Hua Shizi, before they could utter a word, he swiftly gestured, inserting a needle into the individual's chest acupoint. The patient suddenly bent over, coughing violently, expelling a substantial phlegm. "Ah, what relief! My breath flows freely. Divine doctor, you are healed. You may leave now." Upon concluding, Hua Shizi turned his gaze towards Su Qing, then glanced at Xiao Lingshan, inquiring, "Miss Xiao, is this your beloved? Do not jest, esteemed ghost doctor. This is the Su Darren I mentioned to you earlier." "Oh." Hua Shizi's smile faded as he extended his hand, and the woman in white promptly presented a white towel. "Su Darren, let us find a more suitable place to converse." Hua Shizi dismantled his makeshift clinic, leading Su Qing and Xiao Lingshan to a secluded courtyard within the Jiuhutong. The courtyard was expansive and private, adorned with an array of peculiar plants. "Please, take a seat, Su Darren." Hua Shizi gestured casually towards a chair. "Mr. Hua, I wish to inquire about the origins of the bone corrosion disguise and how I might locate its creator. If what you have conveyed regarding Miss Xiao is accurate, then the bone corrosion disguise is the handiwork of the traitor Fang Xingxiu from the ghost doctor lineage. A decade ago, he vanished after stealing forbidden techniques, and I have been searching for his whereabouts ever since. Yet, it seems as though he has evaporated from the world, leaving no trace for 10 long years. I had thought he might have met his demise due to his misdeeds. Do you possess any means to locate him? Thus, prior to that, I must first inform him of my arrival. You conducted your free clinic in Jiuhutong to ensure Fang Xingxiu was aware of your presence?" "Precisely. In the bustling alleys of Jiuhutong, a myriad of characters converge, each more eccentric than the last. I am certain that within 5 days, he shall make his appearance. Therefore, I shall strategically position my men around you, patiently awaiting the moment to strike." Su Qing's expression darkened slightly, however, considering the erratic nature of Mr. Hua Shizi. She chose not to confront him. "Mr. Hua, are you familiar with the crimson flame poison?" At that moment, as Mr. Hua Shizi raised his teacup, his hand trembled ever so slightly, causing a few drops of tea to spill. Chapter 66. The removal of the scarlet flame goo poison. Hua Shizi gently set down his teacup, his expression tinged with seriousness. "How did you come to know of the scarlet flame goo poison?" he inquired. "I am well aware of the bone erosion disguise. How could I not know of the scarlet flame goo poison?" With a faint sigh, Hua Shizi continued. "While the validity of the bone erosion disguise in relation to the forbidden techniques of the ghost doctor remains to be confirmed, the scarlet flame goo poison unquestionably surpasses them. Only those versed in the art of the scarlet flame goo poison are capable of wielding it, and such individuals are invariably the Fang Xingxiu. What exactly is the scarlet flame goo poison? The He Miao of Yunzhou possesses a secret technique known as goo refinement. Goo differs fundamentally from poison. Poison is lifeless and strikes immediately upon ingestion, whereas goo is a living entity, and its effects are contingent upon the will of the practitioner. The third-generation heir of the ghost doctor happens to be from the He Miao clan of Yunzhou, and after becoming a ghost doctor, he developed the king of all goo, the scarlet flame golden light. When the bodily fluids of scarlet flame golden light are mixed with oil, they generate both intense heat and lethal toxins. Even a master, upon succumbing to the goo, would face certain death. Due to the extreme malevolence and dominance of the scarlet flame goo poison, the ancestors designated it as a forbidden technique of the ghost doctor, rendering it impermissible for disciples to practice. Is there a way to neutralize the scarlet flame goo poison? Su Qing inquired urgently. Indeed. However, it is exceedingly perilous. One must employ the Daishensheng star needle to lock onto the vital points, forcing it out of the body without alarming the scarlet flame golden light. If someone requires your assistance in removing the scarlet flame goo poison, would you be willing to intervene? Certainly. However, I cannot guarantee success. For the dominance of the scarlet flame golden light is formidable, even our ancestors would possess little certainty of success upon revival. I understand, the official replied. Mr. Hua has a plan in place, but I remain troubled for your safety. Should you fear startling the serpent in the grass, I shall refrain from arranging personnel around you. However, how can your safety be assured without even a capable protector by your side? Since Mr. Hua is allied with the official government, it is only fitting that they dispatch skilled protectors to ensure your safety. You should not refuse this offer. Hua Shizi's eyes glimmered as he finally nodded in agreement. Then I shall express my gratitude, my lord. Xue Chonglu, you shall protect Mr. Hua from the shadows. Understood, came Xue Chonglu's cold voice from outside the reception hall. On the mirror lake, a gentle breeze caressed the surface as the warm sun cast shimmering golden fragments upon the water. Su Qing reclined comfortably in a painted boat's lounge chair, leisurely holding a verdant bamboo rod to fish, while the melodious strains of a flute wafted into her ears. Closing her eyes, she felt her spirit merge with the cosmos. After a lengthy interlude, as the music concluded, a pair of delicate hands, seemingly weightless, rested upon Su Qing's shoulder. Wu Xuan, have you taken an aphrodisiac today? Su Qing opened her eyes and teased. My lord, how long has it been since you graced me with your favor? I thought you had forgotten me entirely, Wu Xuan replied, her voice akin to a spring kitten. Oh, so you were feeling forlorn. No wonder the previous flute melody carried such a weight of resentment. How could I dare? Has the Jiaoman given you new instructions recently? Indeed. They have granted me 3 days to poison you, my lord. Wu Xuan nestled closer against her shoulder, but I would never dream of poisoning you. However, should I fail to accomplish my task, I would surely meet a terrible fate. Seize the moment to garner affection from the adults while I still can, for in time, even if they wish to, they shall no longer see me. Why have I suddenly issued this command to you? Have you divulged something? Su Qing furrowed her brow and inquired. Surely not. Perhaps the blissful sect has suffered too many setbacks at the hands of the adults recently, leading them to abandon all restraint. Wu Xuan, I have located a divine healer capable of dispelling the red flame goo poison. At this revelation, Wu Xuan, who had been closely pressed against her back, seemed to be jolted by an electric shock, lifting her head in disbelief. Is that true? She asked. However, the removal of the red flame goo poison is exceedingly perilous, and the healer has no guarantees. The decision to take this risk rests solely with you. Of course. I want to proceed, Wu Xuan replied hastily. Should the attempt fail, you would perish immediately from the poison. Have you truly considered this? Even if I do not attempt to remove it now, I believe I shall soon succumb to the poison regardless. Besides, does the adult think Wu Xuan is afraid of death? Wu Xuan merely fears she will not witness the annihilation of the blissful sect with her own eyes. If I could witness the blissful sect's demise, I would never wish to linger in this world. Why subject yourself to such suffering? Su Qing gently caressed Wu Xuan's cheek, asking, is living not a good thing? Is living truly good? Wu Xuan mused. The healer's whereabouts are erratic. Today, he is in the south of the city. Tomorrow in the north, sometimes within the city, and at other times in the outskirts. Xue Chonglu drove a cart over the cobblestone street, and the passers-by encountered along the way could detect a potent and eclectic aroma of medicinal herbs. The cart arrived before a courtyard nestled within an alley of the eastern city. As the door swung open, a lean middle-aged man descended from the cart. Xue Chonglu knocked on the door, which was gently opened. Mr. Hua has arrived. My young master awaits you inside. Mr. Hua nodded and strode into the courtyard, while Xue Chonglu slowly departed with the cart. Sir Su, you summoned me for an urgent matter. What is it? I still have to attend to a charitable consultation in the western city, the elder remarked. Mr. Hua, I wish to request your assistance in dispelling the red flame goo poison for someone. Oh, Mr. Hua's expression reflected slight surprise, quickly followed by a smile. I previously mentioned that the removal of the red flame goo poison is fraught with peril. The method I proposed has only a possibility of success and does not guarantee it. But I implore you, Mr. Hua, to make every effort. Where is the individual? In the inner courtyard. Su Qing led Mr. Hua to a room in the inner courtyard. As the door opened, a fragrant breeze greeted them. Wu Shuang performed a graceful bow towards Mr. Hua, saying, I am honored to meet the divine healer. Mr. Hua's eyes sparkled as he regarded Wu Shuang, exclaiming, What a stunning beauty! How could my senior brother bear to inflict the red flame goo poison upon such exquisite grace? She was originally the daughter of a prominent family in Shuzhou, but had unfortunately fallen into the clutches of the blissful sect, suffering not only from the red flame goo poison, but also from excruciating transformations that rendered her existence a living hell. I beseech you, Mr. Hua, to employ your miraculous skills to rid her of this poison. My dear lady, the removal of the red flame goo poison is perilous, akin to courting death. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Please proceed, dear sir. I have long since cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Su Qing stepped out of the room, waiting patiently on the steps. At this moment, a wave of panic surged within Su Qing's heart. Her thoughts churned, inexplicably recalling a childhood memory from her previous life when her mother was rushed into the operating room due to an appendicitis attack, while she waited anxiously outside. Reflecting on her feelings for Wu Shuang, Su Qing candidly questioned her own integrity, acknowledging her shortcomings. From the very beginning, she had drawn a clear line between herself and Wu Shuang. Even though they had engaged in numerous encounters, it merely amounted to a mutual exchange of needs. Chapter 67. The fragrance fades. The jade perishes. Wu Shuang sought vengeance through Su Qing, who, coincidentally, needed to secure Wu Shuang's intelligence. However, as their interaction deepened over time, Su Qing found herself enveloped in an inexplicable sentiment towards Wu Shuang. Was it friendship? A partnership? Even Su Qing herself could not discern the nature of her feelings. Now, as Wu Shuang faced the gravest peril of her life, Su Qing yearned to offer her assistance, yet felt utterly powerless, left to wait anxiously outside the door. A wave of helplessness surged within her. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sensation surged forth. At that moment, a cry of alarm echoed from within the room. Not good. Su Qing sprang into action, forcefully pushing the door open. Inside, she beheld Wu Shuang, wide-eyed, spewing forth dark blood, her body trembling as she collapsed. In an instant, Su Qing dashed to Wu Shuang's side, cradling her. Wu Shuang, how could this happen? Wu Shuang's gaze fixated on Su Qing, her eyes pleading as she clutched Su Qing's garment tightly. She attempted to speak, but instead, a torrent of blood erupted from her lips. The warmth of the blood scorched Su Qing's heart as if it were ablaze. Alas, Wu Shuang never managed to utter a single word, her eyes filled with unfulfilled fear. She succumbed in Su Qing's embrace. Gazing down at Wu Shuang's unblinking eyes, Su Qing felt an inferno of rage simmering within her, like molten lava searing her very core. I do not understand. I had not yet had the chance to employ the Dingtian star needle, and she suddenly succumbed to the poison. Hua Shizi's eyes glimmered with insight. The conditions for the eruption of the Qi Yin goo poison were twofold. 1. An external force forcibly extracted it, provoking the goo to retaliate. The other, the poisoner exerted control over the goo. Clearly, Wu Shuang had fallen victim to the manipulations of the practitioner, indicating her true identity had been revealed by the Gileman. Impossible. Her guardian is under my control. She could not possibly betray me. At that moment, Hua Shizi's expression shifted drastically, his wrist flickering as he unleashed a flurry of silver darts. A buzzing sound ensued, and Su Qing focused on the commotion, spotting a colorful wasp pinned against the window frame. Though pierced, the wasp continued to struggle, flapping its wings vigorously. Sir Su, this is no ordinary wasp. It is a crafted goo insect. A goo insect? Does this mean we are being surveilled? It is Fang Xingxiu. He has arrived. A murderous intent ignited on Su Qing's countenance as she gently laid Wu Shuang upon the bed. In a tone icy with gravity, she inquired, can we locate him? I shall give it a try. With that, he retrieved a bamboo jar from his robes, opened it, and a vibrant mantis leapt forth. The mantis approached the wasp, swiftly capturing it and voraciously consuming it. In a brief moment, the mantis had devoured the wasp entirely. Then it leapt from the window, spreading its wings to soar towards the alley, heading directly for a window of a 3-story building beside the main road. There, Hua Shizi exclaimed, and with a powerful leap, He ascended like a majestic rock towards the three-story edifice. Su Qing gently closed Wu Shuang's eyes and pondered, "What is it that you wish to convey to me? Remember to visit me in a dream tonight." With that, Su Qing leaped gracefully from the window in pursuit of Hua Shizi. She shattered the window and entered a guest room of an inn. The room was already deserted, yet it lingered with an intoxicating and peculiar fragrance. "Sir Su," said Chonglu, "this scent is known to activate the Qi Yin Gu poison. Just moments ago, Fang Xingxiu was here, employing hornets to monitor our movements. Upon learning that I intended to extract the Qi Yin Gu poison from Miss Wu Shuang, he immediately activated it." Su Qing's gaze swept coldly across the room. "Chonglu." "Present," came the instant reply as Shuet Chonglu crashed through the window, appearing behind Su Qing. "Go downstairs and inquire with the innkeeper about when this room was rented and what the occupant looked like. I require the most detailed information." "Understood." Hua Shizi began searching the room and suddenly discovered a letter concealed beneath the pillow on the bed. He retrieved the letter and unfolded the paper. Su Qing's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she beheld the correspondence in Hua Shizi's hands. "Next time?" she murmured. "Next time, I shall take his life. Now that your senior brother has found you, what means do you have to locate him? Once he makes a move against me, it must involve direct contact. Poison from a distance would prove ineffective, but if he comes near, I can mark him. However, Fang Xingxiu is aware of this, which is why he will not easily approach me. I suspect he will lead me into a trap, a place where he can guarantee his victory. Such a passive approach of waiting to catch a hare is too detrimental." As Su Qing spoke, her fingers, crossed over her arms, began to flicker rapidly. "I am unworthy of your guidance. Here's what we shall do. You continue to wait for Fang Xingxiu, while I dispatch individuals to eliminate the scattered strongholds of the Jiaoman, thus forcing them into a corner." "The strongholds of the Jiaoman?" Hua Shizi asked, astonished. "Can Sir Su truly locate these strongholds? What then is my role?" "Mr. Hua, you may not be aware, but it is not my own capabilities that enable this. Rather, a remarkable individual can accomplish it. He is a scout under my elder brother, possessing the unique ability to converse with animals, be it cattle, sheep, dogs, pigs, or even snakes and insects. Through these ubiquitous creatures, I have no doubt we can uncover the hidden strongholds of the Jiaoman. I have pleaded with my brother for some time, and he finally agreed to lend me this treasure. It should have arrived in Qingli County by now." Upon hearing this, Hua Shizi regarded Su Qing with an expression of incredulity. "Sir Su, you are well read. How can you believe such absurdity? To converse with all living beings? Do you take me for a celestial being? How do you know there are no celestial beings?" Hua Shizi and Su Qing departed the inn, where Shuechong Lu had already compiled the innkeeper's testimony. "Sir, room number 7 was rented this morning by an old man, who is yet to check out, and we have not seen when he departed." "And what of the old man's appearance?" "Don't bother. Fang Xingxiu has surely undergone disguise, ensuring he remains unrecognizable," Hua Shizi interjected. "From this day forth, Chonglu, you must diligently safeguard Mr. Hua's safety at all times, remaining by his side regardless of the circumstances." "Understood." A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fluttering of paper offerings. Amidst the lush, verdant blossoms of the mountains, 3 incense sticks burned before a solitary grave. A weathered stone tablet stood at the grave's head, inscribed with the words in memory of my dear friend Wu Shuang, with her confidant Su Qing standing by. Gazing at the solitary grave before her, memories of her time spent with Wu Shuang flooded Su Qing's mind. Yet she could scarcely accept that the person she had held in her arms just yesterday had now departed from this world. "My heart aches with sorrow, but more so with regret. It is a pity that someone as astute as Wu Shuang left this world without uttering her final words." "What use her last words when one is dead?" spoke Qiao Dai with a calm demeanor. "No, it is different. Wu Shuang must have had something important to convey to me before she passed, perhaps something she had never shared or something she had just recalled. I hope she can visit me in my dreams tonight. Wu Shuang, this place is serene, with clear waters and fragrant flowers. May you rest here in eternal peace. When I eventually break through the gates of paradise, I shall return to share my news with you." Chapter 68, The Extraordinary in the Dimness of Night. With the crescent moon resembling a hooked blade, a shooting star streaked across the sky, vanishing into the horizon. In the southern outskirts of Qingli County, nestled at the base of the verdant Yangtze River hills, a small village had emerged, its origin shrouded in mystery. The land here was compacted, the ground littered with debris unsuitable for agriculture, rendering it desolate for centuries. Yet, at some unknown point, families began to inhabit this forsaken place. And within a few short years, a village was born. The villagers, simple and unpretentious, subsisted through fishing, their speech laced with a rich northern dialect. Who could have imagined that these villagers, steeped in the cultural essence of the Yuguan nation, were descendants of the Western Xia dynasty? Under the cloak of night, Su Qing led a group of officials and constables, along with a band of martial heroes summoned by Xiao Lingshan, stealthily approaching the village. They were but a pitiful assembly of those who had lost their homeland. Has Miss Zhao's heart softened? Xiao Lingshan mused, gazing at the distant flickering lights of the village. It is merely compassion. However, when it comes to the greater cause of our nation, a woman shall not be swayed by sentiment, though they evoke pity. Their intent is to destroy my homeland and seize our lands, which cannot be forgiven. At that moment, Zhang Zhao silently approached Su Qing and whispered, "My lord, all is in position. Then let us proceed." With a swift motion, an arrow shot skyward, and in an instant, the constables concealed around the village surged forth, descending upon it with lethal intent. At that very moment, the lights of the village illuminated, revealing that it had undoubtedly undergone rigorous military training. Such rapid response could only be executed by elite forces. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. We shall not harm you," the constables shouted as they stormed into the village. The villagers formed a circular formation in the central clearing. "Sir, what is happening? What do you intend to do?" "We are law-abiding citizens," a leading villager exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Yet, despite his terrified words, the pitchfork in his hand was aimed menacingly at the officers before him. "Lay down your weapons and surrender, otherwise, all who resist will be executed on the spot." An incomprehensible cacophony erupted from the crowd, and the previously terrified villagers transformed, their faces contorting into savage expressions as they charged at the constables. An hour later, the flames engulfed the camp, casting a crimson glow across the sky. This frenzied mob of villagers had nearly all succumbed in a pool of blood. It was not the cruelty of Su Qing and her companions that led to this slaughter, but rather the fact that these impostors, masquerading as villagers, were descendants of the Western Xia dynasty, driven to madness in their desperate struggle for survival. Regardless of age or gender, they became a horde of lunatics. Upon sustaining injuries, they would ingest a peculiar pill, transforming their eyes to bloodshot and their cheeks to a fiery red, plunging them into a frenzy of violence and death. Even when limbs were severed, they continued to attack with their teeth. Not even the constables, nor those seasoned in the blood-soaked realms of martial arts, could remain unshaken by their insane ferocity. "My lord, we have slain 172 bandits and captured 12, but we have lost 17 brothers and sustained 60 injuries." Listening to this report, Su Qing felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. In the face of such overwhelming power disparity, the immense casualties suffered raise an unsettling question. What more could the remnants of the Xixia lineage achieve? It is a thought too harrowing to contemplate. Once the aftermath was addressed, the team was to regroup. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Qing's mind as the case log inexplicably materialized. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully dismantled a crucial stronghold of the Bliss sect, earning 500 points. Your points have now qualified you for a reward exchange. Would you like to proceed?" A glimmer of joy illuminated Su Qing's face, and without hesitation, she opted for the reward. A radiant light flashed from the case log, and in an instant, a card emerged from its cover, spiraling into the sky before shattering into a myriad of stars, forming a colossal inscription. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial arts manual, the Great Compassionate Palm. Would you like to learn it?" Su Qing was familiar with the Great Compassionate Palm, one of the exquisite skills of the Southern Shaolin. Despite its benevolent name, the technique's potency was anything but merciful. But why was it named the Great Compassionate Palm? One might say that when exorcising malevolent spirits, allowing them to pass without suffering is indeed an act of compassion. With a single strike, the heavens could tremble and the earth could quake, shattering the very essence of life. The Great Compassionate Palm could be mastered in 3 years with minor proficiency and perfected in 12. When unleashed, even gods and demons would retreat in fear. Although Su Qing did not ascend to a higher martial realm with the acquisition of the Great Compassionate Palm, her combat prowess undoubtedly reached new heights. At that moment, Su Qing could confidently declare herself unrivaled beneath the innate realm. A proclamation detailing the destruction of a Xixia bandit stronghold was prominently displayed. The news struck like a colossal stone disturbing the tranquil waters of a lake. Many elder citizens recalled the prolonged national conflict between the Yu Kingdom and the Xixia Kingdom, which raged for an entire 7 years, during which daily reports of casualties reached astronomical figures. Following the fall of the Xixia Kingdom, the years that followed were marked by upheaval, yet in the last decade, the name Xixia had faded from collective memory, even being forgotten by many. Unexpectedly, the once silent Xixia remnants had stirred once more. Those were the days of clashing weapons and gallant warriors, a time when the spirit of battle engulfed the land. With a thunderous crash, a stone wall in the dim underground chamber exploded. Ah! The leader of the Bliss sect bellowed in rage. How does Su Qing know? Who informed her? Traitor! There is a traitor among us. Before the leader, his subordinates lowered their heads in terror, trembling in fear. Suddenly, the leader's figure flickered, appearing before Long Tianqing. Raising a hand to strike, Long Tianqing hastily raised his hand to counter. With a resounding boom, he was sent flying backward. Although Long Tianqing was a mid-stage innate master, he was no match for the leader's formidable prowess. What are you doing? Was it you? Did you betray me to Su Qing? Nonsense. I have sworn enmity against Su Qing. How could I betray you? Besides, your people watch me constantly. How could I have had the opportunity? The leader's movements halted abruptly, and a glint of light flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Long Tianqing. After a prolonged silence, the fury in the leader's eyes gradually receded, and he deeply bowed to Long Tianqing. Mr. Long, I beg your forgiveness. It is I who have overstepped my bounds. Those individuals are my kin, descendants of the illustrious Western Xia lineage. Even before the restoration of our nation has commenced, they have already suffered losses, and my heart aches as if it were being cleaved by a knife. The restoration of Western Xia? What counsel do you offer, Mr. Long? Do not take offense at my harsh words, but with the handful of people you command, how could you possibly succeed in restoring the nation? The Yugua has ruled over the lands of Western Xia for 2 decades. Although your words evoke my disdain, there is an undeniable truth in them. Relying solely on ourselves, let alone restoration, it would be a feat to simply survive. Yet, what if chaos were to erupt within the Yugua? If the Yugua were to crumble, the restoration of Western Xia would no longer be a mere fantasy. I possess no interest in your restoration plans. I only wish to know when you will rescue my daughter and son-in-law. Their salvation hinges upon one condition. Su Qing must perish. Chapter 69. A grave loss at the gate of supreme joy on April 26th, the beginning of summer. A horse-drawn carriage gradually came to a halt before a modest dwelling in the 9th alley of Qingla County. Dressed in white, Su Qing alighted from the carriage, holding a folding fan and adorned with a sword at her waist, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. Several gazes fell upon her, and when she looked up, she noticed pairs of glistening eyes peering from the second-floor windows, fixated upon her. With a calm smile, she elicited a flush of embarrassment from the young women. The small courtyard gate creaked open, revealing Shui Chonglu, clad in black, standing before Su Qing. My lady, you have arrived. Is Mr. Hua at home? Indeed. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Hua Shizi observing the white-clad woman dancing gracefully among the flowers. Although the lady performed an enchanting and seductive dance, perhaps due to Gu Xuetong's inherently frigid demeanor, the performance did not ignite fervor. Rather, it felt as though one stood in an ice cellar amidst the summer heat, enveloped by a chill from all directions. Mr. Hua, you possess such refined taste, Su Qing remarked, approaching him with a smile. Miss Xuetong can dance so beautifully. Her performance casts a shadow upon the entire spring garden. Has the esteemed official arrived? I am not merely watching Miss Xuetong dance, Hua Shizi replied. What captivates your attention? Then, Hua Shizi pointed towards the 2 butterflies that flitted above Gu Xuetong's head. This is the butterfly's affection for flowers. Butterfly's affection for flowers? Quite so. I have recently developed a pollen that is impervious to water, as long as it clings to one's person, even from a distance of 20 to 30 miles. The butterflies I have meticulously nurtured can detect it. Now it makes sense why these butterflies persistently dance around Miss Xuetong. Are you attempting to track Fang Xingxiu with the butterfly's affection for flowers? Indeed. Should that scoundrel dare to act against me, I will ensure he is marked with the pollen, he stated. What brings you here today, my lady? Is there a matter of urgency? Su Qing produced a porcelain vial from her bosom. What is this elixir? Hua Shizi, puzzled, accepted the vial, and, upon uncorking it and inhaling the aroma, his expression shifted dramatically. The reverse blood dragon pill. Where did you acquire this? I previously mentioned that my elder brother has an extraordinary individual who can converse with all living beings. Just yesterday, he discovered a village disguised as a remnant of the Western Xia. We apprehended a member of this tribe and found that those who ingested this elixir exhibited immense strength and a fearless disposition. Are you familiar with this pill? This is a forbidden elixir of the ghost physician, whose concoction methods defy the heavens and bear dire consequences upon consumption. I did not anticipate Fang Xingxiu's madness to disregard the doctrines of the ghost physician so utterly. At this, Hua Shizi's expression turned peculiar. My lady, Is it truly possible that there exists a person capable of communicating with all living beings? Do you still doubt, Mr. Hua? That remarkable individual had further discoveries last night. Would you care to join me tonight? We may unearth Fang Xingxiu's whereabouts from the Supreme Joy Stronghold. Hua Shizi hesitated briefly before breaking into a radiant smile. Very well. Although I am but a humble physician, I have acquired some skills in the art of killing. As night silently enveloped the land, countless lights gradually illuminated the surroundings. On Zhuke Avenue, Huaihua Street is brilliantly illuminated, with a fragrant breeze wafting through the air, as the most bustling street of entertainment in Qingla County. This short stretch of 1 or 2 li is home to no fewer than 30 establishments of pleasure. The most renowned among them, the Tianqiang Pavilion, is nestled in this vibrant locale. As the night deepens, few notice the barricades that have mysteriously appeared at every intersection of Huaihua Street. A throng of officers and menacing figures from the martial world converge upon these entrances. In a discreet corner, an inconspicuous carriage is stationed, where a man clad in black sits with a sword resting across his knees, his face stern and his gaze piercingly fixed on the throng of pedestrians. The carriage curtain is slowly drawn back, and Su Qing emerges, joining Xue Chonglu. At that moment, a young officer in blue rushes toward her, reporting, "My lord, the brothers are in position. Shall we commence the operation?" "Proceed," she commands. The officer responds affirmatively, raising a signal arrow into the sky. A red signal arrow soars above the vibrant Huaihua Street, nearly lost amidst the revelry. Yet, upon its ascent, it detonates like a drop of water hitting hot oil. From the shadows, officers, bailiffs, and a multitude of martial experts surge forth, charging toward an unassuming pleasure house. "People of Mutant Pavilion, heed my command. By the order of Lord Su, suppress the Gileman. All within must cower and lay down their arms. Any defiance will be treated as resistance to arrest and met with immediate execution." The sound of splintering doors echoes, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Su Qing watches the distant fray, glancing at Xue Chonglu, who grips his dagger tightly and offers a calm smile. "Relax, we are at a safe distance. For experts, this span is but a mere 10 breaths. Caution is paramount." Just then, a large hole suddenly ruptures in the roof of Mutant Pavilion, and a figure crashes through, hurtling toward them. Goodness, could this misfortune be any worse? Is it really coming directly our way? The figure moves with astonishing speed, closing the 30-zhang gap between them in an instant. Without hesitation, Xue Chonglu leaps toward the oncoming figure. In midair, he unsheathes his dagger, unleashing a colossal blade of energy aimed at his foe. The adversary halts abruptly, palms pressed together, attempting to parry the strike with bare hands. With a resounding crash, Xue Chonglu's strike sends the figure crashing through the roof of a nearby 2-story building. Before the opponent can react, Xue Chonglu leaps again, charging after him. Since aligning himself with Su Qing, Xue Chonglu's martial prowess has visibly surged at an astonishing rate, far surpassing that of Zhang Jiao. As he puts it, he has forsaken all earthly desires, becoming a solitary spirit wandering among mortals, a state that aligns perfectly with the Shura martial arts. Coupled with his status as a formal officer, blessed by the nation's fortune, his cultivation progresses at an unprecedented pace. Su Qing, observing this, can't help but feel envious. "I am, after all, a county magistrate of the 7th rank. Why do I not sense the blessings of national fortune?" However, it seems that Su Qing has truly never engaged in any form of cultivation. Thus, even with the blessing of fortune, she remains oblivious to its presence. In the instant that Xue Chonglu charged into the 2nd-floor building, a brilliant flash of blade light swept forth, causing the structure to collapse with a thunderous roar. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly materialized behind Su Qing. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt forward, her figure soaring through the air. As she turned mid-flight, she found Long Tianxing had inexplicably appeared behind her, thrusting a blade towards her back. "Long Tianxing, you dare to show yourself. You wretched official, prepare to lose your life." Su Qing summoned her inner strength, unleashing a resonant dragon's roar as she struck towards Long Tianxing. Boom! The 18 dragon-subduing palms shattered the blade's aura that Long Tianxing had unleashed. Yet, though the aura was dispelled, the momentum remained unyielding as it advanced towards Su Qing. She reached out, and the tip of the blade was firmly caught between her fingers. With a sharp crack, the long blade was severed by her grip. At that moment, however, Long Tianxing abruptly abandoned Su Qing and lunged towards the carriage in which she had been seated. Oh no! Su Qing swiftly pursued him. Boom! The carriage shattered into pieces, and a figure was thrust out by Long Tianxing, grasped by the throat, soaring into the sky. "Long Tianxing, release him. or I shall ensure that your daughter and son-in-law meet their end at the market's guillotine by tomorrow. You dare, if you even think about it. That will be your fate." With a sharp crack, the head of the figure thrown by Long Tianqing spun 180 degrees, resulting in instant death. Chapter 70. The true face of the ghost. Dr. Long Tianqing casually tossed the corpse towards Su Qing, then leapt into the dense alley, vanishing from sight. Su Qing gazed at the lifeless body that had rolled to her feet, her expression shifting dramatically, her eyes darkening with an ominous hue. At that moment, Shui Chenglu approached her side, and upon witnessing her fluctuating demeanor, a flicker of trepidation crossed his gaze. He had never seen Su Qing's countenance so grim, nor her eyes so frigid. "My lord, I was wrong. I should not have pursued him." "No, you are not at fault. The blame lies with me." Su Qing sighed softly, lifting her head as 2 tears escaped the corners of her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "I am the one who caused her demise. My naivety led to her downfall." Naivety? Meanwhile, in the distance, the operation against the peony pavilion was nearing its conclusion. A group of constables escorted several subordinates of the blissful sect as they rounded up their forces. Su Qing stepped forward as Captain Li strode towards her confidently. "My lord, we successfully apprehended and executed 23 disciples of the blissful sect, capturing 7 alive, though 5 exceptionally skilled ones managed to escape." Later, as they approached the formidable Shaoling Shan and her peers, their eyes swept across the scene, but failed to locate Hua Shizi. "Miss Xiao, how did it fare on your end? Were there any casualties?" "None. Aside from those 2 innate level masters, the rest are hardly noteworthy. A single one of them wouldn't even suffice to fill a tooth gap," chuckled a burly man. "It is regrettable that those 2 innate masters escaped. They must be pivotal figures within the blissful sect. What of Mr. Hua? Has anyone seen him? I express my gratitude to all for your unwavering support." "Lord Su, you are too kind. The blissful sect is a scourge, a common enemy of the martial world. There is no need for thanks. We stand united against a shared foe. We owe our gratitude to Lord Su for uncovering the blissful sect's stronghold. Had it been left to us, finding it would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Within the courtyard of the 9 alleys, Hua Shizi emerged from his chamber, donned in fresh attire. "Shui Tang, do not prepare a meal today. Instead, go to the entrance and buy some marinated meat for a simple feast." "Understood." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "Hua Shizi, it is I." The voice of Shui Chenglu resonated. "Lord Su requests your presence." "What is it about?" Hua Shizi's expression stiffened, inquiring cautiously. "The Lord did not specify. You shall know upon your arrival." Filled with uncertainty, Hua Shizi accompanied Gu Shui Tang to Shui Chenglu's carriage, which swiftly traversed the streets, arriving at the county office. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Su Qing, clad in official garb, strode forward with purpose. "Mr. Hua has arrived? What urgent matter has prompted Lord Su to summon me so hastily?" Hua Shizi observed the smile on Su Qing's face, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. That smile was as discomforting as the dreary rain of February. "There is nothing of consequence. However, my esteemed mentor has found a rat that reigns as the king of the rodents in the 9 alleys. He claims to know the whereabouts of Feng Xingxiu. It seems I shall find him before you do." "A rat? Ha ha." Hua Shizi burst into laughter. "Lord Su, how could you possibly believe such absurdity?" Although Wak Sizi spoke those words, there was not a hint of mirth in his eyes, only a trace of concern. Soon, a figure clad in military scout attire strode forward, cradling a plump rat in his arms, measuring 2 chopsticks in length and weighing at least 3 pounds. "Lord Su, is this the individual under your command who possesses the ability to converse with all living beings? Was he not the one whose throat was crushed by Long Tianqing? He is merely a death row inmate I retrieved from the dungeon, bearing the weight of numerous lives lost, and his demise was not unjust." Suddenly, the man's expression shifted, astonishment flooding his features as he gazed at Wak Sizi. "My lord, the rat claims that the person you seek is none other than him," he said, gesturing towards Wak Sizi. The countenance of everyone present changed dramatically, and Su Qing's expression darkened. "Me? Absurd, sheer nonsense. Dr. Hua, this remarkable individual has successfully located 2 strongholds of the blissful gate without a single error," Su Qing pronounced, each word heavy with gravity. "Seize him." In an instant, Wak Sizi raised his hand, and a flurry of fine needles erupted from his sleeves, as swift as a tempest. Su Qing, with deft movements of her hands, activated her spiritual perception, capturing the barrage of needles. In the blink of an eye, her fingertips were adorned with the fine needles, which she then released, causing them to rain down like drops of rain upon the ground. Realizing that his escape route was firmly blocked by Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu, Waxizi found himself trapped. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, gazing skyward. Who would have imagined? I, the renowned ghost doctor, would one day fall prey to a mere beast. If I descend now, I shall have no face to meet the ancestors of the ghost doctor lineage. How pitiful, how lamentable. Su Qing, though I may be ensnared in your grasp today, I refuse to yield. Refuse to yield? A glint of cold light flashed in Su Qing's eyes as she scoffed. You cannot truly believe that there exists someone capable of communicating with all living beings, can you? Waxizi's expression froze, realizing. This individual is a monkey performer from Qingla County. However, his talents extend beyond mere monkey tricks. He also entertains dogs, cats, and rats. You deceive me? Waxizi's complexion changed as realization dawned upon him. Have you suspected me all along? His mind raced. When did you begin to doubt me? When did I reveal any flaws? No, you indeed relied on that extraordinary person to uncover the blissful gate's stronghold. It was precisely because of your 2 successes that I began to believe your absurd claims. Unless, from the very beginning, you harbored doubts about me, and this scheme was devised from the moment we first met to deceive me, you could not have suspected me back then. Why would I not have suspected you then? A profound sorrow washed over Su Qing's face as she sighed deeply. I was too hasty. That day, in order to remove the red flame goo poison from Wu Shuang's body, I brought her to see you. Yet it was because of you that Wu Shuang met an untimely demise. It was Fang Xingxiu who killed Wu Shuang. You witnessed that colorful wasp that day and saw the letter he left for me. I do not believe I revealed any vulnerabilities. The flaw lay within Wu Shuang. In her final moments, she yearned to convey something to me, yet her voice had abandoned her, although she could not articulate her thoughts. The terror reflected in her eyes imparted a profound truth. Wu Shuang endured unspeakable torment within the gates of bliss, having long since cast aside the value of life and death. To her, death offered a semblance of liberation, yet the fear that accompanied her release was palpable. It stemmed from her resentment, her frustration at being unable to unveil the secret she had just uncovered. That secret, inevitably, pertained to you. From that instant, I resolved to test your mettle. I was aware of a remarkable individual in Qingla County, skilled in ventriloquism and beast taming. Thus, I ingeniously fabricated a narrative of a being capable of conversing with all living creatures. I anticipated your skepticism, hence, I provided 2 outposts of bliss as tokens to convince you of the existence of such an extraordinary entity. Today, Long Tianqing and that enigmatic figure clad in black were not originally present at Peony Pavilion. Their appearance was a calculated maneuver to assassinate this remarkable individual beside me. Chapter 71. Significant discovery. Upon hearing this, a look of sudden realization appeared on Waxizi's face. Rather than expressing panic, a faint smile emerged instead. Lord Su, your strategic acumen is unparalleled. I had initially believed that the cunning of the Lord of the Blissful Sect was rare in this world. Yet it seems he pales in comparison to you. To witness the 2 of you engaging in a covert duel is a great fortune in my life. Countless attempts may fail, yet flattery remains unscathed. Mr. Hua, no, I should address you as Mr. Fang. Waxizi's gaze sharpened, and his smile vanished in an instant. How did you come to know? I inquired with Miss Xiao. 40 years ago, the previous ghost doctor indeed took on 2 disciples, Fang Xingsu and Waxizi. 10 years passed. Waxizi inherited the legacy of the ghost doctor, while Fang Xingsu vanished without a trace. Now, given that you conspire with the Lord of the Blissful Sect and possess the ability to execute bone-eroding transformations to concoct the red flame goo, why could you not be Fang Xingsu? The ghost doctor's lineage has maintained a long-standing friendship with the Thousand Faces Villa. How could you not master the art of disguise? Ha ha. Fang Xingsu laughed heartily. Su Qing, you are indeed clever, so much so that it instills a sense of fear within me. I now comprehend why the Lord of the Blissful Sect is determined to eliminate you, because you are of the same ilk. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Who is the Lord of the Blissful Sect, and where is their base? The identity of the Lord of the Blissful Sect is my safeguard. You must promise to release me for me to divulge the information. Otherwise, do not expect a single word from me. My lord, interjected Captain Li with a cold laugh. I have encountered many who boast before entering the dungeon. Leave it to my subordinates, I assure you, within 3 hours, they will extract everything he knows. In 7 days, I will not feel any pain. Your severe torture will not even cause me to flinch. However, should I fail to establish contact with the Blissful Sect in 2 days, he will sever all ties with me. At that point, finding him again. Heh, what are your intentions? Send me to the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Once I am safe, I will certainly reveal the identity of the Lord of the blissful sect to you. His reputation in the martial world exceeds your imagination. Su Qing's eyes glimmered with contemplation. How can I be certain you are not merely stalling for time? My collaboration with the Lord of the blissful sect arises from the benefits he can provide. Now that it appears he is in peril, I would not willingly accompany him to death. Moreover, I believe you have already deduced the connection between the Lord of the blissful sect and the Western Xia kingdom. Suddenly, Fang Xingsu's expression changed drastically. His body trembled violently. He turned his head stiffly, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Gu Xuetong, who had remained in the shadows, almost devoid of presence. Xuetong, did you place the heart-eating goo on me? Master, I am sorry. I did not only place the heart-eating goo on you, I have also ingested it myself. I cannot allow you to speak his name. The great kindness you have shown me will be repaid in the next life. Traitor, wretched being. Fang Xingsu uttered those final words in anger before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Gu Xuetong's face had also turned pale, her once beautiful features contorted in agony. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon Su Qing, as if to convey the notion that she could never measure up to him. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it a faint, ethereal fragrance that dissipated like a fleeting dream. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind, as if the records of the case had sprung to life. Congratulations, host. You have vanquished the treacherous traitor Fang Xingxiu, who betrayed his master and obliterated his ancestors. You have earned 1,000 points, sufficient to redeem a reward. Please proceed with the exchange. The prompt resonated in her mind, alleviating some of Su Qing's earlier discontent. With a swift motion, she initiated the reward exchange. The case record shimmered with light, and in the next instant, a card erupted forth, spinning and shattering within the realm of her consciousness, transforming into a cascade of characters resembling a starry sky. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Shaolin martial art. Iron cloth shirt. Would you like to learn it? Yes. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing jolted awake, as though roused from a vivid dream. Upon awakening, she found herself adept in the intricacies of the iron cloth shirt, one of the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. This technique was not merely an indifference to blades and weapons. Rather, it enveloped the body in a layer of protective energy. True Shaolin internal arts primarily consist of pure yang techniques, enabling the iron cloth shirt to emit a radiant coppery glow from the skin. Was this not akin to the legendary Shaolin Copper Man? She pondered how its defensive capabilities compared to the indestructible prowess of the Wuchen monk's Vajrat technique. Once activated, even an unarmed individual could confront weapons without fear. However, the iron cloth shirt could only safeguard the flesh, leaving the vital organs exposed. To shield the inner organs, one would require a complementary martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. With 500 points remaining, Su Qing eagerly exchanged for another reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the lightness skill, Cloud Ladder Leap. What an exquisite treasure. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Su Qing's eyes. Her martial arts system was now firmly established, encompassing the internal arts of Purple Mist Divine Skill and Arhit Divine Skill, the sword technique of Water Avoidance Swordplay, and palm techniques such as Iron Sand Palm, Great Compassion Palm, and the 3 moves of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Yet, she had only mastered the rudimentary grasstop flying for her agility training. In the realm of martial arts literature, it is often the case that the most illustrious young masters possess exceptional lightness skills, traversing the world with grace. As the saying goes, like jade among mortals, the young master is unparalleled. However, while Su Qing embodied the poise of a martial arts noble, she lacked the skills to enchant others as they did. Grasstop flying was hardly impressive. Now, with Cloud Ladder Leap, she could ascend 30 zhang with a mere shift of her feet, creating a breathtaking spectacle that would surely enhance her presence. Having mastered 2 exquisite techniques, although her martial arts realm had not elevated, Su Qing had effectively addressed her deficiencies. Returning to her surroundings, she noticed Fang Xingxiu and Gu Xuetong being carried away by officials towards the coroner's office. The fleeting joy she had just experienced was once again overshadowed by a cloud of concern. The Lord of the Blissful Sect held immense prestige in the martial world. Was there a connection to the Western Xia kingdom? Although Fang Xingxiu had not completed his final statement, Su Qing could surmise its content. Suddenly, she froze in place. Immense prestige? A connection to the Western Xia kingdom? Who else could fit both criteria besides Qing Tian? Yet, Qing Tian had been eliminated as a suspect. It could not be him. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within Su Qing, as if she had overlooked a crucial clue. What could it be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Su Qing's mind, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Young master, what are you searching for? Xiao gently inquired as she entered the room, noticing Su Qing's unusual demeanor. I am in pursuit of that painting. The one depicting the palm strike behind Miss Xiao from that night, which I meticulously copied. It is located on the second shelf of the bookshelf, in the center of the Purple Moon section. Following Xiao's guidance, Su Qing discovered the long-forgotten piece of paper. As she unfurled it, an imprint of a hand emerged before her eyes. Gazing at the handprint, Su Qing felt as if her entire being had been petrified. The atmosphere grew suddenly heavy, even stifling. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoya, with a look of concern, asked, "Young master, what troubles you?" "Xiaoya, are they still present?" "Who?" "Miss Shui and those individuals from the martial world. Please send someone to invite them, explaining that I have made a significant discovery and request their presence as witnesses." Chapter 72, The Cunning and Deceptive. Half an hour later, Xiao Lingshan and several esteemed figures from the martial world were summoned. The courtyard of the county office was illuminated by more than a dozen braziers, casting a brightness akin to day upon the inky night. Su Qing sat on a wooden chair, her head bowed in contemplation, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. Upon seeing Xiao Lingshan and the others, Su Qing lifted her gaze and promptly rose to greet them. "I sincerely apologize for having summoned you all at such a late hour. There is no need for formalities. Sudarin, your call at this hour surely indicates a significant discovery. What is it? Have you uncovered the whereabouts of the Gileman?" What initially seemed a jest, everyone knew that the members of the Gileman, seeing their escape as hopeless, had all taken poison and died in battle, was met with a grave tone as Xiao Lingshan observed the bitter smile on Su Qing's face. The mirth in her expression faded, replaced with astonishment. "Sudarin, you truly cannot mean that you have discovered the whereabouts of the Gileman?" Su Qing slightly lifted her head and let out a long sigh. "Alas, I, Su Qing, once thought myself astute, yet it appears I have merely been a fool, played with like a puppet. The Gileman have been right under my nose, and I allowed them to slip away unnoticed. Do you truly know the identity of the Gileman? Where are they?" The Gileman are none other than the Xiaoyi Zhuang. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. After a long silence, Gong Juding suddenly exclaimed, "This is impossible. Sudarin, you were present at the time, and it was you who claimed that it was the Gileman who framed the esteemed Indashia. If the Xiaoyi Zhuang is the Gileman, are they not ensnaring themselves?" "Indeed, they are ensnaring themselves," Su Qing replied with a serious demeanor. With her hands clasped behind her back, Su Qing gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. "The genesis of all this traces back to the assassin monk, Liao Ming, at the center of Mirror Lake. The leader of the Gileman personally led a group of masters to ambush me. I turned the tables on them, setting a trap and capturing all the experts they had brought. That battle brought me closer than ever to eradicating the Gileman, yet regrettably, they managed to escape. However, I did succeed in slaying 7 and 8 level masters of the Gileman and discovered one among them, the assassin monk, Liao Ming." Xiao Lingshan interjected with a question, "Is that so?" "Indeed. Liao Ming perished at the hands of Qing Tian 20 years ago, and for over 2 decades, he has seemingly vanished from the martial world. Had I not uncovered his identity that day, if Liao Ming is indeed alive, then it is possible that Qing Tian has lied. In light of this, I immediately went to the Xiaoyi Zhuang. Sudarin, it is not uncommon for figures thought dead to re-emerge in the martial world. Such occurrences are not rare. True, many do escape death in the martial realm, yet Liao Ming is different. After surviving, he was promptly recruited by the Gileman, severing all ties to his past. While I cannot conclusively link Qing Tian to the Gileman, I am unable to absolve him of suspicion entirely. Moreover, I am inherently a suspicious person. Ordinary individuals, when confronted with such circumstances, tend to provide explanations until they persuade others to believe them. In contrast, the astute choose a different approach, allowing the skeptics to uncover the clues themselves, thereby voluntarily dispelling their own doubts. The martial artists present were already perplexed. Su Qing's words, having taken 2 convoluted turns, left them utterly bewildered. Thus, when I inquired of Qing Tian why Liao Ming still drew breath, he refrained from citing mortal wounds or plummeting into an abyss. Instead, he adopted a contrary approach, offering an explanation regarding the blood. The blood, those ensnared by it are doomed to perish. This presents a paradox, an apparent enigma that seems impossible to reconcile. However, should I unravel this conundrum, I would inadvertently furnish Qing Tian with a plausible explanation, thereby alleviating his suspicions. "Am I afflicted by the blood?" asked Xiao Lingshan, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Indeed," came the reply. "Wait, did not Miss Xiao suffer from the blood to frame the chivalrous manner? How has it transformed into a genuine endeavor of the chivalrous manner? Su Run, displaying a countenance of confusion, questioned. You're correct. I did not assert this previously. The blissful sect indeed wished for me to perceive it thus. If not, how could we actively eliminate the suspicions surrounding the chivalrous manner and place our complete trust in them? My earlier statements merely conveyed the primary intention of the blissful sect. There remains a secondary purpose, which is to unravel the enigma of the blood. The more Qing Tian resolutely believed that the blood would inevitably lead to death, the lesser his culpability appeared, and the evidence suggests that even those afflicted by the blood may not necessarily meet their demise. Xiaoling Shan herself stands as a living testament. Was it not normal for Liao Ming to have survived back then? By that point, I had internally dismissed Qing Tian's suspicions. For in my perspective, should Qing Tian belong to the blissful sect, he ought not to utilize the blood, as it would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Yet, I had not anticipated that my reasoning fell within his machinations. His goal was precisely for me to eliminate his suspicions. A collective gasp resonated among the assembly. The martial heroes present comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet it was precisely this understanding that instilled a profound fear within them. Such intricate scheming? Who could withstand it? Not to mention that you, Su Qing, are being toyed with. Any individual present would be utterly ensnared by this cunning old fox, oblivious to their own demise. Su Ren, even I, an old man, feel the meticulousness of Qing Tian's stratagem is impeccable. Yet all of this hinges upon your conjecture. Do you possess any evidence? Indeed, what if these are merely the fabrications of Su Ren's imagination? The crowd clamored with inquiries. Precisely. Were it not for Qing Tian's intricate plotting, I would scarcely believe someone could devise such an elaborate scheme. As she spoke, Su Qing produced a sheet of paper, unfolding it to reveal a stark black handprint emblazoned at its center. A handprint? What manner of handprint is this? Xiaoling Shan's expression shifted. Was that not the blood that had marked my back? Indeed, it is the blood that once graced Miss Zhao's back. Should this imprint be the work of Miss and Ruanan, then Qing Tian's calculations are indeed seamless, rendering me utterly powerless against him. Regrettably, this palm print does not belong to Missen. Does Lord Su truly ascertain the identity of the perpetrator solely based on this imprint? Surely, Lord Su must be jesting, exclaimed Gong Juding in disbelief. It is quite simple. This palm print is significantly larger than that of Missen and even exceeds the size of my own hand. A hand of such considerable dimensions undoubtedly belongs to a robust and imposing man. Since this mark is not made by Missen Ruanan, the individual responsible for this strike is readily apparent. Apart from Ruanan, the only other possibility is Qing Tian. Thus, are we to believe that Missen Ruanan, under the control of the soul-seizing needle, has been rendered unconscious, is also a fabrication? The assembly of martial arts masters collectively experienced an epiphany. What a clever ruse! What a delightful blend of truth and deception! Qing Tian is indeed a cunning and astute individual, Gong Juding declared coldly. Furthermore, today, I have successfully apprehended the traitor from the ghost doctor lineage. He explicitly stated that the leader of the Bliss sect holds a formidable reputation in the martial world and maintains a deep connection with the Western Xia Kingdom. Among those I am acquainted with, the only individual who fits both criteria is Qing Tian. Time is of the essence. I urge you all to accompany me to Inlu County. To prevent any leaks of information, it is imperative that everyone remains together, within each other's sight. I shall dispatch someone to seek the assistance of Governor Liu, coordinating with the officials of Jinghai Prefecture and our fellow martial artists to eradicate the Bliss sect. We shall dutifully adhere to Lord Su's command. Chapter 73. The Inferno at the Pavilion in the dim light preceding dawn. A throng set forth towards Anil County. Shuechou Lu, however, rode 2 steeds alone, galloping fervently towards the Jinghai Prefecture's court. 3 hours later, as the sun ascended, Su Qing and a cadre of martial arts experts had concealed themselves within the woods outside the heroic villa for over 2 hours, peering through the dense foliage at the estate. Despite the impending martial arts convention on April 28th being days away, numerous martial factions had already arrived at the heroic villa. Lord Su, how much longer must we wait? I am eager to confront Qing Tian directly and inquire how many souls he has deceived under the guise of a hero, and what heinous acts he has committed all these years. How can he maintain such a charade with such conviction? Su Qing glanced upward at the blazing sun, sensing that their moment was drawing near. Has Lord Liu arrived? He has. Upon receiving my account, Lord Liu was equally astonished and has brought the finest from the court personally. Excellent. Everyone, let us proceed to the heroic villa and apprehend Qing Tian. With that, Su Qing led the group out from their cover, making their way towards the heroic villa. As they approached, Qin Hu, the villa's senior disciple, strode forth with his entourage. Elders Gong and he, Lord Su, what brings you here today? At the sight of Qin Hu, Su Qing's brow furrowed. Where is heroine? Qin Hu's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. My apologies, Lord Su. Master may still be resting. I have sent someone to summon him. Still resting? What time is it? Elder Gong scoffed. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached and whispered into Qin Hu's ear. His countenance changed before he donned a broad smile. Lord Su, esteemed guests, please, come inside. I imagine you have not yet had breakfast. Would you care to dine at the heroic villa? Seeing Qin Hu's demeanor, Su Qing's suspicions deepened. Upon entering the heroic villa, it was evident that many more were present than during their last visit. Some engaged in animated discussions, while others sparred in the open yard. Crazy Gong, what brings you here so early? The Martial Arts Convention isn't until the 28th, and you live only a short distance away. Ding Buxiu, you've come too? Early? I fear I have arrived too late. Su Qing observed as Qin Hu whispered anxiously to one of his disciples. Approaching slowly, she implored, Young Master Qin, we have urgent matters to discuss with heroine. Kindly urge him to make his appearance post-haste. Lord Su is no outsider. I dare not conceal the truth. My master is not in the estate. Not here? Su Qing gasped. Where has he gone? I do not know. He was here last night, but upon sending a disciple to fetch him, we discovered his chambers empty. Su Qing's heart sank. Did heroine not disclose anything to you beforehand? Nothing at all. At that moment, calls for heroine echoed from behind them. As Qin Tian emerged, Qin Hu's face lit with joy, yet a perplexing doubt clouded Su Qing's expression. A sense of unease enveloped the atmosphere today at Qin Tian, but the source of this disquiet remained elusive. Lord Su? What brings you here? And Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Qing approach. Master, Lord Su has come specifically to seek you. He mentioned an urgent matter. Where have you been so early in the morning? With myriad affairs at hand, I sought tranquility by the riverside. Does Lord Su have something to discuss? This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me. With a hint of skepticism, Su Qing followed in Qin Tian, while Gong Juding, Xiaoling Shan, and the others hastened to join. Under Qin Tian's guidance, they arrived at a secluded wooden pavilion within the courtyard. An unpleasant odor lingered in the air, faint yet discernible. What is that foul stench? And Qin Tian offered an apologetic smile. Please pardon me. This pavilion has suffered from insect damage, and we recently applied a fresh coat of paint, leaving behind a residual scent. Lord Su, esteemed martial friends, please take a seat. I am aware that Lord Su rarely visits without cause, and your sudden arrival must pertain to an important matter. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? And Qin Tian, we have come to pose a singular question to you, Gong Juding declared, rising in anger. What is it? And Qin Tian responded, taken aback. You deceitful, duplicitous scoundrel. How have you managed to masquerade as a paragon of virtue and chivalry for so long without detection? And Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Gong Juding, clarify your words. How am I a deceitful scoundrel? Meanwhile, Su Qing's expression grew grave as she acutely inhaled the scent in the air. This is not paint. It is kerosene. Su Qing suddenly realized, and in that instant, Qin Tian abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a burst of flames towards the ground. Boom. Flames erupted instantaneously. The pavilion's surface had been coated with flammable paint, igniting upon contact with fire. Qin Tian, Gong Juding's furious roar echoed as he launched a powerful strike towards Qin Tian. Though Gong Juding was also a master of the innate realm, his strength paled in comparison to Qin Tian, who stood at the pinnacle of that realm. Even with his fury, Gong Juding's strike would scarcely harm Qin Tian. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the strike landed squarely on Qin Tian's chest, spitting blood. Qin Tian was sent flying. The inferno rapidly engulfed the entire pavilion, flames roaring all around. Fortunately, all present were martial arts masters, their inner strength surging as they formed protective barriers around themselves. Especially Su Qing, whose iron cloth shirt activated, enveloping her in a golden aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. With a resounding dragon's roar, a surge of energy surged forth, piercing through the flames and shattering the walls. Let us escape. With a leap, they vaulted through the sea of fire, extinguishing the flames that clung to their bodies. What has happened? Hearing the commotion, Qin Hu and a host of martial practitioners rushed over, bewildered by the scene before them. Do not claim that they are at a loss. Even the esteemed members of the palace find themselves equally bewildered. The recent upheaval transpired with alarming swiftness and unexpected ferocity, just as the inquiry was about to commence. They were unexpectedly engulfed by flames, nearly transformed into charred remnants. Su Qing gazed upon the ruins engulfed in fire, her eyes flickering, realizing that he had managed to escape ahead of time. The Lord of the Paradise Gate, I must concede, when it comes to the art of evasion, I am left feeling utterly inadequate. Chapter 74. Truly capable of running a wooden structure, entirely composed of timber, could scarcely withstand the fierce flames ignited by flammable oil. In mere moments, the loft collapsed, reduced to ashes. Yet amidst the charred ruins stood several iron cages, resolutely upright. Curiosity compelled the onlookers to approach, revealing a few finely crafted iron enclosures. It dawned upon them that had it not been for Su Qing's timely recognition of the peril and her disruption of Qing Tian's plans, their fates would have likely been dire. Qing Tian's original scheme had clearly been to imprison everyone first and then set fire to the building. Such a ruthless plot aimed at their mutual destruction. Master brother, it is dire. There are many officers outside. A disciple from the Righteousness Manor exclaimed in a fluster. All members of the Righteousness Manor laid down their weapons, complying with the authorities. There are devilish figures from the Gileman among you. Everyone must be screened by the officials to ensure your innocence. Thanks to the endorsement of esteemed martial artists such as Gong Ju Ding and Xiao Ling Shan, the situation was clarified. The Righteousness Manor, under the pressure of the officials, offered no resistance and surrendered their arms, thus averting unnecessary casualties. By the time Governor Lu arrived, Su Qing and her companions had already begun their search through the debris. Sir Su, I have uncovered a charred corpse. It must be in Qing Tian, a martial artist reported, pointing to a nearly carbonized body. It is not in Qing Tian. It is likely a Jiaoman demon who disguised himself as in Qing Tian, Su Qing replied. The voice of Lu Jishu echoed behind her. I pay my respects to the governor. Governor, in Qing Tian is exceedingly cunning. The moment I discerned his true identity, he anticipated danger and fled under the cover of night. Has he escaped again? Lu Jishu exclaimed in anger. Governor Lu, you are aware of the Jiaoman leader's slyness. He is like an old fox, undoubtedly having prepared numerous escape routes for himself. Unless all his avenues of retreat are obstructed, capturing him will prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, we have identified his true identity. He is now without ground to stand on. I initially intended to subdue in Qing Tian, but he ensnared us instead, nearly resulting in our demise by fire. Indeed, distinguishing the suspects is a monumental task. After several consecutive days and nights of tireless effort, we have eliminated most of the suspicions. However, the disciples of the Righteousness Manor still bear significant suspicion, and those unable to prove their innocence remain detained in the dungeons of the magistrate's office. After 2 sleepless days and nights, even the strongest of bodies could not endure further. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he vaguely heard Xiaoya's call, and slowly opened his eyes to find her visage before him. Xiaoya? I do not recall bringing you to the magistrate's office. How did you arrive here? Su Qing stirred slightly, feeling a bit more alert. Had she really slept for an entire day and night? Get up, get up. If you sleep any longer, you'll turn foolish. At that moment, her stomach emitted several growls. After a day and night without food or water, she was now ravenous. With her stomach pressing against her back, feeling famished, Xiaoya, please prepare some food for me. My lord, allow me to first prepare a bath for you. You have accumulated quite a scent. Is that so? Su Qing lowered her head to sniff, and indeed, it was quite pungent. After bathing and donning fresh garments, Su Qing resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting. While savoring the delicacies Xiaoya had prepared, she summoned Xue Chenglu and Zhang Zhao. I seem to have slept a tad too long. Has there been any new development in the case? Indeed, a suspected member of the Gileman, realizing he could not evade capture, voluntarily confessed and subsequently provided intelligence that Qing Tian may be planning to leave the Kingdom of Yu. Leave? After stirring up chaos in the Kingdom of Yu, he wishes to flee? Where does he intend to go? To Beiki. Lord Lu has already reported to the court, ordering all checkpoints leading to Beiki to be on high alert, ensuring that Qing Tian does not escape the Kingdom of Yu. Is the information provided by this individual credible? Aren't the Gileman brainwashed and poisoned? We have yet to obtain any useful information from them. It should be reliable. Shortly after divulging the information, he suddenly succumbed to poisoning, and his superior was later extracted from the crowd. Lord Lu has pursued the leads, and numerous signs indicate that while we were waiting outside the heroic villa, Qing Tian was indeed in Haiming County, just departing from Jinghai Prefecture. Is there anything else? The fall of the heroic villa has sent shockwaves through the martial world. The once great hero Qing Tian has been revealed as a hypocrite seeking fame, prompting several individuals to take their own lives out of despair. Why is that? These individuals idolized in Qing Tian for their entire lives. To them, he represented their faith. With that faith shattered, they found themselves unable to bear the devastation. There is another matter. Miss Xiao may be in trouble. What trouble? Su Qing paused her eating to inquire. Miss Xiao received a marriage decree 2 days ago. A marriage decree? What is that? Is she to be wed? The marriage decree first appeared 200 years ago, originating from the Huan sect, a branch of the demon cult. The Huan sect practices dual cultivation techniques and is adept at the art of extraction. When they set their sights on a furnace, they send a marriage decree as a form of betrothal, only to abduct the furnace for their purposes. Typically, those who are extracted suffer dire fates. Isn't that akin to being a flower thief? Indeed, they are indeed flower thieves. The Huan sect is the very sect of these brigands. Such a sect is naturally an enemy of the martial world. However, their techniques are insidious, and their lightness skills are unparalleled. The martial world united in opposition for 30 years just to barely defeat the Huan sect. Yet, they were merely defeated, not eradicated. The Huan sect resurfaces every few decades, stirring the waters of the martial world. It has been 40 years since the last marriage decree emerged. It is astonishing that the first one to appear has chosen Xiao. Miss Xiao holds a very high status in the martial world. The Huan sect's selection of her is tantamount to provoking the ire of the entire martial community. Presently, she is surrounded by numerous skilled protectors. So it seems unlikely she will encounter significant issues. That is not the case. Shuai Chenglu interjected, shaking his head. My lord, Master Wuchen is seeking to avoid suspicion. That time when Enrunen publicly accused Master Wuchen of having an affair with Lady Xiao, the entire realm now believes there is something between them. If there truly is nothing to it, why the need for such avoidance? This very avoidance suggests a suspicion akin to hiding silver without a trace. Su Qing spoke with a tone laced with bitterness, inquiring, where is Lady Xiao now? I shall go visit her shortly. Chapter 75. The Reappearance of Traces in Tongdi County. The Gong family has been a distinguished martial arts lineage for over a century, deeply rooted in the Jinghai region. The family's traditions are ancient and profound. However, it is not the renowned 78 unarmed techniques that earns the Gong family the respect of countless martial artists, but rather the 78 family regulations that govern them. From the moment a child is born into the Gong family, adherence to these rules is mandatory. It is precisely due to these stringent regulations that the Gong family has not produced a single disobedient descendant in a century, ensuring their noble standing and flourishing lineage. Before the incident at the chivalrous manor, the Gong family's influence may not have matched that of the manor. This disparity arose from the Gong family's understated approach to their teachings. In terms of prestige and status within the martial world, they arguably surpassed the chivalrous manor. The fire at the chivalrous manor was fueled by Qi Tian. Without him, the manor would have been insignificant. The foundation of the Gong family lies within the family itself. Regardless of any individual's absence, the essence of the Gong family remains intact. Now that the chivalrous manor has fallen, the Gong family has seamlessly assumed its mantle. All those summoned by Qi Tian to lend their support have gathered at the Gong family estate. Upon Su Qing's visit, the head of the Gong family, Gong Juefeng, personally stepped out to greet her. Meanwhile, Gong Juding, whom Su Qing had mistakenly believed to be the head, stood behind Gong Juefeng. Among the 4 outstanding members of the Gong family, he ranked 5th, with their venerable ancestors still above him. The esteemed Su Darren's presence amidst his busy schedule is a significant honor for the Gong family. Gong Juding guided Su Qing through the estate, exchanging pleasantries as they walked. Please, no need for formalities, my dear Gong hero. In my heart, I regard you as a friend. Yet your polite words leave me somewhat disheartened, Su Qing remarked with a hint of jest. Ha, I appreciate your words, Su Darren. If you consider me a friend, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Please, allow me to show you around. I hear the Martial Arts Assembly on April 28th is proceeding as scheduled. With the incident at the chivalrous manor, how many will still come to lend their support? After the Gong family took over, the number of supporters has not dwindled but rather increased. The Gong family's century-old heritage still holds some weight in the martial world. I understand that the Gong family has reserved all the inns and taverns in Qinghe Town for the visiting martial artists. Such generosity is commendable. These expenditures are of little consequence. Surely, Su Darren has other pressing matters today? As heroes of the martial world, it is our duty to defend the common people and uphold justice. There is no need for thanks. The integrity of the martial artists in Jinghai is recognized by all in the government. It is because of you that the citizens of Jinghai have enjoyed peace and prosperity for so many years. I have heard that Miss Xiao has encountered some troubles. As they conversed, Su Qing followed Gong Juding to a secluded courtyard within the Gong estate. Miss Xiao, Su Darren has arrived, Gong Juding announced. Brother Gong, please invite Su Gongzi in, came the reply from the courtyard, where the charming and cheerful Xiao Lingshan awaited. Su Gongzi, what brings you here? Has there been a resolution to the extreme bliss sect case? Miss Xiao, it is Su Darren's concern for your safety that has prompted this visit. Is it not customary to inquire about one's well-being before discussing cases? Gong Juding interjected with a smile. Xiao Lingshan paused momentarily, a blush blooming on her cheeks. The young lady expresses her gratitude for Lord Su's visit. There have indeed been some developments in the case, and Qing Tian may attempt to lead the Jileman to Beiki. Does he think he can escape? Such dreams are futile. After committing so many transgressions in Yugua, he cannot simply leave without consequence. If we allow him to slip away, what face would our Yugua martial world have left? Indeed, I share this sentiment. Lord Liu has already notified the various checkpoints in the northern borders, ensuring they are on high alert to prevent any escape. However, as Jiao Lingshan furrowed her brow, she remarked, the Jilemen are adept at disguise. Relying solely on strict vigilance at the checkpoints may prove insufficient. True, but we have no better alternatives, came the reply. Miss Jiao, I have heard you are in trouble? Is Lord Su referring to my personal troubles or those surrounding me? Su Qing looked momentarily taken aback. Personal troubles? Miss Jiao, are you unwell? Since the day before yesterday, the cold poison has intensified considerably, and the Buddhist techniques imparted by Master Wuchen have been unable to contain it. Yesterday, I inadvertently miscalibrated my breath, allowing the cold poison to invade my lungs. Su Qing's complexion shifted slightly, feeling embarrassed. As she spoke, she took Jiao Lingshan's wrist and channeled her internal energy into her. Jiao Lingshan attempted to withdraw her wrist, but found herself firmly held by Su Qing, unable to escape momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, Jiao Lingshan's expression changed slightly. The internal energy Su Qing provided was incredibly potent, radiating warmth throughout her limbs like the sun itself. Miss Jiao, how do you feel? Does my internal energy suppress the cold poison? Su Qing inquired softly. With her gaze lowered, Jiao Lingshan responded with a slight hum. It surpasses the internal techniques taught by Master Wuchen. A smile blossomed in Su Qing's eyes. That is wonderful. I shall impart this technique to you. Upon hearing Su Qing's intention to teach Jiao Lingshan the Arhat's divine skill, Gong Ju, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the small courtyard. Xiao Yezhan Zhao and Shui Chonlu retreated to a distance. After silently reciting 3 times, Su Qing retrieved a small brocade box from her bosom. What is this? This is to resolve your second predicament. This item, known as butterfly love flower, was developed by Fang Xingxiu for tracking purposes. Though Fang Xingxiu is in collusion with the Jileman, the butterfly love flower has proven effective. Wear it on your person, should the Hehuan sect dare to act against you. No matter where they take you, we will be able to locate you with the butterfly love flower. Jiao Lingshan's eyes instantly reddened. The sight of the butterfly love flower not only brought her joy, but also touched her deeply. Though she felt unafraid of the Hehuan sect while in the Gong family, it would be disingenuous to claim she harbored no worries. The Hehuan sect, one of the 12 demonic sects, wields significant power. With the butterfly love flower in her possession, her anxieties were completely alleviated. Thank you, Lord Su. Between friends, there is no need for thanks. Just as she rose, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the Gong residence. Tian's Tower requests an audience with the head of the Gong family in the esteemed martial arts community. This announcement caused the faces of those within the Gong family to shift noticeably, stirring curiosity about Hua Yueming. What a remarkable feat of distant sound transmission. Who is this Hua Yueming? Tian's Tower is indeed known for its secrecy in the martial world, harboring many hidden talents. Gong Juefeng personally stepped outside to welcome Hua Yueming. The Celestial Strategy Tower investigates the secrets of the world, aware of matters concerning humanity. Miss Hua, your sudden visit to the Gong family, do you come bearing any counsel? Master Gong, I have heard that the Gong family intends to establish an alliance against the Bliss sect. Indeed, in just 2 days, we shall formally unite. I am here on a mission to inform the Gong family of a crucial piece of information. The leader of the Bliss sect is currently in Huainan Prefecture. Huainan Prefecture? How did the Celestial Strategy Tower come to know this? Su Qing stepped forward from the crowd. Is Lord Su also present? That is fortuitous. You previously inquired whether there exists a Celestial Strategy Tower in every prefecture. While that is not the case, the influence of the Celestial Strategy Tower permeates the various realms of Xinzhou, albeit under different names. In northern Qi, The Celestial Strategy Tower has uncovered intelligence indicating that 18 riders of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry have silently infiltrated the Kingdom of Yu, heading directly towards Huaiyan Prefecture. Their mission is to assist the remnants of the Western Xia. Intelligence reveals that among those they are to assist are members of the former Western Xia royal family, accompanied by a substantial treasure of Western Xia. This wealth was originally intended for the restoration of Western Xia. If the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry successfully escort them into northern Qi, the remnants of Western Xia are prepared to offer the treasure willingly. Dream on. The remnants of Western Xia shall not leave a single coin from the Great Yu. A martial artist in the crowd snarled vehemently. Chapter 76, The Assassination Plot Against Su Qing. Miss Hua, is the information reliable? Su Qing inquired, her brow furrowed. The intelligence was delivered under orders from the Tian's Tower. It should be trustworthy. Very well, I understand. Su Qing promptly replied, bowing to the martial comrades present, esteemed friends. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Lord Su, we plan to set off immediately for Huaiyan Prefecture to intercept the Jiaomen. What are your thoughts? Huaiyan is 500 miles away. Even with swift horses, it would take 3 days and nights, a considerable distance. If the Jiaomen truly are in Huaiyan Prefecture, we might enlist the assistance of the Huaiyan martial arts community. Absolutely not. Gong Juefeng suddenly interjected loudly. The Jiaomen slipped away from our Jinghai Prefecture. It is our duty to pursue and annihilate them. Although the Jinghai and Huaiyan martial communities have maintained a good relationship for many years, allowing Huaiyan to intervene this time would leave us, the Jinghai heroes, unable to hold our heads high before the Huaiyan martial artists in the future. I am not a member of the martial world, merely offering a suggestion. Should you heroes choose to pursue them across 1,000 miles? I wish you all success in your endeavor. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Su. Su Qing departed from the Gong family and made her way directly to the government office. Upon her arrival, she was surprised to see Governor Liu dressed in military attire. Your subordinate pays respects to you, Governor. What is the meaning of this? Su Qing, you have arrived just in time. I have received intelligence that Qing Tian has appeared in Huaiyan Prefecture. Really? Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the information reliable? Indeed, it is reliable. Not only is Qing Tian in Huaiyan, but the Northern Qi's 18 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry have also arrived there. Are you familiar with the Northern Qi's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry? My uncle once mentioned them. The Northern Qi army is renowned for having the most elite force of 300,000 iron cavalry. The Northern Qi cavalry has roamed the land for 50 years, never suffering a defeat on the battlefield. Among the 300,000 cavalry, the most gifted and well-built are selected to join the Tiger and Leopard camp. After 7 years of rigorous training, 1 in 100 candidates is chosen to be part of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Each member possesses the strength to take on 1,000 foes. Just last year, 300 Tiger and Leopard cavalrymen broke through 70,000 troops of northern Liang, capturing their commander, Bai Li Qicheng, and earning fame across 9 nations. My uncle once described the Tiger and Leopard cavalry with 12 words: swift as the wind, fierce as fire, certain victory in attack, assured success in battle. Indeed, these 18 cavalrymen are powerful figures at the innate level, dispatched to support the remnants of the Western Xia. This office intends to personally pursue the Jiaomen in Huaiyan Prefecture. Will you accompany me? I am willing to follow, but since they are in Huaiyan, shouldn't it be the responsibility of the Huaiyan authorities to intercept the Jiaomen? As the governor of Jinghai Prefecture, is it appropriate to cross borders for this task? Rest assured, I have already consulted with the inspector. The Jiaomen harbor a grudge against me for the death of my son. I cannot rest until I have avenged him. I am at your command, Governor. Good. We shall set off immediately, traveling day and night towards Huaiyan. That very night, a group departed from the Jinghai government office, heading straight for Huaiyan Prefecture. In Jinghai, nestled within a valley among the western mountains, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the air was filled with the sweet sounds of birdsong. In this ordinarily desolate valley, which rarely sees visitors throughout the year, an unexpected guest has arrived. Long Tianqing halted his steps, glancing at the note in his hand before looking up at the scorching sun above. After discerning the direction, he ventured deeper into the valley. Within its depths lay a stone where a mysterious figure cloaked in black and adorned with a bronze mask sat. Before this enigmatic individual rested a chessboard, filled with an intricate arrangement of black and white pieces. The figure held a piece in hand, intently gazing at the board, seemingly troubled about where to make a move. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. You have chosen a fine location, Long Tianqing remarked, admiring the scenery of the valley. What is the situation outside? Have many masters from the Jiaomen Alliance already arrived in Huaiyan Prefecture? The mysterious voice, slightly hoarse, responded, "Did you not already know? Why ask? If I knew, why would I inquire of you?" Long Tianqing countered, "You are unaware? Enough with the chatter. Have they gone or not?" "They have departed. The news I gathered indicates that the Jileman seeks to ally with Bei Qi, and they have dispatched 18 tiger and leopard riders to Huayan for support. Experts from various factions led by the Gong family are heading out to intercept them. They set off this afternoon and should be en route by now. But you are clearly here. Who are you truly?" "I am the leader of Jileman." "Then, does this imply the news concerning Huayan is false? Yet, if it were false, how could you allow the 18 tiger and leopard riders to enter the land of you? From the moment they step onto Yu's territory, it is a matter of life and death. How could you risk the tiger and leopard riders in such a perilous venture? As long as there are sufficient benefits, they would willingly lay down their lives for me. Is everything that has transpired recently your design?" Long Tianqing asked, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "You are asking an abundance of questions today," the mysterious figure replied in a somber tone. "There are rumors circulating that you are the renowned hero in Qi Tian. However, I know you are certainly not him. What leads you to that conclusion? Because while the heroine was at the heroic manor, you were before me. Unless you possess the art of doppelgangers." The mysterious figure lowered his gaze to the chessboard, falling into silence. "Moreover, I have never truly believed that in Qi Tian is your ally. Why is that? 20 years ago, I followed the heroine and can say he has influenced my life profoundly. Many in this world present a fade that is utterly contrary to their true selves. You, and in Qi Tian all fit this mold. If in Qi Tian were indeed your ally, you could have easily eliminated Su Qing. Master in is unrivaled beneath his prowess. He alone could thwart all the experts surrounding Su Qing." Before Long Tianqing could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side. The figure lunged forward, a sword piercing through the air with a thunderous sound. Long Tianqing's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly channeled his energy, raising his fist to strike at the approaching figure. With a sharp sound of slicing air, his dragon fist was effortlessly countered. Long Tianqing felt a blur before his eyes. As a long sword was swiftly placed upon his shoulder, a wave of dread washed over him. The martial prowess of this individual was indeed terrifying, having defeated him with but a single strike. Upon recognizing the assailant's visage, Long Tianqing's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. "An esteemed hero? It is truly you, the master of extreme bliss. How could one wield such formidable cards yet allow them to be utterly squandered? I am suddenly inclined to believe that collaborating with you was a most foolish decision." The enigmatic figure finally diverted his gaze from the chessboard, descending from the stone bed with a menacing glint in his eyes, directed at Long Tianqing. "You are but a loathsome loach in the mud, daring to brazenly critique my existence? Do not forget that the empire you labored for 2 decades was reduced to ashes with a mere flick of the wrist. In your prime, you commanded 3,000 disciples, yet within 3 days, your empire crumbled, leaving only scattered remnants. Do you truly believe you possess the right to judge my actions? I may lack the qualification, but what of you? You stand at the pinnacle of innate mastery, as does he, and by your side is yet another ancient master of innate prowess. 3 experts of such caliber cannot vanquish a mere postnatal realm adversary like Su Qing? Is that not a testament to your incompetence? You know nothing. The master of extreme bliss, typically inscrutable in his emotions, now unleashed an unprecedented expletive. Chapter 77. The unveiling of the hidden dagger. Do you truly believe that there are no formidable individuals surrounding Su Qing? Do you think Su Qing is merely a frail scholar? Do you imagine that assassinating Su Qing is as simple as taking a life on the street? Su Qing's vigilance, his cunning, and his guile are no less than my own. I must tread carefully with every step I take. Even the slightest misstep could lead to my undoing. It was precisely because I failed to erase the scar on Liao Ming's forehead that Su Qing discovered the location of the chivalrous manor, completely derailing all my meticulously laid plans and resulting in the demise of my intricate scheme. Thus, this man must perish. If he continues to live, he will undoubtedly become my greatest adversary in this life. Do you have any idea how much effort I have expended to lead him step by step into despair? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trap I have woven? You cannot discern this, Dragon Tianqing remarked lightly. Of course, you cannot see it. You are merely a reckless fool. Yet, I am acutely aware that Su Qing's reputation in the martial world is soaring, with the Gong family and the Qianmin manor among numerous martial factions eagerly following his lead. Furthermore, he is currently favored by Lu Zhishu, thriving in the realm of officials. Presently, should Su Qing call out, at least 10 innate masters would rally to his side. I cannot help but feel that your scheme is inadvertently magnifying Su Qing's influence. To eliminate Su Qing, One must first sever his wings, especially the innate peak masters on his side. One must be removed. The trap in Huayan was designed to draw away the masters surrounding Su Qing. Lu Zhishu should have already departed from Jinghai, correct? You lured numerous masters to Huayan, intending for them to clash with the 18 tiger and leopard cavalry of Beiki, allowing you to reap the benefits as a bystander? Benefits of a bystander, indeed. If they could mutually annihilate each other, that would serve as a means of venting my frustrations. However, to kill Su Qing, it matters not if it is the 18 tiger and leopard cavalry or 100 of them. It may not suffice. What, then, is the purpose of your scheme? Is it not a waste of time if you cannot kill Su Qing? Su Qing's true peril does not lie in Huayan, but in Jinghai. The Lord of the Blissful Gate suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with suppressed pride and madness, as if he had already succeeded in slaying Su Qing. A day later, Su Qing and his companions departed from the Jinghai prefecture, embarking towards the Zhilu prefecture. There are 3 routes from Jinghai to Huayan. The first heads east, circumventing the border between Haizhou and Zhilu, then proceeding 500 miles into Huayan. The second goes west, traversing 300 miles of waterways along the canal to land in Huayan. The final route cuts straight through Zhilu, reaching Huayan directly. The first route is too lengthy, the second too time-consuming, while the third, though optimal, is bound to rouse the attention of the Zhilu government. With a governor and a county magistrate in Jinghai, along with over 100 elite captains handling cross-regional cases, they would surely treat us as mere spectacles along the way. Su Qing lowered the curtain of the carriage, leaning wearily against the wall of the vehicle, letting out a long sigh. My lord, this marks the 13th time you have sighed. What weighs upon your mind? Speak, and we may offer you some advice. Although Lord Lu and the Tianzi Tower have spoken with utmost conviction ever since I boarded the carriage, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. There seems to be more to Qingtian's appearance in Huayan, perhaps even a hidden trap. Why would the young master choose to accompany us? What if it truly is a snare? When Lord Lu inquired whether I was willing to join, did he genuinely seek my opinion? Even if I expressed reluctance, he would still forcibly summon Zhang Zhao and Shui Chonglu to accompany him. If the 2 of them go, I would be uneasy if I did not follow. Brother Shui, the young master is more concerned about his own safety. Should you leave, he would be without any formidable protectors. Xiao Dai scoffed. Dai, life is fraught with challenges. I was merely worried for your safety and took the liberty of bringing you both along. Alas, I regrettably could not secure Miss Zhao's presence. I knew the young master harbored ulterior motives, Xiaoyu retorted, her expression darkening. What manner of speech is this? What do you mean by ulterior motives? Miss Zhao is a renowned beauty of the highest caliber, excelling in both medicine and appreciation. Do not misrepresent her. What are you insinuating? Is it that this young master is unworthy of her? Just then, a cacophony of cooing pigeons interrupted, followed by Zhang Zhao's voice from outside the carriage. Lord, a message from Master Gong via carrier pigeon has arrived. Their advance party has reached Huayan ahead of schedule and successfully intercepted a group of tiger and leopard cavalry at the junction of Haizhou and Huayan. In the ensuing skirmish with Master Gong's forces, one warrior with a spear managed to slay 7 ninth-grade experts before breaking through the formation, killing 6 more. When the tiger and leopard cavalry attempted to retreat, our martial allies pursued them for over 10 miles, suffering 36 casualties before ultimately vanquishing them. My lord, the tiger and leopard cavalry has indeed appeared in Huayan. It seems the intelligence was accurate, Xiaoyu murmured. How did the Lord of Jiaomen manage to summon the tiger and leopard cavalry from Beiqi? The cost of nurturing such a force must be astronomical. Another round of cooing pigeons was heard, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. My lord, Master Gong's message has arrived. Miss Zhao has vanished. Furthermore, a marriage registry was discovered in her chamber. Su Qing's countenance darkened abruptly, and she halted. The carriage came to an immediate stop. Su Qing opened the door and took the note from Zhang Zhao's hand, her eyes glimmering with contemplation after a fleeting glance. In an instant, she leaped onto the freshly secured saddle that Shui Chonglu had prepared, tugged at the reins with vigor, and the steed neighed fiercely before galloping towards Jinghai Prefecture. Jinghai County, located at the northernmost border of Jinghai, also serves as the junction between Jinghai and Zhilu Prefecture. On the outskirts of the county town, a modest tavern was erected to provide respite and nourishment for weary travelers. Disguised as an old farmer, Long Tianxing hobbled into the tavern and shakily took a seat. Waiter, bring me some tea. Old man, this is a tavern, not a tea house, the waiter replied with a smile, abruptly and deftly slipping a crumpled piece of paper into Long Tianxing's hand. Long Tianxing's expression shifted slightly, soon replaced by an apologetic smile. "I am sorry. I must take my leave." He departed from the tavern, unsteadily making his way along the narrow path into the dense forest. Thereafter, he unfolded the crumpled piece of paper and cast a glance at it. With a swift display of agility, he vanished in a few fleeting movements. Chapter 78. Long Tianqing's betrayal. With a brisk gallop and the ferocity of a tempest, Su Qing and her companions, though only 3 in number, exuded the formidable presence of an army. A vibrant yellow butterfly rested upon the collar of Su Qing's attire, remaining steadfast and unmoving despite her wild ride. After an hour, the trio entered Haining County. Shortly after their arrival, the butterfly suddenly took flight, fluttering its wings. Su Qing promptly reined in her horse and, without hesitation, turned to pursue the butterfly as it soared into the distance. As they traveled 7 or 8 li, their speed dwindled, and their course veered increasingly off track. The 7 counties under the jurisdiction of Jinghai Prefecture were predominantly fertile plains, with Haining County being the exception, as nearly half of its land was comprised of rugged hills and stony terrain. Consequently, Haining County was the most impoverished in Jinghai Prefecture, plagued by a severe lack of arable land. Many residents sought work in Jinghai or Qingli County. Despite its destitution, the county boasted breathtaking scenery. Following the graceful butterfly, the 3 ultimately arrived at a valley blanketed with golden wildflowers, creating an endless expanse of gold. The butterfly continued to dance through the air, yet Su Qing and her companions halted in their tracks. "Come forth, you who hide away," Su Qing stated, standing with her hands clasped behind her back. Her tone calm, yet commanding. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the sea of flowers, one clad in black and the other in white, as ethereal as specters rising from the underworld, their forms swaying gently amidst the blossoms. And Qing Tian, Long Tian Xing. Xuechong Lu's expression transformed to one of grave intensity as he gripped his dagger tightly, a surge of battle spirit swelling within him. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The emergence of the Jileman's influence in Huayan Prefecture, including the entry of the 18 tiger and leopard riders from Beiki, was merely a ruse. "Jileman's leader, you have gone to great lengths to summon me. Yet why do you hide from our meeting?" "Ha ha ha, Su Qing, am I not standing before you?" With a sidelong glance at Qing Tian, Su Qing smiled faintly and shook her head. "We have reached this juncture, and today has brought us to this moment. Why must you still obscure the truth before me? Merely a puppet, is it? Do you think to deceive me? Reveal your true self. Did you not claim that I am in Qing Tian? Now I stand before you. Yet you deny it?" Su Qing replied, "If that day we had met at the heroic estate, then indeed you would be in Qing Tian. Alas, we did not meet there, thus you cannot be in Qing Tian. Since you are not in Qing Tian, the current figure of in Qing Tian can only be a mere puppet. Though I once uncovered your scheme, I did not foresee your unwavering resolve. It was my negligence that allowed your ploy to succeed. I concede this round to you." A peal of maniacal laughter erupted, and from amidst the flowers, another figure emerged. Dressed in a black robe and donning a bronze mask, the leader of the Jilemen finally revealed himself, standing confidently behind Long Tian Xing, hands clasped behind his back, atop the peak of the wildflower sea. "It brings me immense satisfaction to hear you concede defeat. However, I am curious as to how you are so certain that I am not at Qi Tian. According to your reasoning, it would seem that I ought to be in Qi Tian, given your unnecessary act of setting the pavilion ablaze that day." "What do you mean by that?" "On that occasion, you dispatched someone to disguise themselves as in Qi Tian, luring me into a pavilion coated with flammable oil paint, intending to burn me alive. Such a scheme cannot be deemed anything less than insidious. But tell me, how long does it take to properly coat a pavilion with flammable paint and allow it to dry?" In that moment, the Lord of Bliss suddenly enlightened, realizing the truth. "This pavilion symbolizes that I was well aware of your impending visit to the heroic manor to seek retribution, which also signifies my prior knowledge of in Qing Tian's identity being exposed. If I were indeed in Qing Tian, it would be illogical for me to orchestrate such a setup. Thus, I must unequivocally not be in Qing Tian. Su Qing, you are indeed formidable. I had not even contemplated this aspect. Now let us cease the pleasantries, shall we? How do you find the resting place I have selected for you? This place is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A secluded haven where your eternal slumber shall remain undisturbed. It is still too early to declare who shall live or die today." The Lord of Bliss raised his gaze towards Zhang Zhao and Xuechong Lu. "To divert the skilled individuals by your side, I was willing to leverage the national treasures of the Western Xia to summon the Northern Qi Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. I meticulously calculated the involvement of everyone around you to bring you here. I have severed all your escape routes and blocked every avenue of survival. If you do not perish today, it would defy the natural order. Is that so? Then let us begin. Su Qing unfurled her folding fan and smiled faintly. In an instant, Chi Tian and Long Tianxing sprang into action. Chi Tian surged towards Su Qing like a flash of light. Shuai Lu and Zhang Zhao drew their swords in unison. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Long Tianxing suddenly materialized behind Chi Tian. A blade flashed through the air, splitting the night like lightning, and in an instant, it pierced through Qing Tian's head and body. This turn of events occurred with such swiftness that it felt as though time itself had been severed, and Qing Tian's head soared into the air, while Long Tianxing swiftly retreated to a distance of 10 zhang. Zhang Zhao stood in shock, Shuai Lu was taken aback, and the Lord of Bliss appeared as if petrified, unable to move. Only Su Qing maintained her serene smile, gently fanning herself, her expression unmistakably conveying a singular sentiment. Are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Long Tianxing. A voice low and hoarse with suppressed fury emanated from the Lord of Bliss. I had failed to perceive that you are not merely a master of managing sect affairs, but also a remarkably skilled performer, orchestrating a fine play. The Lord of Bliss has unjustly accused Master Long. Su Qing, still smiling, remarked, Master Long is no actor. If it were acting, how could he ever outshine you? Not acting, how could he then turn against me at this moment? The answer is quite simple. You have tasked him with rebellion and the execution of treason against 9 clans. In contrast, I have promised him that he could redeem himself through merit. I can take everything from him, and naturally, I can also restore it all. To grant clemency to the Sea Dragon Gang is merely a matter of paperwork, and to pardon his daughter and son-in-law requires but a slight gesture on my part. I could return Qi Longport to him, restoring all confiscated properties in their entirety. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Is this it? The Lord of Bliss stared incredulously at Long Tianxing. Long Tianxing, how can you be so base? I had thought you to be a figure of great ambition, yet you find yourself in the plight of a stray dog, all thanks to Su Qing. How can you lack any semblance of dignity? Dignity? My ancestors, for generations, have been proud subjects of the great Yu. If I were to forsake my heritage and collude with a Western Xiaoke like you, that would indeed be the true loss of honor. If Lord Su graciously offers a chance for redemption, I shall certainly embrace the light. Have you forgotten how many brothers of the Sea Dragon Gang perished at the hands of Su Qing's merciless agents? They had long indulged in their vile deeds, deserving of their fate. Out of camaraderie, I refrained from taking action, and I find myself grateful to Lord Su for clearing the path for me. The Lord of Bliss trembled with rage, and in an instant, a flash of insight struck his mind. He abruptly lifted his head. No, everything is part of your scheme. You orchestrated this. The Lord of Bliss glared at Su Qing, exclaiming. Chapter 79. The turn of events. I had always believed that your animosity towards the Sea Dragon Gang stemmed from your humiliation during Long Tianxing's audacious intrusion into the county office. However, it appears your true intention was to force Long Tianxing into a corner, compelling me to accept him into my fold. From the moment of that assassination at the heart of Mirror Lake, were you orchestrating this elaborate scheme? I had thought you were tirelessly searching for any trace of me. Yet you were merely feigning openness while secretly plotting. To earn my trust, you acted with genuine conviction. The annihilation of the Sea Dragon Gang was real, as was the slaying of its disciples. You had already calculated that, at a crucial moment, you could bend Long Tianxing to your will. Do you not fear that his enmity towards you runs as deep as the ocean, irreconcilable? Long Tianxing seems to have 2 options before him. Yet I have left him with but one. To follow you is to forsake his heritage and descend into eternal damnation. To follow me, however, offers the chance to redeem himself, absolving past transgressions and reclaiming what was lost. Even a fool knows how to choose. This is what is termed as reciprocity. Now that Chi Tian lies dead, Long Tianxing stands with me. Such a fortuitous location is beyond my deserving. Hence it is better left to you, my esteemed guest. The Lord of the Blissful Gate cast a dark, sweeping gaze over Su Qing and her companions, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just based on your numbers? Su Qing's smile vanished abruptly. She closed her folding fan and commanded, attack. In an instant, Zhang Zhao, Shuai Lu, and Long Tianxing leapt forth, unleashing their most formidable skills against the Lord of the Blissful Gate. Endless Inferno, Dragon S Domain, Frosted Shadows. A tremendous wave of terror surged forth, causing the surrounding fields to explode into a cascade of petals. A vast, empty space emerged on the ground, spanning dozens of yards. Su Qing retreated repeatedly, distancing herself from the tumultuous aftermath of the battle. In that moment of chaos, as the fierce winds captured everyone's attention, A flash of red caught Su Qing's peripheral vision. The figure in red was alarmingly close, merely 10 yards away. In the blink of an eye, that figure shot forth like lightning, arriving before Su Qing in an instant. Her expression froze in astonishment. The speed of the assault was so swift that she had no time to react. The figure in red raised a hand, releasing countless white threads from her sleeves. These threads, ethereal as mist yet sharp as needles, aimed directly at Su Qing's face. At that critical moment, a shadow materialized out of thin air. As the shadow emerged, a blade of light burst forth before Su Qing. The myriad white threads, upon contact with the shadow's sword light, vanished as if consumed by flames melting ice. With the threads dissipated, the figure in red was suddenly before the shadow, delivering a palm strike that resonated with a thunderous roar. The sword light in the shadow's hand shattered beneath the force of the palm, which then penetrated deeply, striking the shadow's chest. The shadow was instantly sent flying, disappearing amidst the field of flowers. Su Qing, meet your end. In that moment, Su Qing finally discerned the visage of the figure in red. An elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles and age spots. Just gazing upon that countenance, one could surmise he had surpassed 100 years in age. The attire of the figure in crimson is extraordinarily vibrant, a hue so vivid that even the most youthful of maidens would struggle to wield such an alluring color. Yet, this flamboyant garment, when adorned by the figure in red, exudes an air of desolate solitude, akin to a lonely peak high above the world. The voice of the figure is hoarse and elongated, and the moment words escape their lips, a palm is already poised to strike at Su Qing's chest. Su Qing tightly grips her folding fan, her eyes flashing like lightning as she fixates on the descending palm. Suddenly, a sound of air being pierced reverberates. The elderly figure in red's countenance shifts dramatically, and in an instant, they raise a hand to unleash a blow towards Su Qing's rear. Boom. The figure in red is sent staggering backward, their feet trampling upon golden cauliflowers, each blossom severed and falling in the wake of their passage. As though an invisible blade follows closely behind, harvesting swiftly, the figure finally comes to a halt. No sooner do they catch their breath than a shadow leaps forth from beside them. The figure in red's expression shifts in alarm as they hastily raise a hand to strike at the approaching silhouette. Boom. The clash of palms creates a shockwave, uprooting the surrounding cauliflowers once again. It is Gong Juefeng. The figure that has suddenly materialized is none other than Gong Juefeng of the Gong family. Blood-condensing palm. Gong Juefeng exclaims in shock, "Young Master Shun, assist me." From behind Su Qing, a young man clad in white swiftly emerges, brandishing a sword that unleashes a dazzling display of sword light, akin to a radiant spotlight. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding explosions, the elderly figure in red is forced to retreat once more, continuing until they have been pushed back over 10 paces before finally coming to a stop. The face of the elder reveals a weighty decision between life and death as they fixate on the young man wielding the longsword, slowly speaking, illusory sunsword technique. "You are Shun Jianxin of the Ingri Villa?" Upon hearing this name, Su Qing's expression shifts dramatically. How could it be him? How did he come to be here? Though initially unexpected, upon reflection, it makes sense. Within the confines of the Jing'ai Prefecture, masters of unparalleled prowess beneath the level of grandmasters are indeed few and far between. Among these rare talents, there exists none so youthful and so adept in swordplay as Shun Jianxin. Shun Jianxin, the master of Ingri Villa, was orphaned at a tender age and raised by his uncle. Both Ingri Villa and the Gong family share numerous similarities, each being a martial arts lineage that has persisted for a century or two. The Gong family's legacy is built upon benevolence, while Ingri Villa stands upon the foundation of the sword. Such a lineage imposes high expectations upon the innate talents of its descendants. Should the subsequent generations possess mediocre gifts and fail to uphold the legacy of Ingri Villa, it is inevitable that within 3 generations, it would fade into the annals of history. Fortunately, the successive generations of Ingri Villa have proven to be commendable, allowing it to endure for over a century. Particularly, the current master of Ingri Villa is a prodigious talent of extraordinary caliber. Even the claims made by Enrunnen, suggesting that women are inferior to men in terms of talent, pale in comparison to Shun Jianxin. Having practiced swordsmanship since the age of 6, he achieved mastery by 16 and transcended the innate realm by 18. Now, merely 6 years later, he stands as one of the most formidable individuals beneath the grandmaster level. Su Qing is aware that Gong Juefeng has secretly sought out a peerless expert on par with Qi Tian, yet she had not anticipated it would be Shun Jianxin. "Who are you? How do you wield the blood-condensing palm?" After retreating a few steps, Gong Juefeng exerted his energy to dispel the chilling power clinging to his palms. Fixing his gaze upon the old man in red as he questioned him. Senior Gong, he is the master of the great heroine, the creator of the blood. Su Qing's somber voice emerged, elucidating Gong Juefeng's confusion. Haraha, how does Lord Su know of me? The old man chuckled. From the moment in Qing Tian informed me that the blood was your unique creation, with him being your sole disciple, I contemplated that nothing is absolute. The more absolute something appears, the more likely there are exceptions. It is said that calamity lingers for a millennium. You, old eunuch, are not so easily extinguished. Indeed, my intuition has proven correct. And Runan did not simply learn the blood by observing in Qi Tian. It was you who imparted it. It was you who lured in Qing Tian out in the dead of night and ensnared him. And Runan and in Qing Tian must have fallen victim to your soul-snatching needle, correct? However, I cannot fathom why you have only now chosen to act against in Qi Tian. Over the past 20 years, you must have had countless opportunities to strike. Capturing this wayward disciple would naturally be a simple task. Yet, the master desires not merely a puppet, but the Dukeovan of the Daxiao Empire. Yet this rebellious wretch has forgotten the grace bestowed upon their lineage and the enmity of the nation, wholeheartedly becoming a subject of the Yugua. Initially, we intended to ruin his reputation first, leaving him with nowhere to turn, and only then to lure him. But who could have anticipated that you would thwart our plans? In light of this wayward disciple has become of no use. Thus, he must be transformed into a puppet for the master's bidding. Chapter 80. The deadly divine skill. The situation was truly deranged. Young Master Shin, I beseech you to unleash your full power and vanquish this old demon. Shin Jianxin inclined his head slightly, gradually drawing in a breath. In an instant, the surrounding space began to tremble subtly. His garments billowing as though stirred by an invisible breeze. Countless visible currents of energy swirled around Shin Jianxin, growing denser until they transformed into a torrential rain of swords enveloping him. In that moment, Shin Jianxin wielded a sword, surrounded by swords, embodying an indomitable blade. The expression of the red-clad elder grew increasingly grave. Although Shin Jianxin's sword was merely gathering strength, he could already foresee the outcome. Once Shin Jianxin unleashed his strike, it would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. The only viable course of action was to strike preemptively. With this thought, the red-clad elder sprang into action. A torrent of white silk surged toward Shin Jianxin, like a river breaching its banks. As the silken threads approached within a yard of Shin Jianxin, they vanished as though colliding with searing flames. It was revealed that the myriad currents encircling Shin Jianxin had coalesced into a wall of sword energy, safeguarding him within. Shin Jianxin slowly extended his right hand, gently grasping the hilt of his sword. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, leave suspended in midair. Only the consciousness of the observer remained unaffected by the cosmic energy, witnessing this fleeting moment of stillness. In a heartbeat, Shin Jianxin drew his sword. A beam of white light erupted from the scabbard, resembling a galaxy suspended between heaven and earth. The red-clad elder's countenance altered drastically, channeling all his might. He thrust both palms forward. The clash between his palms and the sword energy erupted in a deafening roar, a kaleidoscope of colors exploding forth, obscuring the sky and sun. The brilliance was blinding, causing Su Qing to shut her eyes in pain. The red-clad elder strained to keep his eyes open, gritting his teeth to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened in horror. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of terror as he lowered his gaze, revealing a pitch-black blade protruding from his chest. The shadow that had initially been struck by his palm, driven deep into the ground, had somehow appeared at his side, delivering a chilling blow to his back. "You're not dead?" In an instant, a more terrifying energy erupted from the red-clad elder, sweeping through the surroundings like a tsunami. The shadow was sent flying by the overwhelming recoil. Shin Jianxin swiftly adjusted his stance, crossing his sword to deflect the terrifying aftershock. The red-clad elder wasted no time. Charging toward the battlefield where the lord of the blissful sect was engaged in fierce combat with the trio of Zhang Zhao, Shui Chonglu, and Long Tinxing. Though they fought in unison, they could only manage to contain their formidable opponent, particularly in this critical moment for the red-clad elder. The lord of the blissful sect attempted to intervene several times, only to be thwarted by Shui Chonglu, who sustained severe injuries to block the assaults. Now, with the red-clad elder severely wounded and on the verge of collapse, he lunged toward the battlefield of the lord of the blissful sect in a desperate struggle for survival. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing urgently called out, "Chonglu, Zhangjiao, be careful. Retreat quickly." Upon hearing her warning, the trio immediately fell back, narrowly avoiding several gusts of palm wind that swept past them. If the three had delayed their retreat by even a moment, they would surely have sustained injuries. The elder in red rushed before the lord of the blissful sect, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. "Olden," the lord of the blissful sect exclaimed, gripping the elder tightly. "It has been many years since you called me Olden. I must now serve the late emperor. The path ahead I leave to you, my lord. If we cannot slay Su Qing today, I shall assist you in your escape." "Olden," the lord of the blissful sect called out, his voice trembling. Although Su Qing could not hear their exchange, she understood that the lord of the blissful sect was preparing to flee. If he escaped this time, he might never have another chance. "Young Master Shin, regardless of what transpires, do not divert your gaze from the masked figure. He must not escape." "Understood," Shin Jinshin replied coolly. At this moment, numerous martial arts masters had encircled the lord of the blissful sect, their weapons gripped tightly, breaths held, yet none dared to advance. "My lord, I shall go," the elder in red roared, his pallid face suddenly flushed with vigor. An aura surged forth from him like a primal beast charging towards Su Qing. "Kill!" Shui Lu, Zhang Zhao, and the other martial arts masters roared in ferocious unison. Charging at the elder, Su Qing was acutely aware of her limitations. If she were to confront the elder now, she would most likely draw his ire and face certain death. It was wiser to remain discreetly at the side. However, the elder would not spare her. His momentum surged forward like a mad boar, disregarding the relentless attacks from the martial artists, intent on dragging Su Qing down with him. With narrowed eyes, Su Qing gradually closed her folding fan. Just as the elder drew within 10 paces, a shadow suddenly appeared, a gleam of cold light shooting forth, piercing the elder's throat. The mysterious expert never failed to meet her expectations. As the elder lunged at Su Qing, the lord of the blissful sect also sprang into action, attempting to break through in another direction. Just as he moved, a white figure intercepted him. Shin Jinshin, sword in hand, radiated an aura of formidable intent. The lord of the blissful sect's icy gaze ignited with fierce determination. "They say within the Jing'ai prefecture, you are the foremost master under 30. I have often pondered. Had I not borne this mission, had my identity not been shrouded in secrecy, who among us would truly claim that title? I once thought I would never have the chance to fight you. Yet here we are. Those who hide behind masks are unworthy adversaries. If you wish to battle, remove your mask. And if I refuse to do so, will you refrain from striking? For a worthy opponent, I shall fight with all my might. For those of lowly character, I might indulge in their demise." Might indulge, indeed. What a splendid notion. As the last words left his lips, the lord of the blissful sect suddenly surged forward, like a streak of light, charging at Shin Jinshin. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a massive explosion erupted where Shin Jinshin and the master of the bliss sect were engaged in battle. A dense cloud of smoke billowed forth, obscuring the sky and enveloping the two combatants. The onlookers could not discern the fierce struggle within the smoke. Yet countless sword energies pierced through the haze. After several breaths, the fierce clash came to an abrupt halt. As the smoke gradually dissipated, only Shin Jinshin could be seen. Kneeling on one knee, his long sword firmly planted beside him. The crowd hurried forward, only to witness a horrifying sight. Blood was continuously flowing from Shin Jinshin's mouth. "Young Master Shun," Gong Juefeng exclaimed in alarm. "What of the master of the bliss sect?" Shin Jinshin took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within him, and with a look of regret, addressed Su Qing. "My apologies, Lord Su. I did not anticipate that the master of the bliss sect would resort to the deadly extremity technique, allowing him to escape." "The deadly extremity technique?" Gong Juefeng explained with a solemn expression. "It is one of the most formidable ultimate arts of the Xianming sect, a faction of the evil cult. This technique is dreadfully perilous, for once mastered, it can only be executed 3 times in a lifetime. The first invocation unleashes double the power, the second yields triple, and the third results in a 4-fold increase. After the third use, the practitioner's meridians are shattered, leading to certain death." Chapter 81. Is there still a need for pretense? Buzzing in Su Qing's mind, the record of cases automatically emerged. Mystical patterns shimmered with an ethereal blue light. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a core figure of the bliss sect. Reward points, 1,000. Your points have reached the threshold for reward exchange. Would you like to exchange?" Exchange. In the next moment, the cover of the case record flickered slightly, and a card surged forth from its surface, spinning and spreading in the air, transforming into a vibrant red orb. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 years of cultivation power." A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Su Qing's eyes, and a joyful expression illuminated her face. Presently, Su Qing lacked not in techniques or skills, but rather in cultivation power. even though she possessed numerous martial arts manuals. The path of martial cultivation is akin to a painstaking endeavor, leaving no room for shortcuts. Without a decade of diligent training, how could one achieve success in martial arts? She hadn't anticipated that the case record also had cultivation power to exchange, thus saving her 10 years' time. Quietly, Su Qing swallowed the orb, and in an instant, pure inner strength erupted from her dantian. The internal techniques automatically circulated, devouring and digesting the pure power. A sparkle illuminated Su Qing's eyes as her martial realm ascended to the 9th tier. In high spirits, she exchanged for a new reward. Suddenly, the cover of the case record flickered again, and another card appeared. The card shattered, transforming into a hazy, ethereal figure. What kind of reward is this? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the projection of the Sword Master Su Qing. Just as the question of what a master projection entailed arose in her mind, the information about the projection flooded into her consciousness. The projection flows from high to low. If the strength of the projected master is inferior to Su Qing's, the projection becomes ineffective. The switch for the projection resides in the ethereal shadow of the soul within her mind, meaning that if Su Qing wished, she could immediately embody Su Qing. Although it was not as convenient as the mysterious master card, nor as cost-effective as a permanent character card, the master projection could certainly serve to impress. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Could it be that Lord Su has a backup plan in Huayan? Gong Juefeng inquired, astonished. My cousin personally went to Huayan. Lord Su's cousin? Xin Jianxin's eyes sparkled. Which master is it? Lord Su's cousin? Could it be the son of the Duke of Xia? Su Chun, the horseback spear immortal? Gong Juefeng asked in a hushed tone. Then, Su Qing furrowed her brows, lost in thought, and spoke softly, Zhan Zhao. I seem to have forgotten something important, but I can't recall at the moment. Can you help me think? My lord, Miss Xiao. That's right, Su Qing exclaimed, clapping her hands. She released another butterfly, which danced gracefully, leading the way into the depths of the valley, where a hidden cave was discovered. Inside the cave, Su Qing found the unconscious Xiao Lingshan. Wrapped in a great cloak, her attire was intact, her breathing steady, and her complexion rosy. Su Qing checked her pulse. She had likely ingested a sleeping drug or something similar, but there was no cause for alarm. She would awaken once the effects wore off. Furthermore, to Su Qing's surprise, the cold poison within Xiao Lingshan had been completely eradicated. Carrying Xiao Lingshan, the group made their way back towards Qingli County. Upon their arrival in Qingli County, Su Qing and several skilled experts, including Gong Juefeng, made their way directly to Taosan. It was the end of April, nearing early May, and the mountains were lush with flourishing peach trees. Among the verdant leaves, one could faintly discern small peaches, resembling green beans, beginning to form. Su Darren, what brings us here? Gong Juefeng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. As they ascended to the mid-slope, a series of melodious bell chimes resonated through the air. Upon hearing the bells, Su Qing's anxious heart finally found solace. Quickening her pace, the group followed her to the entrance of Nanjiang Temple. The bells tolled 9 times, heralding the arrival of esteemed guests. As the last chime reverberated, Su Qing and her companions stepped into the temple. The monk Wuchen, having released the bell, turned to see Su Qing and her entourage, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? His gaze then fell upon Gong Juefeng. I presume this esteemed guest is none other than the illustrious head of the Gong family, Gong Juefeng? Master Wuchen, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to behold your esteemed visage. This journey has not been in vain, Gong Juefeng replied. What brings you to our humble temple? That is a question for Su Darren. I accompany her, he added. Wuchen raised his head, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. Su Qing's eyes twinkled with amusement as she regarded Wuchen. Why do you look at me so, young Master Su? I wish to see how long you intend to feign ignorance. Feign ignorance? What do you mean, young Master Su? Although you managed to escape from Shan Jianxin's blade using your ultimate skills, his sword is not so easily evaded. You must be nursing considerable injuries, am I right? If I have spoken so plainly, yet you still choose to feign ignorance, it seems a tad excessive. Upon hearing her words, not only Gong Juefeng and the other martial artists, but also Shuechong Lu and Zhang Zhao appeared astonished. However, their unwavering trust in Su Qing allowed them to merely express their surprise before they dispersed to protect her. Wuchen clasped his hands together, murmuring Amitabha. After silently reciting a prayer for a moment, he lowered his hands and reopened his eyes. This time, although the individual before him remained the same, he exuded an entirely different aura, giving the impression that he had transformed into another person. Wuchen's gaze had turned icy, devoid of any warmth or compassion. Su Qing, Where did I expose a flaw that led you to ascertain my identity? You have revealed no flaw. Rather, you have concealed yourself exceptionally well. Yet it is precisely because of this adept concealment that I have narrowed my suspicions. I would like to hear more. The first time you came into my sight was half a month ago, when you invited me to sample your peach blossom wine. En route, I was ambushed by your arranged assassins. However, you had already apprehended the individual who leaked your whereabouts. Why, then, do you still suspect me? Indeed, I should not have doubted you. Yet why does the Gileman have hidden personnel in your vicinity? You are merely a refined monk. Wu Chen's face bore a wry smile. Indeed. If I were merely Wu Chen, it would be unreasonable for the Gileman to squander a piece on a practitioner of innate realms by my side. Chapter 82. Su Qing. What is your true cultivation? However, this is merely unreasonable and cannot serve as a basis for my suspicions towards you. You have always exercised caution, meticulously employing different identities with varying martial arts. It was not until Miss Xiao was injured by the blood condensation divine palm that we proceeded to the chivalrous manor together. The one who manipulated and Runin that day at the manor could not have been the red-clad figure who soared into the sky, but rather, the true orchestrator is you. Miss Xiao was ambushed by the blissful sect, and you happened to be nearby. Although you provided a seemingly reasonable explanation through an Runin, it inadvertently revealed a significant detail. You are deeply entrenched in this scheme. The blissful sect has already accounted for your involvement and given their customary practices. Once they include you in their plans, they would not easily allow you to withdraw. However, to keep you engaged without revealing any flaws is exceedingly difficult. Your martial prowess and identity do not assist the blissful sect. Instead, they bind their hands and feet, particularly since you were the leader of the blissful sect. You had foreseen this when we departed from the chivalrous manor, thus decisively withdrawing under the pretext of avoiding suspicion. Yet, this very act of avoiding suspicion adds an air of deceit. As Miss Xiao's closest friend and in Renin's confidant, knowing full well the blissful sect's tyrannical actions against the world, how could you so nonchalantly choose to retreat into seclusion? You are not an ordinary monk. Even a Buddha might be provoked. You should unreservedly stand by my side in battle. After much contemplation, I am certain you possess compelling reasons for your actions. What truly arouses my suspicion regarding your role as the leader of the blissful sect is a statement made by a woman on her deathbed. Who could it be? Wu Xuan? No, she did not know my identity until her last breath. It cannot be her. It must be Gu Xuetong. What did she say? She gazed into my eyes and uttered, I am not as good as him. I have seen such eyes before. They reflect admiration, infatuation, even madness. A woman with such a gaze is formidable. For the one she adores, she would undertake any action, even to the point of sacrificing her life. Gu Xuetong is a person of icy demeanor, one who keeps strangers at bay. Yet, this very woman could be so obsessed with someone that she would betray her mentor, who raised and taught her. That individual must be extraordinarily captivating, earth-shattering. In Jinghai Prefecture, there could only be two such people, and you happen to be one of them. Furthermore, considering that even this morning, you were unwilling to reveal your true self despite the circumstances we faced, I surmise you must be someone I recognize, and your identity would undoubtedly astonish me. All these reasons combined are sufficient for me to deduce it is you. Bah, I never anticipated that I would unwittingly leave behind so many traces. Su Qing. Having you as an opponent has been a delightful experience, engaging in intense confrontations repeatedly over the past month. However, your arrival with such a small entourage incites some ire within me. You are well aware that the leader of the blissful sect is a humble monk. Is it not a tad presumptuous of you? I, too, find myself powerless. Shen Jinshin is injured, and the skilled fighters available to me have all been diverted by you. Fortunately, Shen Jinshin's sword is not easily countered. Pray tell, what percentage of your cultivation can you currently wield? As the words fell, Su Qing stepped back, and Gong Juefeng and others advanced once more, constricting the encirclement. Su Qing, I still harbor a question. What is the true extent of your cultivation? Are you genuinely concealing your prowess, or merely engaging in deception? Take a guess. Wu Chen chuckled bitterly and shook his head, muttering that he should not have asked. Suddenly, he soared into the air, transforming into a great rock, hurtling towards Su Qing. Shuai Chonglu instantly stepped forward, raising his blade overhead. Unleashing a slashing force that ascended into the sky, Wu Chen, the monk, thrust forth a palm with a single hand, conjuring a colossal handprint that manifested in the void, serving as a shield against the descending blade's force. Long Tianqing acted in an instant, sending forth a fist strike akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Wu Chen. Wu Chen abruptly spread his arms wide, as his robe seemed to come alive, lunging towards Long Tianqing, while he himself remained resolute in his advance towards Su Qing. Su Qing toyed with a folding fan, her gaze shimmering with contemplation. Just as Wu Chen approached within 10 paces of Su Qing, Gong Jiufeng and several masters of the Jinghai martial world obstructed his path. They had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Wu Chen. Instead, they united to unleash their most formidable strike. Wu Chen could only muster his strength to withstand the onslaught, retreating repeatedly. Ultimately, he fell back until he reached the Bodhi tree outside the courtyard. Blood trickled from the corner of Wu Chen's mouth, and at that moment, he could no longer suppress his internal injuries. It seems the impoverished monk has truly reached his limits. As a man faces death, his words become benevolent. I no longer wish to indulge in needless slaughter. To all the heroes present, if you wish to preserve your lives, I implore you to depart at once. The arrogant Xue Chonglu glared with bloodshot eyes and roared, about to charge forward, but was halted by Su Qing. Chonglu, do not act rashly. Su Qing stepped forward slowly, her gaze sharpening as she regarded Wu Chen. The deadly magic? Indeed, I can invoke the deadly magic one final time. After its invocation, I shall undoubtedly perish. Yet my wounds shall vanish, and my strength shall triple. I ask you, brave heroes, who among you can survive this? Su Qing, is it possible for me to exchange my life for your utmost effort in battle? Su Qing sighed deeply, declaring it a waste to expend such a power on someone destined to die. Very well. She closed her folding fan and extended it toward Xue Chonglu. Hold this for me. My lady, you. In the next moment, the space around Su Qing began to tremble, a buzzing sound resonating as her garments billowed. A fierce aura surged forth from her, as if countless swords were shooting outward from her being. This sudden transformation left all present trembling in awe. Who would have imagined that Su Qing, who had always presented herself as a delicate scholar, could unleash such formidable sword intent, surpassing even Shen Jianqing, particularly for Long Tianqing? His eyes widened in terror and relief. He recalled the times when, without collaborating with Su Qing, he had dreamt of assassinating her to alleviate his frustrations. Reflecting upon it now, I am relieved that I did not act upon my impulses. Otherwise, I might have already been reincarnated. Ha. The monk Wu Chen laughed heartily towards the heavens. You have indeed not disappointed me. The one who has relentlessly driven me to the brink cannot merely be a feeble scholar. You ought to possess unparalleled martial prowess and unmatched wisdom, just like me, with an extraordinary demeanor, traversing the world with ease. Only such a formidable counterpart would befit my journey. As he spoke, a dark vertical mark suddenly appeared on Wu Chen's forehead, resembling a tightly shut eye. In the next moment, his complexion flushed with vitality, and an aura akin to a raging inferno surged forth from him. Wu Chen raised his hand towards the rear, and a streak of light shot forth from the room behind him, landing in his grasp. It was a blade, entirely obsidian, glinting ominously with an unsettling radiance. Chapter 83. The sword comes from the west. This blade, known as the national grievance, was originally a divine artifact of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet it regrettably did not manifest in time. The day it was forged coincided with the fall of the Great Xia Kingdom, absorbing the resentment from its annihilation. The artifact transformed into a demonic blade. Only those of the royal bloodline of Great Xia may wield it. Su Qing slowly drew the long sword from her waist. This sword, Qi Feng, was crafted by the blacksmith Su Taifeng from the southern city of Qingli County. Wu Chen raised the national grievance high above, a malevolent aura radiating from him. I have reached the limit of my strength. I cannot hold on for long. There is no need for further words. Let this be the final strike of life and death. This blade embodies my lifelong martial path. Be cautious. As the words fell, Su Qing felt the world around her suddenly darken. Within the realm of consciousness, the resentment emitted by the national grievance coalesced into dark clouds, obscuring the sky and descending with the might of heaven and earth. Su Qing closed her eyes, the essence of her sword intent gathering at her heart. As Wu Chen's blade, seemingly imbued with the power of the universe, descended, Su Qing's sword erupted in a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, radiant sword light blossomed forth from Su Qing, illuminating the world and bringing a serene beauty to the mortal realm. All present, witnessing the moment the celestial radiance unfurled, widened their eyes in disbelief, a glimmer of obsession surfacing within their gazes. Prior to this, they could not have fathomed that such a splendid and intricate sword technique could exist in the world. The art of swordsmanship has always sought to distill complexity into simplicity, transforming the decayed into the miraculous. The legendary sword deity Li Qinglian once proclaimed that the more intricate the sword moves, the more flaws they would inevitably harbor. The pinnacle of swordsmanship lies in the realm of the formless, where every movement is devoid of excess. A flawless sword strike consists merely of a single thrust, aimed at exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities and delivering a decisive blow. At this level of mastery, even a battle against the heavens could be resolved with just one move. Because it is the simplest of all, it is formless. This wisdom, uttered by the sword deity Li Qinglian, has been revered as doctrine among sword practitioners for millennia. Without question. Yet, the sword technique Su Qing employed seemed to contradict the sword deity's teachings, its resplendence akin to a sky of bursting fireworks. Remarkably, this elaborate display bore no flaws whatsoever. At least in Wuchan's eyes, he felt ensnared like an insect trapped in a net, succumbing to an endless descent. The sword light surged like a meteor shower across the heavens. The sky shifted multiple times, reminiscent of thunder and lightning in harmonious response. Even the most exquisite beauty must eventually meet its conclusion, and the more breathtaking something is, the more ephemeral its existence. The national grievance in Wuchan's hands swiftly vanished like dust scattered by the wind. What remarkable swordsmanship! I never imagined such a terrifying technique existed in the world. What is the name of this move? Celestial Ascendance. Celestial Ascendance? Indeed, such a move ought to belong to the heavens. To perish beneath such a captivating swordplay is not a life wasted. As he spoke, Wuchan gradually spread his hand, his body collapsing. With great effort, he positioned himself into a meditative posture, and in the next moment, a torrent of blood erupted from him, cascading forth like a fountain. A sudden tremor coursed through Su Qing's mind, and the case compilation book materialized before her. Congratulations, host, you have completed Case 17, The Extermination of the Gileman. Case level, Red, difficulty, challenging. Method of resolution, strategic maneuvering and astute planning. You have earned a reward of 1,000 points and a special reward, a permanent character card, and a mysterious gift package. Your points have reached the threshold for reward exchange. Please redeem them at your earliest convenience. In the moment of the dustless monk's passing, the notifications from the case compilation book echoed incessantly in Su Qing's mind. In the grand capital of the great Jade Kingdom, Linen City, built against the mountains, exuded an imposing splendor. 20 years prior, the Jade Kingdom triumphed over the great Xia dynasty, annexing its territory, which led to a surge in the kingdom's fortune. The late emperor ordered the expansion of the palace to stabilize the national fortune. The newly constructed palace was more than twice the size of the original, with its cloud-white and immaculate halls reflecting the brilliance of pearls and jewels. From a distance, it appeared as an ethereal realm, suspended above the clouds. In the southeast corner of the imperial city stood an exceptionally striking and formidable 9-tiered pagoda. Within the palace, only the Qianqing Palace reached 9 stories, embodying the supreme number of 9 and 5. All other buildings were restricted from exceeding the height of the Qianqing Palace. Yet, this towering structure, coated in snow-white lime, stood level with the Qianqing Palace. Speculation from the outside world was rife regarding this high tower, but only a select few knew that it housed the most enigmatic department of the Great Jade Palace, the Qingtian Observatory. The Qingtian Observatory governed the Great Jade Dragon Vein and maintained the fortune of the nation. Ranking alongside the 6 ministries of the cabinet and the 3 divisions of the military as a critical department. The 9th level of the Qingtian Observatory was the Star-Picking Pavilion, the residence of the Star Master. At this moment, within the Star-Picking Pavilion, an elderly man with hair as white as snow sat opposite a robust middle-aged man, both as motionless as stone sculptures, their brows furrowed. They fixated on the chessboard before them. The stillness of the air felt palpable, as if time itself had come to a halt. Suddenly, a copper bell rang within the Star-Picking Pavilion. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The ringing of the bell signified a change in national fortune. The Star Master, the white-haired elder, raised his hand, bidding the emperor to remain calm while he conducted an inquiry. After a significant pause, the elder opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. Observing the smile on the Star Master's face, the tense expression on the middle-aged Jade Emperor dissipated. He understood that as long as the Star Master smiled, even if there were changes in national fortune, they would be blessings rather than misfortunes. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the national fortune has strengthened, not changed. What is the reason for this? The past decade has seen the Jade Kingdom pursue a policy of recuperation, with no significant actions taken. How could the national fortune suddenly increase? Do you recall the fortune of the Western Xia that vanished 20 years ago? The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered with contemplation. 2 decades ago, when they breached the capital of the Western Xia and extinguished its lineage, 3 parts of its fortune had mysteriously disappeared after merging with that of the Great Jade. Could it be that these 3 parts of fortune have influenced the fortune of the Jade Kingdom? Those 3 parts of fortune have now integrated into the fortune of the Jade Kingdom. Our fortune has risen again, heralding the joyful news from the copper bell. I extend my congratulations once more, Your Majesty. Oh, why is that? The intricacies eluded the elder, but he had observed that at a certain location near the river's northern bank, the fortune of the Western Xia had been absorbed, transforming it into a land of exceptional talent and spiritual essence. In the ensuing 50 years, this place would undoubtedly produce remarkable individuals, leading the way for a century. The Jade Emperor's countenance revealed a glimmer of amusement as he commanded the Tiansu Tower to investigate the recent occurrences in the Jinghai prefecture of Jiangzhou, particularly those related to the fate of the Western Xia Kingdom. Understood, came a voice from beyond the gates of the Jiaxing Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing Temple in Qingli County, Su Qing instructed Gong Juefeng and other martial artists to pile the lifeless body of Wu Chen alongside firewood. Since Wu Chen was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, it was only natural for him to be cremated upon his passing. This was not out of any particular reverence for Buddhist culture on Su Qing's part, but rather a precaution, should Wu Chen attempt to feign his death. A fire would reduce him to ashes, rendering any resurrection impossible. Master Su, come quickly, Gong Juefeng suddenly called out. Following the sound, Su Qing and the others arrived at a withered tree where Gong Juefeng stood. Beneath the dead peach tree, they unearthed a set of skeletal remains. Su Qing knelt to examine them closely. Based on the length of the femur and the shape of the pelvis, it could be deduced that these were the remains of a girl around 12 or 13 years of age, with gnawing marks evident on the bones of her cheeks. A spark of insight flickered in Su Qing's eyes. These were signs of bone erosion, indicating that the girl had perished as a result of this ghastly transformation. Everyone, search beneath the other trees. Let us see if there are more remains. Chapter 84. The eternal character, Shimin Shui Shui Sun, beneath the many peach trees. The crowd unearthed skeletal remains. These bones were predominantly female, many bearing signs of erosion upon their faces. With a mere conjecture, Su Qing deduced that these remains belonged to the women who, like Wu Shuang, had been ruthlessly victimized by the blissful sect. Every March, the peach blossoms of Nanjing Temple captivated Jiang'o. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath these resplendent trees lay a grim tableau of scattered bones? The deranged Wu Chan, a monk devoid of compassion, deserved not just death but 1,000 tortures. However, as fate would have it, his demise came swiftly, leaving only the ashes of his existence. Shui Chonglu brandished a torch and cast it into the pyre. In an instant, flames engulfed Wu Chan's remains. It was not until half an hour later that the fire gradually subsided, leaving behind a fine layer of white ash. Su Qing filled a jar with some of the ashes, as did Shui Chonglu. The remaining ashes were scattered by the martial experts, including Gong Juefeng, dispersed into the wind to mingle with the earth. At this moment, Su Qing finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. A chorus of gasps echoed through the magistrate's office as the officials emerged from their posts to greet Su Qing. Upon entering the inner hall, a lean official, covered in dust and appearing weary, approached her. "Welcome back, esteemed Sir Su," he said. Observing the unfamiliar visage before her, Su Qing furrowed her brow. "And you are?" "Esteemed sir, I am County Vice Su Zhao." Upon closer inspection, Su Qing recognized the familiar features of Su Zhao, though the transformation was startling. No wonder she had initially failed to recognize him. In her recollections, Su Zhao was a fair-skinned gentleman with a long beard, exuding an air of elegance. The man before her, however, bore a darkened complexion, etched with wrinkles, reminiscent of a laborer returning from the fields. His demeanor and appearance were unrecognizable from the Su Zhao she once knew. "Sir Su, how is it that you appear so aged after merely a month? You jest." "Esteemed sir," Su Zhao thought to himself, yearning to voice the reality of his weariness. As they entered the courtyard, Xiao Ye and Xiao Dai approached. They had just arrived, a mere half-hour earlier than Su Qing. "It is time to claim the rewards from the case," one remarked. The foremost reward was, of course, the special permanent character card. Were it a standard reward, Su Qing would have exchanged it immediately. However, given that this was a permanent character, she restrained her eager heart. For revealing such a transformation in front of everyone could lead to complications. Diving into her mental sea of consciousness, she summoned the character card. The card swiftly materialized, adorned on its reverse with exquisite silver-white patterns, unlike any she had seen on Zhang Zhao's card before. This alone signified the extraordinary nature of his character card. With a heart full of anticipation, Su Qing unveiled the card. The front depicted a stern man clad in white, his long hair flowing gracefully. Though only a profile was visible, an overwhelming aura radiated from the card, akin to a landslide. In the next moment, information regarding the card flooded Su Qing's mind. Permanent character, Shimen Shui Shui. Martial Realm. Pinnacle of Innate. Would you like to activate? As Su Qing gazed upon the card, the name surged forth in her mind. And when she could truly confirm it was Shimen Shui Shui, her heart could not help but quiver with excitement once more. Shimen Shui Shui. This was the legendary sword god Shimen Shui Shui. Although his stature in this world might not be particularly elevated, Su Qing firmly believed that remarkable individuals remain exceptional regardless of the realm they inhabit. It is the constraints of the world's structure that limit Shimen Shui Shui, not his innate talent. Upon activating the card, it vanished from her mind in an instant, leaving behind a singular message. Once activated, the character would appear beside the host in a reasonable manner. Upon summoning Shimen Shui Shui, Su Qing had also invoked a unique special reward, a mysterious gift pack. When she summoned the pack, a golden chest materialized. Concentrating her mental energy, the chest shattered and disappeared in the next moment. What? Is that it? Su Qing wondered in astonishment. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered several items had suddenly appeared on her bed. A gossamer vest, a pair of boots embroidered with cloud patterns, and a silver belt. As Su Qing reached out to touch the vest, its information instantly manifested in her mind. A joyful expression illuminated her face as she then touched the boots. The cloud-treading boots granted a 30-point speed enhancement and a 50% boost to lightness techniques. This meant that donning the boots would amplify the effects of her lightness skills by half. A leap that originally spanned 10 zhang could now reach 15. How impressive! Eagerly, Su Qing reached for the belt next. The Ziwei soft sword boasted a 30-point increase in sharpness and a 30-point armor-piercing capability. In other words, it could cleave through the finest of defenses with ease. The soft sword was concealed within the belt, serving as a mere accessory until drawn for combat. Among the 3 special prizes, Su Qing felt the utmost satisfaction with the Ziwei soft sword. Not only would it fully unleash the power of the water avoidance sword technique, but it also resolved a perplexing dilemma for her. Su Qing had always presented herself as a refined young master, wielding a folding fan or a jade scepter, exuding elegance while conspicuously brandishing a large sword at her waist. This often appeared jarring. Many noble scions would opt for sword attendants, having maidservants accompany them with swords in hand. Xiaoya and Xiaodai were originally intended to serve as sword attendants. Yet even with sword attendants, inconveniences remained. Now, however, the Ziwei soft sword perfectly addressed this issue. Feeling utterly satisfied, Su Qing summoned the collection ledger once more to redeem her rewards. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technique. Flower picking finger. Would you like to learn it? Yes. She then redeemed another reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special skill, aroma recognition of beauties. You possess an unparalleled sense of smell, and no fragrant beauty can escape your keen nose. Are you certain this is a special skill and not a lewd one? Su Qing exclaimed in shock. What use would the aroma recognition of beauties serve? To sniff the scents of lovely women on the street? Goodness. The mental image was rather grotesque. In the eastern outskirts of Qingla County, on a hillside adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, stood a solitary grave, accompanied by 3 plates of offerings. Before the weathered stone tablet, a fire blazed fiercely within a bronze basin. Xiaoya placed a stack of paper money into the fire pit, watching as the notes gradually blackened and transformed into drifting ashes. Su Qing gazed at the tombstone, slowly recounting the events that had transpired. After half an hour, she picked up a wine jug and poured the fragrant clear wine at the foot of Wu Shuang's grave. The remains of the innocent women who had suffered at the hands of the blissful sect have already been collected under my orders, and the blissful sect has been utterly eradicated. I have fulfilled my promise to you. With that, she took out a portion of the collected ashes, declaring, Here lies the ashes of the leader of the blissful sect, which I have brought to you, scattered before you. Chapter 85. A distinguished figure suddenly. Shuicheng Lu's nerves tensed as if he were a startled leopard, springing up and turning to face the dense forest behind him. His eyes sharp as swords piercing through the shadows. Master, be cautious. The aura of death is formidable. Soon, a white figure emerged slowly from the thicket. It was a young man with flowing hair and an expression as cold as ice. He appeared relaxed, stepping out from the woods and making his way directly towards Su Qing and her companions. As the man approached, Shui Chonglu's posture shifted, his back arching slightly in instinctive alertness. The terrifying killing intent radiating from the man was something Shui Chonglu had never encountered in his years traversing the martial world. What was more alarming was that this was not an actively projected malice, but rather an innate and ominous aura. Shui Chonglu recalled a legend from the martial world. There exist individuals who are the reincarnations of the underworld's spectral soldiers, lone stars of doom, ruthless and unyielding. Zhang Zhao, you take the master away. I will hold him off. Do not be alarmed. He is one of us, Su Qing said casually, her heart instantly at ease upon recognizing the newcomer. Hearing her words, Shuai Lu relaxed his defensive stance but remained on high alert. It was not that he doubted Su Qing's assurance. Rather, the man before him was simply too formidable, too incisive. Some individuals spend decades honing themselves into exquisite weapons, while others are born as such, like the white-clad figure before him who sent shivers down his spine. Shimin Shui approached Su Qing, his gaze calm as he looked at her beaming, sunlit smile. Suddenly, his cold demeanor thawed, revealing a hint of gentle amusement. I have arrived. You have finally come. She replied. These two remarkably simple sentences established their connection. Master, who is he? Xiaoya inquired curiously from behind Su Qing. He is my friend, Shimin Shui. Shimin, allow me to introduce. This is Shuai Lu, the head constable of Qingla County. They are my maidservants, Xiaoya and Xiao Dai, and this is Zhang Zhao. I know. Su Qing's expression momentarily faltered before returning to its natural state. It seemed that the permanent figures summoned from the case records were familiar with one another, thus alleviating the potential confusion of introductions in the future. When there are few people, it is manageable. However, it becomes complicated when the crowd swells. The arrival of Shimin Shui lifted Su Qing's spirits immensely. Meanwhile, Xiaoya and Xiao Dai exchanged rapid, curious glances, the frequency of their silent communication almost warranting a book of its own. With the case of the Gileman finally resolved, Qingla County returned to its former tranquility after days of intense discussion. Of course, the majority of official duties in the county office were delegated to Su Zhao. In matters of personnel, Su Qing maintained a firm grip, her extensive experience from a past life in a large corporation serving her well. On June 8th, a scorching day, the temperature soared, leading to the unfortunate demise of a cow in Donglin village. The family of 7 that relied on the cow for their livelihood found themselves in dire straits. Contemplating their plight, tears of sympathy welled up in my eyes. I offered the cow's owner a few silver coins to purchase the deceased animal. As I took my leave, gazing at that household expressing heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed officials, I felt a sense of contentment. The daily life of the county magistrate is indeed so simple and mundane. It has been quite some time since I savored the taste of braised beef. Xiao Dai's culinary skills are commendable. On the 7th day of the 7th month, it is the Qixi festival. I fear that I alone in this world am aware that this day is known as Qixi, the occasion of the annual reunion of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The cowherd waits in longing for a year, anticipating a single day of joy. By this reckoning, since Wu Shuang departed, I have been celibate for 3 months. I have heard that a new courtesan named Rian has arrived at the Tianxiang Pavilion. Perhaps I shall venture there tonight to gauge the sentiments of the populace. Such a delightful decision has been made. After the joyful gate was uprooted, it seemed to have whisked away the shadows from Qingla County, leading to a newfound clarity in its governance. While the assertion that doors remain unlocked at night and that no one picks up lost items might be an exaggeration, the frequency and severity of crimes have drastically diminished. A month later, even brawls have become increasingly rare. At first, Su Qing suspected that such an anomaly must harbor some malevolent force, but upon discreet investigation, it turned out that the temperament of the citizens had indeed transformed into one of moderation and tranquility. Even the ruffians who once roamed the streets have suddenly experienced a profound awakening and reformation. Could it be that some true sage has reincarnated here, enlightening the people of Qingla County? For other officials, having law-abiding citizens and a peaceful jurisdiction is a tremendous blessing. Surely they would awaken each morning with smiles on their faces. Yet for Su Qing, there lingered a sense of unease. Well, it is undoubtedly good. However, in the absence of cases and disturbances, Su Qing often felt as though her days were akin to that of a despondent fish. Unbeknownst to her, half a year passed in such a manner. By the pond in the backyard of the county office, Su Qing reclined in a rocking chair, holding a cat teaser in her hand. As she waved the teaser, Shueqiu excitedly chased after it, its comical and endearing antics eliciting peals of laughter from Xiaoya. Just as they were engrossed in their merriment, Xiao Dai approached gracefully. Young master, the latest issue of the official gazette has arrived. What news does the gazette bear? Su Qing continued to tease Shueqiu, inquiring. It states that a severe drought has befallen the northern Qi, leading to famine. Refugees have begun to appear in the northern territories of northern Qi, and if relief supplies are not provided, it could result in calamity comparable to that of 30 years ago. All nations have issued decrees prohibiting the export of grain to northern Qi. It seems they intend to take advantage of its misfortune. Prohibiting exports? At this juncture, Selling grain to northern Qi would mean they dictate the price, wouldn't it? They could triple or even decuple the cost. Are they refusing to profit? Young master, the nations are not merely content with profiting from northern Qi. They're eyeing its national fortunes. A spark of contemplation flickered in Su Qing's eyes. Are they waiting for the northern Qi refugees to rise up and destabilize the foundation of the state, thereby seizing an opportunity to strike? Indeed, the strength of northern Qi has always been formidable, with a fierce populace and a valiant army. Even amidst famine and civil unrest, their military could easily suppress any insurrection. I believe the other nations are miscalculating their strategy. What is our attitude in the Yugua? The Yugua has yet to make a statement. Although there are voices within the court advocating for a halt on grain exports, no formal documents have been issued. However, in this silence, a statement is implied. Indeed, the court appears reluctant to sever food exports, yet it refrains from explicitly stating this due to pressure from various nations. The northern Qi shares a border with the Kingdom of Yu, and the northern frontier lacks formidable natural defenses. It is easy to exacerbate someone's plight, yet challenging to provide assistance in times of need. Should our adversaries fail to incapacitate northern Qi this time, once it regains its strength, it will inevitably seek retribution against us. The other 7 nations will simply watch the ensuing conflict, ideally waiting for us to weaken each other, allowing them to reap the benefits by dividing both northern Qi into Yu. The alliance formed by the 7 nations may indeed harbor intentions to undermine the Kingdom of Yu. You possess a profound insight, for I have merely discerned the court's desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with northern Qi, assisting it through this crisis in hopes of forging an alliance to collectively resist the predatory gazes of the 7 nations. In the current landscape of 9 nations vying for power, a union between northern Qi and Yu would yield mutual benefits, while conflict would lead to mutual destruction. Unless the Kingdom of Yu can neutralize the threat posed by the southern Tang and northern Qi can address the northern Wei, a war between our 2 nations would ultimately result in both being betrayed by these 2 formidable powers. Is there anything else? The latest edition of Tin Xiaoping and has been released, Chao Dai suddenly remarked. When has Tin Xiaoping and not been updated? What is so remarkable about that? My lord, you have ascended to the elegance ranking in Tin Xiaoping Tan, now positioned at 76th. Oh, Su Qing paused, her expression one of surprise. The Su clan, descendants of the literary lineage, particularly the 3rd branch's second grandson Su Qing, has long dwelled in obscurity, yet has now astonished the world with a single case resolution. Su Qing is exceptionally intelligent, accomplished in both martial and literary arts, truly deserving of being regarded as a paragon of elegance. Henceforth, my lord, you too shall be recognized as a figure of high distinction. Chapter 86. Spring outing and painting. The unreliable rankings are mere trifles, not to be taken seriously. Moreover, does it truly matter to be lauded as a paragon of elegance? In my household, there are at least 80 individuals of such distinction. In reality, among the young gentlemen of the Su family, there are only 12 peers, with you being the 13th. In the past, you maintained a low profile, allowing those lacking discernment to gossip behind your back. Humph! Who would dare to speak ill of you in secret now? I shall not hesitate to silence them. Has anyone ever spoken disparagingly of me? I remain unaware. Young master, as you are a scion, those who would gossip would never dare to let you know. However, we, the servants, occasionally catch wind of the unsavory remarks that circulate. They can be quite harsh. Are there any other rumors? None that I know of. What about our own affairs? Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? Perhaps some nefarious figures have emerged in the martial world, or there are reports of flower-picking scoundrels. None. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Dai shook her head. Suddenly, Xue Chonglu recalled something, mentioning that recently, a martial artist named Xun Biyun had surfaced in Jinghai. Just a month ago, she entered the martial world and immediately gained fame. Rumor has it that Xun Biyun possesses a gentle demeanor and exceptional beauty, eagerly befriending young heroes of the realm. With their flattery, her popularity soared, reaching a point where she is known by nearly all. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's spirits were instantly lifted, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she regarded Xue Chonglu. Old Xue, what are your thoughts? Would you like my counsel? My lord, I find Xun Biyun somewhat suspicious. Her popularity seems to be artificially inflated, suggesting ulterior motives at play. Is that your only thought? Xue Chonglu inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. What else could it be? Her cultivation is merely at the 7th rank. How could she garner such a claim, even overshadowing Shimin Xue? You aren't harboring any bias against her because of that, are you? Did you not just remark on her beauty? There are many beautiful women in Jinghai's martial world. I refuse to believe she possesses beauty that surpasses all the renowned heroines. There must be something amiss. My lord, should I conduct a discreet investigation? Oh. Su Qing instantly grasped the implication. Old Shui, I see you've delved deeply into the intricacies of this matter. My lord, what intricacies? I fail to comprehend. That is of no consequence. If you wish to investigate, then proceed. You are no longer a child. It is time to set aside the past and begin anew. Shui Chenglu twitched his lips, aware that Su Qing must have misunderstood something, yet he could not pinpoint the nature of the misunderstanding. After some hesitation, he chose not to inquire further. Over the course of their half-year acquaintance, he had come to understand Su Qing well. My lord, tomorrow is a day of rest. Do you have any plans? What day is it tomorrow? The 9th day? The 9th of September, the double 9th festival. It is customary to ascend heights and enjoy the autumn scenery. Shall we venture out tomorrow? Are you aware of any splendid places to visit? The autumn excursion should lead us to Mirror Lake, where on its eastern shore lies a grove of maple trees, drawing numerous literary enthusiasts each year at this time. The area boasts pavilions and elegant structures, as well as charming waterside retreats. Thus, we shall venture to Mirror Lake for our outing. At the break of dawn the following day, urged by the two maidens, Su Qing rose early. After preparing her easel, fishing rod, and picnic supplies, she boarded the carriage with her attendants and set off from the county office towards the outskirts of the city. As she sat within the carriage, gazing through the window at the scenery receding into the distance, she reflected on how spring had transformed into autumn since her arrival in March. The landscape outside had changed, now imbued with the desolation unique to fall. This melancholic atmosphere of autumn was something seldom witnessed in her previous life within the city, where evergreen trees dominated the greenery and towering buildings obscured the view. A few fallen leaves would hardly evoke any sentiment. Yet here, outside the city, the mountains stood barren, with the once lush flora along the ancient paths now lifeless. This sight indeed struck a chord deep within her heart, evoking an inexplicable sorrow. After more than an hour's journey, they arrived at the vicinity of Mirror Lake, as mentioned by the maidens. Several carriages, including Su Qing's, converged at the same destination. Upon disembarking, she discovered a multitude of visitors meandering amidst the picturesque landscape. The scenery is indeed splendid, she remarked. Xiaoya, fetch the easel, today. I feel inspired to paint. Indeed, it has been quite some time since you last wielded your brush. The lake sparkled with clarity, the maple grove was deep and serene. A gentle breeze whispering through the air, and the fallen leaves adorned the earth in quiet beauty. In such an environment, one's restless heart could find peace, igniting emotions long buried. As Su Qing strolled through the maple grove, she occasionally heard verses being recited nearby. While some were rather mundane, there were also traces of elegance. Passing through the trees, she was drawn by the sounds of laughter and merriment. Following the noise, she found a group of students from the academy engaging in playful banter by a small pavilion. They were all young men and women. And Su Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. My lord, how could such an aged sentiment escape your lips? You are but 22. Akin in years to those spirited youths. Such words would be more fitting from one of our elders. Indeed, I had nearly forgotten. After being addressed as an adult for so long, I started to believe I had surpassed the age of discernment. Suddenly, Su Qing's gaze was drawn to a slender woman leaning against the railing of a pavilion in the distance. The woman gazed out with a look of deep sorrow in her water-like eyes, perfectly blending with the autumnal landscape. Inspired, Su Qing closed her folding fan and declared, Xiaoya, I shall paint. Unfolding her easel and laying out fine rice paper, she took the brush from Xiaoya's hands, confidently applying it to the blank canvas. The image in her mind seemed to crystallize before her eyes, and soon the white paper was graced with the visions that danced within her imagination. Each stroke flowed effortlessly, as if guided by divine inspiration, leaving a trail of beauty that captivated the beholder. In a fleeting moment, a sorrowful maiden with melancholic eyes graced the canvas. Xiaoya gazed at the depicted figure, then lifted her gaze towards the woman in green at the distant pavilion. Her heart inevitably stirred with a tinge of bitterness. The scenery of the pavilions by the Mirror Lake was already exquisite, yet this woman in green, like a masterstroke of artistry, transformed the beauty of the landscape into her own backdrop. It seemed as if the autumn leaves fell in mourning for her sorrow, as if the Mirror Lake mirrored her wavering heart, and as if the clear spring whispered in tumult to accentuate her serene beauty. Su Qing completed the painting in a single breath, a masterpiece that appeared effortlessly crafted yet was infused with technique at every turn. The essence and quality of this work surpassed even that of the painting created on Taosan. As Su Qing contemplated the figure within the painting, she picked up her brush once more, inscribing words in the blank space. At dusk by the eastern fence, with wine in hand, a subtle fragrance fills the sleeves. Do not say it lacks allure. As the curtains flutter in the western wind, one appears more delicate than the yellow flowers. Only upon finishing these verses did a satisfied smile grace Su Qing's face. This was truly the finest expression. In that very moment, Xiaoya's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to conceal her jealousy and envy, which surged forth like an unstoppable tide. After a long while, she softly uttered, "My lord, why can't Xiaoya be the one in the painting? If the figure were I, it would be worth dying for." Chapter 87. The sorrowful maiden, your words are laden with a sense of grievance. Come, seek out a tree over there to lean against and strike a pose. Allow me to ensure that you depart this world without regrets. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Xiaoyu was momentarily lost in thought, her cheeks suddenly flushed with crimson. As she stood there, seemingly frozen, Su Qing gazed at her quizzically. What is the matter? While the young master is still inspired to paint, can he render my beauty akin to that of the woman in the painting? The joy that had begun to blossom within Xiaoyu was swiftly extinguished, akin to a small flame doused by a torrential downpour. This painting is destined to be the pinnacle of the young master's artistry, requiring the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance, each element indispensable. Whether I shall ever create a second masterpiece of comparable merit remains uncertain. You wish for me to complete two in one breath? Yet, the young master assures that he shall depict Xiaoya in splendid beauty. Although he is unfamiliar with that young lady, his creation, inspired by the current moment, is a testament to their fateful connection, a bond that Xiaoya, though envious, cannot force. Su Qing teased with a smile, your artistic prowess has indeed grown considerably. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Su Qing sighed softly, let it go. Let it go? Xiaoya exclaimed in disbelief. How could such a fine piece of art be discarded? While the painting is indeed remarkable, my lack of acquaintance with that young lady renders its creation reckless. To retain it would be to tarnish her purity. It must be discarded. With that, Su Qing rose, stretching lazily. You all tidy up. I shall take a stroll. As she stretched her arms, she made her way deeper into the maple forest. After walking a few paces, a sound suddenly echoed through the trees. Following the noise, she noticed a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, casting tense glances in her direction, particularly the man, whose fiery gaze seemed to burn with intensity. Su Qing instantly realized that she might have interrupted their intimate moment and quickly turned to depart. The beauty of the maple forest at dusk is truly enchanting. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu clutched the painting, torn between uncertainty and longing. To discard it felt too painful, yet keeping it seemed inappropriate. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She rolled up the painting and approached the scholars in the pavilion with measured steps. There, the woman in green continued to lean against the wooden pillar, her eyes vacant as she gazed into the distance, seemingly detached from the surrounding clamor, as if the vibrant world around her held no relevance to her existence. A melancholic reminiscence often flickered across her slender visage. Yet, Xiaoyu stood behind her, radiant with a smile as gentle as moonlight. This young lady. My master has just observed you alone at the railing, harmonizing with the elements of nature, and, without your permission, has rendered a portrait of you. This is my master's painting, now presented to you. I hope you take no offense. Oh, as her words settled, a voice of astonishment emerged from beside the green-clad woman. A round-faced girl hurriedly approached. Lon, a romantic fate has come knocking. Pray tell, where is your master? Which one is he? My master has gone to wander in the maple forest. As she spoke, she extended the painting towards the green-clad woman. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet she reached out to accept the artwork. Xiaoya offered a respectful bow to the green-clad lady and turned to depart, her figure gradually fading from view. Lon, quickly unveil it. Let us see how he has portrayed you. Has he perhaps penned a love poem to accompany it? The round-faced girl eagerly inquired. The woman in green exhibited neither sorrow nor joy as she slowly unfurled the painting. The moment the artwork spread before her, the expression on the woman's face abruptly froze. This painting seemed to create its own realm, instantly engulfing her within its depths. The figure depicted in the painting was her, and it felt as though she had transformed into the woman in the artwork. The swirling withered leaves danced like colorful butterflies. The mirror-like lake lay tranquil as winter snow. Amidst the clamor of the world, I sought a fragment of serenity. What a beautifully tranquil painting. What a solitary universe. In the next moment, the woman in green noticed the inscription on the painting, particularly the final line, do not say it does not consume the soul, the curtain flutters in the west wind. A person is thinner than the yellow flower. Her visible frailty over the past few days had not gone unnoticed, yet who among her friends had truly cared? Everyone merely offered consolation, urging her to let go, but who genuinely understood her feelings. Such poignant words. The gentleman who penned such delicate and melancholic verses must be a refined and sensitive soul. Lian, why is there no name left in the painting? Was it forgotten? Do not speak so carelessly. The gentleman meant no such thing. He merely painted for me out of pity for my solitude. We are but passing strangers. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Do not say that. The talented one has already departed. You cannot remain in perpetual sorrow, can you? Given the exquisite nature of this painting, that gentleman's literary flair may rival that of the talented one. Thus, in the desolate mountains and wilderness, one can often witness the flickering of distant flames. Naturally, those who come to the city god temple to pay respects to the deceased are affluent families. For the offerings made to the temple each year are considerable. It is not something that the less fortunate can easily part with. Just past the hour of the rabbit. With the dawn breaking, a noblewoman clad in green arrived early at the offering hall of the city god temple, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Here, hundreds of spirit tablets were enshrined. The noblewoman slowly stepped into the hall, approaching a spirit tablet, lifting a chicken feather duster to wipe away the dust on the offering table. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the candle flames in the hall to flicker, and the blue smoke to waft. Suddenly, one of the maidservants standing behind the noblewoman felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to shiver. Turning to close the window, her peripheral vision caught sight of what appeared to be a figure deep within the hall. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on her back. Who? Luer, what is it? The noblewoman demanded coldly. Madam, it seems there is someone inside. The noblewoman's expression changed, and she quickly positioned the feather duster before her. Where? Inside. Madam, I dare not. The noblewoman's demeanor turned icy as she swiftly drew a long sword from another maid's satchel. Who dares to play tricks here? She shouted, advancing cautiously into the depths. Upon lifting the deepest green curtain, she beheld a young woman kneeling against the wall, mouth filled with a candle, utterly motionless. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The maple forest lay silent and profound, occasionally adorned by the falling leaves that punctuated the earth and sky. At first glance, this scenery was undeniably charming. Yet prolonged observation revealed it to be rather mundane. Moreover, Su Qing had encountered no fewer than 7 or 8 pairs of passionate lovers fervently practicing their skills along her path, further diminishing her inclination for leisure. After much contemplation, they found it rather mundane. Indeed, the 2 young ladies responded with a hint of disappointment. Just as they exited the maple grove, a swift steed galloped towards them from the distance. My lord, could that be the renowned Zhang Zhao? Xiaoyu inquired, pointing towards the approaching figure on horseback. Remove the question of could it be, and it is undoubtedly Zhang Zhao. Chapter 88, The Ruthless Murderer, my lord. As Zhang Zhao arrived before Su Qing, he swiftly dismounted. A murder has occurred. Really? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but she quickly realized her impropriety and cleared her throat. I mean, how tragic. Where did this happen? A female corpse was found at the city god temple in the southern outskirts, transformed into a wax figure and lit as a lantern. Shui Chonglu has already taken his men there. With that, he turned and galloped away. It's been a long time since I've seen the young master so spirited. Xiao Dai remarked softly, gazing at Su Qing as she rode off into the distance. Indeed, ever since the case of the Bliss sect was resolved 6 months ago, my lord has been rather listless. Even his fishing and painting have lacked the usual fervor, though he has not shown any signs of distress in front of us. I can sense his profound loneliness. Su Qing hastened her steed to the city god temple, which was now surrounded by a throng of people. The entrance was cordoned off with cloth strips by the authorities. Dismounting, Su Qing strode directly into the temple. The worship hall was dimly lit, and the flickering candles emitted a bluish smoke, creating an ethereal atmosphere that felt otherworldly. A group of constables held torches, meticulously searching every inch, while Shui Chonglu conversed with a middle-aged noblewoman nearby. Chonglu, Su Qing called out as she approached with purpose. Shui Chonglu promptly brought the noblewoman over. Madam, this is our Lord Su. Greetings, my lord, the woman said respectfully. Chonglu, what is the situation? A young woman has been turned into a lantern. This lady was the first to discover the body and reported it this morning. Upon hearing this, Su Qing moved closer to the young woman who had been turned into a lantern. A buzzing sensation reverberated in her mind as the casebook automatically materialized in her thoughts. A blue case has been detected. Would you like to record it? Finally, a blue case has emerged. It had been exceedingly difficult. Perhaps due to previously recording a red case, the casebook had grown particular. At first, white cases could still be recorded, but in the past 6 months, not a single white case had been successfully entered. Even homicide resulting from brawls had proved futile. Do you not see? Lord Su has not had a case in half a year. Record it. The casebook flipped open to the latest page. Case 20. The woman turned into a lantern. Case level, blue. Recording complete. Su Qing scrutinized the woman before her. The woman was in a kneeling position, head tilted back, mouth agape, with a gray wax protruding from her lips. The candle showed signs of having been burned before, and now it had extinguished. Without the candle, the woman's pose resembled a desperate cry to the heavens. She was clad in vibrant red attire, strikingly bright, and her face was adorned with rouge and powder, making her appear almost lifelike. Judging by the wax accumulation from the candle, it had been burning for quite some time, at least 5 hours. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that she had been moved here last night. What about the identity of the deceased? Still under investigation. Are there any other clues? The door to the worship hall was locked last night at the hour of the dog, managed by an elder named Qin. Elder Qin stated that everything was in order when he locked up. However, it cannot be ruled out that he, in his old age, may not have seen clearly. It is certain that he did not perceive the situation accurately. At this moment, Madame Yu remarked that not only he, an elderly gentleman, but even she herself had failed to discern the truth initially. It was only upon reaching the innermost part and lifting the curtain that clarity emerged. We should inquire if any suspicious individuals visited yesterday, likely carrying large trunks or bundles. Indeed, upon returning to the magistrate's office, Su Qing promptly turned over the corpse to the coroner's office. With no other useful leads at the moment, she decided to wait there. The deceased appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with the cause of death remaining undetermined. The body had undergone special treatment, making it impossible to ascertain the time of death. The abdominal cavity had been emptied of its organs, which were replaced with 40 pounds of wax fashioned into a lantern. Sir, I have been in the coroner's profession for 20 years and have encountered countless bizarre cases, yet I have never seen a corpse like this, nor heard of such a deranged murderer. To kill and then create a lantern from the victim, the perpetrator must harbor a deep-seated enmity with the deceased. Yet, she was merely a young maiden. How could she have incurred such profound hatred? Perhaps it is not her own vendetta, but that of an elder? Sir, we have identified the victim. At this moment, Su Qing strode forward. Sir, the deceased is named Yang Xiaolan, aged 18, a student of Qinglu Academy. Qinglu Academy was established only last year and is divided into male and female divisions, with the male students studying the 4 books and 5 classics, while the female students engage in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and prose. The literary culture of Dayu Kingdom flourishes greatly, with 3 literary veins permeating the atmosphere. Even the woodcutters in the mountains might recite verses while chopping wood. Yet, despite such a thriving literary environment, very few women receive an education, let alone attend an academy. A mere student? How could she have met such a tragic fate, treated in such a manner? Her father has also arrived. Shall I summon him? Very well. Emerging from the coroner's office into the inner courtyard, Su Qing found a solitary figure standing there, shrouded in melancholy. In the waning light of the setting sun, the man's hunched back resembled the last flickers of daylight. Upon seeing Su Qing approach, the elderly man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Sir, what has happened to my daughter? They say she has been harmed. Is it true? Upon witnessing the old man before her, Su Qing experienced a momentary shock. She had imagined that Yang Xiaolan's family was quite affluent. Otherwise, how could they have afforded to send their daughter to an academy? The cost of education is exorbitant, especially for a female who cannot partake in the imperial examinations. What purpose does it serve? Moreover, even if one were to study, there are countless places to do so. Why attend a school designated for the elite? To her surprise, Yang Xiaolan's father was this elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, his back bent, and his clothes patched. Listening to the old man's anguished inquiries, Su Qing felt an unexplainable tightening in her heart. Yet, she could not bear to deceive him, merely letting out a resigned sigh. Is it true that my daughter has been harmed? Oh, heavens! Suddenly, the old man collapsed to the ground, lamenting loudly. Su Qing furrowed her brows, several times attempting to interject. Old Yang, now is not the time for mourning. My superior is asking you questions, Su Qing admonished coldly. My lord, I am but a simple and honest individual. I harbor no enemies. My daughter is an educated young lady who speaks softly and gently with others. So how could she possibly have any adversaries? My lord, what could be the reason for this? How did my daughter meet her untimely demise? Yang Laosi, what is your occupation? I am merely a peddler, traversing the streets to sell sundries. You, a mere peddler, have managed to send your daughter to Qing Academy? She is my only child, my precious gem. She has a passion for learning, and I would go to any lengths, even sacrificing my livelihood, to support her education. But why is this so? My daughter is gone, and I fear that speaking of it might bring disdain upon me. My only wish was for her to marry into a good family. However, being just a peddler, I must rely on matchmakers. And it seems unlikely that my daughter would find a suitable match. I had heard that Qinglei Academy was frequented by the children of high-ranking officials and noble families, and I hoped my daughter might encounter a worthy suitor there. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would all come to this in less than a year? Chapter 89. The Blue Wax Clue. When did Yang Xiaolan encounter misfortune? Su Qing inquired once more. Deep down, I had a foreboding that something was amiss. Yet I dared not dwell on it until the officials arrived at my door. Oh, my poor daughter. Has Yang Xiaolan recently met any strangers or peculiar individuals? No, my daughter never converses with unsavory characters. The people around her are all neighbors who have watched her grow up, and there are no newcomers in the vicinity. Sir, may I see my daughter, just for a moment? Please let me take a look. Hearing the plea, Su Qing felt a pang of compassion. However, she ultimately gritted her teeth and shook her head coldly. It is best that you do not. It is not that I lack compassion, but rather that I fear you may not be able to bear it. The coroner had meticulously examined the body, but had yielded no significant findings. What do you think? Su Qing asked Zhang Jiao and Xue Chonglu. I suspect it may be related to some cult ritual, Xue Chonglu pondered. In my travels over the years, I have encountered various practitioners of dubious arts. There are the spirit-calling cults of the north and the god-descending sects of the south, each with their peculiar and grotesque ceremonies, invocations to malevolent deities, dances shrouded in darkness, and the painting of the body in blood. Perhaps they fashioned a sky lantern to venerate someone? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled with insight. That makes sense. Sir, should we focus our investigation on the outsiders who have recently arrived in Qinglei County, as well as the recently honored deceased in the worship hall? Are there any from foreign lands? Su Qing slowly shook her head. Searching in that manner would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I believe our investigation should center around the wax. Wax? Xue Chonglu gazed at the 40 pounds of wax extracted from Yang Xiaolan's abdomen, realization dawning upon him. 40 pounds of wax must cost no less than 100 taels of silver. The murderer spent a considerable sum to create a sky lantern. Common folk typically use oil lamps, very few families purchase candles, and those who buy in such quantities are exceedingly rare. Thus, Xue Chonglu, you shall visit all the shops selling wax to inquire if anyone has made a large purchase. Zhang Jiao, you should question the local affluent families and verify the quantity of candles they possess. Given the high price of candles, they would likely keep records. Check if there are any discrepancies. I will go to the wax workshop for an investigation. Understood. The following morning, the three set out on their respective missions. Su Qing departed with a young constable clad in blue, named Liang, who was the cousin of Constable Li. However, he was the antithesis of his cousin's character, being a taciturn individual who struggled to utter a word. Constable Li had been reassigned to Jinghai Prefecture last month, a promotion of sorts, and before leaving, had asked Su Qing to look after Liang and have him act as a subordinate. Despite his reticence, Liang was diligent in his duties, earning Su Qing's approval. The wax workshop was located on the outskirts of Qinglei County, away from densely populated areas. This indicated that previous county magistrates had been quite diligent regarding safety in production. For wax is a combustible material, and if ignited, the consequences would be dire. Upon arriving at the wax workshop, the autumn wind howled bitterly outside, yet within the workshop, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Many workers removed their upper garments, rolling up their sleeves to toil. Although Su Qing was not clad in official attire, Liang donned the uniform of a minor official. Upon sighting them, the workshop workers swiftly reported to the overseer. Before Su Qing could approach, a white-haired elder, well past 50, hurriedly emerged from the depths of the workshop. A distinguished guest has arrived. May I inquire, young sir, from whence you hail and your purpose here? The master of my household is the magistrate of Qinglei County, Liang promptly declared. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt before them. I am Su Wui, paying my respects to the county magistrate. Rise, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here to inquire about a matter. Su Wui's countenance changed instantly. A visit from the county magistrate could only signify a significant issue. His mind raced with thoughts. Surely, I have not committed any offenses recently? No tax evasion, I hope? This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us find somewhere more private, Su Qing remarked, furrowing her brow at the unpleasant odors permeating the air. The scent of the wax workshop was undoubtedly harmful to one's health. Yet, in this era, life was only marginally better than that of livestock, and few would concern themselves with such matters. Furthermore, what good would worrying do? One must simply survive. Following Su Wui into the inner hall, he stood anxiously before Su Qing, bowing his head. Su Qing received the package from Liang and handed it to him. Please examine this wax and determine if it was produced by your workshop. Su Wui cautiously accepted the package and unwrapped it, revealing a piece of wax that Su Qing had casually cut off, its pale blue hue reminiscent of jade. Anticipating a prolonged examination, she was surprised when he glanced at it briefly and shook his head. My lord, this is not produced by our workshop. On what grounds do you assert that? Su Qing inquired, her expression unreadable. My lord, this wax exhibits a pale blue color due to impurities that have not been removed. This technique has been obsolete for 3 years. When burned, it emits a faint burn odor that, if inhaled for too long, can induce dizziness. Such wax has long since vanished from legitimate markets. Moreover, since that incident 7 years ago in Huayan Prefecture, wax workshops have implemented stringent management practices. Daily accounts of inventory are meticulously recorded and reviewed, leaving no room for wax to leak out. At least, that is how our workshop operates. Then where might such wax still exist? It must either be remnants older than 3 years or produced by black market workshops employing outdated techniques. A flicker of thought crossed Su Qing's eyes. This was not entirely fruitless. You mentioned an incident in Huayan 7 years ago. What transpired? My lord may not be aware, but a decade ago, half of Jiangzhou's wax originated from Huayan. At that time, a wax workshop was nestled within the city's narrow alleys. One day, it was discovered that 300 pounds of blue wax had been stolen from the storeroom. 300 pounds is no trifling matter. The workshop overseer promptly reported it to the authorities. However, before the county magistrate could arrive for an investigation, a fire broke out in the workshop. What a calamity! To prevent the thieves from escaping, the workshop master had kept all the workers inside. This fire raged throughout the night, claiming the lives of over 100 individuals, including several nearby residents. Subsequently, one might speculate that the fire ignited not too early nor too late, but rather at that precise moment, likely instigated by the thief who, fearing exposure, decided to act decisively. The tragedy claimed the lives of so many, and naturally, the identity of the thief remains elusive. The county magistrate lost his position, and the provincial governor was relegated to a distant locale. The wax workshops situated near residential areas in Huayan hastily relocated, and it was during this period that we departed Huayan for Qingla County. I am grateful for your enlightening words, but I must attend to other matters. So I bid you farewell. Please, do not say such things. It is indeed a privilege for me to clarify your doubts. If I may be so bold to inquire, what is the connection of this wax? Such matters are not to be spoken of. Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds, Su Wui repeatedly affirmed. Chapter 90. The murderer is you. It is not merely Su Qing's penchant for imagination that leads her to conclude the killer who took Yang Xiaolan's life has crafted candles from her remains. Such an act carries an undeniable hint of vengeance. With no prior enmity, how could one descend to such depths? Moreover, why choose to fashion them into lanterns? The most significant connection lies within the wax itself. The blue wax, a craft from 3 years past, was precisely what went missing from the workshop when the tragedy occurred. The coincidence is too striking to ignore. Though the source of the wax from the workshop remains undisclosed, Su Qing has acquired the means to discern its origins. As the sun dips below the horizon, she stands in the courtyard, gazing at the retreating daylight, feeling inexplicably melancholic of late. My lord, we have found him. An exuberant voice calls out as Zhang Zhao and Xue Chonglu approach side by side. Have you found the murderer? So swiftly? Let us go. Su Qing gestures decisively and strides toward the interrogation chamber in the dungeon. Inside the interrogation room, a middle-aged man wearing a tall hat glances around anxiously. His complexion fluctuating between pallor and ashen hues, evidently shaken. My lord, may I inquire why I have been arrested? A clear explanation would suffice, or even a hint would do. The dungeon guards cast a cold glance his way, responding with a look that suggests he ought to deduce the answer himself. My lord, I pay my respects, calls a voice from afar, as a chorus of greetings fills the air, and the guards cease their hushed conversations, snapping to attention. My lord, I am innocent, the middle-aged man exclaims upon seeing Su Qing, immediately dropping to his knees. I have yet to question you, yet you claim to be wronged? What injustice have I committed against you? My lord, I know not what crime I have committed, but I assure you I am innocent. I am of good nature, law-abiding, and have never engaged in any illicit activities. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Qing extends her hand, and Shui Chonglu presents 2 candles. Are these from your store? The man glances at them, his gaze flickering momentarily before he hastily shakes his head. No, this blue wax is certainly not from my wares. Do not play games now that you are in this predicament. These candles were purchased from your shop. The blue wax has long been discontinued. Where did you procure it? I know nothing of blue wax. I am merely a vendor. My lord, if you wish to trace the candle's origins, you should investigate the wax-making workshop. I source my goods from there. It seems you require a more profound wake-up call, Su Qing sighs softly. Have you heard about the murder that transpired at the Chengwang Temple yesterday? I have heard. It seems the victim was transformed into a lantern. The victim was made into a candle using this very wax. I have scoured all the shops, and only yours possesses this blue wax. Thus, the murderer must be you. The middle-aged man's expression freezes, his body going rigid. My lord, this is an injustice. This blue wax is not exclusive to my store. Zhang's General Goods across the street and Lu's General Goods also carry it. It is plentiful throughout the city. How could it solely be my shops? Too troublesome. Must I really investigate further? This case has instilled widespread panic. It is best to conclude it swiftly, Su Qing replies with an air of nonchalance. The words strike the middle-aged man like a thunderclap. Is this reasonable? Too troublesome? You wish to hasten the resolution? The girl whose feelings were lit by the lantern. Does my life not hold the same value? My lord, this is unjust. I assure you. The blue wax was purchased from a peddler in the western part of the city. I am truly wronged. My shop only had 10 pounds of this blue wax, which I have struggled to sell for half a year. A peddler? What peddler? What is his name? How could a mere grocery store owner procure goods from a peddler? His name is Yang Laosi, a wandering merchant. I am not certain how he manages to acquire wax, but it is undoubtedly much cheaper than that from the workshops, and many grocery stores have bought from him, making a profit of several taels of silver. Yang Laosi? Su Qing's face showed astonishment. Her first instinct was disbelief. For the murderer could not possibly be Yang Laosi. Yet, in an instant, she suppressed her thoughts. Are you certain it is Yang Laosi? What is there to doubt? It must be him. Who else could possess such blue wax? The production of blue wax ceased long ago, to my knowledge. Yang Laosi is the sole proprietor in the entirety of Qingli County, while the workshops only produce white wax. What about the black workshops? They produce a substandard black wax, which smokes more than it burns, rendering it unsellable. Su Qing's eyes flickered, and she suddenly rose, turning to leave. Without hesitation, she summoned Shui Chonglu and a throng of constables, heading straight for Yang Laosi's residence. Yang Laosi's home, located in the west of the city, boasted an independent courtyard, accompanied by a row of single-story houses and 2 side rooms. The last time she saw Yang Laosi, he was in patched clothing, leading her to believe he was impoverished. However, as they approached, it became evident that Yang Laosi's abode was the most lavish of all. Shui Chonglu knocked on the door, and soon Yang Laosi appeared, opening it wide. Sir, has there been a new development in the case? Have you apprehended the murderer? My poor daughter. As he spoke, Yang Laosi began to wail once more. Indeed, there has been a new development, Su Qing replied coolly, gesturing for them to enter and search. What? Yang Laosi was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his sorrow. He hurried to Su Qing, his hands trembling and unsure of where to place them. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Nothing to worry about. It is merely a routine inspection. Yang Laosi's face was a mask of confusion, but deep down, he must have been cursing. A routine inspection? Is this what you call a routine inspection? Even bandits do not appear so menacing. Watching the constables rummage through his home, Yang Laosi several times attempted to voice his concerns, but swallowed his words. Before long, a voice rang out from within. My lord, we have found something. Su Qing cast a cold glance at Yang Laosi and said, let us go. Yang Laosi hesitantly followed Su Qing into the room, only to see Shui Chonglu had uncovered a hidden compartment beneath the bed, revealing a large chest filled with solidified blue wax, identical to that extracted from Yang Xiaolan's body. Upon seeing the blue wax, a chilling light flickered in Su Qing's eyes. How do you explain this? Yang Laosi's complexion turned ashen. My lord, I have scoured Qingli County for this very blue wax, only to discover that it all originates from you. In the end, it is a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. Yang Laosi, clad in patched clothing and posing as a wandering merchant, had concealed his secrets quite well. My lord, the little ones, they too strive for their livelihood. Solely relying on the peddler's trade is insufficient to cover Lanlin's tuition fees. But why must you so ruthlessly take her life? What deep-seated enmity could exist between father and daughter? To slay Lanner? Young Laosi immediately shuddered, a chill coursing through him. My lord, could there be a misunderstanding? How could I ever harm Lana? She is my daughter, my own flesh and blood. And where did all this green wax come from? I made it myself, young Laosi stammered. Lan Xiaolan was transformed into a wax figure, and a lantern was lit for her. We extracted 40 pounds of green wax from her abdomen. As far as I am aware, you are the only one in Qing County who possesses such an abundance of this green wax. If not you, then who else could it be? Chapter 91. The tiger's cruelty does not extend to its young. How could it possibly be me? No, impossible. A tiger does not consume its own offspring. Although I am the sole artisan capable of crafting the green wax, I have sold a considerable amount over the years, perhaps 100 or 200 pounds. I implore you, esteemed official, to discern the truth. Moreover, there is a large red box here. A constable suddenly exclaimed with a new discovery. Let us open it. Su Qing responded as she approached. In an instant, a constable drew his waist knife and sliced through the lock. Upon opening the box, they were astonished to find it filled with bridal attire. Phoenix crowns, embroidered robes, red candles, and all manner of items required for a wedding, packed to the brim. The exquisite craftsmanship and quality of this collection of wedding paraphernalia surpassed that of the nobility. What is the meaning of this? What crime has Yang Laosi committed? His daughter has just been harmed, yet he too has been apprehended? Could it be that Yang Laosi is the perpetrator? The neighbors, brimming with curiosity, began to speculate fervently. Listening to the murmurs behind her, a sudden insight struck Su Qing. I am Su Qing, the magistrate of Qingla County, here to investigate this matter. You are the neighbors of Yang Laosi. I wish to inquire about his household. Who among you can provide information? At this proclamation, the townsfolk averted their gazes, hesitant to speak. In this era, commoners still harbored a profound fear of officials, and despite Su Qing's youth and amiable demeanor, an official's authority loomed large. As her gaze swept across the crowd, Su Qing's attention was drawn to a middle-aged woman, approximately 40, with a sharp nose and prominent cheekbones. Her appearance embodied the essence of gossip. You, the one glancing about. Yes, you. Step forward. I have questions for you. The woman, trembling, emerged from the throng, nearly kneeling before Su Qing, who raised her hand to stop her. Come with me. Leading the woman to the parlor, Su Qing gestured towards a chair. Please, take a seat. What is your name? I am Chao Banyang, and the neighbors affectionately refer to me as Baba. Such a charming moniker. Su Qing could not help but exclaim. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed official. Are you familiar with the circumstances of Yang Laosi's family? Chao Banyang shook her head repeatedly. How could I know their affairs? We are merely neighbors. I do know they moved here 7 years ago, claiming to have come from Huai'an, from the Jianghuai region, which is quite different from us. When they first arrived, they were in dire straits. Young Lan was just a child, crying out in hunger during the night. It was the kindness of the neighbors that provided them with food. After about 6 months, their situation improved, and they rented this courtyard. Su Qing's eyes lifted with intrigue. How do you know this? You nearly uncovered their secrets. Was this house rented? Not anymore. Initially, it was rented, but after 3 years, they purchased it. I suspect Yang Laosi was not engaged in legitimate work. Otherwise, how could he afford such a residence? In just 3 years, relying solely on his trade as a peddler, he could scarcely save enough for a humble dwelling. What is the nature of Yang Laosi's relationship with his daughter? Their relationship was once very good. Chao Banyang pondered. In the beginning, when the girl was young, Yang Laosi spoiled her without restraint. In her youth, Xiaolan was remarkably obedient and strikingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being. We often teased her, joking that she couldn't possibly be the biological daughter of her father, given his rather unattractive appearance. Whenever Xiaolan was upset and cried heartily, old Yang would merely chuckle, unfazed by her distress. However, as time passed, the girl grew increasingly temperamental, often disregarding the neighbors around us. It seemed that old Yang had spoiled her. While one may lack talent, one must never forget their roots. Xiaolan had evidently forgotten that without our neighborhood as support when she first arrived in Qingla County, she might have perished from hunger. With her growing temper, she began to look at old Yang with disdain. Just a few days prior, the father and daughter had a fierce argument. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, inquiring about the severity of the quarrel. Indeed, it was fierce. She had never witnessed Xiaolan utter such harsh words. What did she say? It seemed to be something along the lines of, if you don't agree, do you believe I'll have you thrown into a cell? Off with your head. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Are you certain? Absolutely. I overheard it clearly from the corner. Excellent. When I convene the court, you shall testify. This. If you perform well, I shall reward you. I am willing. Upon returning to the Yamen, Su Qing did not immediately interrogate old Yang, but instead instructed Zhang Zhao to visit Huayan Prefecture to retrieve the case files from years past. She also tasked Xue Chonglu with investigating the relationships surrounding old Yang. Time passed quietly for 2 days, and in the afternoon of the second day, Xue Chonglu reappeared before Su Qing. My lord, this was found under the bed in Yang Xiaolan's room. Su Qing gazed at the semicircular piece of wax in perplexity. What is this? A pregnancy charm? Are you suggesting that Yang Xiaolan is with child? It seems so. I also inquired with the doctor at the clinic. He treats many patients daily and can't recall them all, but he does remember a girl of about 17 or 18. Su Qing furrowed her brow, a shadow of concern darkening her heart. The realization that Yang Xiaolan was indeed pregnant was alarming. 2 lives could be at stake. My lord, there is another discovery. Su Qing's expression soured. When did you develop this habit of speaking with such breathlessness? Speak. Last month, old Yang amended his household registration, changing his relationship with Yang Xiaolan to that of strangers. The severance of their father-daughter relationship indicated that their bond had reached an irreconcilable point. Irreconcilable? How do you deduce that? They have severed their father-daughter ties? Is that not evident? Su Qing sighed softly, her head tilted back. I fear the matter is far more intricate, perhaps even quite melodramatic. My lord, the case file has arrived. Su Qing accepted the documents and began to peruse them eagerly. It turned out that Yang Xiaolan was not old Yang's biological daughter, but rather the child of a former colleague who had perished in a fire. Old Yang had taken her in and raised her in Qingla County. After finishing the file, Su Qing drummed her fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate time, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes glinting with determination. What time is it? It is the hour of Shin. Let us go and have a word with old Yang. Since Yang Laosi was imprisoned in the dungeon by Su Qing, 3 days have passed. Despite his cries of injustice that rendered his throat hoarse, no one has come to his aid. Instead, his noise disturbed the other prisoners, almost leading to a beating. Now, Yang Laosi has settled down, retreating to a corner of the cell, a place inaccessible to the other inmates. Greetings to Lord Su. Good day, my lord. From a distance, several voices of greeting echoed. Yang Laosi lifted his bewildered head, and after a few moments of dazed contemplation, he suddenly lunged toward the bars. My lord, I am wronged. Chapter 92. An underlying truth. After leaving you to ponder for 3 days, it appears you squandered the precious time I afforded you, Su Qing remarked with a grim expression. My lord, even if I were a beast in human guise, I would never harm my own daughter, who could ever bear to slay their own flesh and blood. It seems one must witness the grave consequences before shedding tears, Su Qing said as she delicately raised her teacup, taking a sip to soothe her throat. 1 month ago, you obtained a certificate from the Household Registration Office severing your paternal ties with Yang Xiaolan. For a month now, she has ceased to be your biological daughter. At that time, Lan and I had a quarrel, and in a fit of rage. Fathers and daughters do not harbor grudges overnight. This was all. What are you stammering about? A mere fit of rage? More likely, it was a well-considered decision on your part. From the moment you entered, you insisted that Yang Xiaolan was your daughter, attempting to persuade us that no one would ever harm their own child. Regrettably, I dispatched someone to Huayan Prefecture. And it turns out that you and Yang Xiaolan are not related by blood. She is the daughter of your workmate. You surely remember the Great Fire 7 years ago. Do you not? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Yang Laoxi's face betrayed fear, his eyes seemingly transcending time to revisit that inferno. Even if Lan'er is not my biological daughter, I raised her and treated her as my own. If you regarded her as your own, why then did you sever your paternal ties? That was in a moment of anger. Your feelings for Yang Xiaolan are not those of a father. As she blossomed into a beautiful young woman, you developed improper desires. You severed your ties to her in hopes of marrying her. Am I correct? No. Yang Laoxi's complexion paled, panic evident in his voice. Then why is there a chest full of wedding gifts beneath your bed? If it were merely a phoenix crown and bridal attire, one could argue they were for Yang Xiaolan's family. However, that auspicious attire must surely be tailored to your own measurements, given your lack of children. Is it intended for some other party? I was once married, but although that fire spared your life, it consumed your home. When you arrived in Qingla County, aside from Yang Xiaolan, you possessed nothing. This auspicious attire was, of course, acquired later. Yang Laoxi's countenance shifted continuously under Su Qing's interrogation, leaving him speechless. Yang Xiaolan has discerned your nefarious intentions, which is why she has treated you with disdain. You dared not act forcefully. for she holds your life in her hands. Should you attempt to coerce her, she could send you to the gallows. These words could very well be overheard by the neighbors during one of your quarrels. I surmise the leverage young Xiaolan possesses is related to that fire, is it not? That blaze was set by you, and it was you who pilfered 300 gene of wax. Originally, you merely bided your time, cohabitating under one roof, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, you never anticipated that after nurturing your daughter for 7 years, the cherished little cabbage you had meticulously raised would be taken by another before you could even lay claim to her. Yang Xiaolan is pregnant. As Su Qing spoke, the expression on Yang Laoxi's face shifted once more, revealing a surge of fury in his eyes, his hands clenched tightly into fists, trembling as he suppressed something within. She still intended to elope with that man, and you were filled with uncontrollable rage, envisioning the unthinkable, gazing upon your daughter, lifeless at your hands. You felt as if your entire life had been a futile endeavor. The depth of your love for her was matched only by your hatred. Consumed by anger, you transformed her into a wax figure, igniting a flame. Am I correct? No, I did not, sobbed Yang Laoxi, covering his face in despair. I resented her. I harbored grievances against her. I was the one who rescued her from the flames, and she promised me she would care for me throughout my life. 4 years ago, another matchmaker approached. Once again, it was because of her that I missed my chance. I told her I wished for a bride. I still remember her in that blue dress, swinging in the yard, declaring that when she grew up, at 18, she would marry me and be my wife. After all, we were not blood relatives. We could wed. How could I have taken that seriously? How foolish I was. Su Qing, you are right. The cabbage I raised has been taken by another. I was filled with hatred. I argued fiercely with her. Yet I am still a man, incapable of committing such an act. The matter of Lanner suggesting I would end up in a cell was merely about my clandestine wax production. The authorities require permits for producing oil and wax, and operating without permission is deemed theft. After our argument, I struck her, and she ran away in tears. I regretted it immediately, but when I sought her out, she was nowhere to be found. My lord, I have disclosed everything I must. But you cannot wrongfully accuse me for crimes I did not commit. What about the Great Fire 7 years ago? I was not responsible. I truly do not know. My home is adjacent to the workshop, and upon waking to the flames, I fled outside. We could have produced the green wax ourselves without resorting to theft. Su Qing furrowed her brow. So, all the green wax in your home was made by you? Yes. Whose child is in Yang Xiaolan's womb? Yang Laoxi bit his lip. It belongs to Qi Siyuan. Qi Siyuan? Who is he? The third son of the Qi family, whom Lanner met at Qingla Academy. Lanner is with child by him, but the Qi family looks down upon us, a humble household, and refuses to acknowledge it. Indeed, it was him, the Qi family. Suddenly, Yang Laoxi raised his head sharply. It must be the Qi family. Just days ago, the elder of the Qi family approached me, urging us to keep Lanu away from his son, offering me 300 taels of silver notes. That day, Lana must have gone to seek out that Qi scion, only to meet a tragic fate. My lord, it was undoubtedly him. Su Qing frowned. You possess a motive for the murder of Yang Xiaolan and the means to create her wax figure. Your suspicion remains substantial. I will gather further evidence to ascertain your guilt or innocence. Take him away. Soon, Yang Laoxi was led away, observing Su Qing lost in thought. Shuai Chenglu gently leaned closer and inquired, My lord, is Yang Laoxi truly the murderer? I do not know. Then what was your earlier statement about? Although there exists ample reason for suspicion, there lacks sufficient evidence for substantiation. Initially, it was merely a ruse to elicit a confession from him, which would have spared us subsequent complications. Does my lord believe he is the culprit? I cannot say. What he mentioned about Qi Siyuan and the Qi family. They also have motives. However, if it were the Qi family, why would they turn the victim into a wax figure? That seems rather excessive. My lord, there is one more matter that puzzles me. How can you ascertain that the child within Yang Xiaolan is not Yang Laoxi's? It would be too easy for him to take advantage of the situation through drugging, coercion, or intoxication. The fact that Yang Xiaolan procured calming pills instead of abortifacients indicates her deep affection for the child she carries. If the child were indeed Yang Laoxi's, would she behave in such a manner? Wait a moment, Chenglu. I had not realized you were quite adept at this. What? Adept? Chapter 93, The Battle of Swords Tomorrow. Please investigate the situation of the Qi family, particularly the relationship between Qi Siyuan and Yang Xiaolan. I shall do so at once. However, it is already late today. We shall conduct the inquiry tomorrow. As Su Qing stepped out of the dungeon with her hands clasped behind her back, she could not help but mutter to herself. What is going on lately? I keep stumbling upon melodramatic scenarios. I initially thought Yang Laoxi's feelings for Yang Xiaolan were quite tragic, yet now, an even more dramatic tale of star-crossed lovers has emerged. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon opening her eyes once more, dawn had broken. Yawning and rubbing her bleary eyes, Su Qing noted that the sun was already high in the sky. "Young master, are you awake?" "I am. Please, come in." With the assistance of Xiao Ye and Xiao Dai, she donned her garments. "What time is it?" "It is a quarter past the 3rd hour. Soon it will be the 4th. Indeed, I have risen rather late." "You call this merely rising late? Had you still been in the manor, the master would have surely taken the bamboo rod to you by now." Su Qing refrained from responding. Ever since she had assumed the role of the county magistrate, or rather, since her soul had traversed into this realm, her life had become devoid of pressure, resulting in an increasingly languorous existence. But can I be blamed for this? After all, life is so comfortable. Is it a fault to relish in ease? After hastily finishing her breakfast, she prepared to attend to some official matters, knowing that having risen late necessitated diligence in her work. Yet, she had scarcely taken 3 steps when a piercing scream echoed from above. Looking up, Su Qing beheld 2 figures plummeting from the sky. In a flurry of limbs, they crashed before her, spewing blood forth. Then, another figure descended gracefully, akin to a cloud illuminated by the rising sun. Dressed in garments as white as snow, the ethereal figure appeared almost celestial. Shimin Shui Shui landed softly beside Su Qing on the stone railing. What have these 2 done to incur the wrath of the esteemed official? She pondered. Have they been harassing respectable women in the streets or terrorizing the countryside? Neither, came the reply. These 2 are notorious bandits on the loose. Oh? Su Qing raised an eyebrow, recognizing the potential for a significant catch. It was no wonder that she regarded these bandits as prized prey, for in the past 6 months, finding a villain to apprehend had proven quite challenging. Now, having captured 2 bandits, could it be that the time of respite had finally come to an end? Where were they apprehended? They were in the countryside committing heinous acts when I fortuitously encountered them. I initially intended to eliminate them, but thought you might find them useful, so I brought them here. Those summoned through the collective case files were somewhat aware of Su Qing's secrets, though their knowledge was limited. Liang, take them away and conduct a thorough interrogation. Yes. Just as Liang began to escort the 2 away, Shimin Shui Shui's expression suddenly darkened. He turned sharply toward the entrance of the magistrate's office. Simultaneously, Su Qing sensed a formidable sword intent manifesting. Although her eyes detected nothing, she could distinctly perceive a long sword piercing the heavens. Shen Jianxin from the Yinjian Villa requests an audience with you, Lord Su Qing. The tension on Su Qing's face dissipated in an instant. It was merely young Master Shen who had arrived. She promptly urged, "Please, come in." The moment Su Qing opened her mouth, she had already soared into the air, her legs alternating as if traversing an ethereal staircase towards the door. By the time the words "please hurry" escaped her lips, she had appeared outside the county office, landing gracefully before Shen Jianxin. Now, Su Qing had attained the 9th rank of mastery, her lightness of foot perfected to an unparalleled degree, with the aid of her cloud-treading boots. She had reached a realm of transcendence in her agility. Engaging in combat might expose her, yet in terms of agility, Su Qing was no longer inferior to the likes of Shen Jianxin. Observing Su Qing's resplendent demeanor as she hovered in the air, Shen Jianxin's eyes shone with admiration. "Brother Shen, it has been half a year since we last met, has it not? The last time I invited you to lend your strength. You were grievously injured by the deadly demonic arts. I trust you have recovered? Ah, what brings you here in such haste, Brother Shen?" At the mention of this, Shen Jianxin's expression grew serious, a fierce battle intent igniting in his gaze. "Brother Su, I wish to experience your heavenly immortal technique." Su Qing's smile froze, the air seeming to solidify in that moment. Within her heart, a little voice roared in fury, "You, go away. The further, the better." Yet, such words could not escape her lips. Instead, she donned an apologetic smile. "Brother Shen, you may be disappointed. The heavenly immortal is far too formidable for me to master. Once unleashed, I cannot even control my own life or death." Su Qing had thought this would dissuade Shen Jianxin from his intent, yet to her surprise, his battle spirit intensified even further. "The sword I wield is one that advances unflinchingly, even in the face of mountains of knives and seas of fire. I shall wield my sword to cleave through thorns. It is in the dance between life and death that one truly comprehends the essence of the sword. Moreover, I possess confidence in my own strength. Yet I lack confidence in my abilities," Su Qing quickly interjected. "I have always considered you a friend. My sword shall never be drawn against a friend." Should I unleash the heavenly immortal upon you, it would not be you who perishes, but rather, it would be I. A shadow of melancholy crossed Shen Jianqing's face. For a sword enthusiast, nothing could be more agonizing than having a breathtaking sword technique within reach, yet being unable to witness it. Had he not departed prematurely, how might he have beheld this legendary technique? Had he known that the heavenly immortal would soon emerge, he would have endured even the gravest of injuries to remain and witness it. How unfortunate this truly is. Sir Su, I have an ungracious request. Pray speak. In the future, should the opportunity arise, please allow me to witness this heavenly immortal. Very well. Suddenly, Shen Jianqing's gaze sharpened as he turned abruptly to look behind Su Qing. At the entrance of the office stood a figure cloaked in white, wielding a sword with a tranquil presence. With a mere glance, Shen Jianqing understood that this man was a swordsman of unparalleled caliber, no less than himself. In that white-clad individual, he even saw a reflection of his own spirit. Brother Shen, allow me to introduce this individual, who is also my friend, Shimin Shui. Shimin, this is the esteemed master of the Yingri Mountain Villa, the foremost swordsman of Jinghai Prefecture and the greatest prodigy, Shen Jianqing. Do you wield a sword, sir? Shen Jianqing inquired, his tone measured and calm. Upon hearing the two lines of dialogue, Su Qing immediately sensed impending trouble. The two were clearly experiencing a surge of emotions. Shen Jianqing was infatuated with the sword. And was Shimin Shui not the same? When two sword enthusiasts meet, it inevitably leads to one of two outcomes. Either they fall in love or they engage in a deadly duel. Do you also wield a sword? Indeed. Wait. Su Qing exclaimed, both of you are my friends. Whatever happens, please do not let it harm our camaraderie. How about a location? Shen Jianqing inquired. What at the top of the Jingxia Gate? Excellent. In the next instant, the two soared into the sky and vanished from sight. Su Qing tilted her head to watch the two figures disappear, stamping her foot in frustration. This is absurd. Zhang Zhao, hurry and restrain Shimin Shui. Yes. A figure shot up from the backyard, treading the void as he departed. Chapter 94, New Developments. Su Qing hastily made her way towards the direction in which the two had departed. However, due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, she dared not approach too closely and instead chose to observe from a distance atop a rooftop. By the time she arrived, Shimin Shui and Shen Jianqing had already engaged in combat. Their figures danced like phantoms, flickering in the void. Each moment they intersected was a fleeting instant of graceful movement. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of strikes. Su Qing unfurled her folding fan and waved it rapidly, her heart racing with urgency. Zhang Zhao, is there any way to make them cease their hostilities? Rest assured, my lady. Shimin and young Master Shen are mindful in their exchanges. Both are holding back, he replied. Su Qing swallowed hard, pondering what it meant to hold back. What would happen if they did not? At that moment, the number of spectators on the rooftop suddenly increased. Battles at the innate realm were rare, especially a contest between two pinnacle swordmasters, making it a spectacle not to be missed. Regrettably, most of the onlookers possessed cultivation levels inferior to even Su Qing's, resulting in a rather lonesome viewing experience. As their combat intensified, the points of their intersecting forms became increasingly dense. Suddenly, a breathtaking display of radiant clouds erupted. As if countless spotlights illuminated the sky in a dazzling spectacle. Su Qing recognized this technique. It was Shen Jianqing's illusory sun sword play. Now that the illusory sun sword play had been unleashed, things had become serious. In the next instant, Shimin Shui abruptly retreated, and a tempest of sword energy coalesced around him like a downpour, transforming into a torrential storm of blades directed towards Shen Jianqing. This was no mere display. It was a true manifestation of power. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion morphed into a whirlwind that swept across the rooftop, sending tiles soaring into the air. Many spectators lost their footing and were directly blown from the rooftop. As the tempest subsided, the two combatants stood apart, as if they had never engaged in battle. Cold Frost swordsman Shimin Shui, Shen Jianqing spoke first. Though I have been in seclusion, I have heard whispers that two figures have emerged from the Jinghai martial world, akin to brilliant minds. One is the fairy of the azure moon, Shun Bai Yun, and the other is you, the Cold Frost swordsman Shimin Shui. It appears that the martial community has underestimated your mastery, Shimin. Your swordsmanship and martial prowess are indeed on par with mine. With you in Jinghai's martial world, I shall no longer feel solitary. You flatter me, brother Shen. Their exchange resonated like a whirlwind, capturing the attention of all present within the martial realm. The crowd was not only captivated by the brilliance of this confrontation but also took note of Shimin Shui. having been summoned for 6 months. Su Qing had allowed him to develop in a free-range manner. Yet, despite his formidable strength, it was improbable that he would attain significant fame in such a short time. This was why Xue Chonglu felt indignant that Xin Baiyun's reputation eclipsed that of Shimin Shui, despite the latter being capable of dispatching her with a mere flick of his finger. However, with Xin Jian Xian publicly acknowledging Shimin Shui's prowess as being equivalent to his own, it was certain that Shimin Shui's renown would soar, reaching a stature equal to that of Xin Jian Xian. Indeed, upon encountering those two rascals again, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. The two rogues had been thoroughly beaten, their bodies marred with numerous lacerations. At this moment, the two individuals had succumbed to pain and lost consciousness, only to be revived by a bucket of cold water poured over them by the torturers. How did you kill Yang Xiaolan? Why did you set her alight as a lantern? No, we did not kill that woman. Didn't you? You certainly are obstinate. One of the torturers revealed a sinister grin. Is the water boiling? Yes, it is. Good. What? What do you intend to do? A notorious bandit inquired, his face stricken with terror. This method of interrogation is called cleansing. Do you know how we cleanse? We pour boiling water over your back, scalding you to a half-cooked state. And then we gently scrape your skin with a steel brush. The sensation is, I advise you to confess honestly. You dare to keep accounts yet refuse to acknowledge them? Just then, Su Qing stepped out from the shadows. The two torturers hurried forward. My lord, what is the situation? I have yet to interrogate them. How could they be in such a state? Moreover, what connection do they have with the case of Yang Xiaolan? My lord, please take a look. One of the torturers presented a small booklet to Su Qing, which contained a record of names, many encircled or marked with crosses, some checked off. What is this? They refer to this as the ledger of life and death. These two engaged in the business of hiring out as assassins. After completing a job, they would mark a check next to the name and then collect their payment. And what do the circles and crosses signify? The circles indicate jobs that have not yet been completed, while the crosses denote tasks canceled by the employer. As Su Qing perused the list, she quickly spotted Yang Xiaolan's name, marked with a check. Her expression darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. You killed Yang Xiaolan? My lord, it's a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. That woman was not killed by us. Then why is there a check next to her name? I hadn't even had the chance to act before she died. How did she die? I do not know. I only know that she was lit as a lantern and placed in the city god temple. Beyond that, I know nothing. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. We saw that she was already dead, so we simply took the opportunity to collect the money. One does not refuse free silver. From whom did you collect the payment? Qi Siyuan. My lord, I am speaking the truth. Please believe me. Su Qing's gaze flickered. After a long pause, she ordered, take them away. Yes. At that moment, the case record in her mind abruptly popped up. Congratulations, host, for capturing the elusive bandit. You are rewarded with 300 points. You have met the conditions for reward exchange. Please redeem promptly. Su Qing paused slightly. It had been quite a while since she had heard that voice, nearly several months. She felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Redeem reward. In the next instant, a radiant glow emanated from the cover of the case record, and a card flew out, shattering in a swirl. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of medicine, observation, inquiry, palpation, and auscultation. Would you like to learn it? Not a martial skill? Su Qing was taken aback. Yet, in just a second, she accepted the medical skills. The rules for rewards in the case record had never specified that they must be martial arts. The rules dictate that rewards must be beneficial to the protagonist. Thus, offering culinary skills as a reward is not without merit. Furthermore, it is often said that medicine and martial arts are intertwined. For those who practice martial arts, mastering medical knowledge yields countless benefits without detriment. In the next moment, a jolt of enlightenment surged through me, as if the vast intricacies of medical skills had been distilled into my mind through decades of experience. Esteemed sir, have we thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding the Qi family? Indeed, we have. The Qi family, renowned for their herbal origins, has prospered through alchemy, establishing themselves as one of the prominent families in Qingla County. However, my inquiries reveal that the Qi family upholds a commendable reputation. Both Lord Qi and his eldest and second sons are men of integrity. Although the Qi family possesses wealth, they do not exploit their neighbors. At the very least, those who have been approached regarding the Qi family have spoken positively of them. The third son, Qi Siyuan, is a student at Qingla Academy. While he exhibits certain frivolous tendencies, his flaws are overshadowed by his merits. Moreover, there are no scandals tarnishing his past. It appears there is no connection with Yang Xiaolan. Even their closest classmates are unaware of any romantic involvement. Their discretion has been commendably effective. Chapter 95. Farewell to the Lady in Green. Where is Qi Siyuan? Su Qing pondered for a moment. After all, she had nothing pressing to attend to. So she decided to seek him out, taking the opportunity to stroll around. Young master, I shall accompany you, quickly interjected the petite Shaya standing behind her. Why are you following me? I simply wish to accompany the young master on his outing. Suit yourself. Delighted, Shaya trailed after Su Qing as they exited. Upon boarding the carriage, Xue Chonglu guided it gently towards the southern city. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city god temple. Just as they alighted from the carriage, a plainclothes constable emerged from a concealed corner and approached Su Qing. My lady, just now. Qi Siyuan and Miss Lan entered the worship hall and have yet to come out. Understood. Su Qing, along with Xiaoya and Xue Chonglu, made their way back to the worship hall, advancing to the innermost part, nearly reaching the spot where young Xiaolan was once laid to rest, before finally spotting Qi Siyuan. Beside Qi Siyuan knelt a delicate young woman clad in green. Despite the swirling azure mist within the hall, Su Qing instantly recognized her as the artist who had once captured her likeness at Mirror Lake. The arrival of Su Qing startled both individuals, and the green-clad woman lifted her gaze, immediately spotting Xiaoya by Su Qing's side. Her face expressed surprise, and she gracefully approached. My dear lady, it is a pleasure to see you again. Last time, you gifted me your painting. Yet I never had the chance to inquire about your esteemed name or the identity of the artist. Xiaoya offered a gentle smile. This is my master, Su Qing. The green-clad woman raised her eyes to meet Su Qing's, instantly captivated by her striking beauty. After all, the genes of the renowned Su family were undeniable. While within the Su household, surrounded by siblings of equally stunning appearance, Su Qing had not considered herself exceptional. Only upon venturing out did she realize the stark contrast. Among those she knew, only the monk Wuchen could rival her in grace and allure, while Shimin Xue barely measured up, and Shun Jinxin was incomparable. A sunlit smile graced Su Qing's face, casting a warm glow in the heart of the green-clad woman. Instantly shy, the woman lowered her head, her heart involuntarily quickening. This was a natural response. Just as a man cannot tear his gaze away from a beautiful woman, a woman's heart races at the sight of an extraordinary man. I am Lan Minjing, honored to meet you, young Master Su. In that instant, a gaze laden with hostility shot forth. Su Qing's eyes swept over to find Qi Siyuan casting a glare filled with animosity. What brings you here? Su Qing casually inquired. To pay respects to a deceased friend. In that moment, Su Qing comprehended that Lan Minjing must have been a classmate of Yang Xiaolan, who had come to mourn her passing. Yet, did she not realize that the man beside her was the very assassin responsible for her friend's demise? Was she not afraid of Yang Xiaolan returning to seek vengeance? As Lan Minjing seemed poised to say more, she noticed Su Qing striding directly towards Qi Siyuan. Are you Qi Siyuan? Indeed. And who might you be? You seem unfamiliar. I do not recall seeing you in Qingla County. Su Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, as if to say that you have encountered every inhabitant of Qingla County. Generally, it matters little whether one has met another. However, I dare not make claims about others, but I can assert that among the esteemed families within Qingla County, I am well acquainted with nearly all of their science. Implicitly, it suggests that your family does not hold such prominence. Humph, the innocence of youth. Suddenly, Lan Minjing, recalling Su Qing's name, inquired, Master Su, may I ask if you are the renowned painter Su Qing of the Grand Critique? Painter Su? What a curious moniker. The Elegance ranking states that Master Su excels in both calligraphy and painting, a figure of exceptional charm. However, since poet Su is already occupied by Li Tianyi, hence the appellation Painter Su. Su Qing smiled faintly. I should not be the last to learn of this, I suppose? Painter Su is indeed a fine title. Far more pleasant than the moniker of Death Su. Qi Siyuan, I wish to speak with you privately. Humph. Even if you are a figure of distinguished charm in the Grand Critique, it does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. You wish to converse with me, yet I have no desire to engage. Farewell. Impudent, bellowed the plainclothes officer accompanying them. How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Su? Suddenly recalling something, Lan Minjing knelt and said, I remember now. Master Su seems to be, a humble citizen pays respects to the county magistrate. The magistrate of Qingla County? Qi Siyuan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of fear and trepidation. I apologize for my rudeness, my lord. Xiaoya, please escort Miss Lan outside. Soon, only Su Qing, Qi Siyuan, and Xue Chonglu remained in the offering hall. Qi Siyuan, what is your relationship with Miss Lan? Su Qing inquired nonchalantly. Qi Siyuan's eyes darted. Believing Su Qing was probing into Lan Minjing's situation, he raised his chin proudly, declaring, Miss Lan is my fiancée. Oh? And what is your connection with Yang Xiaolan? Yang Xiaolan? The shift in Qi Siyuan's expression was palpable, his demeanor changing. Yang Xiaolan and I are classmates. But she is a student of the women's school, and we are not closely acquainted. What a convenient claim of unfamiliarity. This is where Yang Xiaolan met her tragic fate. On that day, at this very hour, I saw her kneeling in the very spot behind you. With her 7 days of mourning not yet concluded, you dare assert that you are not familiar with her? How heartless. Do you not know that Yang Xiaolan was with child at the time of her demise? Panic etched itself upon Qi Siyuan's face, yet behind his shifting gaze. He clenched his teeth resolutely. I genuinely do not comprehend what you are insinuating. I did not commit murder. I am innocent. Innocent. Suddenly, Qi Siyuan howled in a frenzied attempt to flee. Yet, he had barely taken a step before Xue Chonglu apprehended him. If she were willing to be my concubine, I would certainly welcome her into my home. Yet, she audaciously aspired to be my legitimate wife. What status does she hold? How dare the daughter of a mere peddler entertain such delusions? Moreover, I share no romantic entanglement with her. Her pregnancy is her own shameful doing. Should she wish to offer herself, I, being no saint, would not refuse. Who could have foreseen that she would use this to threaten me, to tarnish my reputation? Thus, you hired someone to kill her? Absolutely not. I merely intended to orchestrate an unfortunate incident leading to a miscarriage. Never did I wish for her life. So why did those two assassins claim they were acting under your orders to take his life? They are slandering me, speaking falsehoods. A cold glint flickered in Su Qing's eyes as she gently gestured for them to be subdued. Indeed, the plainclothes officer escorted Qi Siyuan out. Chapter 96. The departed from half a year ago, my lord. Could it truly not be Qi Siyuan who hired the assassin? Xue Chonglu inquired, leaning closer and whispering. On what grounds do you make such a claim? The assassins have identified him, yet he vehemently denies it. Furthermore, he admits to having the motive for hiring an assassin. But in the critical moment, he refuses to acknowledge it. Is that not contradictory? In truth, it is not contradictory. Given the power and wealth of the Qi family, it would be exceedingly easy for Qi Siyuan to find someone willing to take the fall for him. I suspect that after hiring the assassin, he contemplated the possibility of the scheme unraveling. He must have arranged for someone to bear the blame. All he needs to do is maintain his denial of hiring an assassin, and when the scapegoat steps forward to confess, he could easily be exonerated. A glint of cold light flickered in Xue Chonglu's eyes. Your insight is as sharp as ever, my lord. I almost fell for his ruse. Thus, he must not be allowed to escape justice. Although he harbored intentions against Yang Xiaolan, and indeed arranged for her assassination, he is not the actual murderer. My duty is to uncover the true culprit behind Yang Xiaolan's demise. Do you not often say to suspect all that seems dubious? Given the weighty suspicions surrounding him, why are you so certain he is not the murderer? The two assassins we captured possess the capability, yet since both adamantly deny their involvement, it appears they are not the ones responsible. Then why do you continue to detain him? A minor punishment serves as a warning, to see if we can provoke further revelations. As they exited the worship hall, Lan Minjing, Xiaoya, and Lan Minjing's maid approached briskly. Lord Su, I just witnessed young Master Qi being taken away. May I inquire what has become of him? Su Qing observed Lan Minjing, who appeared somewhat breathless and had noticeably lost weight since their last encounter. If she once possessed the beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, now she seemed to be left with only a frail and sickly appearance. There are matters requiring his cooperation in the investigation. Miss Lan, you do not seem well. I have some knowledge of medicine. Would you allow me to examine you? And no, it's not necessary. Lan Minjing suddenly grew anxious, concealing her hands behind her. What is it that requires young Master Qi's cooperation? Is it related to the case of Yang Xiaolan? Indeed. Are you aware of the relationship between Qi Siyuan and Yang Xiaolan? Relationship? Lan Minjing appeared puzzled. Xiaolan and I were very close, but I was unaware of any connection between her and young Master Qi. Yang Xiaolan was pregnant at the time of her death, and the child belonged to Qi Siyuan. Su Qing stated plainly. Su Qing felt no obligation to shield Qi Siyuan from the truth. It was better for Lan Minjing to learn of her fiancé's true character sooner rather than later to prevent future heartbreak. Lan Minjing's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying that Xiaolan and young Master Qi had an affair, and moreover, and furthermore? Suddenly, Lan Minjing's complexion paled, her breathing became rapid. and she collapsed. Su Qing rushed to support her, channeling her pure inner strength into Lan Minjing. The maid of Miss Lan turned ashen, clearly flustered. Under the soothing influence of Su Qing's inner energy, Lan Minjing's breathing steadied, yet she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Qing took hold of Lan Minjing's delicate wrist to take her pulse. After 3 breaths, astonishment flickered in her eyes. "My lord, what has transpired? Is Miss Lan unwell?" "She is not in any serious condition, merely suffering from a depletion of vitality. My dear lady, please relocate your young mistress to a well-ventilated area. She shall recover shortly." "Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you." Once Lan Minjing is settled, Xiaoyu observed Su Qing with a furrowed brow. "Young master, is there something amiss with Miss Lan?" "Not particularly, but she is unexpectedly with child." "What?" Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It is no wonder she fainted from the shock of learning that her fiancé was involved with another. It is an overwhelming truth to bear. However, Miss Lan just informed me that her beloved is not Qi Si Yuan, but rather a gentleman named Xiao Kaijun. Xiao Kaijun? Indeed, Xiao Kaijun. The most talented scholar of Qing Lu Academy, unparalleled in poetry and verse. Alas, he was tragically taken from us 6 months ago in a fall. For the past half-year, Miss Lan has been enveloped in sorrow. The portrait you painted that day depicted her sorrowful state. Yet, how could she, mourning her beloved for merely half a year, now be with another man? It seems her devotion is not as profound as she professed. Xiao Kaijun. Su Qing's brow knitted in contemplation, a flicker of recognition dancing in her eyes. It feels as though I have encountered that name before. Suddenly, Su Qing lifted her head, a realization dawning upon her, and strode purposefully back into the worship hall. In the innermost recess of the hall, she indeed found the memorial tablet of Xiao Kaijun, where Lan Minjing had knelt in reverence. So it was Lan Minjing who came to honor Xiao Kaijun, not Yang Xiaolan, Su Qing murmured to herself. "Sir, have you recalled something?" Shui Chenglu inquired, following closely behind. "Do you remember how Yang Xiaolan was positioned?" "I do." "In which direction was she facing?" As Shui Chenglu followed Su Qing's gaze, his expression sharpened. "Is she facing the memorial tablet of Xiao Kaijun? Could it be that the killer acted out of revenge for Xiao Kaijun? Investigate the circumstances surrounding Xiao Caijuan's death." "Yes." Upon exiting the worship hall, Lan Minjing regained consciousness under the watchful care of Xiaoyu and her maid. Su Qing quickly approached. "Miss Lan, I wish to understand how Xiao Kaijun met his demise." Young Master Xiao ventured to the back mountain to gather the purple moon golden chrysanthemum, but tragically lost his footing and fell from the cliff. "He died for my sake." "For my sake?" Suddenly, Lan Minjing broke down in tears, covering her face. Xiaoyu, supporting her, displayed a peculiar expression. What manner of woman is this? Carrying a child of less than a month, yet her heart